WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Happy Reaction Monday to all of you. We're still reacting to everything that went on last Thursday, everything that went on this weekend. Hope you had a great weekend. I know it's a short week for a lot of you.
Oh, yeah.
So let's get after it. Yeah, man, holidays. The holidays are basically here. And we celebrate the Texans still on Thursday and a great weekend of football. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. What's up, dude? How you doing?
I can't wait to spike all my lipids and A1C and everything. It starts now, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
It starts now. And we're sitting here at a spot where we went into this weekend saying, hey, well, at least, last Wednesday and Thursday we were saying, at the very least, the Texans, they've got to win 2 of these next 3, including the Bills game. So the Bills, the Colts, the Chiefs. And the Chiefs, we were kind of torn over whether we wanted the Chiefs or the Colts to win. And I look back with a little bit of shame and disgust because at the time, honestly, what a bunch of sad saps we were because we thought, well, I don't know, the wild card is more attainable, so maybe I want the Colts to beat the Chiefs because then we'll have a better shot in the wild card. But then after the Chiefs beat the Colts, you realize, man, the Texans control. They're in the driver's seat in terms of can you surpass the Colts within the division? Yes, you face them twice. You're 2 games behind them, and you face them twice.
Yeah, you control your own destiny against the Colts. The fly in the ointment is the Jags and their easy schedule, just sitting right there. That's the fly. Look, if you watch that Jags-Cardinals game yesterday, which if you watch Red Zone like I do, the late window you pretty much get everything you need from all the late games because there's only 3 or 4 games. Trevor Lawrence sucks. Trevor Lawrence will find a way to lose one of these games that they're not supposed to lose. So I'm not super worried about the Jags. I'm just pointing out the math of the situation.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this morning multiple times. And I'm with you. Just to circle back to what you just said, I was on the fence about who do I want to win between the Chiefs and the Colts. And I thought the best case that was made for rooting for the Chiefs in this game was actually made by Super Chiefs fan Ron Hughley in the afternoon on Friday when I was listening to him. And he said, man, if you want to be a real team, you still want to attack the division. You don't want to sit here and concede, all right, well, we're going to be in the wild card. Because let's face it, the Chiefs win that game yesterday, as they did, and now, you're 2 games back. Like, this is a very attainable thing, and I will point to, and you've pointed to this via the probability percentages many times. Back in 2 years ago, when the Jags had like a 98% chance to win the division after beating the Texans in Week 12, that was the game where the Matt Amendola 58-yard field goal bounced off the crossbar to end the game, and the Texans lost 24-21. The Jags had, by the playoff percentages, essentially clinched the division that day. Air quotes around clinch the division. We know how it played out. They were identical records to what the Texans and the Colts have right now. Mm-hmm. Again, back then there was no team sitting in between the 2 teams, but on that day, the Jags went to 8-3 and the Texans fell to 6-5 on the season. That's where we sit right now with these 2 teams. And the Colts have the Colts. It's really interesting because I think anybody outside of Indianapolis has been pointing this out. Like, let's wait until after the bye week on the Colts because their schedule, it tamps up in difficulty. Their last 7 games of the year starting yesterday, the Chiefs, the Niners, and the Seahawks outside the division, and then 4 games against the good teams in their division, the Texans and the Jags. So we got to pump the brakes. The Colts are going to come back to the pack here, and Daniel Jones is starting to look more and more like Daniel Jones. That game yesterday, go find the yardage numbers in the fourth quarter. Daniel Jones generated 18 yards of offense starting in the fourth quarter.
If they could have just gotten a first down to help out the defense, they get 1 yard. They
went 3 and out 4 times to end the game. 4 times, 3 in the fourth quarter, and then 1 in overtime. So let's hold off. Daniel Jones is starting to. We're starting to see some cracks, some dents in the armor here. But I'll tell you what, Seth, that game yesterday. So I went into it, I begrudgingly rooting for the Chiefs. It's hard to sit and root for either of those teams in any material way just because I don't like either of those teams. When it got to overtime, for the first time ever, I'm starting to go, this Polian guy may have been onto something when he went with the 10-minute overtime here because I started going, you know what? A tie? You pick up a half game on each of them,
Yeah.
But alas, the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes found a way to get it done.
So the Colts game already, as we start talking about it this week, because it's very, very relevant, obviously, is that, for one, as Ross Tucker told us a couple weeks ago, I'm not 100% sold that defense is as good as they look statistically. So there's some potential there. The other side of it is Jonathan Taylor is the engine that drives that offense. The reason Daniel Jones can be as good as he is because there's a good offensive line and and Jonathan Taylor is so good. The Texans in the past, I've worried about when they face the Colts because it used to be that when the defense loaded up to stop Jonathan Taylor, they would be really susceptible to the play action. This year, they're one of the best defenses against play action in the league. To the point where, I showed you the one, or I think you saw the one clip I showed of the first Kalen Bullock interception. You look at the linebackers and the safeties at the snap. Josh Allen is under center. They're running play action. And all four across the board, the linebackers and Myles Bryant, the nickel at that point, not a single one of them budged. They just sat at 5 yards, basically like a nice play action, man. And then even further than that, we talk about DeMeco understanding tendencies. The linebackers and the slot completely let the tight end and the running back run free underneath on 1st and 10. Azeez Al-Shire gets depth, tips the ball, and Kalen Bullock gets the interception to the point where you could tell that those guys knew exactly what play was coming or exactly what Josh Allen's tendencies were in that moment.
Yeah.
And that's where these guys have been coached by DeMeco for going on 3 seasons now. They are a really smart defense. And so their discipline versus Jonathan Taylor, that offense and everything that Shane Steichen does, it's just night and day what it would have been a couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. The other lens I was kind of watching that Colts-Chiefs game through. I was watching it, Seth, through the lens of like, okay, what's the impact on the Texans in the standings? But these are their next 2 opponents. They play the Colts, as you pointed out. They play the Colts this coming weekend in Indianapolis, and then they play in that very stadium in Arrowhead the weekend after. It's on Sunday Night Football. It's going to be cold. It's going to be rowdy. But I watched it through the lens of, all right, where do the Texans fall in terms of playing with these 2 teams? And I'm like, all right, they'd fit right in this game. Their defense can most definitely get a win against either of these 2 teams. It's not. Yeah. It's Daniel Jones is starting to show a little bit of fallibility, and I still don't think it's a great Chiefs offensive team. They did what they needed to do in the fourth quarter of that game yesterday, but Mahomes still looks a little off. At least he did in that game yesterday. He missed some throws yesterday. Xavier
Worthy's working through some injuries. I know there was one viral clip of Xavier Worthy catching a ball in the flats and just running out of bounds when he could have turned it upfield. Chiefs fans are saying that's pretty much what he's been coached to do because he's so banged up.
Yeah.
They're pretty much the same. In a lot of respects, they're the same team they were last year. Last year, they won 11 one-score games.
Yeah.
This year, they've lost all but one of their one-score games.
I would say the biggest difference with the Chiefs is Rashee Rice compared to last year. Like that, when they needed plays, they go to number 4, and he makes plays. They didn't have that. He tore his ACL last year, and then he was suspended for the first 6 games this year. He is a weapon, and they use him. It's not just in the passing game. They get him the ball around the line of scrimmage, the little pop passes.
Yeah.
They use him in the run game. So, but that 2 weeks from now, we got the Colts coming up this weekend. But as I'm watching that game, I'm like, all right, Stingley versus Rice is going to be a fun matchup in a couple. It is when you have these teams you play that have these offensive weapons, especially on the outside. It is fun rooting for the Texans because you're like, oh, that'll be fun to watch Stingley and Lassiter go against these guys.
And that's the big question. So these last 2 weeks, while the Texans have had to play a couple of replacements in the defensive backfield, they'll get one of them back most likely this week. Jalen Petrie will be back. And MJ Stewart's out for good, but the big question these next 2 weeks compared to the previous 2 weeks is that neither of these two previous teams had good wide receiving cores, where now the Texans are going to face some serious threats on the outside.
Yeah.
And as well as the defense played, the difficulty level goes up a notch or two, and they're going to have to be that much better. We go back to that Titans game, man. What I was saying last week was, well, if Josh Allen was playing in that Titans game instead of Cam Ward, some of those completions, there would have been some opportunities downfield that Josh Allen probably would have capitalized on. Texans upped it a notch and turned Josh Allen into a horrendous quarterback at times. I mean, by the fourth quarter, Josh Allen was so beat down that he didn't know which way was up.
Right.
That was just awesome. I mean, and a lot of people have pointed out that Josh Allen on the final interception had a receiver coming wide open across the field. It was offensive pass interference anyway. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't have worked, but it looked like Josh Allen was completely unaware of it regardless. I can't blame him at that point. He got sacked 8 times.
Yeah.
He really was a mess. And the funniest and the best thing about that game was so many times when I go back and I watch some of the great defensive plays, Josh Allen was about to pull it down and run for what he thought was going to be an easy 5 yards up the middle.
Yeah.
And a defensive tackle all of a sudden just shuffled into place. Those guys were very, very aware. There was another play, Sean, where Danielle Hunter, on one of Will Anderson's sacks, I can't remember, it was somebody got a sack. Danielle Hunter had a brilliant spin move to the inside, and he would have had a clear path to Josh Allen, but he realized that he would have been losing contain, and he turned back upfield.
Yeah.
He was that right there is such a display of discipline by a guy who's wired to go get sacks. The whole defensive line rushed with so much discipline, and Will Anderson's sacks came partly because there was a really disciplined pass rush around him. Those guys they're just operating at such a high level right now.
Well, and it's a selfless thing too.
Yeah.
It's a selfless thing. You've got guys that are wired, especially on the edges there with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. You're right. He could go for a sack. And after the game, he'd have been a 12-sack guy on the graphic they're showing on SportsCenter. But I get the sense that definitely Danielle doesn't seem to care about that stuff. And having sat next to Will Anderson in the postgame show when they were showing literally his highlights and then his sack totals afterwards, I'm like, man, what's that like? And he's pretty nonplussed by the whole thing. He's like,
well, it is. It's one of those things where you got to genuinely buy into the concept of what you're doing and understand that, look, everybody cares about getting sacks, but that you'll get yours, as long as you're also really contributing to the team effort and rushing as a group with discipline. And early in the game, remember Will Anderson went inside once and Josh Allen seeped out. And I'm sure I wish he was mic'd up because I'd love to hear what he said on the sideline. He would have been very critical of himself, for taking that inside move. And you didn't really see many instances of that afterwards, including the one sack that he ended up getting later on, the one that the play took 12 seconds because he chased around everywhere. Mario Edwards almost lost contain, but just did enough to push Josh Allen to the sideline before he turned back in and Will got him.
Yeah, it was fun. We'll continue to look back at that Bills game on Thursday. We'll in the next segment, the national perspective, how it's flipped on the Texans based on 60 minutes of football on Thursday. Yeah. We'll hit that.
Texans right now are 3.5-point underdogs on the road. So basically, Vegas is saying that the Colts and the Texans are about equal teams.
Yes.
The Colts get that 3-point advantage at home.
Yep.
The Texans what'd they end up as 6-point underdogs to the Bills?
They did. Yep.
And there was no flukishness about that game. You do the box score math on that, and they whooped up on the Bills.
They did. Well, I mean, look, if they do anything offensively in the second half, that's a 2-score win. The Bills game. Yeah, the Texans. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Texans. If the Texans do anything in the second half of that game,
gotcha.
If the Texans do anything in the second half of that game offensively, they win that game by 10 points. They did nothing. They had 30-something yards of offense in the second half of that game.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course, Seth.
Okay, yeah. I'd be shocked if you said no. I'm trying to figure out whether is this supposed infighting amongst Texans fans about whether C.J. Stroud or Davis Mills should be quarterback. This is really like 4 trolls on X claiming that Davis Mills is a guy, and then everybody else fighting back against him, right? 4
trolls on, and I know it's 4 trolls on X because none of it's showing up on my timeline. I'm not seeing any
guys
of it.
You've muted or something.
I'm not seeing any of it. It might be guys I've muted or the algorithm is doing its job. I'm seeing none of this.
It's hard for me to watch because I see people like getting disgusted that Texans fans would be saying that Davis Mills is better than C.J. Stroud. And I'm honestly not really seeing it other than a few people that are doing a really good job of engagement farming.
Yeah. I
mean, you look at the number of 3 and outs the Texans have had in key and critical moments, and it's just with Davis at the helm. Davis has had a few really good quarters here and there over the last few weeks, and he's played. All credit to him. I think he's played way better than I thought he was going to. But there's nothing. If CJ had played these last 2 games. If that had been CJ out there at quarterback, you would be kind of concerned about the way CJ had played.
100%.
Which is enough to tell me, that's not enough to supplant CJ Stroud when the guy gives a performance that you would have been concerned about if that was your starting performance. Versus 1 really bad defense and then 1 very questionable defense in the Bills. Yeah. I mean, the Texans have scored what?
16 against the Titans and 23 against the Bills.
Right.
40 points over the last 2 games, basically.
It's been kind of concerning. We need a better offensive output than that.
I hate this conversation because, and again, I've not been privy to it. I've not seen any of it, but just you hear about it the same way you do, like, you go to your HOA page there and you're seeing things about parties on the other side of the neighborhood or whatever. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. They're not bothering me at night. They live all the way on the other side of the neighborhood. But okay, I guess this is going on right now. I hate the conversation because it takes what Davis Mills accomplished as a backup quarterback.
Right.
And it forces us to evaluate him like he's a starter. And the fact of the matter is, he did an A-plus job the last 3 weeks by backup standards. He won the game all 3 times. He was 16 of 30 against the Buffalo Bills on Thursday night. I was keeping a side list of throws that he missed that CJ would make early. He started out 3 for 12. CJ starts that game 7 or 8 for 12, and I'm basing that not just giving CJ shine because he's a better quarterback. I'm talking about the types of throws. Like, Davis missed some easy ones in the early part of the game.
And the other part, too, is that, and this is, I think many of us, including myself, are guilty of this. Because there was such a malaise about the offense before C.J. Stroud got injured, I think that Caley is being judged over these last 3 weeks as if he's got his starting quarterback out there.
Right.
I've kind of consciously had to take a step back from any kind of real criticism of Nick Caley because I have to keep reminding myself, oh, wait a second. They're playing with a backup quarterback. Yeah. He had 1 really impressive performance 3 weeks ago against the Jaguars. But like this is an offensive coordinator with a backup quarterback. The thing I'll give him credit for is that the pass protection in that game against the Bills was the best it's been since 2023.
0 sacks.
The pressure rate was the lowest it's been since week 5 of 2023.
Yep.
And there were some really nice moments where Davis Mills had a very clean pocket for many, many seconds and ended up making a completion. And I'll criticize them for taking this long to figure out exactly what the O-line should be, but I think they're onto something with the current version of it.
Indeed. Completely agree. All right, off and running on a Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, how has the narrative changed on the Texans outside of Houston? Is the bandwagon filling up, at least for 1 week? We've got some examples from outside of Houston, and one voice that says, not so fast, my friends. We will get to that coming up next.
Hey,
to Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hey, I want to give the Texans credit because the two most extended periods without football that they would send us into this year, post the bye week in week 5 and then post the semi-bye week this past week. Semi-bye. Those are the two longest stretches of us sitting here just talking about the most recent game to some degree.
True. It's a lot more fun when you're going in on a high note.
On a high, both times. They whooped up on the Ravens 44-10, and then they beat the Bills at home in the biggest game of the year. And so we get 14 days and 10 days to let that marinate for a little bit. So good job, Texans, on that. Good job. Now go win some more games.
We've been a little bit spoiled, even though in our misery weeks too. Not miserable weeks. They're misery weeks.
Misery weeks.
It's like a proper noun.
Mm-hmm.
The Broncos game, you lost that one. And yet it was a genuine one-score game. And it's all of these games, a lot of the big losses have been genuine one-score games. The Seahawks game, I don't look at that as a genuine one-score game. Yeah. But a lot of the big losses, it's more about the discomfort with the offense and not delivering on potential, all of that. But at least you're showing that as a team you should be more competitive, as opposed to just getting destroyed and blown out.
Well, I'll give you a number, and then we'll get to the national view on the Texans here. But the 5 teams the Texans have lost to would all be playoff teams. Their combined record is 39-16. These are the 5 losses the Texans have had. The combined record of those teams is 39-16. You've lost those 5 games by a total of 24 points.
Yeah.
A grand total of 24 points. So the Texans, the Seahawks game, that's the one game that played lopsided. The final score is deceptive. The other 4 games all could have gone either way.
It's still miserable because we find ourselves in that familiar position where you're feeling like, okay, well, the Texans are a good, solid team, but there's a glass ceiling somehow that keeps them from really ascending up into that top tier. But we've been there. There are fates worse than that.
All right, so do the people in the national view still think there's a glass ceiling on the Texans? Here's Richie Incognito, arch nemesis of Antonio Smith, Texans legend. He's on, I guess he's a regular on Skip Bayless's new streaming show, of which I don't know the name. I just know, that's the show Skip Bayless is on. But I thought Richie Incognito had a good take on the Texans' defense.
Obviously, offense in the quarterback situation will be the limiting factor, but that defense is nasty. Danielle Hunter is a stud, big, tall guy. I mean, the guy could play basketball. He's so tall and he's so explosive off the edge. Will Anderson, welcome to the NFL. I mean, this guy's been making these plays, but to actually see it and watch them just decimate that Buffalo Bills offensive line, that is usually pretty good. Those guys are really good up front. They've been healthy up front. So, I mean, you look at the guys coming off the edge and then the big bodies in the middle pushing the pocket, really giving nowhere to go for the quarterback. And then the linebackers, they're flying around making plays. You got Stingley in the back end. You got the guy who made a bunch of plays last night, Bullock. And, I mean, this defense can carry them really, really far.
Kalen Bullock was a big winner on Thursday, with that being a national game.
Yeah, but also look at both of Kalen Bullock's interceptions. Yeah. The pass rush is a big part of that. The complementary play between both. And all that, the sacks also – they weren't super fast. Like that, a lot of those, they weren't coverage sacks per se where the quarterback was back there forever, but there weren't a whole lot of defensive ends winning immediately and getting the sack or a blitz springing somebody free or anything. It was true complementary football where some of the plays in the secondary were made because there was a good pass rush. Some of the sacks were because the coverage was just good enough that guys could work a second or third move and get home. That part of it was really encouraging. It's interesting when Incognito says that Danielle looks like a basketball player. A lot of people, people that don't follow pass rushing closely or whatever, will say, hey, it looks kind of like he's doing a Euro step sometimes.
That's right.
Yep, that is exactly what he's doing. And somebody had made a joke about James Harden. James Harden did did bring the Euro step to football, at least partly. I've seen a few different guys say that they started trying a Euro step when they saw James Harden, and it was kind of right around that same time that the Euro step became big. But Daniil's spin move is just so vicious.
Oh, it's so good. So good.
I mean, I said it's kind of like Reggie White's hump move.
Yeah.
Because he had a play where he launched the offensive tackle off into space with his spin move, Daniil, the same way Reggie used to do with his hump.
Yep. All right, Stephen A. Smith. Texans have Stephen A. Smith on their side now. Check this out.
I'm more encouraged by the Texans because I'm looking at the Texans and I'm saying these brothers can end up winning the AFC. I'm just looking at what happened with Josh Allen last night, and I'm saying to myself, who can't Houston do that to? The answer is nobody. They could potentially do that to anybody. And like you said, D.O., C.J. Stroud comes back. Well, you know what? Davis Mills is decent, but he ain't C.J. Stroud. Right. You know what C.J. Stroud can bring to the table when he's on his game. So you are absolutely right. He's in the eye of the storm right now because now universally the NFL has recognized that the Houston Texans defense is for real. We're going to see what happens. But this team, as ferocious as that defense looked and as ferocious as they can look, oh, my Lord. If C.J. Stroud can give you anything, and we have no reason to believe he can't, with his skill set, Houston could end up winning the AFC. They got to get in there because they're at the 8th spot right now. Got to get in there. They can make some noise.
Here's what he said. They could do that we'll get to C.J. at the top of the hour. They could do that to anybody. Can they do that? I know they're only 6-5 right now, and they look like trash against the Jets yesterday. That's my big question. Can they, the one team they haven't been able to do it against, you got to get in the dance, obviously, for this to matter, and they don't play them this year, the Baltimore Ravens. They played them, but they didn't play them with Lamar Jackson.
They didn't play them with Lamar Jackson. Yeah. And for whatever it's worth, the Ravens haven't been scoring points in droves since Lamar Jackson came back. So, but I think the one big difference this year compared to last year is that DeMeco, by and large, I think they've done a better job of bottling up mobile quarterbacks until the fourth quarter. And they did it. They bottled up Josh Allen the entire second half in terms of Josh Allen using his legs. Unfortunately, they couldn't. They had that same old issue. They stopped. They failed on 4th and 27 because of a breakdown in discipline.
Yep.
So that remains a concern for me, is just how much can you trust the defense to flat out lock down a team on the final drive or in one of the last couple drives in a game. They still have that blemish. They managed to close the game out this time, but they did allow that 4th and 27. The biggest thing about the defense right now, also, if you wanted just a dose of reality, is remember the other team that's playing as well as the Texans defense right now is the Cleveland Browns. So it's that part the part that Stephen A. Smith was saying about C.J. Stroud is 100% true. The Browns are just as good defensively as the Texans, and there they sit.
They got Chip Kelly fired yesterday. Did you see that?
Oh, he got fired?
He got fired after the game.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you're a Texan fan that wanted him,
I was in line to be the head coach.
Yeah.
I wonder if that part of the contract is still good. That if Pete Carroll leaves, Chip Kelly gets to be the head coach.
Comes back.
So he comes back.
Goes to a beach resort for 2 years and comes back as the head coach. Here's one more in favor of the Texans. Dan Orlovsky, to his credit, is not a bandwagon Texan guy. He's been ride or die with the Texans. For
he was talking about the Texans' defense. As far as nationally prominent guys, he was at the head of the pack long ago.
Absolutely. Here's Dan Orlovsky.
That defense has been great all year. It's been the best defense in football all year. This has been the best. This defense has kept them afloat. I think this team's in. After watching this team play last night, I think they're going to get in. One, this defense needs to be in, just for the sake of football. I think you guys saw the stat last night. No defense that's led the league in points, in yards, has ever not made the playoffs. What this has done, not only kept them in the float, this has put a ton of pressure on C.J. Stroud when he comes back.
That is true. It's put pressure on C.J. So now, we probably should have level set where they exactly are right now in the AFC at some point. Yeah. They're the 9 seed right now. They're 6-5. They're the 9 seed. The Steelers fell to 6-5 yesterday, and the Ravens won yesterday, so they're 6-5. The Ravens would win the AFC North if the season ended today. The Steelers actually they're the rare team right now in the AFC that actually has a tiebreaker over the Texans because of strength of victory. They haven't played each other, but strength of victory gets the Steelers the 8th seed right now.
If you want to think about how impressive the Texans defense has been, let's remember that the special teams has allowed 2 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks. That hasn't helped because it doesn't matter when they do the team scoring. It's just the points allowed. Of the top 12 scoring defenses going into yesterday, I haven't updated this yet, but every single defense below the Texans of the top 12 scoring defenses, every single one of them has an offense that's better than the Texans' offense right now.
Yep.
Like they're just not getting nearly as much help from their offense as a lot of these other teams, like the Rams and the Broncos and the Chiefs. So like that. If the offense can really kick it in, and C.J. Stroud can be the best version of himself, this defense could be even better.
Yes.
Just by virtue of getting some help from field position, et cetera, from the offense.
Yes, they're doing it with almost zero complimentary football over the aggregate of these 11 games.
Yeah,
other than
relatively Tommy
speaking.
Townsend at times.
Yeah. But from the offense, I'm saying, like, they're getting, to your point, they're getting no help from the offense. All right, let's get to it. Headlines, we'll do that next. Football talk, of course, on Sports Radio 610, as you know, is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Hey, make this the time to get started on Men's Tea Clinic as well. If you've been thinking, you through.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines and start with the Texans. We've been talking some Texans football this morning. They awake this morning as the 9 seed in the AFC. Steelers fall out of the division lead in the AFC North. They're the 8 seed. The Chiefs are the 10 seed right now. So those are the 3, 6, and 5 teams. Because the Jags win yesterday, they remain ahead of the Texans in the division. Kansas City beat Indianapolis yesterday in overtime, a game the Colts led 20-9 in the fourth quarter. That'll feel like one they let get away.
Come on, Colts.
Yeah, well, to generate some yards. You thought it was rough sledding for the Texans against the Bills in the fourth quarter on Thursday. The Colts generated 18 yards of offense in the fourth quarter and overtime of that game.
Were they playing their backup quarterback, Sean?
They were playing Daniel Jones in that game. Yes, Daniel Jones. Well, I'm wondering if he's still going to be. I mean, these are the performances where now we start to see the MVP hot lists and how people are looking at this saying, oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah,
one of these guys has won a couple of these trophies.
It's always, to me, kind of a testament to the offensive coordinator still, or Shane Steichen, the head coach of the Colts, when you take a guy like Daniel Jones and you get that brilliant first half out of him, but then everything kind of starts to subside in the second half of the season. I don't blame Shane Steichen for that. I credit Shane Steichen for getting the most out of Daniel Jones. But then as the league starts to figure out, oh, okay, these are his strengths and weaknesses in this system.
Yep.
Let's just go ahead and take away the stuff that he's been good at.
Yeah.
It feels like it's that time of year for Daniel Jones.
Got me very excited for Sunday, I'll tell you that, watching that fourth quarter and overtime. Got me excited about this Sunday. Didn't get me as excited about the following Sunday, the fourth quarter and overtime, because that's who the Texans play in Week 14. Is Patrick Mahomes.
Colts were dropping 8 guys into coverage a lot versus the Chiefs, and that was giving the Chiefs some issues. You know, the Chiefs hate to run the ball. Andy Reid hates to. Even when it's the obvious thing to do and they're running the ball at will, Andy Reid will just go away from it. Mm-hmm. So that kind of cat and mouse game of when to play coverage versus when to be aggressive, that's going to be fun between Andy Reid and DeMeco Ryans a couple weeks from now.
No doubt. Hey, one bit of news, personnel news. And I was proud of my wife, Amy. She said to me on Friday or over the weekend, she's like, so Dameon Pierce is definitely signing with the Colts or the Chiefs, right? And I said, wow, look at you, like getting signed by one of the Texans' next 2 opponents so they can pump him for information. I'm like, that's kind of hot, actually, that you're pointing that out. Sure enough, Dameon Pierce signs with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And the Pavlovian reaction for me was, wow, that's attractive right there.
You must have thought it was hot, because I think you said instead of pump him for information, I think you said hump him for information. I don't think they're going to need to do that. No, that's an HR violation.
That would be inappropriate.
To an extreme degree.
Yes, that would be inappropriate to hump Dameon Pierce for information.
I love Dameon Pierce. And yet I wonder just how much information they're going to get out of Dameon Pierce.
I said the same thing to Amy. I'm like,
he's struggled to. It feels like he's struggled to really learn these systems over the last couple of years. So yeah. I don't know how much they'll get out of him.
I said that'll be a short conversation probably when they're pumping him or humping him for information. Signs with the Chiefs practice squad, just to be clear, which tells me he cleared waivers. And now he's going to go to the Kansas City Chiefs.
You know what? Good for him, though, too. Even as I was just talking about how the Chiefs they hate to run the ball. When they do run the ball, a lot of times they have easy opportunities because everybody's dialed in on the pass. So
I'll root for Dameon Pierce.
The best version of Dameon Pierce, starting 3 weeks from now.
Yeah. So I will root for Dameon Pierce so long as his interests don't intersect with our interests. Absolutely. Cowboys win yesterday over the Eagles. They were down 21-0 in this game, and they win 24-21. They come all the way back. They force a couple turnovers in the fourth quarter. That was a fun game, that Cowboys-Eagles game.
And Eagles fans who already they wake up the most miserable fan base in the league. The day after the Super Bowl, they're still the most miserable fan base in the league because that's the way Philadelphians are wired. It's getting dramatic up there, man.
Oh, yeah.
You got people the whole A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts dynamic and Jalen Hurts' unique personality it's got everybody just all up in their feelings in Philadelphia.
Yesterday won't help.
No.
For sure. Yesterday will not help. NBA, let's get to that. The Rockets lose to Denver on Friday, 112-109. They lost by 3 in a game where I thought Kevin Durant and Alperen Şengün brought their C- games. Neither of those two guys played well. Reed Shepherd was a beast in the first half at least. He was awesome. Then he only shot 2 shots in the second half. But
the article that made me chuckle this morning was Matt Young in the Chronicle is talking about how Kevin Durant's going to be out for a couple games likely here.
Yes.
For some good opponents. But
we should point out, just for people to get freaked out, Phoenix tonight, Golden State Wednesday. He's missing to tend to a family matter, so he's not injured.
Yeah.
He's just
it says with Durant out, Reed Shepherd could make his first start of the season. And in my mind, immediately I'm like, wait, is Reed? Yeah, same guy.
Same exact guy.
Obviously, it makes sense because they're rejiggering the lineup. But why don't you just stick Reed Shepherd? He had such a good first half. Stick him in that Kevin Durant role.
Right.
Have him do all the same stuff Kevin Durant was
guy
doing.
trying to shoot over guys.
Yeah,
that'd be sweet. That'd be sweet. Was that the same article that Alperen Şengün said he's not talking to the basketball anymore?
I don't know. I don't think it was, but I think this was a Matt Young joint as well because Matt Young he always has the most entertaining team.
He does.
Alperen Şengün, his improved free throw shooting that started during their Euro championships this summer. He said, I stopped talking to the ball. It doesn't talk to me anymore.
Oh, that son of a
I stopped missing all those shots. I'm just trying to be solid. I still say a couple words, but that's it, I can't be too close with him anymore. This is the right kind of water boy weirdness that I want out of my professional athletes,
He is
damn
a
it.
gem. That is great. Yeah.
It's like it was the volleyball there in the Tom Hanks.
Wilson.
Yeah.
Put a pineapple in
Spalding.
the top. Yeah.
He's playing Spalding. Yeah.
Spalding.
Shut up, Spalding.
Mm-hmm.
He said he wasn't speaking to it in Turkish either.
Really?
Maybe that was the problem. Maybe he should have just been speaking to it in its native tongue.
Şengün, I don't know that Şengün spoke much English at all when he got here. His English is excellent. His English is really, really good.
Yeah.
So the Rockets tonight, Phoenix, Gold. That kind of sucks. So Kevin Durant's going to miss 2 road games against 2 of his former teams. I'd imagine those teams think that sucks. That's fun when a guy comes back. It was.
Yeah, they really showed him a lot of love up in Oklahoma City, I felt.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, those fans are probably like, we don't even get a chance to boo Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
College football, real quick, new AP rankings are out. The new playoff rankings will be out tomorrow night. Oregon moves into the top 5. 5 Texas schools in the top 25, in the AP top 25. A&M 3, Texas Tech 7, UT is 16. Got that big UT A&M game coming up this week. North Texas is 21. And SMU sneaks in at number 25. So
this is a Texas-heavy ranking.
Hell yeah, it is, man. Yep, absolutely. All right, the one dissenting voice that I saw amongst national people about the direction the Texans are going in, and C.J. Stroud, presumably back this week, does he pick up where he left off against San Francisco and Denver? We'll talk about that. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20. Stay there. It's a Reaction Monday on Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, if you're ready to propose this holiday season, listen up. Don't stress out over rings and diamonds. Just go to Zeta.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, good to be with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. We'll get to Acknowledge Me at 7:20 today. We'll talk about C.J. Stroud in just a second. We played some of the national bandwagon audio for the Texans at 6:30, which we'll welcome them on. You know, there's room. They can jump on the bandwagon if they want to. This was the one dissenting voice I saw. And you know, it's from a handicapper, so this is one where I'm like, okay, this guy comes in with actual, like, it's not emotion here. This is logic about schedule and game flow and how real are certain things on certain nights of the week. And
I'm sorry. Yeah. I thought you were referring to a disabled person as a handicapper.
Oh, no.
You mean an actual sports gambling handicapper person.
No, I would call them a handicapped person, not a handicapper.
I don't know about this take. Comes from a handicapper.
This guy's a handicapper right over there in his wheelchair. All right, no, this was Joe Fortenbaugh of ESPN. Joe's excellent with the gambling stuff here. He was sitting on the same set with Dan Orlovsky and Stephen A. Smith and everybody else.
Very ambulatory as well.
Where he gave this view. He said, don't let the win over the Bills fool you.
This is a good win last night, but there's no more misleading result in football that you'll find than a Thursday night game in the second half of the season. Like, it's the toughest spot to turn around, especially when you're on the road. Buffalo was just in a war on Sunday with Tampa. Now, 4 days later, you got to go to Houston and face this defense. Case in point, a few weeks ago, we're sitting right here. Cincinnati and Joe Flacco beat Pittsburgh. What were we talking about the next day? If only Cincinnati can hold on and Burrow comes back. This Cincinnati team could be. Cincinnati stinks, but that was a great spot for them on a Thursday night game. Houston, good. I don't see them making the playoffs. What? You're what, 2-3. 2-3 on the road this season with wins over Tennessee and Cooper Rush. Your next two games are on the road against Indianapolis and Kansas City. You have a good defense. Your offensive line is still problematic. Your quarterback has been good this year, not great. And playoff-wise, in terms of positioning, tell me where I'm wrong.
This is where I'll tell him where he's wrong is with the offensive line. Not that it's not a concern or problematic in some respects, but I do see a lot of people still referring to the Texans' offensive line as one of the worst in the league, and that just simply hasn't been the case over the past 5 or 6 weeks. They've been playing, in a lot of respects, like an average offensive line, which is a huge upgrade and certainly not one of the worst in the league. The pass protection was as good as it's been in a long, long time against the Bills. Yeah. The short turnaround aspect is interesting, and I agree with him that you don't want to read too much into a Thursday night game. The thing that I found really encouraging or impressive was that I thought that in terms of having the team ready mentally, DeMeco and Matt Burke and the veteran players on the Texans defense, they were dialed into what the Bills wanted to do offensively. There were multiple times in that game where I'm watching and it was obvious that the Bills had a tell or a tendency that the Texans defense knew about. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's just no way. There's no way the Texans played some of these plays the way they did without having a really good idea what play was coming. You know, play actions where there wasn't a hint of them being one bit concerned about the run. Some run plays where guys were fitting in just perfectly. And this is something that I know in Buffalo, people have been really upset with Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, because it seems like he's getting awful predictable. And it seems like he does the same thing over and over again. So in a very short week, DeMeco and Matt Burke had those guys ready to just flat out snuff out a whole bunch of plays. They killed a bunch of plays in the crib.
Yep.
So that's yes, the Thursday night element makes it flukish, or maybe some things get a little, you could overweight certain things. But I think from a coaching standpoint and a scheme standpoint defensively, you got to feel really good about the fact that, hey, both these coaching staffs had short weeks, and the Texans did a lot more in that short week.
No doubt. Well, and the travel, the part that Joe brings up about not just the Thursday game, but the road team on a Thursday, I think is a big deal. That might have been the biggest sign of disrespect for the Texans was, like it was a 6-point spread for the Bills. It was a 6-point spread for the road team on a Thursday night. Might have been the biggest sign of disrespect for the Texans.
Yeah. And as you used to say about people getting on the bandwagon, I don't know. I feel like I feel like for the most part, if you're trying to be as objective as possible about it as a Texans fan, there is no bandwagon to get on necessarily.
Sure.
There's still some things they have to prove.
Yeah, of course.
The defense, yes, we've been excited and impressed by the defense the entire time around. But as C.J. Stroud comes back, which, by the way, DeMeco didn't definitively say he was coming back after the game on after
Probably not allowed to.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But like he's gonna be back. I think there's still something over these final 6 games that the Texans have to really obviously prove offensively.
No question about it. So along those lines, C.J. Stroud presumably back this week. If there was even a question of him coming back this week, I don't think he would have been on the sidelines for that game, if I had to guess.
And I don't think he did a YMCA appearance, and he's
on Friday. That's right.
High-fiving kids at great physical peril.
I saw that. I saw your tweet that's the 7th stage of the concussion protocol.
You got to be able to be around a bunch of preteens and not have symptoms afterwards.
Yeah.
Not have headaches.
Okay. So maybe, and we haven't seen anything since that appearance, so maybe it is a question.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. He started balance issues, light sensitivity.
Do you think he picks up right where he left off? I thought the San Francisco game in Week 8, that was the game before he got hurt.
Yeah.
I thought you could make an argument that was the best game he's had as a Texan for a variety of reasons. I won't re-adjudicate that game. But then I thought early in the Denver game he was doing some good things too. He was 6 of 10, 79 yards, other than at the 1-yard line where they made him hand the ball off 4 times.
Right.
He ran a QB sneak on 4th down, but they got a false start.
Yeah.
Other than the goal-to-go situation, I thought he looked fine against Denver. Do you think he picks up right where he left off?
I think he does, and if anything, the last time he came back from a concussion his rookie year, he seemed to be seeing the game even better. And he talked about it, remember at the time, being able to watch on television and kind of see some things about maybe how he needs to do things differently.
Yep.
I think he picks up right where he left off. I think there's still, the offense in general, you got to try to separate, okay, was this Davis Mills operating the offense this way because he's Davis Mills, or is it that certain things on the offense were starting to click, and CJ conceivably could have found Jaden Higgins more, or could have used Christian Kirk more adequately. Like all of these things, we were starting to see that before CJ got injured. Mm-hmm. And I know one of the big things is people saying, well, look, Davis actually finally, started targeting Nico Collins a whole bunch. That had already started beforehand. Nico was targeted 10 times versus Seattle. That was the second highest amount of targets he'd had up to that point in the season. In the 10 throws that CJ had in the Denver game, he targeted Nico 3 times. Mm-hmm. So 3 times in the first couple of series there. I think, and then CJ had been finding the other guys, the younger players especially. I think it's as much about Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel and Christian Kirk getting comfortable in the offense. And that's probably the bigger factor, more so than Davis Mills doing a better job finding those guys.
Yeah, DeMeco was getting asked about Nico targets going back to like week 5. And DeMeco's answer all the time is, yeah, we would like to, we'd like to target Nico. Nothing bad happens when you target Nico Collins in general is what he's saying. So I think that had been almost a stated goal for the couple of games before CJ got hurt.
When I was on KHOU last night, one of the questions they asked us was, is there more pressure now on CJ Stroud when he does come back based on the fact that Davis Mills won 3 games?
What'd you say? What'd you tell him?
I said, when I heard the word pressure, I thought that he's probably quite literally going to be under less pressure because the offensive line has steadily decreased the pressure rate over the course of the season. Davis Mills was getting rid of the ball very quickly the entire time he was there. C.J. Stroud has been getting rid of the ball quickly previously as well. And that was one of the reasons the pressure rate was getting better, was just C.J. was getting rid of the ball quickly. But I think that this offensive line still has some work to do when it comes to running in the red zone and on the goal line. But they're just a vastly better offensive line than they were in the first few weeks of the season. I think C.J. is going to have cleaner pockets. Trent Brown playing as well as he has continues to be a huge shock to me because when you watch him, he does not look like a guy who's moving all that great or anything, but just through a combination of technique and his length and veteran savvy, He's been doing a good job.
Yeah.
And I think the configuration they have out there right now with Titus at left guard, it's a whole lot of extra bulk on the field.
Yeah.
It's a whole lot of veteran experience, and I think that they can continue to build on this and improve as an offensive line through the remainder of the season.
When you're a wall, you don't have to move. You know, like it's like the media a lot over there, Seth. When we leave the stadium sometimes in that gate to get in right there on the side road, you can walk in a little side gate there is locked. So we got to walk all the way down to the main entrance to get into the media lot. That's Trent Brown. He's that locked gate right there. Like you got to walk. If I got to walk all the way around this guy, the ball's gone by the time I can walk around him.
Well, the other dynamic is that I think that the running backs they're leaving some yardage on the table at times. DeMeco said as much in the press conference last week, and I think you can watch with your naked eye. You know, without even really knowing much about offensive football, you can see there's times where, like, wow, that is a gaping hole right there.
The left.
Like, why are you not taking it? So that hopefully will improve as these guys see more pictures of clean blocking. I like Joe Mixon. Look, I know Ian Rappaport said that Joe Mixon's not coming back this year. Joe Mixon pushed back against that on social media, saying, hey, bro, you must know more about this than I do. I think that the way Ian Rappaport had framed it was there isn't an expectation he'll come back. I think that's fair. Even if Joe Mixon feels like there's a chance he's going to come back, I don't think you can expect him to come back.
No.
You know, it's a huge bonus if he does, because Joe Mixon simply has more to him than either Nick Chubb or Woody Marks. But it's just I can't sit here and bank on that or expect that it's going to happen.
Well, and we asked Nick Caserio about it a week ago, and one of the things Nick said in that answer was it's getting to be kind of late in the game here.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's week 13 now. Like, how much time does Joe Mixon need to shake rust off to look like Joe Mixon also? He hasn't been doing any football stuff.
I don't think it would be unfair to frame what Nick said as saying he doesn't expect him to return.
I agree.
I think he kept it open as a possibility, but it certainly didn't sound like he expected him to return.
No, if we were reading tone, it definitely didn't. So your view on your KHOU question, it's an interesting answer because you were talking literally about the pressure the offensive line is allowing on him. What about the conventional type of sort of judgmental pressure on CJ?
I don't think it's any different than it was before.
I mean,
he was the offense was embattled in a lot of ways, and they were inconsistent. They had struggled versus the better defenses. The offensive line still has to prove that when they go up against dominant pass rushers, and they've made definitive improvement. Ariante Ursary has come light years from where he was, but they still have to prove that they can produce versus the really, really good defenses.
He's a starting quarterback in the NFL. That pressure will always be there, and there's zero chance of him losing his starting job. When I think of the pressure, I think of like, okay, you better do this or else. And I don't think there's any or else with C.J. Stroud. He's going to be the starting quarterback for this team, not just this season, but I think for a long, long time. So, yeah.
The Jaguars' defense is probably – and then it's – like the Jaguars' defense is the best defense they've faced that they've performed really well against. If you just go by EPA, the Jags are the 8th best defense right now.
Okay.
You know, like conventional stats and whatever are a little bit different. They're more mediocre, I believe. But the Colts are the next really impressive defense statistically, at least. I think that's a little bit. The stats are a little bit misleading. I mean, you saw the letdown in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Sure.
But statistically, this is one of the best defenses they'll face all season.
Yeah.
So you get C.J. Stroud back with a brand new offensive line that he hasn't played against. He hasn't ever played behind this configuration. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. 3-0, man. 3-0 in this 3 games. CJ and Jalen Petrie were both out. You know, that's big. And as you pointed out earlier, I would guess that Petrie was practicing before CJ was. So he was a day earlier than CJ in the protocol, being back out on the practice field. So I would guess we're getting Jalen Petrie back this week as well.
And that's a big one too. Is you're going to face. Well, they had that banged-up secondary. They faced a couple of teams that don't have great wide receivers. And then these next 2 weeks, they've got some real threats that they're going to face in the wide receiving corps. So Jalen Petrie coming back right now. If you had to time up Jalen Petrie missing a couple of games, these last 2 games were good ones for him to miss.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Really good for him to come back versus the Colts.
Good way to put it. A couple texts coming in. 713-572-4610. Shout out to you guys if you're working this week. Good job. Seth, this is a good one. I have a question. Besides CJ, what is the safest jersey to buy that the player will have a long-term career on the Texans?
Oh, I'd say Will Anderson.
I think Will would be the safest, including CJ.
Including CJ.
Yes.
Will Anderson has definitively proven that he deserves a contract extension after his third year. CJ Stroud, you could have a healthy debate over it. A lot of that falls into the category of, in general, I don't like that quarterbacks are getting an extension no matter what.
Yeah.
I think he will get, Trevor Lawrence and Tua Tagovailoa and those guys, they get the extension just because that's what folks do these days. But I think Will Anderson is way more emphatically shown that he deserves that contract.
Who are so if we were power ranking the safest ones, I think Will number 1. I would put CJ number 2.
I think Jalen Petrie, just because he's wired that way.
Yeah.
Remember, was he the only guy at Baylor that stayed of the starters? Whatever it was, he was
very few.
He was like when they broke that program up. Jalen Petrie said, "Nope, I'm staying.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie is probably going to end up being married for 57 years or so, however long until he dies. He's wired for commitment, I think.
He's from here too, so I think he's always going to probably the default for. Well, and look, what's considered a long time in football? In football, aside from your quarterback and a guy like Will Anderson Jr., everybody else is kind of on a 2 or 3 year cycle at the most.
And now, if you want to be a little bit more of a learned football fan, show up wearing an offensive lineman's jersey.
Okay.
I think Ariante Ursary is a good bet right now.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
You find yourself a franchise left tackle. Those guys are very durable. Like Will Anderson is a made man in terms of how good a football player he is. Ariante Ursary's upside is huge, and he's made a lot of progress. If I had to If Ariante Ursary were playing if he were right now as established as Will Anderson, and what you're looking for is maximum length of tenure, I would go with Ariante Ursary just because offensive tackles tend to be pretty damn durable.
Yeah, and they haven't super spent on that side of the ball either. Like I would, the one that pops to mind immediately for me because the coaches love him, the front office loves him. The league is starting to fall in love with him, too, is Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter is a guy who should be on the team for a long, long time, but can you pay 2 corners, $25, $30 million a year or whatever?
They might have to end up making a tough decision.
Yeah.
I wonder with Kamari, though, too, just his style of play. I don't know. He might be one of these guys that ends up remember the old that linebacker from the Panthers that basically knocked himself out of the league with multiple concussions. Oh, he's the GM now of the Panthers.
Dan Morgan.
Yeah, Dan Morgan.
Dan Morgan. Yeah, now he's running the team.
Yeah, literally knocked himself off the team with he concussed himself over and over and over again.
Now he's making all the important decisions for the team. Yeah. Oh.
And he actually looks like he might be around as the GM for a while.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, they play tonight.
But I worry about Kamari Lassiter's style of play. Sean, I'm watching that game. The one, a lot of people have seen the play where he came down on a blitz and took on the fullback and stood up the fullback and shut him down.
Yes.
It was beautiful. But there were so many instances in that game of Kamari Lassiter looking like he was trying to water boy whoever bullied him when he was a kid. If it was a tight end, if it was a larger wide receiver, one of those screens, he came up on the force to force the play back inside and just destroyed the dude. He loves hurting people.
I didn't like the people replying to the tweets of that play where he blew up the fullback on the 4th down.
Yeah.
Acting like that's just something cornerbacks do.
Well, George Foster, who's a guy I played against, he was an offensive lineman in the league for a long time. Then he was in scouting for a while. Very smart, former offensive lineman who knows what he's talking about. He had sent out a video because he went to Georgia. He's a Bulldog. Said something like, "Hey man, corners don't do this." And all of the replies of people saying, "You don't know ball, man. That's just whatever. That happens all the time and everything."
You don't know ball.
Yeah,
the guy's a scout.
No, there's a whole lot of you don't know ball.
Oh.
They're like, "Oh, that's just physics, man. It's force equals mass times acceleration. He's fast." I'm like, no, he wasn't doing that. He wasn't doing that to a wide receiver or even a tight. He was doing it to a fullback.
Oh my God.
That was what was so impressive about it on a kick-out block.
Jeez. Hey, by the way, before we get to Acknowledge Me here, I don't know if you saw the Texans. It was pretty fun. They put out a video of a handful of guys on the defense. Like it was Lassiter and Bullock sitting together. Togi was on there. There's one or two other guys, and they were watching highlights of DeMeco Ryans' playing career, and it was really funny. Like you could tell that with some of these guys, they didn't quite realize like how good he was. Yeah. As a football, like as an actual play. They showed some of his Alabama highlights, like 2 or 3 Alabama highlights. They showed a couple of his Texan highlights. One, they forced a fumble, scoop, and scored. Like, dang, coach, picking him up and putting him down. The funniest part of it was Lassiter and Bullock, who both have very extravagant, hair situations going on. Yeah. They're like, dang, he was bald back in college? It was funny.
Remember, that's when I felt old, was when Kamari Lassiter got drafted and somebody informed him that DeMeco Ryans had played at Alabama, and Lassiter just assumed he had played for Saban. Like Lassiter didn't even know there was a world where Mike Shula was the coach of the. Oh my God! He didn't know there was a time back. I wonder if Lassiter knows that Saban coached at LSU back in the day.
Yeah, right.
Probably not. Why would he? Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, it was fun. It's a good video. It's like 3 minutes long. If you're listening right now and you haven't seen it yet, go out of your way to find it. It's pretty funny. These guys just marveling at what a good player their coach was. Like, yeah, he was the defensive rookie of the year in 2006.
Did any of them make comments about how he probably wouldn't make it as a middle linebacker?
No,
these days,
not that made the video. Who knows what wound up on the cutting room floor?
Well, DeMeco will say that himself.
For sure.
He was an old school middle linebacker, a big guy.
Yep.
Now, I think he probably, if he played in modern times, he'd just play at 10 pounds lower body weight or something.
Yeah, or he'd be lighter.
I think he was plenty fast enough. He was a little bit. He wasn't as sleek a physique as they want at middle linebacker.
I think you don't realize with DeMeco, when you stand next to him, he's taller than you would think. He's pretty tall. That's the one thing I've known. Of course, I'm short, so what the hell? Everybody's tall to me. Who knows? All right, let's acknowledge some people for their performances over the weekend. We'll even go back to last Thursday with the Texans. Did we get a chance to acknowledge everybody? Probably not. And we acknowledged Will Anderson back then, and damn it, we're going to acknowledge him again. Here is Will Anderson Jr., acknowledged right here. We'll acknowledge him first.
Acknowledge me.
Here's Will Anderson with a nice negative 18-yard play against the Buffalo Bills.
Allen on 3rd 6 to throw. Allen pocket collapsing. Allen escapes a sack. Allen backing up now, sliding to the left side, can't square up, and he's all the way deep in the backfield. He's finally brought down at the 24-yard line by Will Anderson Jr., the Terminator.
I love when Vandy screams the Terminator.
I think that one of my big questions going into that game was, hey, can you keep Josh Allen from running for first downs, especially in situations like 3rd and 6 or shorter, where sometimes it's just easy. There were multiple times in that game where his instinct was to run. And on that play, he ends up being able to scramble out to the left. But Mario Edwards did a good enough job of pressing him to the line of scrimmage as everybody else came in pursuit. And he had to turn back and ended up making it a much worse sack because he had to keep – there were multiple times in that game where Josh Allen thought he was going to get 5 easy yards up the middle. But just as he started to pull it down, a defensive tackle showed up in front of him. And then he had to turn back into a passer, and then it was a disaster for him. Because then he's trying to look downfield, and it's only a 4-man pass rush, and there's just bodies everywhere out in the secondary. They really did a good job of making Josh Allen very, very uncomfortable, and they very much limited how much he could run for. And then there were times when the one play that Will Anderson got wasn't a sack, where Josh Allen was just about to probably pull it down and run, and he did, and ended up getting 2 yards on the play. That was the one where he looked like a dead cockroach immediately afterwards.
Yes.
Or a dying cockroach.
Did they line up at all in tush-push formation in that game, the Bills?
They did. Well, no, it wasn't a tush-push because he just left over on that one QB.
That's right. I mean, but that counts. They were kind of condensed up at the line. I say
it was
that
a QB sneak style,
QB sneak. Well, I say that because the 4th and 1 they had to have in the fourth quarter. They just lined up with a fullback offset to the left and James Cook and handed off to James Cook. That was the Kamari Lassiter play.
And that was another one that I know I saw a lot of Bills fans saying that basically, they've run this exact play multiple times. Texans knew it was coming. Great job, Joe Brady.
Yep. The sack totals right now, we'll get to Myles Garrett in a minute here. Myles Garrett is just on one right now. 18 sacks. Probably going to break the single-season record. Brian Burns, he's got 18. Myles Garrett after yesterday. Brian Burns, 13. And then the two Texans, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, both with double-digit sacks with 6 games still left in the season.
Danielle has 11. Will has 10.5.
Yeah.
So, like, the Myles Garrett's, I mean, we'll see. You know, these things, he keeps routinely showing up with 3+ sacks in games.
In the last 5 games, he's got 14 sacks.
And at the very least, yesterday, look, they were a competitive football team. It was versus the Raiders, but still, they did some incredible touchdown pass by Shedeur Sanders. There's another really nice screen that he threw that ended up going for longer.
Yep.
So, he's been doing it all season long with no help at all from the offense.
No.
So whether Shedeur Sanders ends up doing good things or not, it's just hard to predict anybody but Myles Garrett right now.
All right, Texans offensive line.
Acknowledge me.
I feel like we had a nice little chat about them earlier in this segment, but let's acknowledge them because this was their best performance of the year. Their best performance in over 2 years when it comes to the pressure rate they allowed. First, we'll acknowledge Trent Brown.
Acknowledge me.
0 pressures across 21 matchups with Joey Bosa, becoming the first blocker to allow 0 pressures against Bosa with at least 15 matchups in a game since 2018, which is about the time Bosa was a rookie. So practically Bosa's whole career.
I'm glad, when I had first seen that, I hadn't seen the Joey Bosa part, and I'm glad that I did because Trent Brown did have one. I don't know if it was chalked up as a pressure or not. Those pressure stats, for those of you who don't know, it's not an official stat, and they're all over the place. The one that Davis Mills threw, where he overthrew Jaden Higgins to the right sideline.
Yeah,
boy, that was quick pressure there. I give Davis Mills a pass on that one because he got rid of the ball right before. It looked like Trent Brown may have just misgauged exactly how much of a speed rush he was going to get. Mm-hmm. But other than that and 1 or 2 other plays, he was just very, very solid all night long.
Yep.
And, I was sitting next to my brother-in-law who's a Bills fan in the game, and he's like, where's Joey Bosa? Haven't heard it. Haven't seen him a single damn time.
Yeah.
Where's Joey Bosa?
Yeah.
Yes, he's getting Trent Browned, man.
That's
what's happening.
That's right, man. When you go up against the Trent Brown, this is what's going to happen, all right? You know who else? In a good way for the Texans till the end of the game, till the hook and lateral play, actually.
Yeah.
I'm like, is Derek Stingley Jr. even out here tonight? Because they didn't target him at all. The Bills, I'm saying. Yeah. They didn't throw his direction maybe one time the whole game.
They do not have good receivers. You know? They just don't. So I think the last thing in the world Josh Allen is looking for is whoever's matched up on Derek Stingley.
Yeah, it was wild.
Stingley's had a weird year because I think how I feel about PFF. I try to just take it with a grain of salt, but I don't try to hate on him. But sometimes I do think guys are overly rewarded or overly punished based on what their teams are asking them to do.
Yeah.
And I think with Derek Stingley, his PFF grades are way lower than they should be as an indicator of how well he's played.
Yeah.
And that's they're having him play a good amount of off coverage, and there's times where I think he's got a tough assignment that it's not because of his ability or anything that he might allow a reception. It's just that's the way the defense is playing. He's just as good as he's ever been.
Dude, I think every team other than Denver would trade their best corner for Derek Stingley Jr.
Yeah.
In a second. Jameis Winston.
Acknowledge me.
Okay, Jameis Winston yesterday. I don't know. The only reason you'd see this game is because you'd see it on Red Zone here. If you had Sunday Ticket, you could watch it. The Giants probably should have beaten the Lions yesterday, but the Lions managed to come back and win the game. They were leading all afternoon in this game. Jameis Winston started at quarterback for the Giants. He was 18 of 36, so he only completed 50% of his passes. But it was for 366 yards. Like every pass was a deep shot. He had 2 touchdown passes. He had a receiving touchdown where he actually broke a tackle near the goal line. They lost that game in overtime, but damn it, Jameis kept it spicy that whole game.
So Jameis Winston, I was thinking about this in the context of Shedeur Sanders. I feel like even if you're making a case for Shedeur Sanders, which I'm open to anything at this point. I'm very intrigued to see what he does with the rest of the season. I'm trying not to have any preconceptions about it whatsoever. Just watch him and see how it all plays out.
Sure.
Jameis Winston at this point in his career, and for several years now, has a delightful personality.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's always been he's cleaned his life up on the off the field.
Yep.
Quit drinking a long time ago, so now you don't have to worry about all of the nonsense that comes along with Jameis Winston. He's got a delightful personality. Shedeur Sanders, can we just admit, even if you think he's going to be awesome or something, that he has got an annoying personality.
Yeah.
Like, and that's where, like, I try not to let that seep into the way I look at Shedeur Sanders, the football player, but you have to at least concede, man, that kid is annoying as hell. Whereas Jameis Winston is delightful. So when he goes out and has ridiculous performances where he might throw for 400 yards, but also 7 interceptions or something, you're kind of like, Jameis.
It's Jameis.
Yeah. But with Shedeur, I feel like people are going to pile on partly because of his personality.
Well, Jameis is the perfect quarterback for a game where his team is 2-8 and they're just in DGAF mode. He's in there as the backup. It was entertaining as hell yesterday. I'm going to acknowledge Shedeur's step. Boy, I wanted to acknowledge Shedeur, but I'm like, man, 11 of 20 for like 200 yards, and one of them was a 70-yard screen.
He had one beautiful shot downfield.
He did.
You got to give him credit for.
To Isaiah, okay, we'll give him.
And he's a rookie on the Browns.
Yeah, give him an acknowledge.
Just go ahead and acknowledge him.
We'll acknowledge him.
We'll see what happens. I have got a clean slate, open mind about Shedeur Sanders.
Myles Garrett, I'll acknowledge Myles Garrett.
Acknowledge me!
As we pointed out, he's got 18 sacks now. He needs 5 sacks to break the single-season record currently held by Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt. On Sunday, Myles Garrett, just a ho-hum day at the office. 3 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 4 TFLs, 6 quarterback hits. Now it's Geno Smith who can't get out of his own way, let alone the way of oncoming defensive linemen. But Myles Garrett has 14 sacks over the last 5 games. That's a record for a 5-game period since sacks became an official stat, Seth, in 1982.
The other thing about Myles Garrett is that he's also got a boatload of tackles for a loss.
Yeah.
It's complete and total physical domination.
Yeah.
At this point, it's really. I want to say he's got twice as many TFLs as Danielle Hunter or Will Anderson at this point. Like he's just. And those guys make a lot of TFLs. It's just he's been that dominant and that good. I can't get mad at anybody who's going to argue that Myles Garrett is having a better season than Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter. Those guys are having incredible seasons, but Myles Garrett is having an out of this world. He's having like a peak J.J. Watt type of season.
Yeah, he is. And he may do what J.J. Watt was unable to do, which is break the single season sack record. Speaking of the Watt brothers, T.J. Watt
Acknowledge me!
became the all-time leading sacker in the Watt family yesterday. He with a strip sack fumble touchdown in the end zone against the Chicago Bears and Caleb Williams, he surpassed his big brother J.J. Watt for total career sacks. J.J. 114.5, T.J. 115 now here. And J.J. was on the call for it, which was pretty cool. Here was J.J. Watt.
Recovery, Watt will get credit for the sack on the QB and the forced fumble.
I mean, if he's going to pass my record, that's one hell of a way to do it. With a strip sack causing a touchdown, good for you, TJ.
He is now the Watt family all-time sacks leader. And that is sack number 115 for TJ Watt.
Well, that's it. I'm going to put the pads back on because this is preposterous.
I'm sure John and Connie would love that.
Mom, Dad, Uncle Jer, good to see you guys in the crowd.
Okay, so they panned over to CJ's, or not CJ's, JJ and TJ's parents in the crowd. They were showing a graphic there when JJ sounded like he was more disgusted than he was happy for TJ. They were showing he finally got to see it in graphic form on TV, like, oh, yeah, my brother actually does have more sacks than me now.
I wonder if, I don't know, when Brian Cushing told us in the pregame a couple of weeks ago that JJ is definitively back living full-time in Houston, was that the first public confirmation of that?
It's the first I've heard.
Yeah.
We
broke news.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We got that out of Brian Cushing.
We
dug in. I don't think he just randomly mentioned it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a question about JJ or anything.
Yep.
So that's maybe TJ when he's done he'll come and they'll have a big. I'd like to see the Cushings. Because for those of you who don't know, Brian Cushing's wife is the sister of Kalia, the JJ's wife.
JJ's wife. Yeah, they're brothers.
So bring TJ down and just have just a big old compound.
Dude, yeah.
Do like Olajuwon, except just have it a multi-family compound, like a training facility or something.
When we had Cushing on, I was like, man, those family reunions, the potato sack race and the three-legged race must just be like competitive as hell. Do people still do that? Do they play games at family reunions still?
I have my friend Rich Sheeran. I've talked about him before. Irish. At their family, they do like the Scottish Highland Games. They do a caber toss, and like all that stuff.
Wow,
it's pretty cool. Yeah,
that's amazing.
They up the ante.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to combine the Watt Cushing family reunion with that motif right there. Just warriors running at each other in the field.
Sheerans could outdrink any family I know.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Okay, so if alcohol's involved.
No, they don't mess around.
Okay.
Man. Yeah.
Good job, Sheerans. Hey, one last acknowledgement. East Bernard High School, home of Shane Leckler. Dude, one of the best high school highlights I've ever seen popping up across my timeline. They won a playoff game on Friday night using a Music City Miracle-ish kind of play set. They had their quarterback on the field for kickoff return, and the other team didn't notice. So they ran a play where the kick returner hands it to the quarterback on like one of those reverse style things, but the quarterback then is running to the right with a running back next to him, and they run basically an option. And he pitches it to the running back, who then takes it like 70 yards for a touchdown in the last minute of the game. I love high school football, man.
These high school. I mean, it's kind of grainy even from a distance, but it looked like. I love the high school highlights when it looks like the running back is actually the largest dude on the field.
Yes.
Was he actually that big or
He's
not?
a big
it's
dude,
like watching those old Derrick Henry highlights.
Yeah. I don't know if it's that big, but he was definitely one of the bigger guys on the field compared to that other team for sure.
I wish we knew the names of the guys. I'm sorry to those kids. But
That's
good
okay.
job.
Yeah. Good job, East Bernard. I just that highlight tickled me, man. I'm like, God, that there's a high school coach, coaches special teams, probably teaches gym or something like that, that's had that play sitting there all year.
Hey, this is the kind of stuff that happens in high school football or also on Thursday night football in the NFL. Against the best, that 4th and 27.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's Stingley. That's Stingley kind of going high school mode there and forgetting his responsibilities on that play and playing with poor leverage. It happens at every level.
All right, up next, final segment coming up for us here. We'll hand it over to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. We're done with Davis Mills as the starter for now, it would appear. He went 3-0. What were his most important non-touchdown plays? We relive the magic of the Davis Mills era coming up next.
Relive the magic. How about this?
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I mean, in my current situation, I don't think there's a competition. CJ's the starter for this team. I'm just doing everything I can to bring my best foot forward every day, make everyone else around me better, and try to, provide and play my role to my best ability when I get thrown in there.
All right, that was Davis Mills. That was after the game, his third straight win on Thursday night. Hey, is there a controversy at quarterback? Davis Mills played it exactly how you should if you're the backup quarterback. So I think it's safe to say, and this is with zero disrespect to Davis Mills, Seth, we don't want to see Davis Mills the rest of this season. I think it's fair to say, right?
Right. No, I think that's 100% fair to say.
Yeah.
I am keeping in the back of my mind just, every now and then there's a holy crap moment or something. So it's not 100% out of the realm of possibilities that they would choose to go with Davis Mills over C.J. Stroud, but it would be a cataclysmic shock.
That'd be a story.
It would be headline material nationally all week long.
Yes.
It's 99.99% certain that C.J. Stroud will be the starting quarterback as long as he's completely healthy.
As long as he's healthy and he's on the payroll, he is the starting quarterback. Chances are, absolutely. So instead of just acknowledging Davis Mills, because let's face it, man, you're the backup. You go 3-0 in 3 had-to-have-it games. They had to win these games. And Davis was able to do what a backup quarterback should be able to do in that game, and that's go – or not should be, but he went and got the win in all 3. I would have taken 2-1 probably before this whole thing started. Davis wins all 3. So rather than just giving him a small acknowledgement and acknowledge me, I thought it'd be a good idea to close the book on it and relive, I would say, each of the most important non-touchdown plays in his 3 games. And we'll start with the Jags game. Texans down by 5, end of the game, about 6 minutes to go. They got 3rd and 10 at their own 7-yard line, and he hits Dalton Schultz.
3rd and 10 from the Houston 7, 1 back marks, Mills in the gun, 3 receivers left. Nico short side right, Davis standing in his end zone after the snap, throws right side, caught Schultz, 20, 25 right side, and down across the 28-yard line. First down, Houston. Winger gets there along with the Lookin, but not until Schultz moves the sticks. 20-yard throw from Mills to Dalton.
Without that play, there is no Davis Mills scramble for a touchdown several plays later.
Right, and it was 3rd and 10, backed up deep in their own territory. And I thought that play was great just because it was an illustration of the relationship that Davis Mills and Dalton Schultz have together. Dalton had talked about how they watch film a lot together. They got that Stanford connection, all of that. But on that play, Dalton Schultz has a choice on what he's going to do with his route based on how the linebacker is playing him, and he and Davis Mills were completely on the same page. So as Dalton, that wasn't his first read. As he came back to it, he knew where Dalton Schultz was going to be, and they hit it. The play before, if I remember correctly, he'd kind of airmailed Dalton Schultz out into the flat. It was I think he was doing it it might have been a little bit of a throwaway.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like it was an auspicious play leading up to that play right there.
Well, the first play of that drive on first down, Davis was passing on that play too, and it got batted up in the air.
Oh, that was the one.
Landed in between like 3 Jaguars out there. I mean, it could have been
scary.
Yeah, it could have been a very different story if that
ball was in the air for 378 seconds.
That's what it felt
on that
like.
play is what it felt like.
All right, fast forward to week 11, and I think this is, man, when you think of clutch plays that Davis Mills made, I don't know that anyone was more clutch than this. This is the Texans just inside of their side of midfield, and this is on the final drive against the Titans to go get the game-winning field goal, 3rd and 16.
It's 3rd and 16 for the Houston 42. Marks in the backfield, Mills in the gun. Here's the snap. Davis firing downfield, and he's got Nico Collins on the sideline at the 40. Toe tapper. They say catch. Yes.
That was a great play, partly because after the game, Davis Mills had talked about how by the 4th quarter he knows the defense's calls. He knows what they've been running, and he starts to see things really clearly. And on that play, right before the snap, one of the safeties starts dropping back to where Davis could see that it was going to be cover 2. Mm-hmm. And then he throws a textbook honey hole shot into cover 2 between the safety and the corner. So it was a good job recognizing the coverage pre-snap, but B, it was just a perfect throw.
That throw, dude.
It was 3 inches above the outstretched hand of the safety. It was just underneath enough that the corner couldn't get to it, and then a great catch and toe tapper by Nico Collins.
Had to have it, man. I mean, the game was tied at that point, so it's not as though they don't go down and get a field goal there. It's not like the game is over or something like that. But boy, you wanted. At that point, I'm like, God, they just need to get out of here, man. They just need to get out of here.
I mean, the big thing about both those plays is they're 3rd and longs. They were clutch 3rd and longs. Money Mills used to be kind of a sarcastic moniker, and it's turned into, over these 3 games, he's had some big money moments.
Huge clutch plays. Last one, this is the one I think of against the Bills, because the Bills had just returned the kickoff for the touchdown to go up 16-13, so the Texans have under 2 minutes to go in the half. And I'm thinking, man, at least go down and get a field goal so this thing is tied at the half. I mean, you've been you have carried the play in the first half of this as a team. And instead they go down and get a touchdown, and the biggest play on that drive was right here.
Davis gets the snap. Davis stepping to his right. Davis looking and passing and hitting Kirk. 30, 25, cutting left. 20, 15, 10, left sideline. Dragged out of bounds inside the 10. First and goal, Houston.
The one thing about this play was it took a long time to develop, and the pass protection was really impressive. Mills had to maneuver around in the pocket a little bit, but it was late in the down when Kirk's coming across the middle, and Davis was able to find him. That was, again, when we talk about C.J. Stroud coming back, the offensive line, this is a different offensive line than C.J. was playing behind when he got injured. And the pass protection has really been so vastly improved when it comes to picking up blitzes, when it comes to picking up games and twists and stunts. Ariante Ursary and his development, Trent Brown's emergence. We didn't know for the first half of the season if Trent Brown was even capable of playing football.
Right.
He's come in and been not just playing, but very, very good.
Oh, viable, for
and
sure.
And that's been since C.J. Stroud was injured.
Yeah, that Trent Brown has been house money these couple of starts. Like, okay,
Yeah.
well, not expecting this at all. So that's been good. We're done. That's it. We hand the baton over to John Harris and Mark Vandermeer.
I forgot that it was Monday.
It's Monday, man. Yeah.
Sad.
So we'll be back tomorrow.
I've got to call. Great.
Find something to do for a couple
I've got to
hours.
call the bank because apparently I gave them the wrong account number to draw some funds.
They're so picky.
They're all freaking out about it.
Oh my God! Hey,
I don't know why I gave him my Venmo account for a $2,000 transfer, but there we are.
Yeah.
In Venmo, they wouldn't spot me the $2,000. Thanks a lot, Venmo.
Jerks. Yeah. All right. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you.
All right.
My flush friend.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are out of time.
Can you loan me a couple $1,000?
John, we'll talk off the air. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer up next. We'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 a.m. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Johnson Fitness and Wellness. They'd gladly pull out.
in-game purchases. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
59-yard attempt for the win. Weeks with the snap, Tommy Townsend with the hold, and Kaimi Fairbairn with a chance to give the Texans the victory. Here's the snap by Weeks, the spot. Here's the kick by Fairbairn. Has the distance, and it's good! Fairbairn wins it at the buzzer! The Texans beat the Bills 59 yards for the dub on H-Town Day, 23-20.
Guess we're just playing all kinds of Bills wins.
Wait, did I have a was I in a coma?
Wait, is this 2025?
Did I get in a DeLorean? Wait, Benny, I got to know the significance of pulling last year's. Did you just pull winning play against the Buffalo Bills? Is that what happened?
That's what happened.
Oh, it's okay. I'm thinking.
I mean, listen, I don't mind
he's got a special montage.
I mean, it was the first of 2 wins over the Bills in back-to-back years.
I thought he was going to go like all 6 at NRG Stadium since J.P. Lossman hit Peerless Price in 2006. That was the last time the Bills beat the Texans.
J.J. picks up E.J. Manuel. He goes for a touchdown.
Oh, yeah. I was watching that this weekend for some reason. Anyway, my kid is home, and yesterday is like, Dad, who are we rooting for in this Chiefs-Colts game? And I said, listen, buddy.
Either way, we win. We win either way.
You have to go for the division, Johnny.
I know.
Here you are. 3 weeks ago, we came into this studio. Mm-hmm. The Texans had lost to Denver. Close game. Yep. CJ got concussed. Mills came in. You couldn't move the ball in the second half. Yep. You lose 16-13 against a good team. And we're thinking, where's this going? You're 3-5. Since then, you've won 3 games in a row. And the Colts yesterday fell to the Chiefs. So by you going 6-5 and they're 8-3, I'll do the quick math for you. You play them twice, and you can catch them.
Yep.
There's a little matter of the Jaguars, and we'll get to them.
Well, the Jaguars and their easy schedule.
Yeah, but they get the Colts twice.
Yeah, they get the Colts twice.
So now you're going to have this, wait a minute, who am I rooting for this week thing? Because
that's going to happen.
Are you going to win 6 in a row or make it 9 in a row on the way out here of the regular season? I don't know.
Let's just make this really easy.
You'd love to have a little wiggle room here. Now, it was also said to me over the weekend, because I know you talked to tons of people, so do I, about this whole situation. And, man, like last year we stumbled against the Chiefs and the Ravens. No, there's no stumbling here because you stumbled early. It's kind of like we said it last week. You hit your ball in the water, early off the first tee, and you had to rebound and go up and down, and, here we are.
Right.
We can't screw it up from here. Now, I'm not saying you got to go flawless on the way out.
Right.
There probably is room for a loss or maybe 2. I'm going to say maybe 2.
Right.
I don't know if 4-2 does it down the stretch. And we're going right there, high level, playoff picture, all of it.
Yeah, don't listen to DeMeco.
Yeah, DeMeco's not listening, and Nick Caserio's not listening, so we're good here.
We're good.
Texans are in 9th in the AFC. Don't panic about that. They were in 8th last week. How'd they drop a spot?
Because what happened?
I know. Go ahead, explain. The Steelers have a strength of victory tiebreaker over the Texans, even though they lost.
The Steelers stepped all over themselves yesterday. So the Steelers were leading the AFC North.
Yep.
But when the Ravens won yesterday and the Steelers lost, they flip-flop, and the Texans – at this point, lose the tiebreaker to the Steelers.
But they won't, playing well down the stretch. They're going to beat teams.
Because the Steelers are.
The Steelers, you got Mason Rudolph out there yesterday in Chicago losing. Gosh, the Bears. But
did you see the touchdown? I almost texted you, and I was like, you know what? Not to waste my breath. Did you see the touchdown that Caleb Williams gave the Steelers yesterday?
Oh,
moronic.
Every Sunday when you're not playing, you watch this red zone stuff, and it's awesome. And you just see mistakes galore and big plays galore. And it's just fun to watch. It's a total mess, and it's a lovely mess. And it's the
such
NFL,
a beautiful mess.
And there's nothing more entertaining. Okay, so the Steelers are 8th. The Bills are 7th. They're 7-4. The Jaguars are 7-4. Oh, my gosh. But the Colts, the big one yesterday was the Colts and the Chiefs. And Mahomes is still Mahomes. The Chiefs are not as good as they were. But it doesn't matter because Mahomes is still there. And when the game was on the line, did he make throw after throw, big play after big play? Now, it wasn't one after the other. They were in holes. They were in third and longs. They were in touchy situations, but he got them out of it. And Rashee Rice is a dangerous player. If he's not out there for the Chiefs, they're done. They're done. Kelsey isn't who he was. I'm not saying he can't make plays anymore. There's no question he can make plays, but he's not Kelsey of 5 years ago. And with Hollywood Brown, he's not Hollywood Brown anymore either.
No.
But Rashee Rice is whoever he
Rice is legit. There's no doubt.
And with Mahomes and him having that connection, that makes things a lot better because they can't run the ball the way they want to either. And the defense isn't even what it was, but okay, let's go with it. They came from behind to beat the Colts, and that's what you wanted to see. So now you can catch the Colts. So Indy's up there, and here we go. DeMeco Ryans is 3-1 against the Colts. He's the only Texans head coach in the history of the franchise to have a winning record against the Horseshoe, and we're going to keep it that way. I know even with a loss, you're 3-2, but we're going to keep stacking against the Horseshoe, get this one done on Sunday, and then buckle up and get ready for the Chiefs. But this is not going to be easy. The Colts are desperate. They know what's coming. They know the Texans are their nemesis in recent years, and they're going to try to do everything they can to get this one.
But what did I tell you about the Colts? What did I tell you? Went to Germany.
Weak schedule.
Well, there's that. Went to Germany.
Yeah.
Had to play a game in overtime.
Yes.
Had the bye week. Okay, it's fine.
Bye week.
But then you come out of the bye week, you play another overtime game.
Yep.
And now you're facing us, and we're hot, and we've got the mini bye.
Yeah.
So, if anything, the Colts are going to have to circle the wagon a little bit. But here's what bothers me. If I'm a Colts fan this morning, which I am not, and you know that.
Right.
We are definitely not. Why did Jonathan Taylor touch the ball one time in the fourth quarter?
I don't know. They panicked. They felt like they had to throw the football.
That's exactly my point.
I don't know why.
They panicked.
The box didn't even look that loaded. I don't know.
They let a good team get in their heads. They were pretty much dominating that football game. Now, I will say.
Who's the MVP candidate? Daniel Jones or Jonathan Taylor?
Yes, exactly. I hope they forget that on Sunday,
What
too.
did Nick Saban say? Think players, not plays, when you're in crunch time moments.
That's why we better get
player.
We better get ready for 28 for about 25.
Well, they're going to do
touches.
their best. They're going to do their best.
They know they need to win this game. They know they got to hand the ball to 28 or throw it to 28. 28's going to see the ball 25 to 30 times. I am convinced.
And think about this, Johnny. I mentioned DeMeco's record against the Colts. They've all been close games. They've all been one-score games. Last year, 2 one-score games. Obviously, the loss was a close, well-ish game. That week 2, 2023. That's 100 years ago now. But when you look at the second one, close game. We all saw it together. That was a tremendous game, regular season finale 2023. I think that you have the tools to beat them. Now, you likely, I'll say likely, this is Dr. Vandermeer talking, nobody official, get CJ back this week because he did the event at the Houston Texans YMCA on Friday. That was great. He was around on Thursday night. That was great. So you would think that he's coming back this week, and boy, could they use him to rev up this offense. Now, how sharp? What's the rust factor like? I love that you get a practice today to go along with whatever else you get this week. It's not like you played yesterday. You get the practice today. He could do whatever he was doing to recover from the concussion. We had Dr. Kenneth Padell's interview on Friday night talking more about concussion recovery, not specific to CJ, but in general. So let's hope that you get him out here, and he's got to get in top form real fast, because this is Colts, Chiefs, and the rest of it down the stretch.
This, to me, it's so clear to me how the Colts will go about this. Number one, yesterday, they screwed up not giving the ball more to, or getting, not just handing the ball to Jonathan Taylor, finding ways to get the ball to Jonathan Taylor. You mentioned that 2023 game, the end of the season one. That game goes a totally different way if at some point in the third quarter Jonathan Taylor doesn't go out with an ankle injury because he's gashing us.
Yeah.
Gashing us. I remember, we just need to stop the bleeding. I remember you used the phrase, we got to stop the bleeding. We did long enough. He went out of the game, and when he came back, we shut down. He had a ton of success. When the Colts have beaten us in the past, it has been about 28. It hasn't been about Jacoby or Richardson or even Daniel freaking Jones. It's about 28. If you slow down 28 and you keep, like last year, the first game, Anthony Richardson just threw, Hail Mary balls basically, and Alec Pierce went up and snagged them, and they got in the game with that. But if 2021, we played them twice. I mean, we got wiped out. look at the numbers for Jonathan Taylor in those 2 games. He's phenomenal. We have struggled to beat them when Taylor takes over a game. So you're coming into a game against the Texans. The Texans just sacked Josh Allen 8 times.
Yeah.
You don't think we can get back to Daniel Jones?
Oh, yeah, you can get to Daniel Jones.
So
but whose line is better?
Who, the Bills or Colts?
Yeah.
It's pretty close.
Okay, it's pretty close.
Pretty close. But my point in that is you just watched them sack Josh Allen 8 times. You just had a game in which you didn't hand the ball to Jonathan Taylor in the fourth quarter, and you lost. And Jonathan Taylor has had incredible games against the Texans, and when he does, they win. This formula is easy on Sunday. 28's getting the ball all the time. Hit him, stop him, you win the game.
Well, you have to
Simple
be
as
careful. Play action is going to be a thing.
Understood.
And they've got good receivers.
Understood.
We all know that.
But you can play action all you want. You go ahead, play action.
I worry about Tyler Warren, tight end, rookie.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm not worried about other people.
Okay.
But you know as well as I do, just there's the formula. There are the 3 things that you're scared of if you're Shane Steichen. Like, hey, wait a second. And I guarantee you that there's a GM knocking on the door of Shane Steichen today. Shane, 28 is your guy. Run the damn ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember when Frank Reich was not running the ball early with that offensive line back in 2018. Ballard went to him and said, you got to let these young guys, at the time, Quentin Nelson, Braden Smith, they were some young guys. Ryan Kelly was still a young guy. He's like, you got to let these young guys fire off the ball.
And they did.
And lo and behold, they all of a sudden they started running it really well. And they didn't even have Jonathan Taylor.
And they beat the Texans here and in the playoffs.
That's right.
Yikes.
They will run the ball on Sunday.
James Cook, he had 116 yards on Thursday night.
There you go. There's a 4th. Throw it in there.
He's the 2nd leading rusher in the league behind Jonathan Taylor. Now, Cook had that 45-yard run. You take that away. I'm going full Dom Capers right now.
16
you take
for
that,
71.
take away the big play,
the
Johnny. And then
16 for 71. Right done the math.
See? You've done it. See?
Yes, I know.
Just don't allow the big home run ball, which is saying something because Jonathan Taylor does that. He hits the home run on teams. He does this. He's done it against the Texans. You got to be ready for this one. So you get CJ back. Now, on the offensive side for the Texans, this Davis Mills coming in, starting 3 games, winning 3 games. CJ, where's he going to be? I think CJ was playing well when he went out. I mean, you beat the 49ers. He played well in that game. I know you wanted to score more points, but he played well in that game. My goodness. Offensive Player of the Week candidate after that game. And then against Denver, I know you weren't able to punch it in early, but I thought I saw enough that had he stayed in that game, I think you win that game against Denver. I think so too. I think the universe is a much better place right now with CJ playing all the way through because I think you'd have one more victory than you do. All right? Yep. That would be nice. However, Davis Mills did a remarkable job coming in, starting 3 games, 3 dubs, and you get CJ back. Now, in that time, Trent Brown comes in. You're playing much better up front. You're running the ball well. Woody Marks is getting a whole lot more reps. The carries break down on Thursday night. Woody, 16. Nick Chubb, 6. Okay? They ran for 108. They're not going to throw a parade running for 108, but it's a lot better than 75 or some of the other totals we've seen this year. So you'll take it. And it did not include a voluminous number from the quarterback. It was 2 for 4, all right, from Davis Mills. So, yeah, you got some runs on Thursday night. You need more. You need even more. You need Woody Marks to have the Woody Marks show at Indianapolis and Nick Chubb to play well, clearly. But I think the rookie receivers have grown up 3 games more. We talked about Ursery against Jacksonville, game 1 against Jacksonville. Could have been better against Josh Hines-Allen. Game 2 did a really great job against Josh Hines-Allen. This is a team on the rise.
Oh, totally.
You and I
An offense on the rise for sure. And to your point, J.J. Zachariason, who's a fantasy guy, tweeted, Woody Marks has seen his snap shares of 78%, 66%, and 73% over his last 3 games. Those are his 3 highest snap shares of the season. So, I mean, I think that's – and again, I think what that has done is it's really kind of put the square peg in the square hole and the round peg in the round hole because with Nick Chubb, you know, the guy's coming off, 2 major surgeries the last couple of years. You want to make sure he's got some gas when you need it down the road. Plus, you're seeing Woody be more involved in the passing game and then what he can do in the run game. So it makes sense because it feels like it maximizes Nick's 7 to 8 to 9 carries he gets in a game, and it gives you more dynamic play, seemingly, with Woody in both the run game and the pass game. His pass pro is tremendous. He had another one the other night where he took out a linebacker that was blitzing. It was really fun to watch. So, yeah, it makes sense. This is an offense definitely on the rise. There's no question about it. Now,
but we're not saying it's like Air Coryell here or Greatest Show on Turf,
saying that.
but they're improving.
That's what I'm saying. On the rise, they're playing better.
Yes, it's slow and steady
wins down though, if I can.
Don't you think it's slow and steady wins the race? This is This is slow and steady improvement.
Slow and steady, as long as slow and steady is improving. That's fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
getting
if you're
better.
just slow and just staying along, but they're doing different things offensively. I thought Nick had once they got in the red zone, he went to the, I don't want to say bag of tricks, it's just kind of the euphemism we use, but he kind of did go to the bag of tricks. He had the X going to throw the pass, but it didn't work, so he peeled out, went the other way. They're just doing some things offensively that I look at and go, okay, that's different. Like there are times, I know people haven't really pointed this out, and I've, not because, I don't know, but there are times where they're running some college stuff, where they're running and calling a bubble screen one way, but they're running a zone play the other way. Like literally, they're splitting the line down the middle. Line, you do this. Other line, you do this. And so they're doing some different things schematically, which I think is maybe helping them a little bit. Just freezing the linebackers a little bit, just giving them a different look. So, they ran, there was a lot of talk about motion and all that kind of stuff. And so they've had more motion in the offense. And look, CJ, we're all excited about CJ coming back. But I would imagine internally he's feeling a little bit of the pressure of, man, Davis is 3-0. Now, I want to put this to bed because I heard Sean talk about this. And the first thing that Sean brought up was Davis's numbers from Thursday night. He's 16-30. Okay? I'm definitely not going to sit here and tell you that Davis should be starting over CJ. Not my point. But when you walk out of that game on Thursday night and you go, well, Davis didn't do a lot to help. Look, there were 2 drops by Cade Stover. I went over this. 2 drops by Cade Stover. He had 2 throwaways. He had Kirk in the hands in the end zone for a touchdown. That's 5 throws right there. Let's take the 2 throwaways out. Let's give Stover a couple of receptions, and Kirk gets a touchdown. Now all of a sudden you're talking about, 17 for 25 for 203 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was just
you take that, and that's really what he was on the precipice of. So I'm not going to sit here, and I will not tell you, C.J. Stroud is a starting quarterback for this team. I do not want to hear about controversy and all that kind of stuff. And Davis did a hell of a job. But I will not sit here and say, oh, Davis, no, they won despite Davis. No. He didn't start great, but he also had those drops and a couple of throwaways.
I don't think Sean was saying that, though.
No, but I've heard that from a lot of people. But it's just I heard Sean say the number 16-30.
Yeah.
And that's what stuck with me.
Well, because it was a slow start. Stover did have that drop and everything. And so the numbers started out like 1 for 5 or something. But then he climbed up quick.
That's right.
And they won. W. You put one in that column.
Key throws at key times. I mean, that drive right before the half is enormous.
Yeah.
Enormous to come back from that. To me, when we look back at this season, my hope is that we'll look back at this 3-game stretch and the point at which we look at this team and say, when did you feel like it really changed? There are a lot of different points, but when you respond with a less than 90-second drive after they run back a kickoff to take the lead on you, that, to me, it speaks volumes of what this team is turning into.
Yeah, that's a good point, Johnny. Because in the last 3 games, all wins, you've allowed 2 returns for touchdowns, 1 punt and 1 kickoff against the better teams of the 3.
That's right.
And that hurt a lot, and you were able to overcome those things.
How many times have we given up a return, or how many times have we had a return for a touchdown?
Well,
statistically, it's been a win for us, or a loss if you've given one up.
Statistically, if you do that, if you allow
it's a
return
crazy number, isn't it?
It's Dom Capers gave it. I'm sure it's different now. I mean, adjusted, but it's still a positive for the team that does it. He told me earlier. I said, if a team returns a kick, punt, or whatever for a touchdown, your odds of winning are like very low, very low.
Yeah.
So the fact that they were able to respond so quickly, to your point, awesome. I think things changed for me when you scored against the Jaguars late and then the defense stopped them.
Yeah.
despite the fact that they have a kicker who can kick it from outer space.
Yep.
You stopped them on that next drive. So you scored and you stopped them. And I thought, okay, maybe the universe has flipped.
Yep.
But there you are the next week in Nashville in a 13-13 game, and you need a drive to win.
Oh.
And you got the 3rd and 16 throw to Nico. So that's awesome. Davis did a great job. You got to get CJ going because the ceiling is so good with him. It's so high.
Right.
And I want to see them work together and continue to climb in their ability, their proficiency with this offense.
And there's who knows whether we're going to have to see Davis again this year. I hope not. I hope that
Not
CJ's
that
playing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. You just don't want to see anything happen to CJ, but you just never know. And I saw Davis in the cafeteria, and it's just, I have this, like, I want to go thank him, because he very easily could have gotten on the field. And it's, you think about Davis's track the last couple of years, and you think about that 2023 game, we go to Tennessee, and everybody thinks he's starting in its case.
Yeah.
And, he talked about it a little bit over the last couple of weeks about how, he didn't say it at the time, but that was really frustrating for him, which I can imagine. And he rebounded. He never, went into the tank. He just rebounded. He got better at playing a position and came up massively. How many teams have missed quarterbacks would have loved to have had Davis Mills the last how many ever weeks?
Well, it's such a feather in his cap and the organization's cap and everybody's cap, really.
Mm-hmm.
The fact, and Cap's cap, the fact that you were able to get Mills in here and get this.
Yep.
How many teams are dead if they don't have their starting quarterback?
Yep.
You think the Buccaneers are going to go 3-0 with a backup quarterback? I don't even know who it is.
Teddy Two Gloves?
Maybe not, right? And he's started a lot of games. He's been to the playoffs. Davis has started a bunch of games, too, 25 before this recent stint. So now he's got 28 starts in his career. There are not too many teams that could have done this.
No.
So here you are with the opportunity at 6-5.
That's right.
You're right here with 6 games to go. And, yeah, you're in 9th, like I just said, but you're right there. You're right there. And, again, you've got the opponents. You can determine your fate just by knocking off the Colts twice, hanging on, this is like it's easy. You just do it.
Right.
You got the Chiefs next week. We all know that's tough. But all that matters right now, this is what DeMeco's going to tell the team today, beat the horseshoe on Sunday. Take care of that business. Let everything else fall into place. And by the way, I never thought I'd say this, but go Cowboys. Because they have, have the Chiefs on Thursday, and I want them to get a notch.
Let's go, Dak.
I want them to get a notch in the Chiefs L column because watching yesterday's Chiefs-Colts game, I'm sitting there. I want the Chiefs to win this game, but I'm happy that they're losing, but I'm not happy that it's the Colts.
It was so confusing.
It was very emotionally difficult,
so confusing,
football-wise, to watch this thing. And look, my rooting interest has no bearing on this. If my rooting interest had a bearing on things, we'd be celebrating 23 Super Bowl victories.
Well,
it has no bearing. So I'm just watching it, trying to decide who I'm rooting for in certain situations because I can't stand watching Mahomes be successful.
No.
But, man, did he make some key throws. He's the football equivalent of a Michael Jordan or whoever that, hey, the game's on the line. You need a bucket. Here it is. You need another bucket. Here it is. We got to convert. Here it is. We win. Let's walk out of here with the dub.
And you know what? The Colts were their own worst enemy. They had that game 20-9. They didn't hand the ball to Jonathan Taylor, and the Colts or the Chiefs.
Was it like 4 3-and-outs? Was it 4 3-and-outs in a row?
Yeah, the Chiefs were doing a nice job. By the way, while we're at it, screw you, Cardinals. But the Chiefs.
Oh, I'll get to them.
Yeah. But the Chiefs, they did what they needed to do to go win a game. As Jim Nantz and Tony Romo were pointing out the entire game. By the way, that's a tough listen. Anyways, it really is. I mean,
I think. Well,
Tony's just
listen. You're bringing up a lot of stuff. I could talk for a while on the broadcasts, all of them. And on that one, too. Mm-hmm. And I love Nance. I think Tony makes it difficult on Jim right now.
Absolutely
I thought early on a really big burst of energy for Jim. Now, and, Jim at the end of the Sims era had to really help out Phil. I like Phil. I like Phil on Mad Dog Radio talking about the NFL, but it was getting tough on the CBS #1 broadcast, and we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah.
But one note on the Cardinals. Just one thing. Spike the frickin' ball when you get into the red zone at the end. You made a beautiful play to get down there. Who's the receiver? Wilson?
Wilson.
Spinning the ball.
Spinning the
what
ball.
Are you doing?
Give it to the ref.
Celebrating. The clock is running,
Stanford
dude.
guy. A Stanford guy.
The clock is running. Spike it. They're trying to run a play. Well, they threw it quick to the side, and now I got 7 seconds left. Now we got to kick the field goal. What? You know what? You spike it. You could have had 2 shots because it would be second and third down. 2 shots at the end zone. Then you kick the field goal to guarantee overtime. Instead, you had 1 play. It was rushed. It was terrible. Just spike it. You get 2, and you get to talk about them. Just crazy, horrible clock management at the end
mad
of the Cardinals. Because I wanted them to beat the Jags so bad. Trevor Lawrence
was so bad yesterday.
4 turnovers.
4 turnovers.
Come on. And they still win, and they're still a game ahead of the Texans. And Johnny, I don't want that 3rd week loss to the Jags because that's the one I feel the worst about of all the losses. Of the 5 losses, that's the one. I've said it before, and I don't want that one to come back and haunt them. Like a missed extra point early in the game.
With that schedule they have, it's going to. Somehow, some way, it's going to.
It's not going to. No, it's all going to smooth out. You watch. You watch. It's all going to be fine. We're going to be okay. It's all going to be taken care of. Okay, if you're not feeling well, listen, not an option, right? Whether you're suffering from allergies, cold, skin rash, pink eye, my gosh, all the ailments out there. Houston Methodist 24/7 on-demand video visits. Right, you can get things taken care of virtually. HoustonMethodist.org has more information on virtual visits. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
A breast cancer.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
4th down and 6 at the Houston 22-yard line. Allen shotgun, Ty Johnson to his right. At the Houston 22, orbit motion, Shakir. Allen back to throw. Allen airing it out. Allen picked off by Bullock. It's over. The Texans are going to do it. There's a flag down in the secondary. It's against the Bills. The Texans pull it off. They're going to knock off Buffalo tonight.
And they did. They killed the clock, and the Texans 6-5, and Andy Kalu joins us now. Texans Monday. Good morning, Andy. All right, let's start right there. I know you like that defense. What'd you think Thursday night?
You know, every week the defense just makes a statement stating that they are the best defense the Texans have seen. I remember a few weeks ago, I was debating with a buddy of mine, and he brought up, one defense or 1 year where it could have been that year. But every week I'm saying it's just proving that the defense we're watching now as Houston Texans fans or just football fans is the best we've seen in program history. And I think after a while, it's not even going to be debatable.
Indy, I want to ask you this. It felt like they had Josh, the pass rush. And when people talk about a pass rush, they just, it's this great move. It's this great athleticism. It's this great power and strength and all that kind of stuff. I don't know that when you get 8 sacks that it wasn't about the intelligence in how they were going about rushing Josh Allen. That if one guy was rushing high side, that they made sure the guy from the other side was rushing to low, so they maybe pushed him up and pushed him into each other. They blitzed Stingley one time. He stepped up. Henry Toa knew it. Henry walks into a sack because Josh has got to avoid the blitz. It felt like the intelligence in the pass rush was even higher than the physical capabilities, which are awesome, but they were so smart in how they attacked Josh. How does that manifest itself in a game like that you have to be smart when rushing him, knowing how to rush him, and then making all that pay off?
No, everything you said, and especially because it was against Josh Allen, arguably the most athletic quarterback in the NFL. And I know people are going to say, oh, Lamar Jackson. Yes, I'm considering Lamar Jackson. But when I talk about athleticism, and Lamar Jackson is the most athletic quarterback in the NFL. But when I talk about athleticism, I'm not just talking about speed. I'm talking about strength, vision. Josh Allen, when he tucks that ball, he turns into a tight end. Typically, when you're playing a guy like Josh Allen, who's very athletic, who's very mobile, who picks up yards with his legs, you do a more conservative rush. You do what sometimes they call a mush rush or a muddle rush, where you just don't want to create lanes for him to run through. So to be able to have that many sacks against that type of quarterback is just what you said, John. It's not just the athleticism. It's not just that was a great rip move or that was a great spin move. It was like, no, that was intelligent. Guys understood the rushing lanes that he has. Henry Toa understood what his lane was as far as attacking Josh Allen. I saw a couple of times where Azeez Al-Shaair was spying him and did a masterful job when it comes to the pursuit, the angles and understanding which way where your cutoff point is, because he will outrun you if you take bad angles. So, no, I'm glad you brought that up because it wasn't just about, and there was a lot of it, trust me, there was a lot of, did you see that Danielle Hunter move? But also it was like, man, these guys were coached up well, and they truly understood the angles, the angles that they had to take to bring down somebody like Josh Allen. If you would have told me, hey, at some point the Texans are going to have a game where they have X amount of sacks, 8 sacks in one game, I would have thought it was going to be the quote-unquote traditional quarterback that sits in the pocket. I dang sure would not have guessed that it would have been against Josh Allen. I would have thought more, what's the guy over Kansas City? Patrick Mahomes. Like, I could see Patrick Mahomes, even though he can move around, but, he'll take a sack or two because he's letting plays extend so he can make something happen. But Josh Allen probably would have been my last guess if you put their schedule in front of me and said, which one of these quarterbacks will they sack 8 times in one game?
Andy, the Texans have done well against a lot of running backs this year. Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey. They did well against J.K. Dobbins. Against Cook, second leading rusher in the league, he had over 145 on one run that was damaging, no question about it. But I thought as the game wore on, they did well against the run. Your thoughts on tackling Jonathan Taylor, having to get after him now in Indianapolis. That offensive line is good. What are you thinking this weekend with the swarm mentality?
The same thing that I was talking about, the running lanes for the quarterbacks and really being cognizant of knowing the running lanes. You really have to have that same thought when you start talking about this week of practicing and preparing when you talk about playing against the run and really having gap integrity, really discussing, hey, if the second guy is going to go for the ball, we see it a lot more where these guys are punching the ball out. You better make sure that first guy has them wrapped up, because I've also seen some bad plays where guys were trying to make a big play where they're punching the ball and they're not thinking about securing the tackle on the running back. You have to do that with Jonathan Taylor. I mean, all the guys that you just mentioned, obviously great running backs, but I think Taylor's having a better year than, obvious statement of the day, than any of those guys this season, and you have to stop him. Daniel Jones having a pretty good season. He's reclaiming his name, but to me, everything starts and stops with Jonathan Taylor. So it's going to be very, very important talking about wrapping up the fundamentals, making sure you have multiple hats on the ball carrier when it's Jonathan Taylor, because he can be the reason that if you don't win the game, it's because he's the one who took over, put the team on his shoulders, and is picking up those chunk yards.
Indy, during a preseason broadcast, either you or me, a lot of times both, mentioned how good of an insurance policy Davis Mills was. If Davis ever had to play or had to play going forward, if CJ got knocked out, God forbid, or something happened, Davis could step in. He's improved. I remember that Minnesota game. He had that really nice drive at the beginning, and we thought, man, okay, we've seen a lot of progress with Davis. He just hadn't had to play in a game until the last 3 weeks. And now it appears CJ will be back for Sunday against the Colts. And look, Davis might have to play again, but in the end, he as a starter is 3-0. He bails them out against Jacksonville. He makes enough great throws against Tennessee on the final drive, and he did just enough the other night against the Bills to get wins. What do you think it says about Davis Mills, and what do you think it says about us that we saw the plan and knew the plan 100% from way back when in preseason, how smart we are about that?
Well, what it says about us is that we're best in the business, and we're kind of like prophets when it comes to seeing into the future and understanding what you have. When people, when the Larry and Staffords were down on Davis Mills, I'm calling you out, Larry and Stafford. We said, just hold on. This is the reason why you're excited to have a backup with experience who has starter experience, though he's not a starter, because this is what you want out of your backup. So all jokes aside, but this is what you want. And the reason you and I can't speak for you, but I think you're going to agree with me. You and I were comfortable with Davis Mills just being here in Houston for as long as he has, going through the ups and downs as a starter, being benched, getting back under center. Like, you want your backup to have experience and to have talent. And Davis Mills is a talented guy. Like, there isn't anybody saying that, if he starts, he's going to be all pro, but you want your backup typically just look. Ideally, if you have a backup play 3 games, you say to yourself, we hope he could go 2-1. We hope he could go 2-1. But because of this defense, because of the team aspect, and because of the way he played, they went 3-0. So this is what you want. Give him a pat on the back, give him the clipboard, and say, man, you did a great job. And you've also bought yourself a couple more years in this thing called the NFL, which is good on the individual level. Now, what does that mean for C.J. Stroud? You better step up. You better step up when you get under center, because though no one will say it in that building, and I'm sure these young guys are looking at social media, they're wondering what everybody is saying, even though they claim they don't listen. Like, the pressure is on, and I love that because it makes the team better. When your starter comes back and you know that your backup was a part of 3 victories in a row, was a part of the reason now your team is in the hunt, you better get under center and you better lead this team to a victory, because you don't want to hear all that negative noise out there. And again, I know they claim they don't listen, but they do. So what I really love about it, John, is to put the pressure on your starting quarterback.
It's funny because there was a lot of attention paid to CJ's expression on the sideline or after the game in the locker room. I mean, come on. He just, seriously, have you ever seen CJ Stroud? It doesn't. He's just observing. He was 6 for 10 when he left the game against Denver. He played extraordinary football against the 49ers. I know they wanted to score even more points, but they won that game, and he played well in the 3-game homestand. Now he comes back, ND, and you talked about pressure, but what about sheer ability here? I got a feeling when he gets in the huddle today at practice, it's going to be, hey, boys, how's it going? Whatever practice they construct today. What do you think, though, trying to get ramped up with the line improving, running game a little bit better, things getting a little rosier up front with Woody Marks and Trent Brown at right tackle and everything they're doing, everything they're putting together and plugging C.J. Stroud into the middle of that?
That's what makes it exciting. Now, look, everything I said, keep in mind, if there's any debate on sports talk radio today, regardless of the station or the show, stating whether or not CJ should start, that's just ridiculous, because of what you just mentioned, Mark, the physical ability, the ceiling. But like we all said, what Janet Jackson said, what have you done for me lately? We all know what Davis Mills has done for this team lately. So I think the pressure is on, and I'm that much more excited about playing the Indianapolis Colts with C.J. Stroud coming back under center, especially knowing that there's going to be that voice in the back of his head. Hey, your backup just went 3-0, and we need to go another 3-0 stretch so we can really get back into this playoff hunt. And with that ability that he has, and like you said, the way he was playing before the injury, it's going to be very exciting. I'm more excited now going into this Colts game with the way the defense is playing, with the way Woody Marks is emerging as a guy that you can truly trust to get positive yards, and now with C.J. Stroud under center. But I do like the fact that there's still that pressure. Like, I still have to prove myself. He still has to prove himself.
Andy, I want to ask you about one of your former teams. But I want to ask you the mentality. You have a 21-0 lead over one of your rivals. You're really kind of grinding them into dust. They come back. You don't score a point. They come back and beat you 24-21 as the Cowboys beat the Eagles. I don't know if you've ever had a situation, I'm sure you had at some point in your career, where your team had a big lead and then they lost it. What's the biggest thing a team has to do when they gag a lead like that, like the Jaguars did to the Texans? What's the biggest thing that they've got to do during the week to not let that linger so they can move on and they can, be the team they were before when they were getting that lead? The Eagles are kind of a mess, and now they've got this on top of it. How do they respond? How do they rebound?
It's funny you bring that up, John, because as soon as you mentioned, have you ever been in a game like that? Unfortunately, it was against the Cowboys. I mean, when I was in Washington, we had a huge lead against the Cowboys going into the fourth quarter, and we somehow lost it. They tied the game and went into overtime, and we lost the game. And I just remember being dumbfounded and just walking around in a daze for like a day or two, like, how in the world did we lose that game? And it's that old cliche. I don't know if you used it as a coach, but I feel like I've heard it every level that I played, from high school, college, pros, where a coach says, keep your foot on the jugular. You have to keep your foot on the jugular. For those listening, basically just saying, just keep killing your opponent. But it's easier said than done. And when I say easier, I'm not even talking physically. Mentally, it's tough. When you're up 21 points, you're thinking, there's a part of you, there's a whisper that's like, okay, you got this. Just don't lose it. You get in that mentality where you're not playing to win. You're just playing not to lose. And you can't have that mentality, especially like a team like the Cowboys. They're a bunch of front runners. Like, when things get going well, the momentum starts to build. They start to get excited. They start to feel like they can do anything. And they proved it yesterday. So now, as far as moving on, this, in my opinion, John, is a game where if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you watch it as a coaching staff and you say, okay, how in the world did we not score a single point in the second half, in the second half? And then you fix it. But as a team, you just tell them, hey, guys, we're better than that, and let's just move on to the next, because that's such a hard film to watch. You want to be so focused on getting out of that space, getting out of that headspace, because you don't want it to continue to creep in to your team and for them to like get all antsy when they're up by 14 points and start thinking, we've already given this one up. And then what it does, it has that reverse effect where you start to play a little too cautious. You need to just show the great plays you made to get up 21-0 and just say, hey, we've made some things, made some changes as coaches. This will not happen again. I put that more on the coaches as far as preparing to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. Then I put it on the players, but definitely on the players, the actual game not being able to score any points in the second half. That's ridiculous.
You know, Johnny, when you brought up ND playing for a team that gave up a big lead,
I know what you're thinking.
I was scared, but he did not play in the Rosencopter game.
Okay.
ND did not play. Yeah. He is not stained with the Rosencopter game, okay? So
maybe that's a different ending if he does play.
Yeah, maybe it does, okay? Maybe it does. Could have done much better, better than a 17-point lead. ND, benefits of the mini-bye. Texans played Thursday night. They get the weekend off. How does that help?
Rest, and more rest, especially when you have a team like the Texans where, some felt that the bye came a little too early. So now as you continue to get more bumps and bruises and contusions, you have some extra days to just truly rest. And coming off a big win like that, I wouldn't be surprised if DeMeco and the coaching staff, maybe gave them an extra day off just to kind of get away and, like you said, have that mini bye week, because you come back so refreshed. And as long as the season feels, when you get that week off, when you get 3 or 4 days off or even 2 days off, you're actually rushing back to the facilities because you want to get back in it.
Yep, guys are all in today, and it's going to be fun to see them take on the Colts on Sunday. ND, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all keep up the good work.
Thanks a lot. So the Colts blew it against the Chiefs, which we appreciate. How that happened, things to watch out for as Indy hosts the Texans in a nooner on Sunday. Let's get into it. And Andre Ware joins us at 9, John McClain at 9:30. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when it's
universities. Join us in encouraging high school seniors to register for the showcase at HoustonTexans.com/senior showcase and make their college football dreams come true.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Here's the snap from Andrews. Mills fakes the give, throws right side, caught, touchdown, Christian Kirk. The Texans score. They tie it up. They can take the lead with the extra point. Davis Mills TD pass to a wide open Aggie, Christian Kirk.
Wow, you know,
you got the Aggie mention in there. That was good.
Now that the game has occurred on Thursday, well, now that we've had a few days since Thursday, let me rephrase that. These games are really blending together to me. You know what I mean? The Mills starts. You had the Jacksonville.
What happened in this one?
Yeah, because you know where I really felt it was yesterday. I was thinking, or maybe it was Friday night. I don't know. I was thinking, wait a minute. We've played 2 games in the last 5 days. It's just crazy.
3 and 11. We played 3 and 11 days. The same. We had a 3 and 11 days stretch last year. We went 1 and 2.
And I'm watching the Titans yesterday thinking, oh, yeah, we were just there last week.
Yes.
It feels like a lot has happened
I was
since then.
saying the same thing. And, by the way, people were kind of giving us grief. Like, we dropped in a lot of power rankings because we only beat Tennessee by 3. What are you going to do with Seattle? Seattle had to hang on in that game against Tennessee.
Yeah, they don't care. They're not going to look.
They won't.
They're not going to look. It's Seattle. And Jackson Smith and Jigba is
Seattle
amazing.
came across the country in negative body clock and came up 30 points against the Titans. We'll give them, we'll move them up 5 spots.
Well, the 30 points is interesting because this offense has got to find a way to jump the next level. And, yes, we talked about slow and steady improvement. Great. Absolutely great. And when you have a defense like this, Friday morning, the talk on all the hot take shows was this could be a historically great defense. And they're not number 1 in the league in scoring defense anymore. 0.2 of a point, the Rams got them. The Rams are number 1 in scoring defense, but not in yards, not even close, something like 9th or whatever. So the Texans come out, we're going to get this done, right? The Rams defense is good. And that 14-9 loss you suffered on opening day, that makes a lot more sense when you look at all the water under the bridge now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we knew going in they were good. We knew the Rams were good.
Yep.
Our hope was, in a sense, that Stafford wasn't going to be Stafford.
Oh, boy.
But Matt Stafford has turned into all caps Matt Stafford. He's been tremendous. That no-look throw, come on, man, that's just stupid.
We were talking about...
It's just ridiculous.
Remember the back problems we were talking about in training camp?
Yeah, the back problems.
Well, I don't know if he can play.
I can only hope to have those back problems.
I don't know if he can play. And then he's having an MVP year.
I mean,
he's the MVP right now, right?
I think he's thrown 27 consecutive. What is it? I don't remember.
It's ungodly numbers.
Streaks, it's stupid numbers. What he's doing. It's like 27 straight touchdowns without an interception or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just been. I always like to look at the game logs. Oh God, he hasn't thrown an interception since they played Philly in Week 3. Mark, oh my God,
crazy.
Okay, check this out. Just 3 touchdowns, no picks. 2 touchdowns, no picks. 4 no picks. 4 no picks. 5 no picks. 1 no pick. 3 no picks. 3 no picks. And then you get back to the first 3 games of the year. He was only 1 touchdown, no picks against us. He threw 1 pick against Tennessee and 1 against Philly. That's it. That's it. He hasn't thrown a pick since September 21st. It's
nuts.
November 24th.
He's the MVP right now.
It's not even close.
The season ended today. I know there was talk about Jonathan Taylor, but that talk has died down dramatically. With the Colts at 8-3 now, hosting the Texans on Sunday. The Jags winners, they're still ahead of the Texans. Yes, they split, but they've got a game on the Texans with the victory yesterday, hoping the Cardinals could do it. They didn't spike the ball when they got it in goal. Was it goal to go or in the red zone, whatever, with a tremendously big play at the end of the game. The Cardinals.
Yeah, it was inside the 10.
Spike the ball, you idiots. Spike the ball. My gosh.
By the way,
remember this in a loving sense, okay? Because I really wanted you to win this game so we could get a loss on the Jaguars.
You remember when the Jags made that trade deadline deal and they traded Tyson Campbell for Greg Newsome?
Yeah.
Newsome's playing on special teams. He's not even playing corner.
So why'd they do it?
That was Braswell that got burned on that. Braswell and Monteric Brown.
Other things that happened, Shedeur Sanders.
Magnificent Gladstone.
How about that? Good job for him.
Yeah, good job for him.
Nice.
I mean,
playing
he
the
made
Raiders.
that one great throw, rolling to his right and dime.
Ooh, beautiful.
Isaiah Bond down the field. Now, the touchdown he had was a check down, and then Then it was, I can't remember who took it to the house. It was another rookie who took it to the house. Dylan Sampson. I'm telling you right now, with the Browns, if Shedeur continues on his ascent, this team is loaded with young dudes. Mason Graham has been tremendous inside. They had 7 sacks. I don't know what they ended up with. They had 7 sacks like early in the third quarter.
Against the Raiders.
Who
fired their offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly.
Yeah, they fired him. So there was that. But they got Mason Graham, they got Dylan Sampson and Quinshon Judkins at running back. Harold Fannin Jr. is a stud at tight end. And then Shedeur, if he continues to ride, that Browns team could be one of those teams where you look at and go, man, all these young dudes kind of move up together. I mean, they might be pretty tough to deal with. And oh, by the way, Myles Garrett's stupid good.
Yeah,
18 sacks. He has 18 sacks in 11 games. Are you kidding me what this guy's doing?
And
18!
In those within those numbers, he leads the league by a lot, by 5 over Brian Burns.
By 5.
And then it's Daniil and Will back-to-back, 3 and 4 in the league in sacks, 11 for Daniil, 10.5 for Will. That's beautiful stuff to see right there. That really is nice. I love seeing that. Love seeing those guys on that chart.
So fun to watch,
Love seeing victories most of all. And in the interception department, Bullock has 4. He's tied for 3rd with 2 other players. So Tremaine Edmonds and Devin Lloyd. Boy, Lloyd has 4 picks for the Jags.
Yeah, but they all came early in the season. He hasn't had one in a while.
Before we get Andre in here, I'm going to give it away right now. My sleeper this week, and he's middle linebacker, okay? He wears the green dot, Azeez Al-Shire.
Yep.
But he's so close to getting a pick. And once he gets
he's got to get on a jugs gun, man. We got to talk to him about that.
Well, they've been they've been gettable.
They've been in his hands.
Okay.
They've hit him in the hands.
But it's not like he's Stingley or Bullock.
No,
right?
I
These guys
understand
are going
that.
to snare those things.
Well, yeah, I don't want him to be that.
And Petrie, by the way, is still, tied for 6 in picks with 3, and he's coming back, baby, just in time to face the Colts and Jonathan Taylor.
You said that earlier you said, hey, CJ's coming back. And in my mind, I'm like, that's the lead. What's it called? You got the lead, and then you got the little headline. What's that called? The subheader is. And Texans chess piece Jalen Petrie comes back too.
Yeah.
That's huge
because they got to get ready for him. And the fact that they've held it down as well as they have without him says a lot about this staff and a lot about these players. All right, coming up, Andre Ware. Let's talk about what it's going to take to knock off Indy and keep the train rolling here as the Texans go for 4 in a row Sunday at noon in Indianapolis. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
We all want to stay healthy, but sometimes
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Higgins motions to the left. Mills with Woody Marks to his right in the gun. 2nd and goal at the 8. Here's the snap from Andrews. Davis looking. Davis passing to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Houston! Higgins with the catch and score, and the Texans are back in front of Buffalo with 5 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Oh, Jaden Higgins coming around.
Oh,
that's a big story. All right, well, let's get Andre in here.
Yeah. Okay, I want both y'all to hear this.
Okay, let's get to Andre Ware on Texans Monday. Good morning, Dre. We haven't seen the Texans for a few days, but when we did, it was so good, and now we're in Colts week. How are you doing, and what are your thoughts on the overall situation?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Yeah, I mean, you start looking at it. It's why you just kind of put your head down and don't really relish in where you are. Just kind of, just play and look up and at the end of the season and see where you are. And right now, you're game back of the Colts, I think it is, and then maybe a game back of Jack. Is that right? Colts have how many wins? 8. 2 from the Colts and 1 from the Jaguars. So you're right. You're right in the thick of things, playing the Colts 2 times, and then it is what it is with Jacksonville having split. But man, you're right in the thick of things.
Okay, so playing that highlight made me think of something I pulled up when ND was talking, because ND brought up Larry and Stafford. And I remember draft night. You guys remember draft night? We started outside, and then we got the storm, and then we went inside, and then Nick traded out of the first round, and we ended up having to wait till night 2 to get a particular receiver from Iowa State.
Yep.
And I just remember as we were packing up, I hear this loud voice screaming about Texans not drafting, not moving up to get Matthew Golden from the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was like, wait a second. I want to check this out real fast. Right now, Golden has 24 receptions, 286 yards, no touchdowns. The guy that we got in the second round has 27 receptions, 294 yards, 4 touchdowns, and in the last 3 games, he has 13 receptions for 135 yards-ish and 2 touchdowns, and that's Jaden Higgins.
I think that's the best part, though, the last 3 games part. Dre,
exactly.
What about Higgins' development? He's really coming around.
Yeah, he's coming on, and, you got to – I don't know which situation would be the best. I would like to believe it's the Texans, so I hear what Johnny's saying, but if you put Golden in Houston, who knows what Golden's doing. I mean, that's the what-if game that you have to play in that situation. But with Higgins, I'm impressed with just how he's become a weapon on the other side of Nico Collins. And you needed someone to step up big time in terms of taking the heat off Nico and spread the field a little bit. That's exactly what he's done. He's just continued to grow week in and week out. And you can really see the confidence in which he's playing with. And that in and of itself is satisfying. But to see his development, a bigger target than Golden would have been here, it's kind of how you want it within this offense. 2 big physical receivers on the outside that can stretch the field and guys that can make plays underneath like Noel and the other guys are doing. That's fun to watch.
Yeah, and look, I'm poking at Larry and Stafford because I just always feel like when it comes to the draft, it was kind of like this with Bryce Young and CJ. It was like, no, we got to get Bryce Young, Like, nobody even considered the fact that, hey, CJ Stroud is a pretty good football player. And it was like when we didn't get Matthew Golden, like, everybody wanted to sell us down a river like Nick doesn't know what he's doing. And, oh, by the way, he trades and gets Jaden Higgins in the second round. And, oh, by the way, with the other pick, they got Jalen Smith. Now, even though Jalen's hurt, Jalen did some good things before he got hurt. But it's just like, let it
lighten
play
up
out.
on Larry. You guys lighten up, but Dre.
I'm not. Listen, I like Larry.
I'm not
I love the
Larry.
fact
I'm siding with Larry.
I know,
exactly.
I know.
I'm the one poking because my whole thing is you just can't all of a sudden be so adamant that something is one way or the other, especially when it comes to the draft.
That's the beauty of the NFL, though.
I know, and it's the beauty of fans, and it's the beauty of Larry and Stafford. I'm just poking a little bit.
And we all react in the moment, especially on draft night, because the other headline from draft night is the tackle situation, right?
Yep.
You got Ursary, and he's doing a good job at left tackle. Dre, it looks like the line this is probably the best version we're going to see in 2025, and it's starting to pay some dividends with Trent Brown at right tackle and moving Titus back to left guard. Your thoughts on what you're seeing up front from those guys? And Woody Marks running the ball a whole lot more lately.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing up front with, Titus moving in the guard and the way that Trent Brown's playing, how after 11 years of how he's played the game, I don't know how much treads on the tires, but you ride him until the wheels fall off. And so, and then if something happens to go down with him, then you move Titus back out there and you keep things moving. But I love the way it's kind of shaking itself out. I love how Trent Brown is playing at right tackle. And he went in as a guy that was next up because of an injury, because of the concussion to Titus, and decided he was going to take a job. And he took a job in the absence of Titus Howard. So you want that constant competition throughout the season, no matter what position, no matter what area. And I think you're getting it pretty much from everywhere. Hell, you may be getting it at quarterback right now.
All right, Dre, we're looking forward to the Colts. What worries you more about the Colts? And I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it this way anyways. Their pass catchers, which includes Tyler Warren at tight end, or Jonathan Taylor in every facet, running and catching the ball out of the backfield?
It's definitely Jonathan Taylor. He can affect the game in more ways than one. He is a complete 3-down back that you don't have to sub him out unless he asks to come out. And guy is good in pass protection. He's good as a receiver out of the backfield, and we know what he can do when the ball's in his hands if they just hand it to him. So for me, that's an easy one. You gave me a layup this morning with that one.
Boy, Tyler Warren is second on the Colts in receptions behind Pittman, and Taylor's fourth. So it's Pittman, Warren, Downs, Taylor, and then Pierce at 29, and he's no slouch.
Yeah, but it's his yards per catch. His yards per catch is usually pretty stupid.
Yeah, it's 21. So, yeah, he's the big play
I knew
guy.
It was stupid. I didn't know it's 21. Good God.
Yes, he's the big play.
Yeah. And we know well because that's what he did to us last year.
Yeah. Dre, before we talk about the Colts more, C.J. Stroud, here he is. He did an event on Friday at the Houston Texans YMCA. Looks like he's coming back. Let's just assume he's coming back. So what is that like for him? When we last left him, he was concussed against Denver. He was 6 for 10 in that game. He was playing pretty well. They weren't able to punch it in the end zone, but I don't even think they threw it when they were in the red zone. I'm not sure, but let's just go with this. CJ coming back from the concussion, plugged into this situation. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's going to benefit CJ having taken some time away from the game, 3 games now, to see and just kind of sit and watch and see how the operation works. And you always come back a little bit better when you're able to do that. It's just the circumstances in which he had to do it. That's what you don't want to see. But I think he's going to benefit from that. I think he'll be ready to go, and this offense should continue as it is, and some other high-level throws that, quite honestly, CJ can make that Davis Mills can't. But they make no mistake about it. Davis Mills did one heck of a job in terms of running this team and keeping the belief and putting a 3-game winning streak together. And it was like, not on my watch is this thing going to go south. And he stepped up, filled some big shoes, and made a pair of his own.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I hope it turns into a Bubby Brister situation. 1998 Broncos.
Bubby Brister.
John Elway gets banged up. Bubby Brister's got to keep that really good team on track. He does. Elway comes back. They win another Super Bowl.
How many games did Bubby play?
It ended up being like 3,
Former
4,
Steeler
like
Bubby Brister.
Yeah. And
that's a name I didn't think was going to come up this morning.
I know, but it just made me think about it because I remember that year where Brister had to step up and win some games for him in a big spot in 98, and he did. And then Elway came back and they won a Super Bowl. Hopefully that's what Texans do. We'll find out. Dre, and we don't know the status. We have a feeling CJ is going to be ready to go for Sunday. Don't 100% know the status of Jalen Petrie, but it was definitely trending in the right direction for Petrie. With Petrie back defensively, especially this week against Taylor and the Colts, how important is that? Why is it important if Petrie is back for this defense this week?
Well, he makes the defense so versatile. They can do so many things with him. They can bring him. He's a great blitzer. Bring him off the edges. Try to get to the quarterback and things of that sort. He's good in run support as well. When they run blitz him, he's good in that. So he just gives you a lot of different. He gives you a bigger variety, and you can do a whole lot more when Petry's on the field because there's an extra athlete. He is so athletic and willing to throw his body around. So that's what they gained by getting him back. He's certainly been missed, but they've done a hell of a job of plugging some holes until he gets himself back.
By the way, Bubby went 4-0 starting for the Broncos in '98, and he completed a game in which I guess Elway got hurt in week 3, went 10 for 17, and they won that game against Oakland. So 4-0 as a starter for Bubby Brister in 1998. Again, a name I didn't think was going to come up this morning. I knew Jonathan Taylor's name would come up. We already talked about him a bit. But, Dre, the Texans having done well against certain running backs, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, J.K. Dobbins. Now, Cook had that 45-yard run. You take that out. They did a good job as the game wore on. What's it going to take against Jonathan Taylor to slow him down? Because I got a feeling if it's up to Jones to beat the Texans, he can't do it against this defense. Thoughts on that situation, attacking the Colts offense?
Well, if you give me 8 sacks and it shakes out just like it did against Buffalo, I'll take what James Cook did and give it to Jonathan Taylor, and let's get out of there with a win and keep things moving. But each game is different. He will be a much more difficult back to stop, and it's just you could say it's as simple as doing what you did to Cook, but. He hit us with a big run early in that game that got them going. On the road, you can't have plays like that because they tend to affect the crowd. That affects momentum. That feeds to the team, and they play a lot harder. You got to keep him quiet as you possibly can, and still find a way to affect Daniel Jones.
Colts played the Chiefs yesterday, Dre. And Mark and I were talking about, I don't know how much you got a chance to see.
Hell of a game, Colts, by the way.
Yeah, okay, good. 20-9, Colts are ahead going into the fourth quarter. Mahomes brings them back, ties it. They should have won it in regulation, but they couldn't score from inside the 5. That sounds familiar. But they end up winning it in overtime 23-20. Chiefs alive, or as Mark likes to say, what do you call it, dead cat bounce?
Yeah. But that's in a different situation.
It's a different kind of situation, but is it just kind of a one-off win? Because the Chiefs have got at Cowboys, Texans, Chargers, Titans, Broncos, Raiders. That schedule is decently tough. Do you think the Chiefs are right back in this thing, that this win gives them some momentum, or is it just kind of a one-off against a Colts team that just failed down the stretch?
No, I think they're very much back in it. And, they're a team we talked about maybe last week or the week before about getting healthy at the right time, and it seems that way. And then they drop a game, but it was all their losses have been pretty much close. But they're very much back in the thick of things. I don't think you can ever underestimate Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and the things that they do on defense. It's a team that you're going to have to go through Kansas City in order to persevere and come out on the other side of it where you make a run in the playoffs. And it wouldn't surprise me one bit if they're right there at the end of this thing and playing for another one.
Yeah, we say, well, their defense isn't quite the same. Yeah, they're 4th in scoring and 6th in yards, all right? So they're still playing some defense.
Still play.
As long as Mahomes is there, they can get things done, enough done on offense. But the Colts were not able to get untracked offensively once they had that lead. And one thing about the Chiefs, though, you're right, Johnny. When they had it in goal to go, I thought the Chiefs that we know will end the game right here.
The shovel pass to Kelsey.
They had to go to overtime to do it. I mean, something worth watching. We'll find out ourselves a week from Sunday on Sunday Night Football on Sports Radio 610, not NBC. You should watch it on the radio where we are.
Yeah,
Dre, thoughts on the Raiders situation? Chip Kelly let go after the Raiders get dismantled by the Browns, and Shadur Sanders getting his first start and getting his first victory. First Browns rookie starter to win his debut since Eric Zeiler?
Yeah, Zeiler, 1995,
Yeah, so this is the old Browns. This is before they left Cleveland. So the new Browns started in 1999. Anyway, Shadur, thoughts on the whole situation?
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in Chip. But Chip had things tailor-made and laid out for him when he first went to Philly, and then he, got into this trading everybody and switching the offense. He was nothing like he was at Oregon, and really what they hired him for. he had a team that was tailor-made with Deshaun Jackson and LaShawn McCoy, Michael Vick at quarterback, all the things you needed to run what he was running at Oregon. And he just got farther and farther away from it. I think Chip got that I'm smarter than everybody else mentality, and it ultimately caught up with him. It's just horrible to see what was going on there with Geno Smith, who had really turned his career around. And if you go back and you start to look at the stops that Chip made and the way his quarterbacks played all the way back to San Francisco, who had made a Super Bowl run with Colin Kaepernick, then all of a sudden it becomes Kaepernick who can't play. No, it was, now we kind of see what the problem really was. And trust me, I respect and care a great deal about Chip, but he became something totally different. So it didn't surprise me. At some point, something had to happen in Vegas. And when you're the most expensive assistant coach in the NFL, it's going to be you first and foremost.
The Thanksgiving games we're going to have. I mean, you always have eyes in the early one. Everybody does.
Yeah.
It's Lions Packers. I mean,
Right.
that's the traditional third Thanksgiving game. How about Texans' eyes on Cowboys Chiefs?
Go Cowboys? Ouch.
Yeah.
But you have to.
Then Bengals with Joe Burrow coming back against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in Baltimore. Dre, how dangerous is Baltimore having won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row?
In first place now in the North.
And in first place, and have given up no more than 19 points in those 5 wins.
Yeah, it's kind of what everybody felt like once they started to get healthy, and the same beliefs that you had in the Chiefs. It just hadn't kind of put together that kind of winning streak in Kansas City after they gotten themselves healthy. It's one of those where, this is the Ravens, and this is what they're capable of, and this is without Lamar Jackson really playing to his best. He's had 2 average games in a row, or subpar games for him, and yet they've still found a way to win them. And it just shows you how much attention he requires when he's on the field, and how much of a difference maker that he can play the way he's played the last 2 weeks, but they found ways to win it. And relatively with ease, so to speak. So the Ravens are in it. You can't count them out. You can't count the Chiefs out. It's going to be one heck of a race to the finish line.
Okay, boys, it's the weekly Trevor Lawrence check. Not that I point these things out, but the irony is that they've got 7 victories in a year, and they've got Liam Cohn, the quarterback guru, and Lawrence is having his worst season since his rookie year. He's below 60%. He's got 11 interceptions, and we got a ways to go in this season, and 14 touchdowns. Quarterback rating, lowest it's been since its rookie year. Completion percentage, lowest it's been. So thoughts on what's going on there? And the other side is this. Maybe Liam Cohn's really good. How good would they be if Lawrence was playing better? If Lawrence was actually having a really good season? He's having a bad season, and they're having a good season. It's really weird in Jacksonville. Dre, thoughts?
Yeah, it's weird, but that's kind of how NFL seasons play out. They're right in the thick of things, and kind of feeling like they let one get away against with the Texans being up by, 19 at one point, and then the Texans march back and win that game. So, it's a dangerous team. I kind of almost fear them a little bit more than I do the Colts, because I think they've got more of a punch on defense. But Daniel Jones is just outplayed Trevor Lawrence from a consistency standpoint. But man, both teams are young and growing, and they're going to be problems for years to come.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the weird thing about the Jags. You can't. I hate saying it because it's us, but if Nico doesn't fumble that ball, we're going to win that game 13-10.
Down there, week 3.
Trevor Lawrence just gets touched. They lose the game to the Chiefs. It gets touched. Devon Hamilton gets a hand on a ball against the Raiders. If he doesn't, there's a wide open receiver. They lose that game. The Cardinals game, they had every opportunity to lose it, and they didn't. So I give them credit for finding ways to win. But they probably they're 7-4. I mean, good for them.
They're good against the run.
Yeah, they are. They are. But beating the Cardinals the way they did, and beating the Raiders, I mean, it shows something that they went on the road and they won these games. But they almost did it yesterday, overcoming what Trevor was not doing, throwing a pick in the end zone, 2 other interceptions. He just was not good. Yeah. He was not. And, Dre, I know you brought that up because you know how Dre and I felt about him coming in, but he just hasn't taken.
I would not do such a thing.
You absolutely would. You absolutely would. Dre, for A, what game do you have this weekend in college? And B, how good is rivalry weekend with all of the unknowns we have because of the championship games, all these different tiebreakers? Nobody's solidified a spot in a championship game yet in college football. Does that make this weekend just incredible with all the rivalry games we've got going on?
Yeah, I love it. I've got Kansas at home hosting Utah, so that one still has some big implications for Utah as they try to get to the Big 12 championship game, ultimately win that one, and then get in the college football playoff. They still have some slim hopes of pulling that thing off. But, yeah, it's great. And, when you get to rivalry week, and I think I'm certainly not going to give any credit to the NCAA for the transfer portal and what they're able to do there, or what's gone on with the transfer portal, because most of it's been wrong. But it has created parity across college football in a way that we never thought would be there. There's so many teams still alive, so many teams hanging on for dear life that are still in it, and it's coming down to conference championship races. Hell, the ACC, there is a slim chance that the ACC, with all the gobbling up that they're doing and cannibalizing each other, that they may not get a team in. Yep. And it's crazy to even think that way. You automatically, our fans think, the conference champions automatically in. Well, if it's below Group 5 or Group 6 team and a bunch of this other stuff goes on, and you don't have somebody sitting there inside the top 12, you're vulnerable. And so with all the games that are going on this weekend, all the rivalry games, just makes college football in this weekend so much more exciting.
Okay,
and it happens to be over Thanksgiving weekend, so everybody kind of gets home and get a belly full of food and a belly full of college football and just football period or in general.
Okay, my son's a Longhorn,
yes,
so I'm
is.
Longhorn dad.
Yep.
But, Johnny, what's the Longhorn doomsday scenario for this bracket?
Oh, somebody posted this. I can't remember where it was, but it was a legitimate playoff forecast that included A&M, SMU, Texas Tech, and North Texas, all in the playoff, and Texas not.
That is rough. That is
could
rough.
Happen. It's crazy, but it could happen. And North Texas is sitting right there, I think, right outside of James Madison. And if they flinch or mess up, then North Texas is pretty much going to play its way in. But they have to have James Madison lose, which I'll have that game December 5th. I'm not sure who James Madison's going to host yet in the championship game for the Sun Belt, but all kinds of things could happen.
Man, if the Longhorns lose, maybe we get them in the Texas Bowl, the Kinder's Texas Bowl, December 27th at NRG Stadium.
We'll find out.
That'd be awesome.
Well. That'd be really cool.
And Longhorn fans don't want to hear about that right now, but look, if it comes to that, you're going to be happy.
But that's what that's what Dre's saying is like the parity has made teams look at we could be in the playoff, or we could be playing a bowl game on the 22nd of December. You know what I mean? Like, that's the gap. That's the floor and the ceiling of your season, and it all comes down to this weekend.
It's crazy. And some of those first-round matchups are not exactly marquee busters, but it's playoffs, so it is what it is. Dre, thanks so much. We look forward to catching up later this week and being on the team plane to Indianapolis for a huge date with the Horseshoe.
Yes, sir, and we'll get some good food right before that, get a good night's sleep, and see a good football game on Sunday. I can't wait.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dre. Noon kick Sunday. It's Colts week. Feel it.
I was waiting for you to say it.
The burn of the Horseshoe. You know I'm going to be talking about this all week.
Yes.
It's going to be, oh, my gosh.
I was waiting for the words, it's Colts week forever. Finally.
I said it earlier, but, I'm still kind of like the Buffalo game and everything. Yeah. But believe me, I'm feeling it, Johnny. I'm feeling it. And I was watching them yesterday seething because when I see that thing on the helmet, it just makes my blood boil, the history of it all. All right, the General joins us next. He has some history on this and some present-day stuff after a full slate of action in the NFL yesterday and a big week, man. 3 games on Thursday. We have Black Friday, too, right? We got the Black Friday game?
That's right. There's a Black Friday game. Oh, yeah.
Wait, what is that one? Hang on. I'm getting it. Oh, it's Bears-Eagles. It's good this week. It's good.
Black Friday.
It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the
Prime time.
Here's the snap from Andrews. Davis looking. Davis passing to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Houston. The Texans are back in front of Buffalo.
I mean, I've been dreaming of being in this situation since I was 6 years old. So every day I'm just kind of living out that childhood dream and going out there and having fun with it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Allen on 3rd and 6 to throw. Allen pocket collapsing. Allen escapes the sack. Allen backing up now, sliding to the left side, can't square up. And he's all the way deep in the backfield. He's finally brought down at the 24-yard line by Will Anderson Jr., the Terminator.
What a sack by Will. What did he run, 53 yards total or something like that?
I don't know what the number was, but it felt like he went forever.
I read somewhere some advanced stat. Advanced stats.
Advanced
They're fun.
stats.
They're
Just
fun.
different stats.
Just get after the quarterback, bring him down to the ground like they did 8 times on Thursday night. We bring the general in, John McClain, the Hall of Fame writer, with us. And, John, good morning. What was your reaction to what you saw Thursday night, that defensive performance against the Buffalo Bills?
And that being next-gen stats as that measured, and next-gen stats is part of the NFL, then you can take it to the bank, right?
Of course.
And
okay, go on.
I saw that play. I stayed up after the game and watched all the shows, the highlights, got up the next day, went over the internet, same thing. And that play by Will Anderson Jr., that might be one of the nominees for the ESPYs, because that play should be shown by every coach at every level to his team, showing them this is why you don't give up on a play. It's a great example. It was the best, most dominant performance by Texans defense against a good opponent and a great quarterback that I can remember. I didn't feel sorry for Josh Allen, but man, he was so confused. He was running into sacks. They had him so discombobulated. They got a great interior rush as well. And getting Stroud back, getting Jalen Petrie back will be good, even though they were unbeaten without both of them. And they had a lot of players come through at just the right time. And I am pumped about the Colts. Biggest game of the season. If they win, there'll be a game behind the Colts and the Jaguars in first place.
The name, the 2 words we have said very little of today, which is interesting. Daniel Jones. I saw Damian Woody on Get Up this morning, and we got it up in studio, and his overall comment from the day was the Chiefs took Jonathan Taylor away. Daniel Jones, I'm paraphrasing, Daniel Jones couldn't get it done. What are your thoughts, General, about facing Daniel Jones and the Colts on Sunday?
Well, first of all, it was an awful play-calling game by Shane Steichen. Going from the start of the fourth quarter through the overtime, they had like 4 consecutive 3-and-outs, and Taylor touched the ball twice. They kept throwing on first and second down, and you're like, what are you doing? Jonathan Taylor's your best weapon. He also is a good receiver. You've got to get the ball in his hands. But for some reason, Shane Steichen thought that he could win the game with Daniel Jones. So the Texans, who have had good games against Taylor but have had more bad games against Jonathan Taylor, no, it's just like what Pittsburgh did. Contain Taylor and make Daniel Jones beat you. And he couldn't do it against the Steelers, and he couldn't do it against the Chiefs. And if the Texans contain Jonathan Taylor, and I guess contain means, 60 or fewer yards, maybe 70, then they're going to win this game, beat Daniel Jones, and the Colts will be 1 game ahead with the last game of the season here. The Jaguars will beat the Titans. So we'll have the Texans 1 game out of first place behind the Colts and the Jaguars. And I guarantee you the Colts are going to start feeling the pressure if they don't already.
General, let's assume C.J. Stroud coming back. So what are your thoughts on the return of C.J. and the performance of Mills in C.J.'s absence?
Davis did what he's getting paid to do, and Nick Caserio was really smart to sign him to extensions the last 2 years. So Davis will be back next year. I think it's $6 million. I see some people say, well, they could trade him. No, they're not going to trade him. And this is a great example of why you don't trade him, because some teams that have top quarterbacks and they lose them, they go down the toilet. And Mills did a fantastic job. But, Stroud's back. Stroud's the more talented quarterback. He's the starter. All this hogwash about they should keep Stroud behind Mills is just, BS. And now it's a tough order for him to come back, because you never know how a player is going to do when he comes back from a bad concussion that causes him to miss 3 games. Does he need a game or 2 to adjust? But you talk about pressure on Stroud to go up to Indy and lead them to a victory. Yes, he's got it, but he's had pressure on him since he was drafted in that defense. You know that Shane Steichen's going to be watching every play over and over and over. I don't know if I'd show it to Daniel Jones much. You wouldn't want him to come up with a mysterious injury.
Yeah, really wouldn't at that point. You know, it's interesting, Mark. We did our show Friday and went for 2 hours, and then we've done this show for, I don't know, an hour and 37 minutes. You know what we have not mentioned?
What?
Hardly at all.
What?
That the offensive line gave up 0 sacks the other night and just 4 pressures to the Buffalo Bills. And I like the fact that we haven't talked about it because maybe it's starting.
That's the goal.
That's the goal, is that we shouldn't be talking about the offensive line because it, provided so much pressure or didn't prevent the pressure, didn't prevent the sacks. But the other night they did. Joey Bosa and Trent Brown. Trent basically wiped them out from a pass rush perspective the other night. General, they went with an offensive line that put Titus Howard at left guard and left Trent Brown at right tackle. Ed Ingram was back at right guard. I said to Mark during the week, I said it before the game, that I felt like this is the 5. This is what they've been looking for. And however they got here, they finally got here, that this is the 5. What do you think of how the offensive line played, and what do you think it looks like going forward?
I agree wholeheartedly. That's their best 5. Ingram and Brown were the highest graded, and they all played really well. You'd like to see the run blocking be more consistent. But as far as Davis Mills, he had a lot of time to throw. And Davis is such a smart guy. He knows when it needs to be thrown away. He knows when he doesn't try to force balls into coverage. And so part of being a good quarterback is knowing what not to do, not just what to do. And he has done a tremendous job. If he never plays the rest of this season or next season, last year of his contract, unless Nick Caserio signs him to another extension, he has got a great 3-game stretch on his resume that people are going to look closely at. And Mills is such a respected guy, but he's not like Mr. Mobility. And the line did a tremendous job against a good defense and kept those pass rushers off him. And we cannot praise the offensive line enough and their coach, Cole Popovich.
In the 3.5+ games Mills played, only turned it over once. That first series against the Jaguars, that was it. Avoiding the turnover is a huge deal. And yes, the Texans doing very well with the reserve quarterback. When you think about Cincinnati, when you think about Baltimore, some of these other teams, what they've had to go through, it's been really good with Davis Mills. General, the Jaguars, help me understand this. Help me understand them. They're 7-3. It's weird because victories against the Raiders and the Cardinals on the road deep into overtime, and they handled so many situations badly, yet won, and they destroyed the Chargers last week. They blew the lead to the Texans. Trevor Lawrence having his worst season since his rookie year, yet here they are at 7-4?
7-4.
Ouch! So what about the Jags? What do you think?
And they've overcome the loss of their 2 best receivers, Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter. And they're not great at anything, but they're being good enough. And now they play the Titans. They'll win that game. And if the Texans do what they're capable of doing, upsetting the Colts, there'll be a 2-way. 3 teams it'll be 1 game separating 3 teams in the AFC South. People can't denigrate the AFC South like they were because 3 teams have winning records.
And playing very well. Well, I guess playing pretty well. I don't know if I'd say the Jags are playing well, but they're fighting to win, so I give the Jags some credit.
You are what your record says you are.
Thank you, Bill Parcells.
Confucius said that.
Yeah, and Bill Parcells stole it, and we credit to him. Okay, here we go. It's time for the weekly question. Except I'm making one exception to it. It's the easy question. You have $1. You can go to your whatever local establishment. You can go hang with Sean Pendergast at Lizards, and maybe they've got a book in there. I don't know, but you got $1.
Can't pick the Texans though, because listen, the shouty shows, as you would call them, the hot take shows, they were saying this defense could carry the Texans all the way.
I know. The Texans are always number 1 in our book, but I'm taking away the Rams.
Oh, you're taking away the Rams.
So you don't get the Rams or the Texans. John McClain, you don't get the Rams or the Texans. Which team is the best team in the NFL? Not the LA Rams nor the Houston Texans. What's the best team in the NFL? Who you put?
Well, you've asked this question. I've been telling you the Rams for weeks. So if not the Rams, then who now have the inside track, I still don't think it would be New England. I cannot pick Buffalo or Detroit. My two teams, there's nobody in the AFC North. Boy, after watching Indy yesterday get beat by the Chiefs and the terrible play calling, I have a hard time saying anything about Indianapolis. I want to, looking at the quarterbacks and the healthy quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson's not playing well since he came back from the injury, but they've been unbeaten now. But if I had to pick one, boy, I'd like to pick Mahomes. Looked so Mahomes yesterday in that game in overtime. He had struggles off and on, but oh man, I Green Bay, Chicago can't.
What about the Broncos?
Yeah, but I have a hard time with the Broncos with their offense being so bad. But they do win in the fourth quarter with Bo Nix and their offense. So yeah, John, I guess I would say Denver because their defense is second best in the NFL.
I know they blew the lead yesterday, but I'll still take the Eagles. If you're not going to give me the Rams, I'll take the Eagles in the NFC. And
I think it's a slam dunk. Rams are number one in everybody's power rankings this week.
And the Chiefs
are going to be MVP too.
Yep.
The Chiefs, it's like a horror movie. You have to drive the stake through their heart. You have to knock them out. Until somebody does that, I won't pick against them.
Michael Myers coming back every single damn year.
I can't wait for next week to get the shot for the Texans, Sunday Night Football, Carrie Underwood, the whole thing. But you got the huge game with the horseshoe this week, so I'm not looking past that one yet. So we'll take it from there. General, quick yes or no, is this the best Texans defense we've ever seen?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it as always. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
All right, coming up, Smoking Hot Players of the Week. We'll get to that. A few more tidbits on the way out about the Colts on Sunday. It's Colts Week. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Seaside Events.
throw. Allen looking, pocket collapsing, Allen escaping, and now he's finally sacked. Brought down. Danielle Hunter brings down Josh Allen. 4th down.
If it's not one side, it's the other. And that's what makes this defense so beautiful.
Well, Friday night we talked about this, and you had a full slate of action yesterday in the NFL, so everybody commenting on everything. But, man, Thursday night in front of the nation, the love that the Texans defenders got on Friday was amazing. It was a beautiful thing to see, especially considering where you started this season at 0-3 and 3-5, and there you were in front of a national audience just beating up Josh Allen with 8 sacks, and Danielle and Will getting all that love, and everybody else, and Bullock with the 2 picks, and my goodness, what a day for the Texans. Bullock with 4 interceptions on the year, tied for 3rd in the league. Really awesome to see that performance. So kudos to that side of the football. And by the way, they're 2nd in scoring defense now by 0.2 of a point behind the L.A. Rams, but who cares about that? Just keep playing well, play hard, and it'll all sort itself out in the wash. Nobody's gunning for a defensive title. They're gunning for a title. So let's see what they can do Sunday against the Colts.
I mean, the Texans gave up 2 returns in the last 3 weeks. That impacts. Then again, the Rams gave up a blocked field goal return against the Eagles. But look, that we knew that Rams defense was good. I mean, we walked out of there. I was frustrated with the way we played in week 1, but I'm like, that defense is pretty good. Yeah, they're really good.
You know, the thing is, Johnny, when you look at the defensive performances this year, that 0-3 start, it ain't because of the defense.
Yeah,
we all know that, right? It's an offense that's been slow to develop. They're just a work in progress, and they're getting better, and that's awesome. And you know what? The beauty is, here you are at 6-5. You battled all the way back to a winning record, and you have an opportunity. Now you have 6 games to go. You have your offense playing better. You get C.J. Stroud back. Let's click now. Let's get into the 20s every game if you possibly can do it, because if you do that, you might go undefeated on the way out. That is on the table if you can play offense to that level. Now, it's a lot to ask. You got to get CJ warmed up. People talked about him coming back last week possibly, but we talked about it here a week ago. You don't have the full slate of practices to get him ready anyway. So now you have a good situation, a full week, plus today. You get a Monday practice today because he didn't play over the weekend, so they get something. And I don't know exactly how they're going to handle it, but DeMeco Ryans will have his program at 5 o'clock today. We'll talk all about how they're handling this week and Colts week in general, because it is on. It's the 5th matchup between DeMeco Ryans and the Colts. He's 3-1 against the Horseshoe.
Yeah, and I'll ride that horse, if you will, DeMeco Ryans and what he's been able to do. And playing up there, I always like going up there. It's going to be obviously difficult, but we've won the last 3 up there, 22, 23, 24.
Yes, Mills.
So, yeah, that's right. And hopefully get things done. Look, this is going to be the Colts understand that their margin for error now is slim. They're a game ahead of the Jaguars. They're 2 ahead of us. They play the Jaguars twice, but I guarantee you it's just like anything else. They have eyes for us. They definitely have eyes for us, obviously, because the game's this weekend. But it's like the Texans. That's the team. The Jags, whatever. They're looking at us. I mean, I give credit to the Jags. I've said it throughout. The Jags they've made themselves into a solid organization, but one that might have a ceiling based on where Trevor Lawrence is on any given day. If Trevor Lawrence, for some reason, someday, just feels like he's dotting everybody, he's throwing dimes, it's going to be hard to beat them. And I think that's what happened last week against the Chargers. But then you saw him against the Cardinals, and he threw 3 picks, 1 in the end zone. Killers.
Here's the thing about the
Absolute
Jags.
killers.
The Jags have the Titans twice on the way out. That sucks.
Now, I will say the Titans are playing better. The Titans played pretty well against us. They got a little bit of the offense going that last drive. They put up 24 against the Seattle Seahawks, and they were in that game. I mean, they had it to a point where they were onside kicking with like 40 seconds left. I mean, a miracle touchdown. They win that thing 31-30 against a team that we all know is top 5 in the league in Seattle. So take that for what it is. Tennessee, they're scary because they got Simmons, and now they've got Cam Ward making some plays. And I remember 2016 when the Jags were playing. Was it 16? It was the flip side. The Titans were playing well, and the Jags upset them. Jags just got everything to go right that day. Who knows whether the Titans get everything to go right that day, and they knock off the Jaguars. We've seen these division games go weird.
Yep.
What about Lions-Giants yesterday?
Oh, my God.
I mean, Jameis is just in full-on Jameis mode.
It was awesome.
Full-on Jameis mode.
That was awesome.
I mean, it was the Jameis
touchdown,
Winston experience.
The reception was
so good. But then he throws a pick later on. It's just so bad.
You know what? They want the draft pick anyway.
No, I know.
For them, he entertained the New York crowd, the whole nation, actually.
Exactly. But what my point of that is, the Giants are 2-9, and you're seemingly just playing out the string, and they go to Detroit.
Oh,
and Detroit's got to have it. Detroit has to have that game. And the Giants had that game pretty much in hand.
Yep.
And the Lions come back and tie it at the end. And
it's the dog days for a lot of teams. You know, a lot is going to be determined, obviously. Down the stretch here, you have a third of a season or however you want to define it or more. So here we go. 6 games, 18, whatever. You get 6 games left, and it's going to be awesome. All right. We have a lot to talk about on the DeMeco Ryans show at 5 o'clock. We have Texans All Access at 6. Tomorrow, another full program, 6 o'clock. Thursday, it's an NFL triple header on Sports Radio 610, so get you ready for that. Friday night, 3-hour show, and Sunday, it's the Texans and the Colts. The Texans are 6-4 in their last 10 in Indy. Johnny Harris, you're a big part of that.
Yes.
Since you joined the team in 2014, it's 6-5, a winning record in Indy. How about that?
How about that? Let's do it.
How about that? Okay, let's get another one on Sunday at noon against the Horseshoe. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Thanks to everyone for listening. In the Loop coming up next. Have a great day. Happy Thanksgiving. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
A breast cancer diagnosis.
72 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The OG John Lopez sitting next to me. I'm Reginald Atatula. Of course, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. You on a Reaction Monday here. Headed into Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving in advance. Having a good time here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. How you doing, man?
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It was so fun this weekend with no real pressure, tension, just enjoying what was happening over the weekend and no game to go to. Not that I missed going to the game. I went, you know what I mean?
I don't think I do. Keep going.
Didn't have to go to a game. So got a little fishing in, watched a lot of sports with no pressure. Can't get much better than that.
There you go. Yeah. It was a mini buy. Like it's a Reaction Monday, but we got a lot of our Texans reacting out on Friday, but it's still a Reaction Monday, so get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. That's the text line. Again, 713-572-4610. And, of course, we always appreciate the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
On the YouTube page, which is Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat 610 Houston. First and foremost, what you got going right now? Because I do wonder how many people are already out of work, moving, shaking, getting themselves ready for Thanksgiving. But the big question I had, because again, it's a Reaction Monday, so what are we reacting to? And I feel like the weekend of the mini buy deserves a reaction in and of itself.
Yeah.
What did you do? What did you do with your mini buy? 713-572-4610. Because there's a lot of freedom. You started talking about it, how there was a level of freedom going into this weekend. Obviously, the Texans already out of the way, but not just that. Getting a win, a big win, probably the best win of the season, maybe even you could call it a staple or like a statement win of the season for them. That was out of the way. For you, an Aggie fan, your team was playing Sanford, so that was a bye week as well. What did you do with yourself? How did you enjoy yourself? What did you get into?
That's what I'm saying. No pressure on the Texans. Realistically, no pressure on the Aggies. They got to 11-0, which, by the way, 11-0, man.
Congratulations, man.
That's dope. Setting up a pretty big weekend, though. Pretty big weekend. We'll get to that as we move forward, of course.
Are they playing Friday or are they playing Saturday?
They're playing Friday, 7:30 at night. Not that I've already marked that on my calendar, so to speak. And then you're watching the NFL games, you're more just like curious. Because we kept going back and forth. You want the Colts to win or you want the Chiefs to win? In all honesty, it really didn't matter.
Oh, yeah, that was a win-win circumstance for the Texans, I think.
Yeah, so you kind of like – but then once the Chiefs came back and you see the standings, and we're going to get into that today, no doubt, you're like, okay, but it could have gone – I would have felt the same way had the Colts won. Like, okay, you get the Chiefs now, and they're out.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So
I really want to talk about that game. I really want to talk about the game. We will here in a second, but I want to start with the fact that did you guys feel as easy – on Saturday, not just like about the Texans, but I was like, yo, I don't think I've watched football in this way in a little while. Like I felt like not only could I watch as much football as I wanted to, I could just be a football glutton.
Yeah.
I got deeper into the games than I thought I would, right? Like I think that some people can view my team's not playing, I can kind of chill. Like I think Figgy, you might have gone that way. We were talking this morning. It sounded like you took some naps.
Yeah. I was chilling. I did a lot of binge watching. I caught up on Landman, so I'm good to go.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I ended up binge watching another show. So I kind of took that advantage.
Well, I ended up taking advantage of going fishing Saturday morning. And I had my screen on right in front of the helm there on my boat. So I was watching some of the early Aggies and some of the early college football.
I was wondering if you would actually watch the Aggies or if you would just be like, we're good
just
here.
Checking in on a bunch. But I actually was off the water by the good games, the 2:30 games and all that. So, it was very much chill the way you talked about. At the same time, you could do some other stuff. Figgy was talking about binge watching and and all that. I have one of my sons going out of town for Thanksgiving, so we had that Thanksgiving last night.
Oh, y'all did an early Thanksgiving.
Just his family, him and his wife and the little girl.
That's cool.
So that was, I made a little Chateaubriand from scratch. He's a good cook, too.
Who? I don't even know. I don't know. I think he said something about a brioche bun. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he said something in French.
Chateaubriand.
Okay.
You never had that?
Brother, I don't even know what that is. I'm only half convinced it's a food at this point. Sounds like some people.
Some wine.
Yeah, right. Who knows? Sounds like some people was doing some entertainment purpose only. Exchanges of money.
Oh, that was a good weekend for that because that's what kept me invested. I'm glad they brought that up.
Really?
Just a little bit here and there, and then you're invested
a little bit
in the
of plays.
game. Yeah. You're more invested in the game.
Somebody said watch the Rockets lose. Yeah, that's one way of characterizing that Friday night NBA Cup game. There's some conversations to be had there. Rockets get a real test, and interestingly enough, it might say something that a lot of people in the NBA have been talking about, where it's in the West or really just championship contenders in general. It is two teams in the Thunder and then in the Nuggets, and then everybody else is on the outside looking in. The Rockets probably the next of that. That might have been a takeaway from that game on Friday.
We were texting about it Friday night as we're watching this game, you here and me down in Aransas Pass. And
oh, that's where you were?
Yeah, because I was fishing the next morning. And,
Gotcha.
And so we're watching it, and I'm watching it down there, and I think I texted you. They're just like if you have a dial and you're clicking it's a click dial, and you click, click, click.
Sorry. I'm only used to touchcheescreens.
What is that?
They're
just like dials.
Like the old school radio boards, you know? They're just
the whomst?
Yeah.
He's like when I used to call people, used to use the rotary.
Yes. They're just one click behind those two teams. I think just one click. They're almost there, but how do you get there? How do you get that? They make that extra move.
Yeah, and of course, there were some missing pieces on both sides in that game. Christian Brown didn't play for them. Obviously, Tari Eason was not in there for the Rockets. But yeah, that was an interesting game. We had a lot of fun things to watch, and I don't know that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was there a game that was more fun to watch from this perspective than Colts Chiefs? Because you were talking about it. We were wondering who you should be rooting for. I think that there was largely a win-win to some degrees, and I think there was people on either side. The lack of pressure for the Texans side watching that game, and then also the caliber of game, plus I think the takeaways from the game made it just exquisite football watching on a mini bye week.
Yeah, how so?
All right, so first and foremost, and we could dig into this. We will talk more about this as we'll go around the AFC South in the next segment, or we can talk about some of the fallout, but that Colts offense is not the same Colts offense that we were seeing to start the year, and I think that some people were kind of cautioning folks looking at that team and being like, look, that team ain't as good as you were purporting it to be. That is a Colts offense that only threw for 100. Actually, and that's not correct because my box score is not completely updated, but they only threw for 181 yards. Jonathan Taylor ran for all of 58 yards on 3.6 yards per carry. Like that's an offense that had been doing some phenomenal stuff there for that Colts team. Obviously, a Chiefs defense that is pretty solid, but that offense did not look nearly as good as it had been, and that's probably a good thing. That bodes well for you, the Houston Texans, going in with a better defense than that Chiefs team, facing off against an offense that's one of the reasons why they've been really good this year.
Well, it's funny you say that because that's another part of watching the games this weekend. You kind of project your squad against that team.
Sure.
Right? And the Chiefs' defense against that team, without the pass rush that the Texans have, had a lot of success. And the Texans play the Colts this weekend. We're going to get into it, of course, all week long. But that's how I was looking at it. I was like, okay, they're really good. I mean, don't get me wrong. The Colts they had that game. They're up 20-9, man. They were up, pretty significantly in this game, late in the game. But they're not a beast. They're not the big bad wolf.
And then on the other side, the Chiefs who get the win there, it still didn't feel like they got it figured out. Like as much as they got that win, and interestingly enough, I've said it a few times, this feels like the same team as last year for the Chiefs, just more unlucky.
Yeah.
They found a way to get it done at the end, which maybe that ends up taking you to a place where you go, oh, here they go again.
Yeah.
But it just felt like the Colts stopped running the football. The Colts kind of got into their shells, and the Chiefs really did not break this thing open. The Chiefs weren't effective in the red zone in this game. They did get some really good run performance from one Kareem Hunt. Although just on
bad fumble, but yes,
yeah, bad fumble, a lot of yardage, but also it took them just pounding the rock. He carried the ball 30 times in that football game.
Yeah.
So like, it did still looking at the Chiefs. I also didn't see a team that was overwhelming, and those are your next two opponents. Like I looked at both of these teams. Now, of course, they're playing each other, but I was like, yeah, none of this feels particularly overwhelming. Both of them. Like either way, whichever team won, you can make an argument that it had some level of benefit for the Texans.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the Chiefs win, and that gives the Texans puts them only 2 games behind the Colts, a team that you will play 2 times, and so you have an opportunity to control your own destiny and claw your way back alongside them, and then obviously getting the tiebreaker there. But yeah, man, I thought that was the reason why. It was a fun football game. Neither of the teams looked like they were like dominant to where it created any additional concerns for the upcoming matchups against the Texans. I thought this was perfect game for a mini bye week.
Now let me ask you guys both this about the so-called mini bye week here. There's nothing better than having a team that you are all in on, whether it's the Aggies, Texans, whomever. But isn't there something to be said for just watching the games with no real interest?
Without question.
3 things. Yeah. 3 things came to mind.
Okay.
You mentioned 4, including what you just mentioned. But the Colts and Chiefs. I was just watching this like, all right, and then go on the other side and just kind of going back and forth. And we're going to get into this around the NFL, but this is something that occurred to me as I'm watching football with no real interest. The Dallas Cowboys.
Dude, let's talk about it. We don't have to wait till we're around the NFL.
Everybody says it. It was proved again yesterday. The league is just more interesting when the Cowboys are it's a cliche. People have said it so many times that it's become a cliche. But you know what? The NFL is better when the Cowboys are interesting. It just is. I'm sorry. I hate that team. But I was like, uh-oh, George Pickens. Good Lord.
Yeah, he's really good at football. The fun thing with the George Pickens thing, to get deep into the weeds there, is Jerry Jones still has like a little level of conversation within this. I think they gave up a 3rd round and a 5th round pick in order to acquire him, and that feels like, hey, a steal. That dude might be
a little more.
He's probably their best receiver because CeeDee Lamb was over there being a little bit of a head case, dropping footballs and then complaining about the quarterback, while George Pickens is over there just getting yards.
He was just ripping the ball loose from everybody.
The problem, if you choose to look at it that way, for the Cowboys, he is not under contract. So, like, he's doing all this and all it, like, as if you are indeed a Cowboys fan, you're probably looking at this like, yeah, this is good. And at the back of your head is like, how much do we have to pay him?
I was just watching.
Or we know how this is going to go. All throughout next offseason and all this other stuff.
So he's going to get franchise tag.
I just hate to admit it, but, man, I can't wait to see him again.
Dude,
I can't wait to see him again, see what happens.
That's been a really good offense.
And the playoffs playoffs. But we'll see. Yeah,
that's going to be a question for them. What are they, 5-5-1 now? Can they make a playoffs over there in the NFC? It does feel like that defense actually has started coming around because that defense was atrocious.
Aren't the 2 teams that are not really real good with their record, but kind of nobody wants to face right now, the Cowboys and the Texans?
Yeah, in different ways.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, the Texans absolutely.
I'll be nervous if I was in the NFC to face the Cowboys in the playoff game.
Right. And the Texans,
offense.
Of course, we talked about it all day Friday.
The only thing with the Cowboys is that offense supposedly a lot better at home versus than on the road.
Well, we'll see.
But yeah, we will see.
I want to find out.
Are you going to take Pickens with you?
Okay, well, yes. Is he going to stay out? Is he going to stay out late the night before? That's the question.
We're not talking about the first series.
That's the question there. But again, depending on how you feel about the Cowboys, you'll be watching them again next week because they're playing the Chiefs. Like I think that's going to be actually next week, Thursday, right on Thanksgiving, where we are all subjected to Cowboys football, right? I think that you have a little bit more interest in that this Thursday because you get another look at this opponent that you will be seeing very soon thereafter.
The only thing I'm worried about is the Cowboys fans. They're just going to be so insufferable again, which is why we hate them. I mean, I'm already seeing it, all over, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, but it's a love-hate relationship.
It's also a setup for the funny thing, which is
the fall.
Get the hopes up, and then all of a sudden, here come the Cowboys doing something that only the Cowboys can do, which is falling off.
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of enjoyed them coming back and winning this game just to see Eagles fans just overreact. I don't even know if it's an overreaction. But just their team being 8-3, and how the world is over now.
Who the Eagles?
Yeah. And the other,
I don't know if it's an overreaction, man. Like they're in the locker room.
Is it over at this point?
It's not over.
It's not over. But that Eagles team, like the offense, is a capital P problem.
Right.
Like that offense is an issue. Saquon Barkley has had as many negative rushes as what's my man in Las Vegas, Ashton Genty.
Yeah.
Behind that terrible offense, like that has been it. They are in 3rd and long all the time.
All the time.
Like they are trying to throw the football consistently in a way that they can't.
What's going on with Hurts? You know, they say it's his offense. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, but shoot, they was winning in this game. I thought they were going to win this game.
21-0 and got walked down.
Yeah. And then the other couple things that, again, just fun when you don't really have a root, and totally invested in a squad. I was hate watching J.J. McCarthy like a mofo, man.
Oh, is that what you're doing?
And love watching Jameis Winston. Like it's just
that brother called a touchdown, man.
Then he did the little Motown dance at the end, and
so
Jameis being Jameis.
You said Jameis caught a touchdown. Jameis Winston caught a touchdown through contact and was able to keep himself upright.
Well, let me change that. He caught a pass, ran for a touchdown, and broke some tackles, by the way, and got into the end zone.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question that sounds unserious, but please understand, I am 100% dead-ass serious. Are we sure Jameis Winston isn't a tight end? Are we sure he's not because you got the full spectrum of Jameis Winston in that game. Jameis Winston threw a pretty terrible interception. He had like a whole, I think it was like 10 plus 20-yard passes, 20 yards down the field. So like airing that thing out, he caught a pass, took it for a touchdown. Like you got the whole gamut of Jameis Winston.
His pregame speech was on point.
Pregame speech, celebration dance,
but we inside.
I'm like, I'm tired of seeing all the Taysom Hill. Can we get some Jameis Winston Swiss Army knife? I actually would want to see. I feel like he might be because he has health.
Huh?
Is he fast enough though?
He showed it on that play.
Not all tight ends are fast.
No, but he was pretty quick down that sideline.
Okay,
he was picking up them feet.
Yeah, he
okay, because I think about him scrambling all the time, and he ain't that fast scrambling.
Watch the replay. He was.
He was on that play.
Yeah, and then the last thing, please save Myles Garrett. Somebody, please save him. Please.
Save him from what?
From the Browns.
The only saving that's happening is at his bank account. He's doing all right.
He's doing all right.
Good.
Good Lord. He's got 14 sacks in
the last 5 weeks. That's correct.
Weeks?
He has 18 sacks through how many games?
Yeah.
11? Was it 11?
Brother,
games?
He's going to blow that sack record out the water.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Put it this way. He's got 14 sacks the last 5 games, which would be tied for the lead if he only played those 5 games. Like for the season.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, would be tied for the
Well, at least they won.
They won.
Yeah, there you go.
But
you talking about save him after, like, there's been instances where there's been very much more SEAL Team 6 missions necessary for Myles Garrett. This one was fine. But otherwise, like somebody said, proverbial hell for him. Let him stay there. But yeah, what a fun weekend for the Texans to have already done their thing, a college football weekend that if you wanted to tap in, you could, and if you didn't, you're 100% fine. Like, I imagine that some people got some real good honeydew in on Saturday. Sunday, you got some entertaining football as well. And ultimately, it's still a happy reaction Monday because your Texans, looking at the playoff race, they're constantly on that in the hunt graphic. Unfortunately, they didn't get much help in the wild card.
No.
The Jags win, the Chiefs win, the Ravens win. There's a bunch of teams there still in that
Pittsburgh lost too, man.
Yeah, Pittsburgh lost, but now they're another team that they're in that.
They might be in that wild card conversation.
Well, as of right now, the Ravens are at the top in the AFC North, but still, like they didn't get any help there. But still, a fun weekend of good football, and I think you could see things that give you some light and some opportunity to dream when it comes to playoffs with the Texans. We'll talk about that. We'll have a lot of fun here on a Reaction Monday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Just getting going. Again, 713-572-4610. Somebody said Jameis Shockey Winston. Hey, I would like to see it. That's all I'm saying is I would like to see it. All right, coming up next, let's indeed go around the AFC South, talk more about that Colts Chiefs game. But the other ones, there were some other very, very interesting football games when it came to AFC South teams. We'll break those down next.
222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Reaction Monday to you. Indeed, happy. I think there's a lot of things to enjoy within around the National Football League and everything else, right? There's a lot of good vibes in the city of Houston, and we're just in the holiday season too, so everything feels pretty good. Let's go around the AFC South. John Lopez.
Let's go around the AFC South.
It was a fun weekend for AFC South football, especially when you know that the Texans already got a victory, so you could just sit and watch with your popcorn and wait to see if anybody slipped up. You know what it is around the AFC South is a choose-your-own-adventure proposition, and all three teams, for the first time in a little bit, right?
Yeah.
We've gone through the byes, but for the first time in a little bit, all three teams were playing individual opponents. They weren't playing each other. And so an opportunity to really get a feel for what these teams are. But yes, choose your own adventure. So John Lopez, where you want to start?
I kind of want to start with the Jaguars. There's some interesting stuff going on with them.
All right, let us start with the Jacksonville Jaguars, who got a victory versus the Arizona Cardinals. Only just barely. Only just barely did the Jags get their victory versus the Cardinals. That one was a 27-24 victory in overtime, in which the Trevor Lawrence thing, man. Like this is the big conversation. We'll talk about some of the points within it, but Trevor Lawrence, he did throw for a lot of yards in this game, but he was responsible for all four of the turnovers that the Jaguars had in this game that allowed the Cardinals to play so damn close. 3 interceptions and a fumble for Trevor Lawrence, who threw for 256 yards, 3 touchdowns. And like this just felt like quintessentially what you were looking at with Trevor Lawrence, because he did lead an important drive in this one, right? But 18 of 30.
Yeah.
At this point, it feels pretty evident. And I feel like we on the outside have felt this. I do wonder where the Jaguars are internally with a new offensive head coach, with a new general manager, where they are in their decision-making process.
Where can they be? You know, they gave him a contract. I mean, what are you going to do? If I were doing radio in Jacksonville today, and thank God I am not.
What, so you're not in Jacksonville? I get that.
Yeah.
Just being in Jacksonville.
I would ask you guys this question. Did the Jaguars win because of Trevor Lawrence or despite Trevor Lawrence?
I mean, it's clearly in spite of him. Like, I think that and that's not even like me being just a homer and operating from, Houston, Texas. That is a game in which they ran the football pretty damn well, and he turned the ball over 3 times.
And then he made some plays.
He made a few of them.
Yeah.
Sure. And I think that, like, there's something to be said for what that offense is as well that helps them make those plays. But no, man, I think it's a lot more. It leans a lot more towards the in spite of him than because of him. And especially when it comes to quarterback in this league, and especially once you get to that second contracted quarterback,
right?
It can't be.
He's definitely not worth the contract.
It can't be the reason distribution that they're in. I mean, ETN ran for 5.7 a pop, 86 yards in this game.
Lawrence threw one interception where they panned to Liam Cohen, and he was going like literally palms up, like, the hell was that? Like, what is he doing?
How would you throw something like that?
Yeah, that's what he was. That you could just see it on his face. But he has 19 touchdowns and 16 interceptions, I believe, is the number. It's just a crazy, crazy thing going on up there. Yet they have the entire. They could win the division.
They still have an advantageous way to go down the stretch, and you're right. Like, they very much could win the division with some help, obviously. But yeah, the Jaguars defense actually had a pretty solid game. 6 sacks against Jacoby Brissett, including one in overtime that helped stall the Cardinals' offense. So, like, they did do a little something defensively there, even though I don't know if that's much of a consideration when we're talking about the Jags.
Yeah.
The defensive front actually did stand up.
When you look at the Jags' schedule, they have 2 against the Titans, they have the Jets, and they still have 1 against the Colts. They're just an interesting team for all the reasons that we're talking about.
Honestly, I feel like that's a team you will want to see in the playoffs.
Excuse me, they have 2 against the Colts. 2 against the Colts, 2 against the Titans.
To me, I feel like that's a team you want to see in the playoffs. Like, hey, they going to spit the bit in the playoffs. That's who I want to face.
You know who they are, right? They've done it themselves, so I can't really do too much of this. But they got a little bit of the Spider-Man meme with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah.
Like, they feel kind of the same where, you look at them and you go, yeah, I don't trust them as far as I could throw them, even if This is them barely getting over 3-8 Cardinals team. Jacoby Brissett did throw for a good amount of yards, and they were able to. But yeah, this felt weird. I mentioned ETN running for 86. 45 of those were on one good pop, and then he had a 15-yard touchdown run off of that. So I guess maybe that's not indicative of just how successful he was consistently in that game. But I think ultimately I just look at that Jags team now 7-4 and go, yeah, still don't feel that strong about it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, they don't have to be too strong with the schedule that you laid out ahead of them. Their next game is actually versus Tennessee. They will go to Tennessee and play them. So that's one of the things you were talking about is the schedule not that bad for them. Somebody said Titans could beat the Colts. Who knows?
Yeah.
Where would you like to go next around the AFC South?
Those Colts.
All right, let's talk about the Colts. We mentioned this earlier. Colts take a tough loss, 23-20 in overtime versus Kansas City. The Colts get up 20-9 in this game, and part of that is the Kansas City Chiefs, their very first RPO of the game, which is one of the things that have been kind of helping them get into these RPOs. Laiatu Latu tips it up, bats it at the line, brings it down, and damn near gets in the end zone there. That's his third interception of the year. He leads the Colts in interceptions.
He's the leader?
He is the leader of when it comes to that team. Now, they have a couple of dudes with a couple interceptions, and 3 interceptions is just about the borderline where you go, okay, that's a lot for a defensive lineman. At the same time, is that not concerning if you're a Colts fan?
100% it's concerning. I think this whole game was concerning for the Colts. It wasn't necessarily like getting exposed or whatever.
Ooh, there was some exposure.
But there were some exposure tendencies. You mentioned Daniel Jones and earlier, and certainly the way that the Chiefs controlled pretty much Jonathan Taylor. There's a template. There's a template that's been laid out to play these Colts.
Amen. The Kansas City Chiefs had 33 first downs in that game, which
the
Colts had 10. This is going to be an interesting inflection point watching them. Obviously, the Texans, seeing what the Texans are capable of doing, but watching what the remainder of the Colts season looks like. Is this the falling off point? Is this the cliff that a lot of people were talking about? Because with the Colts, early on, it was like this seemingly came a little bit out of nowhere, their capability offensively. And it was enough to where there was a divide between people that were like, no, this is faux.
Yeah.
This is a paper soft schedule. And there was people that were like, no, it seems like this is possibly sustainable, good run game, quarterback just doing what he needs to, and a play caller that's doing a great job. This could be the inflection point where you go, oh, no, this is where the smoke and mirrors cease. Because one of the things I can look at, and this is something that could be fixed, but Shane Steichen went away from the run in this game, which feels like it's the foundation upon what that works on.
No, and I think that would be the counterpoint. Jonathan Taylor, no matter what you think of the Colts, is not faux anything. He's not faux anything. Now, the Texans might be able to learn a lot and based on their own talents and schemes, be able to control Jonathan Taylor, but he's still going to play. They play the Jaguars twice, as I just mentioned. They're going to, that's going to be a very interesting couple of games right there. And then their other 2 games outside of division are the ones that are going to spell the difference. They go to Seattle and they play the Niners at home. That's going to be sort of the exposure, so to speak, in terms of coming back down to earth.
Yeah, so the Colts now make their way, or they will face off against the Texans. The Texans will make their way to Indy. And I have more confidence in this game than I at any other point to this point in the season. The Texans seemingly trending up. The Colts, at least in this game, you could say are trending in a way that's not necessarily good. Also, mind you, Colts were penalized 11 times in this game as well.
How many times were the Chiefs penalized?
I actually didn't have that in front of me.
I think it's 0.
They had one, which was it was a bad call on the Chiefs. It was like a face mask or something like that. And it clearly wasn't a face mask. It was early on in the game.
But all those
outside of that, Chiefs were penalized 7 times.
7 times. I was at one point I was looking at it, they hadn't been penalized yet. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, they got that first one where I'm like, all right, y'all trying to beat the narrative a little bit.
And just to fully lay into the idea that this offense was problematic for the Colts. In the fourth quarter and overtime, the Colts ran a total of 12 plays, went 3 and out each possession.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Not only was the offense not very good in the winning time, they didn't do very much winning. So very interesting thing. On the other side of things, and we could talk about this more around the NFL. The remaining team, the Titans. I might have to apologize to the Titans. I'm not going to, but I'm saying I should. apologize to them. The 1-10 Titans versus the Seattle Seahawks. And you look at this and you go, oh boy.
Yeah, you were ready to
I was
see
like
a 55-0 game there.
It took a miracle at the end of this for the Titans to not take this to overtime or anything like that. The Seattle Seahawks get a relatively narrow 30-24 victory. Titans elevator Xavier Restrepo for the first time. That was interesting. He got a couple of catches, but within this, the star of this game to some degree, I think it's Chimere Dike, who was a guy that we got a little familiar with. Ultimately, he left the last game that the Texans and Titans played.
A big return.
He leads the NFL in kick return yards. Yeah. He had a 90-yard punt return touchdown in this game, in addition to a receiving touchdown in this game. He is a real return specialist for them. They got a little something special there.
This was kind of like the best loss of the year. Not just because it was close, but you saw some stuff with Cam Ward, too. You need to be excited with Cam Ward if you're a Titans fan. And not as a Texans fan, but you saw some things with him.
Yeah, they didn't get very much pressure, which is kind of disconcerting because they are. I mean, we saw them; they got some of their guys back, and they didn't get very much running in the ground game. However, Cam Ward looked really good; one of the best games of his season. The numbers didn't look great, but he seemed to have a good control of the offense. Got himself running a little bit. Got himself a running touchdown as well. 28-42, 256 yards and a touchdown. Right?
Yeah, you keep your draft order. You saw some things. There's a little promise. And you still have the number 1 pick in the draft.
Solid tank commander, Cam Ward there. And they've got more of their rookies involved, which I think is probably the goal and the objective of what the Titans did. The Seattle Seahawks had some interesting stuff in there, but the Titans next will face off against the Jags at home. So the Jags will go to Tennessee, and of course the Colts will welcome the Texans this week, and that's what's happening around the AFC South. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, with all that happened, you can still look up and you see the Texans being 2 games down of the AFC South lead with 2 games against the Colts. It seems like it's more possible. At one point, it seemed impossible that the Texans could win this division. Now, coming back into the 4, and so that inspires the question of the day. What's something that it seemed impossible, but you actually did? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Text in, and we'll talk about it next.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, and you rolling on this Monday. And yes, indeed, we're reacting to the weekend that was after the Texans got a victory on Thursday. The Rockets played on Friday, and we just basically had a lot of weekend to just kind of take in various other things. But I think over the weekend and after the victory that the Texans had, it's very it looks a lot more plausible that the Texans could make the playoffs. Hell, the Texans could even win that division in ways that seemed...
It's not impossible.
It seemed impossible.
Yeah.
It seemed at the very least improbable or at earlier points in the season. Hell, you were 0-3, right? You were 2-4 after a really embarrassing loss on the road to Seattle. And now look at you, above 500, in the hunt in every single graphic that you can find, and, staring down an opportunity with ahead of you to make some waves. Like you were doing something and have the possibility at least to do something in the Texans that seemed impossible at some point. So question of the day. What's something that seemed impossible but you actually made happen?
This is going to be fun and very enlightening. Something that they said it was impossible, Biggie. They said it was impossible, Reggie, but you got it done. One came to mind for me that was truly impossible that somehow pulled out of the old you-know-what. This was probably pushing 10 years ago now. I was playing in a very one of those golf tournaments that is a money golf tournament. It's a weekly, Friday with some really good golfers.
Okay.
I
don't know nothing about that.
Up in what's that place that they used to have the Houston Open up in the Golf Club of Houston. Golf Club of Houston up on the Beltway, playing on the championship course. Well, one of the guys, I never played in it.
Okay.
But one of the guys canceled on my buddy's foursome. So I stepped in, and I am not a great golfer. I'm okay for a hack, but not their level. Like these guys were like 6s and 8s, handicap, and I was 20-something.
Of course.
So
look at you in the 20s. That's cute.
It was play your own ball too. Like everybody.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if we playing a scramble, let's go.
So I was just beating it all over the course, man.
Hey, yo, wait a minute. Kids are out of school. I don't think you can say that.
Golfers know what I'm talking about.
Okay. But non-golfers don't, and that's the issue.
I was struggling, to say the least, with some really good golfers on a really tough golf course on the championship course. We get to number 17, the second to last hole, the number one handicap hole. And I'm getting strokes because my handicap is so high.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the number one handicap hole. And I'm getting 2 strokes on the hole.
Yeah.
So in other words, whatever my real score is, take away 2.
That's right.
I hit a good drive, hit my approach to about 16 feet.
In regulation, everything?
And sank the putt.
Okay.
On the hardest hole on the course.
What does that count for, an albatross for you?
It was a 1.
There you go.
I got a 1 on a par 4 because they gave me 2 strokes. So I basically hole in 1 to par 4. Won the tournament for my guys.
Look at that. Look at that.
Won the tournament for my guys. They were practically lifting me up because I'd been hacking crazy. And I made a birdie on the number 1 hole and got a 1 on it.
There you go.
Like it was like $1,200 a piece.
And you know what? It was
money.
There was money.
It was a money tournament.
Yeah. Excellent. I feel like anybody that's had that moment in golf, like that'll carry you. You will play golf for the rest of your life, and you could be terrible the whole way. That one time,
I got a 3 for a 1.
That one time, I made something shake. There are some really incredible things here on the text line, including this from the 346. Thing that I did that I thought was impossible. With some help of this show, quit drinking 4 years without a drop. That is incredible.
Yeah,
that is 100% salute. Like I don't even think you should be giving us that credit. Take that credit for yourself. Like that is huge. That is a huge accomplishment to break cycles of addiction in that way. So congrats to you from the 713. This is also a cycle that was broken and then repaired. Something that they thought was impossible. Saved their marriage and got back everything that they lost after getting caught cheating on their wife. Well,
good for you though.
I'm glad that you were able to get it back, and I hope that there's some reform in there
There's
you're not.
There's some heavy ones coming.
Yeah, there's some big ones, man.
Getting out of Iraq twice alive.
Hey, Salute to you.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Salute to you.
Yeah, I'm over here with a little cheesy
I'm talking
one.
about golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the cheesy one,
No,
Fig?
mine was remember Sean used to do a national show on Sundays or whatever, the CBS national show, and one day I guess he left his little key card to get in.
Yeah.
So I guess he called a few people, they didn't answer. He called me. And mind you, I stay over by NRG Stadium at the time. And he like, Figgy, I'm trying to get in. I ain't got no key. I left my key at the house. You think you could come up here and make it before the show start?
Yeah.
How close was it?
I was like, man, all right, so I'm like, I'm not sure, but I'll try. So I immediately hung up the phone, grabbed my keys, got in the car, and hauled ass on the good thing it was Sunday. It was no traffic.
Yeah, you can move through these streets.
I got up there, ran up there. He was in the hallway. I hit the key button. I kind of came in just to make sure everything was cool.
Yeah.
Soon as he sat down, the music played.
Wow.
Sean Pendergast here, CBS Sports Radio. Like, soon as he put his headset on in that room.
That's an all-timer.
Sat down. Yeah, so he thanked me a lot for that. So he ended up giving me a gift card, but I thought that was impossible. I'm like, man, you're going to have to call somebody.
How long did it typically take you on your normal commute at that point?
So with no traffic, it's about a good 12 to 13 minutes.
What'd you make it in?
I made it probably in 9 minutes because I wasn't about to get a ticket for Sean Pendergast.
He was like, I'm gonna make it, but come on.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. So I did. I hit the speed limit a little bit higher than normal, but I'm telling you, let's say the show started at like 12. I got there around 11:58. I pulled up around 11:58.
Yeah.
Ran in, had to wait for the elevator, went up.
Oh, no.
He was right there. I hit the key card. I'm like, go ahead, do your thing. He ran on in, and the music, the CBS music that played.
Yeah.
It was playing, and then they did the Sports Minute and all that crap.
And he's still. As
soon as he walked in that room, he put the headsets in, and like, Sean Pendergast here. Sean Pendergast. Yeah, so that was so much on time, man. I thought that was impossible.
Oh, man, some more coming in. Convinced the hottest girl at Ohio State to marry me. That is adorable.
OH.
Okay.
Ayo.
There it is. He finished it off for himself. Somebody said got married just in general. Another person talking about got remarried as well after a 9-year marriage and divorce.
How about you? They
All
said
right.
it was impossible.
So there's a couple of things. First and foremost, I'm just going to pat us on the back as a station. We raised a lot of money for the Houston Food Bank, putting together the Reggie and Ron Radiothon last year. And I think you guys have a little bit of insight as to how quickly we turned that thing around.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we didn't have a lot together, and we were like, but there's a need, let's make it happen. And you guys answered the call. So I think that was one of those things. The Houston Food Bank didn't think we were going to raise very much money at all. Like, I think the goal was...
They were happy.
The goal was like, some hundreds of dollars, and we ended up with like $20-something thousand raised for the Houston Food Bank. We will run it back next year, mind you.
Yeah.
We'll
Damn,
be
they ain't believe, man.
They did not believe. But then I already got my dollar out.
You believe now?
I'm gonna put this in the helmet.
Oh, here we go.
You guys, if you don't know, but I think a lot of you do know, before I was able to return to my home in Houston and work with you fine gentlemen, I used to work up in a city called Dallas.
Get out of here, really?
There was a point in 2003 in Dallas, or 2023 in Dallas, where they won a championship. I was on air the night that they won a championship.
Okay.
Covering a team in a moment that is that emotionally charged, when you don't have like an inherent emotional attachment to, because I feel like when I was up there, I cover the teams in a way that's like
fair,
neutral, fair, but it's not my team.
It wasn't like Rockets or something.
The idea, people there still think like these are my team. I'm like, these aren't my teams. I am still amazed to this day that people have that feeling of like, oh man, this is our team. Like, hey, I was just covering them neutral. I am amazed that like people up in Dallas think that hey, I rock with your team like that. I was like, I'll just be nice.
I'll just be nice.
That's it. But like, no, just imagine like you were here for the Astros winning their championship.
One of the most memorable nights.
You were downtown. Yeah. Imagine doing that, except it was not. It was like your team's rival.
Yeah.
Right. Like
yeah.
That is the space that I lived in.
Imagine covering the Longhorns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Like you covering the Longhorns in 05.
I covered the 05 team. Yeah. Remember I mentioned it was the first live blog that the Chronicle ever did. I was doing it. It was fun. Yeah, just do it the right way. Yeah.
832, quit biting my nails, which I've been doing for over 30 years. That's crazy. At 979 was 310 pounds, terrible shape, lost 90 pounds.
Wow. Now that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a
After
good
being
one.
hit by a baseball, wife got her master's degree. There's a lot of incredible stuff that's happening here. Met a girl tailgating at a Texans game, been married 11 years. Oh, yeah. Finding a wife in the tailgate lots? I like that.
That's a win-win.
Man, y'all have a lot of things that you were able to make
My question
happen.
is, you thought that was impossible, though?
What?
Yeah.
Like
Finding a wife in the tailgate?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's very possible, right?
Yeah.
I mean, apparently so. It happened. We have proof. So there.
Anything's possible.
Anything is indeed possible, and that goes to show you the Texans very well could make this run and win the AFC South, or at least get themselves into the playoffs. That's the circumstance that we look at right now through 12 weeks of the National Football League. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, speaking of those upcoming matchups for the Texans, you'll see a familiar face very soon. Who is that familiar face? We'll talk about it next.
All right, football season is in full.
Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL. Tons of NFL things to talk about after this weekend. And maybe one of the quiet ones, but meaningful here in the great city of Houston, is that when you face the Chiefs in Week 14, it's a Sunday night football game with all the NBC pomp and circumstance. There's quite the possibility that there'll be a face that's very familiar showing up in the red of Kansas City, and that is Dameon Pierce, who just today, in fact, made it official that he'll be signing to the Kansas City Chiefs practice squad after pretty unceremoniously, to be honest, being released by the Texans Thursday. What's up, Andre? Love you, dog. Thursday, a few hours before game time.
Yeah.
Dameon Pierce is released after, 4 years with the team and, obviously having an incredible rookie year. And it felt like a little bit of a news dump. We talked about that Friday.
It was a news dump, yeah.
And at that point, we were like, all right, so where does he go?
Yeah.
And apparently, at least according to Aaron Wilson, he had an opportunity. Howie Roseman was very much chasing the possibility.
Trying to trade for him.
Yeah, apparently tried to trade for him. That's right. But ultimately, Dameon Pierce decides to sign with the Kansas City Chiefs. What's your reaction to this one? Like, I know that there were some people that are like, oh, there goes the Chiefs trying to steal our playbook. Do you have any concern about him going over there?
Well, I don't know if that was their number one priority, but I think it's going to be in play. I mean, why would it not be? He's going to be in your building for 2 weeks. He's on the practice squad, I guess starting today.
Right.
And so, he'll have all that information. You're in the wild card chase with the Texans. I think that's part of it, but I don't think that was the biggest reason that they signed him, because he had 4 or 5 different teams reportedly.
Yeah, according to Wilson, he had offers from the Chargers, the Broncos, the Bears, the Eagles, and also had. Let me start that again: Chargers, Broncos, Bears, Eagles, Colts, Bengals, and then some interest from the Dolphins.
What did the Eagles?
Well, all but the Bengals. All but the Bengals are in the playoff chase. I mean, they're looking for that extra little piece. Yeah. And maybe maybe it's a fit. Maybe it's a fit with the Chiefs. They could certainly use it.
I know that. Yeah, they could. I think also that's a team that values running hard, which he can do. I think we have gotten very close to understanding what Dameon Pierce's quote unquote issue is when he's on that football field, and it's like that read and react isn't there in the same way that you would want from a lot of running backs. And so, especially in schemes where it really requires the running back to have a level of read and react in order to find the gap to then hit hard, he struggled a little bit. He was running into blockers way too often.
It also is kind of a last chance you for him. So,
it is.
So, maybe there's going to be new life from his perspective as well. I hope so. I mean, we've said it the whole time. Hell of a good dude.
Great dude.
Really is.
He has talent. He just needs to be able to refine it. So I understand why a lot of teams, especially for the low price of just signing him to a practice squad, are willing to take that chance and see if they can fix that talent. It's one of the things we always talk about with coaches in the National Football League or in any league.
We can fix them.
100%, right? It was them over there that did it wrong. We got it. We know how to fix that.
Yeah. Especially after his rookie season.
Yeah, after
that's hard to just overlook.
Right.
I will say, as much as I want to be like, nah, it's not that big a deal. Him going over there with knowledge of this offense up until recently and seeing the way that it's developed, I do think that any schematic advantage that you can give to Steve Spagnuolo is not something that you want, especially with where this Texas team is. They're finding a little bit, just a little bit of, can they be a average to slightly below average offense? Because that's all you probably need with this defense.
Yeah.
But what does that window shift at all when the other team's like, we have a little bit of insight into what y'all do?
No, I think it's definitely a factor for sure.
Somebody said Dameon Pierce doesn't even know what's in the playbook. That's not true. That is not true.
How can he help him if he doesn't know?
He's definitely been.
He's gonna go over there. I don't know what they doing on offense. I have no idea.
That would be hilarious if it's like, actually, there's not really an offense over there. They just over there doing stuff.
I'm not sure what their identity is, to be honest with you.
Just ask them.
Speaking of not knowing what the identity is, that'll get you fired out here in these streets, and that's what happened to one Chip Kelly, the man who reportedly was making $6 million as an offensive coordinator, more than double the next highest guy, who was Todd Monken, around $3 million. He's out. He's out as offensive coordinator of the Raiders. Did you hear Did you hear Pete Carroll after the game where they lose to the Browns there, where he's like, yeah, things are going to get right soon. And we thought, oh yeah, that's confidence. No, he was like, he's like, I'm doing some surgery. I'm doing a biopsy to get rid of the cancer in here.
Heads are going to roll.
And the cancer's name is Chip Kelly.
Dude, this is an incredible.
Get this chip off my shoulder.
There you go.
Well, you did. Just an incredible story. They're paying him. They paid him so much money. He was going to. He was about bringing him here.
Yeah, it was a conversation on these airways about Chip Kelly.
100%.
Yeah.
And if that's too much for a coordinator and what has he done in the NFL and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a strong conversation here.
In 14 years as the Seahawks head coach for Pete Carroll, he never fired a coordinator during the season. In the span of 17 days, he has now fired 2.
Yeah.
Right?
What does that say about Pete Carroll?
It is, yeah. I think it's the circumstances that are there. And to be fair, it has been bad. Like, that offense has been atrocious under Chip Kelly. I forgot his name as soon as he was fired. But yeah, that's what's tough for me though is this has definitely been a bad offense, and you could definitely look at him. That is an atrocious offensive line to the point where I do wonder how much of the responsibility is indeed Chip Kelly, and Chip Kelly has to figure out a way to make the offensive line work together a little bit better.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of those things where I looked up and I went, ugh. But at least in that way, you very much can look at it for what the Texans were doing and saying, as much as conversation was about him being a veteran offensive play caller, clearly that wouldn't have worked here.
No, it wouldn't have worked here, and it does say a lot about the offensive line as well. But he was almost apologetic afterwards regarding Geno Smith. He was just saying, man, I didn't do him right, all that stuff. But just an absolute mess. For sure.
And I should say kudos to the Texans, mind you, not just for not looking towards Chip Kelly. Jonathan Alexander did, write a piece around that time talking about how the Texans, according to sources, said that nothing would give them confidence that that it could all of a sudden work with Chip Kelly in this circumstance, citing his, how in the NFL his tenure's burned very quickly.
Yeah.
Where you talk about the Eagles, whether you talk about with the Niners, and then now with the Raiders.
Hell, Ohio State.
Well, Ohio State, he moves on for greener pastures there.
Burned quickly, though.
Yeah, but I think that the idea being like, hey, man, this has fizzled out a number of times, and indeed another instance in which it fizzles out. Now, that's also, how much do you blame him? Again, he deserves blame. I'm not trying to run away from it. Against that particular Browns team, did you see the way that they teed off, brother?
Man, they were just, how many pressures did they have?
I didn't even check pressures. That's a great question.
Yeah.
All I checked was straight sack. That's the thing. You don't even have to get to pressures. When we could just cite sacks and say, "Oh, this was a problem." Was it 10 of them?
10.
Yeah.
Was it 10 sacks? Geno Smith was under duress.
Texans play them, don't they?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, they do. I bet Geno Smith. Like, this is not how it works in the National Football League. We know this. If I was Geno Smith, I'd go ahead and put in PTO for that game. Yeah. Hey, we gonna be out of town for my family. I'm gonna need
Kenny
paid time
Pickett,
off.
go ahead. It's all you, man.
Somebody else got to take that one against Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Did you just see what Myles Garrett did to me?
I'm doing a quick count here of pressures. It looks like 28.
Goodness gracious.
28
man.
pressures.
That is unbelievable.
Unofficially.
Yeah, that is unbelievable in that game. And of course, within that game, like, there was a lot to salute. Shedeur Sanders gets a victory in his debut. Now, as a starter, I'm not big on quarterback wins, but if you value that stat, this is the first time in like 30 years that a Browns quarterback has won their starting debut. Like, this is unprecedented territory. I take you to the Browns locker room after they get a victory versus the Raiders. This is how the head coach saluted such an event.
Offense wasn't perfect. How about that big play by Sam at the end? Huge play. Huge play. Earl make big play. And then another rookie making his first start. Nice job, Shedeur. Well done. There's that old saying, save the best for last. How about that fucking defensive performance?
Was it 17 quarterbacks, right, that lost their first start?
That sounds about
right.
Yeah, every quarterback since 1995.
And Shedeur wins his. And actually looked pretty dang good.
He looks solid. Like, there's definitely something to be said within that context of him looking pretty good. In fact, he started talking his talk. This is
just go ahead.
Can we get Shedeur Sanders on the sideline on how he felt he did in the game?
I think I showed a couple of great pieces. It's some things I wish, I could get back. But, man, a win is crazy. It's amazing, off of 1 week of practice, you know what I mean? This 1 week of practice. So imagine, what a full offseason look like. It get dangerous. But it's just a 1 week of practice. So I'm just truly thankful, that everything happened.
I'm happy for him, but he just can't help himself.
He cannot.
He cannot help himself.
And I've seen people going back and forth on this. Like some people talking about, confidence sounds like arrogance to the insecure. And then some people are like, hey, man, don't get too cocky.
Yeah.
I feel bad because I like seeing people succeed. My natural inclination was like, hey, dog, you are not out the woods. Keep your head down.
I know.
Like, keep your head down. And look, you could decide to carry it how you want. And I hear what he's saying there because a lot of people, including me, were like, yo, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
Like, you could go ahead and walk it out, but this probably is not going to look the way that you want to look. There were some good things within that. Even the touchdown pass I know was like kind of just a throw over to the flats or whatever. Yeah. But, there was definitely some good things within there. A huge pass downfield where he's able to evade and throw on the run. Like, there's some things that are in there that look pretty interesting. I just keep coming back to in the locker room, Kevin Stefanski, he clearly don't like that kid. He was like, hey, shout out to the tight end for making a play. Shout out to another receiver for making a play. Who threw that? The rookie had a good game. Good for you. But the defense, you see the defense? And he's not wrong. The defense was the best. It's just like, hey, man, typically coaches, like, compare if DeMeco Ryans was in that circumstance.
Oh, he'd be all about it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he'd be
Come
all
here,
about
young rook.
Yeah.
We got the young rook right here. Yeah, that was crazy. Did y'all see that fumble from Jerry Jeudy?
Dog, what was he doing?
Man, I thought the play was over.
Yeah.
I thought they blew the play dead. The way he was just skipping on, like he was one of the Dorothy from the Wizard of Oz. He was just sitting there skipping, and he punched that ball right out. I'm like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
He was just so surprised. I got the football in space.
That was a big play from Shador too.
Yeah. Huge play. Yeah. So
just write that out.
Yeah. Salute to the Browns in all of that regard. We talked about all the sacks that were levied by one Myles Garrett as we continue football talk here on Sports Radio 610, which is presented by Paramount Plus, and streaming now on Paramount Plus, of course. Landman, which is from Taylor Sheridan, who's the co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton's in it. It's Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, Sam Elliott, all in it. Check out Landman, and the new season is already streaming only on Paramount Plus. I did want to ask you about this. TJ Watt.
Yep.
TJ Watt had a tremendous milestone. Actually, can you give me the audio of this? Because it's pertinent. On the broadcast, his brother, JJ Watt, and his brother, now second when it comes to the family rankings on all-time sacks. Listen to it right here.
Recovery. Watt will get credit for the sack on the QB and the forced fumble.
I mean, if he's going to pass my record, that's one hell of a way to do it. With a strip sack causing a touchdown. Good for you, TJ.
He is now the Watt family all-time sacks leader. And that is sack number 115 for TJ Watt.
Well, that's it. I'm going to put the pads back on because this is preposterous.
I'm sure John and Connie would love that.
Mom, Dad, Uncle Jer, good to see you guys in the crowd.
Okay, so I love the way you put this on the doc that we always work off of here. You wrote down, what would it take for TJ to have a better career than JJ? Well, clearly not stats, because he has better stats now.
Well, and that's what I was looking at.
He's got 115. JJ has 114.5, and the question is, do you think he'll ever be better?
Well, that's the thing. Well, the undercurrent there
was
wrong.
It's just funny. He's not considered.
That's what I was going to ask.
The better Watt.
I was going to ask the question is who's the better Watt, but I feel like we would all probably go, and some of it is a little bit of bias, but we'd all go JJ Watt in large part because JJ Watt has one Defensive Player of the Year. TJ has one. JJ has 3 of them things. But all pros, they're level on. TJ has way more forced fumbles, although JJ has recovered more. And then the 2 interception touchdowns for JJ are big. But I'm saying, like, if we were to work this out, understand that TJ's still playing football.
Yeah.
What's it going to take for him to get over? Is it just trying to equalize on those Defensive Players of the Year? Is it just winning a championship that might put him in that circumstance? Like, what would it take for us to go TJ Watt, best Watt to have played?
Yeah, I think he got to play longer, a little bit longer too. Probably a championship would definitely help a lot.
Yeah.
But I think for the simple fact that he's in the same division as Myles Garrett, and they just kind of been going back and forth. People been arguing about those two in the division. So I feel like people gonna go to Myles Garrett first over TJ Watt.
I don't even know if necessarily it's a championship, but he has to have those postseason game-changing,
what's a TJ Watt moment that you can think of?
He's had some plays, in the postseason, but not a lot, and I don't know if he'll ever be considered the better Watt.
What's funny is he's passed his brother. He's played 19 fewer games than JJ did.
He's got better numbers. So that's why I like when you said, what's going to take? Well, not numbers. It's got to be more. It's got to be something else.
Also, I don't think I realized this. He has 8 interceptions to JJ's 2. Like, JJ's 2 went for touchdowns.
Right.
TJ's had more interceptions.
You would think, right?
But do you feel like TJ Watt is the face of the Steelers, though?
No,
and that's one of them, but he's not like JJ.
I feel like JJ was the face of the Houston Texans, and maybe that could be part of the branding and all that stuff too.
Yeah, but I think that's just an interesting thought. But of course, JJ sounded great on the broadcast and bringing a little levity to it. But salute to TJ Watt. I mean, a very, very good player in his own right that clearly is making a case. It's just one that for some reason doesn't stand up to his brothers.
I think years later, when you gonna have some nerds looking at the numbers and stuff like that, that's when the conversation gonna pop up. Technically, TJ was better than JJ.
Oh, you can say it now.
Yeah, I know. I think when everything's said and done, I think we gonna be sitting here. Hey, hot take, but TJ better than JJ.
Yeah, not JJ. I'm not trying to put your brother above you, mind you. I was just asking a question.
He is. Numbers wise.
There you go. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll salute some more NFL stuff as we continue on this React Monday. But coming up next, I want to react to this. Is it Reed Shepherd time in Houston for the Rockets? There's a reason why. We'll talk about that next.
Credit DeMeco. by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, we've been reacting to the weekend on a Reaction Monday in various different facets here in the Loop. I think that there's a little bit of a reaction necessary on the Rockets front as well. The Rockets with a somewhat unfortunate loss versus the Denver Nuggets on Friday night, NBA Cup game. So they go 1-2, which unfortunately I know that this breaks your heart, John Lopez. I think this is going to take them into a place where it's going to be hard for them to try and win the NBA Cup. I think they might be out of the real contention and running there, which I know that you were really getting your hopes up for that. Yeah. It was 112-109 loss there. We could talk a little bit more about that moving forward. But one of the things that it's kind of been brewing just in the general with Rockets fans, I think, is the question of is it Reed Shepherd's time to start for the Rockets? Is this something Reed Shepherd has been phenomenal of late when it comes to his play? He's been just shooting with a level of confidence. In fact, can you give me a little bit of the audio from this? Because this game was on Prime Video on Friday night versus the Nuggets, and there's one point where not one point, the whole game, Reed Shepherd is mic'd up. There's one point where he knocks in a three over Tim Hardaway Jr. And tell me if you think you know what cuss word he was about to say before he cleaned it up here.
What is this? Hey, now that's a celebration.
Yeah, he was gonna call Tim Hardaway Jr. a dummy, I guess, to clean it up a little bit. But no, Reed Shepherd has been absolutely phenomenal for the season. He's shooting damn near 50% from three. Scoring 13, 14 points a game, and that's even considering like the early portions of it over the last. How long? How long? He's been really, really good. I guess this is the way that I should just put it. He's just been fantastic recently. And so with that being the case, the question is, should he be a starter, especially seeing as we got news that Kevin Durant is not playing tonight in their upcoming basketball game?
Well, look, for sure now.
For sure
these next two games, it's a good test run for one. Obviously, you want Kevin Durant out on the floor, but without him, you still have Şengün. You still have some, run some offense through there. You can have Jabari sort of fill that role. I think you mentioned that in a break. Fill that role of Durant. You still have a man doing things, which, by the way, I think part of the reason, this is where you have that little test run with him in the starting lineup, is because the man has not been really embracing the point guard role the way he should. He just has. He's still amazing in so many things that he does, but I think it's affecting him. We touched on it a little bit last week. And Reed Shepherd has just been, he's been a game changer. He's been an absolute game changer for this squad.
He's the reason why they were in that game.
Yes.
On Friday. Like his ability.
David Adelman said as much afterward.
Yeah, his ability to shoot and really knock down shots. His defense has been one that is annoying to me personally, but shouldn't be to like the average Rockets fan. The reason why it's annoying to me personally is I am on this quixotic mission to civilize that steals do not equal defense. Right? I think that like those things can be together. You can have a defender that is good at steals, but inherently being good at steals does not make you good at defense. However, he is finding ways to improve his defense while also still being phenomenal at getting his hand on the basketball, poking the ball out, making it tough for opposition players to have a good handle. So with that, with his eagerness, his passing has been pretty solid, especially in like more of a secondary role as opposed to an initial creator. Yeah. And he is just knocking down shots with a level of confidence. In that game, you would see them run pick and roll, and that defender, if he was a half step back, Reed is taking it with confidence. In fact, that highlight that we played was that was happening, right? There was a screen. The defender either goes over and is behind or goes under to try and get back in front of him, and he just knocks down shots consistently. I think that this is a dude who very much has a valuable role, but as much as I think that he probably fits more next to, in that second unit. I think right now is a great opportunity with Kevin Durant missing a couple games for a family matter, mind you. It's not like he's injured or anything, but he's missing a couple of games for a family matter. This might be the perfect opportunity to get a feel for what Reed looks like as a starter.
That's where I am. I think ultimately he's going to end up being the guy at some point, at least getting the most minutes in rotations, and it's a good chance to see what he can do, kind of running the show in such a way that he runs it. And I do disagree with you on the whole defense thing. If you know that that's what he is, and you're kind of describing an off-ball defender or someone with instincts in terms of passing lanes and such, that is defense. That is defense if you know that's what he brings.
We're not talking about him as an off-ball defender, though.
Passing lanes and
that's
hands
great
on the ball.
I think that's great. He does that more even on ball, and I think that defenses know he is my target. I'm going to bring him up and see if he can navigate the screen. I'm going to bring him up and see if he can stay in front of this ball handler. And those are things that he struggles with. Yeah. He can't poke the ball out, which is great, but then at times it comes with gambles and such. And so I'm not willing to say that like he's a great defender. I don't think anybody
but
is
he a
saying that
willing
to be fair.
defender? Absolutely.
He is.
Is he one of the guys that can offer you other things? Absolutely. And then on the offensive side, it's often very telling. You can tell the sincerity in people when they're talking about another player. Like, well, he's a good teammate, blah blah blah. Versus, I think he's going to be one of the best players in the league someday, which is what Şengün said. I think he can change a game by himself, which is what Adelman said. So I think the respect that he's getting is very sincere, and I think he's earned it. He's earned it. Let me ask you this about Amen, though.
Okay.
How much is he being not himself?
Oh, a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of not. And early on, we were wondering how much it was the responsibility of being a primary ball handler and having more usage. I think even in instances where that's not the case, where he's playing off ball, him attacking the rim is a little bit less aggressive than he typically is. And I use that word very intentionally because his game is an aggressive one. Even defensively at times, I wonder where the aggression is that we've seen historically from Amen. And I'm not saying that it's something that's entirely left him, but in this moment, I'm not seeing it in that same way. I wonder what that catalyst will be to kind of jumpstart that. Yeah. And maybe tonight's game will be an opportunity. They are in Phoenix facing off against some friendly names. They'll see Jalen Green. Actually, I don't think Jalen Green's playing in this one, interestingly enough.
Dylan Brooks is.
But Dylan Brooks is. Dylan Brooks will get you fired up as well. And I wonder, are shenanigans going to pop up? Is that going to be the way that Dylan Brooks says I love you?
Stare down?
Stare down. I'm not worried about stare down. I'm worried about him stirring up.
Yeah.
You got the wrong direction there, big fella. Like, I think that just because he knows you, he knows exactly where to push the buttons.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if that'll help him get it going.
They were asking him about Ime, and he goes, well, I'll be interested to see who he puts on at first. At first, as if like, I'm going to work that dude.
Yeah, and then
let's see what
they're going to need to change it. But either way, I think it'll be a very intriguing opportunity. Whether it's Reed that goes, I think if Tari Eason was available, I think Tari would step in to be a starter. I think he fits a little bit closer to some of the things that they're trying to do there. But regardless, I'll be very intrigued to see how they handle it without Kevin Durant. Like, he's been such a savior for their offense a lot of times, where they go, to get him on the block and let him initiate. He has become kind of the pseudo initiator when it's not Alperin. I think this will be a really interesting point to see how they fare with Kevin Durant not being a little bit of a crutch for them, for lack of a better word, in this game. 8:30 on Peacock is where you'll see this game versus the Phoenix Suns for your Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Where there was a lot of stuff happening this weekend in the college space as well, and a familiar face scored a touchdown. Are you missing this guy? We'll talk about it next.
Our guy Lopez made
Texas Hoops versus Florida State, December 6th. Get tickets at ToyotaCenter.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. First and foremost, DeMeco Ryans will be speaking today on his normal Monday vibes after the mini bye week. Thursday night game allowed him and the team. Well, I wonder how much he actually took time off, but the team.
Oh, he had to have, right?
I would have hoped so to some degree. Like, I know that sounds weird because
Take
you're
the
like,
weekend, man.
Go and watch tape and get ready. I do think that they need. There is a need, especially down the stretch.
No, I want them to
have an opportunity to stop and reflect and take a breather to some degree, because I think that was, as much as having an early bye in the season can be rough, because you go, oh man, when the car crash sport really weighs on the team, you have that down the stretch. I think having a little mini bye is helpful in giving them a moment to breathe before they get back into it. DeMeco Ryans, his message to the defensive line, according to Will Anderson Jr., was empty the tank.
Yeah.
And so, imagine that they all emptied the tank. They got themselves a victory. So these few days were used to refill the tank. But we'll hear from DeMeco Ryans here in about, an hour or so is when he is scheduled to talk to the assembled media, and you'll hear it on Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. Look, a lot going on. You mentioned you mentioned something that I really wanted to get to, and we probably should mention it here. We talked about Damian Pierce and Kansas City. And how much of an impact that'll be. Good for him. Hope it works. All that good stuff. But the one that is just intriguing as heck to me right now is John Mechie.
John Mechie, who is a Philadelphia Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. He's a New York Jet, because he ended up with the Jets after that. I forgot that he hadn't hopped already.
A Jet.
Plus, that makes sense, because it's not like the Philadelphia Eagles can throw the football.
They ain't throwing no touchdowns.
Ain't it sick when we could make fun of you not being able to throw no touchdowns, but we are also talking about the New York bleeping Jets?
Yes, they can. You can't.
Sick. That's tough.
6 catches, 65 yards, man.
Yes. That's the thing. Are we seeing John Mechie find his place, find his level?
I mean, how can you say anything but that? This was not a one-off. He's done it already and had some good moments with the bad, lowly Jets. And so, you want to be. I mean, you're happy for him. And as far as the Jets, he's not young because he was a little older when they drafted him. But he's 25. That's not ancient by any stretch.
No,
I think they found themselves a little X guy there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do wonder if that works in this particular circumstance. He has the highest yards per target that he's had in his career. I do wonder how much of this is the circumstance and the pressure not being there. Because one of the things that felt tough with John Mechie is it felt like when you needed him, you weren't getting necessarily the performance. And I wonder how much of that is tied to those circumstances of pressure. There's not really a good answer there. It's just a thought that came to mind. Regardless, he's a good dude that's obviously had some trials and tribulations in his life that he's been able to navigate. And so it is good to just be able to see him win, right? Sometimes it can be as simple as good to see good people win.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, salute John Mechie, who in 3 games, 113 yards, 10 receptions there with the Jets. I think we need to continue to watch that space to see how John Mechie keeps going. A space that I think you have to watch to some degree as well. Are we really letting Art Browse do this again?
Man, I can't believe this. Now, it's his boy. It's the guy that was, I forget his exact title at U of H. They were tied. It might have been coordinator of whatever. Kevin Feit is the AD over at Eastern New Mexico.
Well, that's Division II.
Yes.
Eastern New Mexico, where Art Briles will be the new coach.
New head coach Art Briles at 69 years old gets another chance. And I don't know about this, man. I get what Eastern New Mexico is doing. Shout out to Portales, New Mexico, which is just a Division II school, as you mentioned. There are second chances, and then there are really, and people tend to forget when he deserves a second chance. Does he? Yeah, he covered up. He encouraged alleged and not alleged sexual assault victims to not come forward or say anything. There are different levels to this, man.
Yeah.
There are different levels.
Yeah, the thing with the second chance thing, because you kind of trigger something within me, is just I feel like inherent in the second chance is a level of acknowledging the false steps or the transgressions and attempting to make reparation of it. I don't know that I could say that about Art Briles. And then also, I think second chances are interesting to use in this context because what you are doing, putting him in charge of a program, is expecting him to have some control. And there's some things inherent with that, which is a belief that we are putting people in your charge and we believe that you can take care of them. Mm-hmm. I have serious questions about his abilities to protect the people, the young men that, and sometimes in very narrow circumstances, minors who is being put in charge of to protect their safety. We have already seen that given the opportunity that he has made a very, very bad decision.
Conscious decisions.
If you are putting him in charge of something, I think first and foremost, the people that are making the decision need to come forth to all of the stakeholders and be able to answer, why do you believe that this is going to be different than that circumstance, which was a hell case? I thought, honestly, to be fair, I agree with this just a little bit more than when they was trying to make him a high school football coach, because I was like, no, now he's in charge of minors. Yeah. Can't do that. Yeah. Like, I cannot trust him to see if he makes the same mistake or not with people who are minors. In this instance, at least you go, these are young men who have at least, crossed the threshold of 18, but I still don't feel great about it. Like, you might be able to convince me that, a coordinator, he is not ultimately the man in charge of, and for whom the program is under charge. This gets me to an uncomfortable place. I'm not happy with it, but more power to them if they feel comfortable with it. I hope that it does not go poorly, because ultimately that's the thing. I want people to be able to exist safely in the circumstances that they have. But this is the all or nothing nature of college football at times, is that winning over everything, and you hope that that you have people with the integrity to be able to understand that all or nothing stops somewhere. I'm not sure that that's Art Briles, and that's something that I think that they have to contend with.
Yeah, Kevin Feit was, and I keep mentioning his name because this is his call. Remember, you mentioned the high school thing. They backed out. When they got a little heat, they're like, oh, no, we better not do this.
And they rightfully should, because I don't think they had an answer to why do you trust why should we entrust our children with this man?
And Kevin Feit is not going to back out, because he was the compliance director, is what it was at U of H. And here's the other thing about second chances. I don't think anybody in this room is against second chances, encouraged, under the right circumstance to give people second chances. But there's one thing when there's a 22 or 23-year-old that you probably think, you know what, let's give him a second chance. Art Briles is 69 years old. He is 69 years old. He is not going to change. He has been empowered again by his old buddy, Kevin. And I just, good luck.
You know what the funny thing about this all is, right? Because I've done a lot of moralizing here. I got on my soapbox. I understand that. Do we know if Art Briles still exists as schematic advantage?
I don't know.
Like, there was a point in time where absolutely Art Briles and his offense, clear schematic advantage. Mm-hmm. The question I've always asked to all these places that wanted to hire Art Briles, is there not someone in his tree that you could get that gives you the schematic advantage that maybe has even pushed it forward that does not come with that particular baggage?
Mm-hmm.
And
I agree.
So I'm actually kind of intrigued. Does Art Briles still have it? Right? Mm-hmm. Like, there's something to be asked there. The name itself carries a lot of gravity, and I think that it should, right? He has done things and put things on record, both here at U of H, at Baylor, where you can see Art Briles, his offense moves things in the NFL or in the NCAA. Is that still the case? Because Kendall Briles right now, I'm looking at him at TCU, and his offense is terrible, right? Although they did get a victory versus U of H.
How'd that lock turn out for you?
Hate it here. Hate it here.
Remember that?
Yeah, you gotta stop doing this, man.
I'll get the smell and sauce
every time.
I'll get the smell and sauce tomorrow. But like, I don't know. Does he still create an advantage? Yeah. And are you doing the thing where you're chasing somebody who once was good and also taking the baggage along with it? That's the question I ask.
Hey, you know what? Again, Kevin Feit has his hands all over this. We'll see how it plays out. It's a horrible look. Some people deserve second chances, and some you have to question.
I have my questions. Yeah. I do have my questions. Yeah. All right. Some other things that are popping. I don't know. Did you see this? Did you see the State Farm ad that they put out with Chris Paul? Jake from State Farm was shielding Chris Paul from all these tough questions, and he said, "I'll take it from here." He used that to announce that this season will be Chris Paul's final season. Obviously he played for the Hornets and the Clippers. He had a stint here with the Rockets. How do you take Chris Paul's career? Obviously, it's not over. He has the remainder of this season.
Yeah.
But how do you take Chris Paul's career now that we know that it's coming to a close after 21 seasons?
I love the way he did this. Right as the season starts, saying this is going to be my last. Gets a little bit of a tour at the end. I respect it. Easily a Hall of Famer, of course. A little bittersweet, because I think there was a long stretch of time where you could say he was really the most efficient player in the NBA. Like, he was the best at efficiency for a long stretch. Maybe even clearly top 5 player for a long stretch.
Yeah, best point guard for a very, very good long time in the National Basketball Association.
I was just going to say, but because of his position, you could say the most important player in the NBA. For a long stretch. And
is he the last point guard that we had? Like,
true point guard. Who's there? Who's on the list right now?
I don't know. Like, it feels like we're just in an era where the actual point guard, and I'm trying to remember who was saying this. Oh, it was Rick Pitino. He's like, the point guard is kind of dead.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that there aren't great playmakers in the league, but it's
combo guards.
Yeah, it's combo guard, but then also it's just wings that handle the basketball. It's just everybody has to have a certain awareness, so that the straight setup man is not quite the same in the National Basketball Association.
But I also said bittersweet because the tenure in New Orleans had its moments, but never really got over the top. And then here, injuries, that fateful hamstring injury. So just a little bit fell short.
Yeah, he's gonna go in the pantheon of never won a ring, but like one of those kids you don't understand. Let me tell you about this cat, right? Like, I love it when folks older than me, I'm not gonna call you old, but folks older than me are like, nah, but you got to understand, Dan Marino was different, right?
Let me tell you about Dan
I can't wait to be that. No, you got it. He was only 6 foot flat, and Chris Paul was a menace. I can't be.
I'm gonna be telling my kids he should have been a Laker. He was traded to the Lakers, and they vetoed it because the league was going to be on fire, man. Nobody's going to beat him and Kobe and all that.
Yeah, you're right.
They stopped that trade.
Definitely should have been a thing, but this will be the last. So if you're inclined to do that, we might have to watch out for when Chris Paul comes to town here at Houston. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a Reaction Monday, reacting to what happened this weekend, and all the AFC South teams, except for actually all the AFC South teams did what they were supposed to do, including the Titans losing. But the AFC South is up for grabs. What's the path, and what are your confidence levels, and then what are the keys to the Texans winning the AFC South, or actually just getting into the playoffs? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I don't even think you understand just how Reaction Monday it is. We are reacting to everything. In this last break, we were just talking about the University of Houston, unfortunately falling to TCU. Which again, I will have my comeuppance. I'll get the smell of salts. I think that's what it's. Did we come up with another punishment for when these circumstances come up?
Yeah, well, you don't have to do that. You didn't say it was a lock. You said everything but lock.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying what was it? TCU was just bad.
Yeah,
like no, they're bad.
Don't worry about it.
And did you watch the football game? Because they did look bad.
Yeah, well,
just Houston met them in their bad.
Yeah, not bad enough.
Yeah, Houston met them in their bad. So yeah, we're reacting to all sorts of things. But the big thing, obviously, here on your home of the Houston Texans is the AFC South is up for grabs, ladies and gentlemen. If that's, I think that was our takeaway this weekend, especially with the Colts losing a football game versus the Kansas City Chiefs in overtime. It was 23-20. It was very, very close. But the way that they looked in that game is really the big thing for me. That offense did not do things, and then it also fell off a cliff from not being all that good to being putrid in the second half of the game versus the Kansas City Chiefs team. You are now 2 games back of those Colts, and you have 2 games against them. The Jags, they have a game on you, but you look at them and they could lose some games in there. They do have a relatively easy schedule. But with that being the case, what's the path? And what's your confidence level in what the Texans have a possibility to do? What are the keys to getting the Texans to the playoffs and to the AFC South champions?
You know, we've talked about this. I've mentioned it to you guys. Hell, it's a promo right now. You know, I think this team with this defense can beat anyone, anytime. No one really, quote unquote, scares me. But there are some paths that maybe look a little bit more plausible, and certainly there are some things that the Texans, have to do in order to get these wins and get there, whether it's wild card or held division. You know what? Before we even get there are a lot of folks listening to us right now. It's a slow week. It's kind of a dead week. People are
holiday time,
out of school. Parents are knocking off early. They're going out on lunch right now. Let's lay out what everything is in front of the Texans, because some people might have just heard about it. So basically the Texans control their own destiny, really.
They do. They do control their own destiny to some degree, in part because of what I said, right? Yeah. You will play the Colts twice. And so there's a 2-game difference between your schedule or between your records, because the Texans are 6-5. The Colts are 8-3, right? So if you manage to win both of those games, let's just take that to both teams having 8 wins, 5 losses, and then in that instance, obviously this isn't the record or how the schedule goes, but just looking at the standings, that would have you also having the tiebreaker, having beaten them twice, so that would put you above them.
And in the NFC West remaining opponents, the Colts still have the Seahawks and the Niners.
Those are both tough opponents. Seahawks more so than the Niners, but still tough, especially now that the Niners have Brock Purdy back.
Texans have left the Cardinals and the Raiders. Well, they're playing the Raiders, I should say, but they're playing the Raiders, which is another soft, sort of non-division game.
They just fired their offensive coordinator.
They gave up 20, by my count, it might be more, 27 pressures, 28 pressures.
Yeah.
And so
how much more like that's Max Crosby and them. How much more than Neil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.?
Yeah. So that's kind of, I wanted to kind of lay it out before we get into the path. And then the Jaguars, in a weird way, you can say might be almost as scary, in terms
without question,
in terms of what they could maybe do.
If they weren't
with them,
if they weren't so damn dopey,
right,
as a team, they'd be really scary. Because what's the remaining of their schedule? Like
they have the Titans twice,
cupcakes. In fact, the Titans might be trying to lose.
Wins.
The Titans might be on tank command mode, right?
The
Jets are not trying to lose. They just, I don't know how.
They're not real good.
Yeah, offensively, they're not good at all.
And just like you, they faced the Colts twice. And they also have the Broncos.
So something's got to give within those. Either, in fact, it might be helpful if they go ahead and split those and neutralize each other, and then allow the Texans, hopefully, to do some more catching up. Because the Jags are a little dopey, but they are good enough, especially if the Colts aren't playing all that well, and if the Colts have indeed given us, or if the Chiefs or what have you have indeed given us some level of game plan of how you neutralize the Colts' offense.
So I wanted to do that and mention this. If you just look at the schedules, forget what the records are respectively. The Jaguars probably have the advantage.
Without question.
The
easiest schedule.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's the layout in case anybody was wondering. So confidence level, I think it comes down to the same things. First of all, the defense confidence is off the charts.
Yes. They're in their stride.
Yeah. It's off the charts. They can beat anyone. Comes back to C.J. Stroud, man. Comes back to C.J. Stroud. You had 3 wins with Davis Mills. What are you going to get from C.J. Stroud, whether it's rust, whether it's, mastery of the offense against a better opponent? As much as the Colts weren't overwhelming, they're better than what Davis Mills faced.
Discipline
right?
in the offense as well.
So that's the path.
The thing that I wonder confidence-wise the most is the thing that I talked about going into this Bills game that I was worried about was that they were going to be overcommitted to the run.
Mm-hmm.
They ran the ball incredibly well versus the Bills, but that's to be expected. The Bills are one of, if not the worst run defenses.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the way, they're not great. I think you're dealing with some kind of average to mediocre run defenses, but none of them nearly as bad as what the Bills are.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question I have is, how much commitment should they have to the run? Because you can't just entirely throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to running the football. But I also don't think that they have enough of like a pass game or a quick pass game to supplement what you miss in being able to run the football. So you have to do it to some degree. I just wonder what the balance is and if they can figure out that balance of running the football, because I don't know that you can just try and run into a brick wall and think that that's going to work.
I agree, but I also think that's part of the reason you should be even more confident with this defense. We mentioned the Raiders. Their offensive line is a mess. The Cardinals have regressed. The Cardinals' offensive line has not been good, and the Chargers.
They've just dealt with injuries.
Yeah, they've got injuries.
Both of their starting tackles done for the season, and Rashawn Slater, who they lost early, and then Joe Alt, who they lost a few weeks back.
Right.
And then the defense I've talked about. I've said this a number of times on this program.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to expect from their defense. It is just so finicky and up and down. So, again, there's wins on the board there if you can come out and, the defense does what they do, which is to be expected.
Right.
If the offense can find some way to be relatively consistent, and this is where the key that I have been thinking on.
Yeah, what's your path here?
Not even a path, but just like a key, because I don't think this specifically is a hit this 1 to 2 to 3. I think continuing to develop Jaden Higgins is a key
I agree.
to them making this happen.
Yeah.
What you saw in that Bills game was a early seedling of what I imagine this could be, and this is what you were hoping when you drafted him, right? Oh, you get somebody else on the other side to make it so that teams can't lock in on Nico. It hasn't quite been that to this point. In fact, White is probably is carrying some weight there. It hasn't been there. It's been Nico Collins and then all these other dudes. In fact, Dalton Schultz has probably been the next closest to that, kind of just eating away at the middle of zones and things of that nature. What we started to see from Higgins being able to create separation and routes and being somebody that when that defense shades over to Nico, that the quarterback could easily just go, well, all right, well, we're going over here. I think that is huge. If they continue to foster that and he's able to, learn to, hey, in this moment, got to get your toe down. In this moment, just go ahead and run that route. Just run into space as opposed to worrying about that route in this moment. If you pick up more of those things, now you have, I'm not going to go so far as calling it a two-headed monster. That'd be insane. But now you have the opportunity to give secondary looks to defenses where they're still going to look at Nico Collins, but maybe they start respecting Higgins and that gives Nico a little bit of space. Or maybe you just have an opportunity to go, Higgins, go get 80 yards in this game because they're so focused over there, and we can create explosives, which they don't do nearly as enough in this game. We could pick up third and mediums or third and longs more consistently because you have that capability and you have that explosion. So I think that's going to be a huge deal to help them be more consistent in picking up third downs, to be more consistent in moving the football, and just managing and playing a little bit of complementary offense for defense.
Yeah, no, I think that's more than fair. I think another key for me, and again, with this defense, anybody is beatable, but the Colts offensive line and the Colts run game in particular is something that I think is going to be very, very key for this Texans defense. Keep in mind, James Cook was running the ball. Before things really went your way, and that's Jonathan Taylor, and that's a really good offensive line. And Daniel Jones they protect him enough, and they run the ball a lot. The other offensive lines, we just mentioned, Raiders and Chargers and Cardinals, struggles. The Texans are going to dominate. I think this game and the flex game, I'm going to go ahead and call it now.
Week 18?
Yeah, Week 18 will probably be flexed. So I think those two, with the offensive line versus what this Texans defensive front can do, that's it. That's going to be the key.
And the scary thing is, yes, if you can shut down Jonathan Taylor, you make them really tough. They still have some really solid wide receivers. And so the thing I think about is the committing of resources. Are you going to have a lot of eyes looking into the backfield, and does that at all change your ability to defend, especially with quick players like even someone like Ashton Doolin? But obviously, you've got Pittman, who was solid, Pierce, who has been really good at attacking teams over the top. Are you capable of balancing those things? And I think I'm getting to a place where I feel a little bit better. Even Azeez playing really good, defense when he gets out here in coverage, or at least significantly better than what you had previously expected from their linebackers. Yeah. I think that is encouraging. But yeah, that's going to be the real test for me, is seeing how those things pair. Another kind of key is, what are you going to see in development from Jaden Reed? Right, Jalen Reed. Like, is he going to get more burn, or is that just are we going to get Petrie back, and then you're going to have Myles Bryant, and that's going to be it? But that second safety spot, I think that there's going to be opportunities for teams to try and test you to some degree. Is that spot going to hold up?
Yeah, no. So that we're talking about the Colts here, but just over the course of the remaining games, clearly the Colts two games against the Colts are going to be so big. But if you just make hay on those other ones, Kansas City, the Sunday night game, they don't scare me. They came back and played good defense against the Colts and won that game. Colts were up 20-9, and then they just got shut down. But the Chiefs' offense was not great for a long stretch in that game. And if the Texans can take some advantages of that, I say they don't scare me, and then they're going to end up losing. But that
seems to be the way it goes, doesn't it?
The Chiefs, but they don't. They don't. Prime time at night, though.
That's the part of it that I'm very intrigued in. It was
on the road.
That's another reason why the Thursday night game was cool. I know that I don't know how much, especially in that building, they should subscribe to the things of this nature, but that's a primetime game where you actually delivered. Right? Yeah. You haven't had very many of those on the record for the Texans that you can lean on. If for no other reason, then I think that sometimes with a coach, you can decide what's important to you in ways that you appreciate or that are beneficial to you. If you haven't been good at primetime, that's not a thing that matters. If you have something that you can point to that says we do well in this, now's the time to pump it up. And I do wonder if DeMeco Ryans said, "Look, we play well in primetime, so we need to do that against the Chiefs." But I think that that's going to matter a great deal, because not only is it primetime, it's outside in the cold in December, right? Yeah. Like, I do think that there's instances where that could cut in, especially special teams. And actually, when you talk about keys, I think that's a big one. Yeah, you got to stop being leaky on special teams.
Oh boy, boy, do you? Colts are a really good special teams team as well. I think I wrote it down earlier because it jumped out off the page with me. I think they're leading the league in net punting, which translates into longer fields for your offense.
Right.
Which you don't want longer fields for your offense.
No.
They're also among the league leaders in kickoff returns. That's been leaky with the Texans. So
what's that? 2 kick returns in the last 3 weeks, a punt return touchdown and a kick return touchdown on Thursday. Yeah, that's something that it can't be that, right? Like, I understand that's not much in the way of an answer, but I don't think you need answers. I think you just need to get it done, right? Yeah. Like, be in your lanes, be gap sound in your rush lanes or in your kickoff coverage lanes or what have you. But it can't be big returns. It can't even, like, clearly touchdowns it can't be, but it can't even be big returns. Like, it can't give
the field position thing.
These teams good field position.
Right, especially with these, the way this defense wins games. And then the last thing that maybe is a path, maybe is a key, I just think it's going to be good, and we haven't really seen this all year long. You're going to see the same offensive line 2 weeks in a row. Go figure.
Yeah, that's a big point. Like,
go figure.
We didn't talk a lot about that just yet, but yeah, having some answer as to who we believe is going to be on that offensive line consistently.
No introductions in the huddle.
Yeah, hey, my name's Titus. What's your name? Trent?
Jared?
Nice to meet you,
Jared.
brother.
I remember you from last year, right? Yeah.
Cornbread on the YouTube makes a good point. I did not mention Tyler Warren with the Colts.
Oh, yeah.
He's a very intriguing dude, and tight ends is one of those things that I think historically we think of as scary. The numbers don't quite bear it out this year. They've been actually pretty solid against tight ends, but he's a good one, so that's going to be an interesting.
He makes key plays.
Going to be very obviously. We're not quite looking at this game yet, just rather intentionally, but there's an opportunity. But there's definitely some ground to traverse for your Texans in order to get there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. CJ doesn't have a winning record in Indy. Well, that starts with getting victories now, doesn't it? All right, coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
One. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So you'll be hearing from DeMeco Ryans here probably within about the half hour. Right now, confessions, and I never thought I would confess this. We've often talked about Mike Tomlin, and impossible to fire, wins just enough to get you in the postseason.
Does not have losing seasons.
Does not have losing seasons. Hasn't had them. I think I'm out on Mike Tomlin. I think they need, and with all the respect, and not just
you ain't got no respect.
No. With legitimate, incredible respect.
Mm-hmm.
This is the ceiling, right? This is it with Mike Tomlin right now.
I mean, it does feel like it to some degree. I think one of the things is who is your quarterback? Who has been your quarterback? And that continually is an issue with Mike Tomlin ever since Large Benjamin started declining. Not even once he left, because even before he left, he was just a shell of himself. Once you started to get in that decline, like they just never had a way to get a quarterback that was worthwhile, because that's not an organization that utilizes future picks in order to go and acquire a quarterback, and they were never going to be bad enough to be in a circumstance to get it themselves. They're not usually a big free agent team, and they went and got a free agent, and it's an older Aaron Rodgers who Mason Rudolph might have outperformed yesterday. Yeah, like that's fair. Like that is a fair thing. The thing that I always ask with Mike Tomlin is his hires, especially when offensive coordinator.
Coordinators, yes.
Dude, I'm talking about Todd Haley.
Yeah.
I'm talking about even Arthur Smith right now. There's another, Matt Canada. Matt Canada was bad. Like, it just feels like he's always got an offensive coordinator that their team hates for good reason. Like, that is a question that I have, even though he's able to get quite a squeeze out of the juice juice of what they have right now.
Yeah.
It does feel like that it's not at the highest.
And sometimes you just need to reset. You need to take that step back.
Yeah, and I think what Reggie just said about them not really moving up to try to acquire a talented quarterback, I think that's right there. I think it's nothing he can really do about that. It'd be one thing if you trade up to get your franchise quarterback or a young quarterback, which I think the only person they really drafted was Kenny Pickett, and that was kind of out of the ordinary for them.
And by the way, how's George Pickens doing?
Really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
George Pickens was never about the talent, though. You knew he was a talent. It's
but it wasn't production.
The dude.
It was not, and there was issues. And
it was the dude.
Yeah. I think Tomlin is good enough. He can get you a winning season every single year. But without that quarterback, man, you just going to be in and out of the playoffs,
That's
man.
Weird.
Yeah, it is weird. I don't know that I'd go so far as getting rid of him because that grass ain't always greener.
No.
But I think there is some understanding that you never going to have the full force green over there. At least not in any time soon.
My
until
thing
you
is,
figure
why
out a
don't
few
you do
things.
something? Like, try to make a splash. Like,
Right.
try to get you need a quarterback. Don't keep recycling these has-been type of quarterbacks, man. Go out and try to get somebody, man.
This was their splash.
Yeah, this was
Aaron
it.
Rodgers.
Yeah,
They-
that's it.
They waited the whole damn offseason
And see,
for him to come around.
That's the issue, man. I think that's what the issue is.
Yeah, it's an organizational MO matching up with a particular coach. It's a weird kind of thing that puts together.
Yeah.
It does feel like something has to change. I hear you. I don't know that I'd be so willing to make it Mike Tomlin, but the logic is there.
These are my confessions.
You know how much I have not wanted to delve into this conversation, John Lopez, when
What's
it comes to quarterback controversy. And we're here with Davis Mills having his watch seemingly being over. Actually, it'll be interesting to hear DeMeco
we'll find out. Yeah,
give us. And I mean, obviously, CJ wouldn't have had done any more practice. They've been off. But I think that we should get a little bit of insight into what they're thinking. I think we all assume that CJ will be good to go once you come towards the football game next Sunday versus the Colts. But yeah, Davis did his thing. 3 victories. I am I am deeply annoyed. Not even by the conversation itself, by the other side, who would ostensibly be alongside me in my thought that no, this is absolutely CJ's job. But the assertion that there's nobody actually saying that, it's just people trolling. That annoys me to no end.
No, there are people saying that.
There are people. I see y'all.
Yeah, I see it. I
understand.
get it on my phone.
Texters.
Yeah.
I see y'all. People on Twitter. Like I understand that that's the thing is that people
They
start
legit
doing
believe it.
Yeah.
There are people that believe this.
Even if it's people that don't really believe, it's people bringing it up like, they playing better with Davis Mills.
Yeah.
Even if they don't want to believe that, people are still bringing that up. Like,
Yeah, so like I think that there are indeed people that really and truly believe that Davis Mills should be the starter. I think that they are flat wrong. I told you guys this yesterday. I was being the dork that I am, looking through some numbers, and I couldn't slice it. I'm telling you, I was putting all the filters on. I couldn't slice it to find you the statistic where Davis Mills is better than C.J. Stroud. And that's not pulling out when C.J. Stroud has been better in the season. That is just the whole year to this point. I'm talking completion percentage, first read rate, left, throwing to the outside, throwing to the middle of the field, all of it. C.J.'s been better. Now, you can ask the question, has he been enough better than Davis Mills? That's a conversation that can be had.
Yeah.
But, no, man, C.J. has absolutely been better. There is no way that you get to a place where you go, Davis Mills should start over C.J., and that's on top of the fact that everybody in that building says that it's CJ's job.
Yeah.
Davis, DeMeco, everybody's like, yeah, no, it's CJ's. We can stop this, but also we don't got to lie and say that nobody wants that to be the case.
I agree.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, Saturday night, I was so irritated after picking my wife up from the airport. By the way, this is a confession within a confession.
Okay.
I'm tired of picking up my wife from the airport, man.
Wow. But you said till death do you part. That's part of it.
Yeah, no, I hate going to pick people up from the airport, man.
Of course.
That's the worst thing ever, man. And I'm sitting there.
You want to pay the $70 for the Uber?
No, I'd rather do that than just keep circling around. Dog, I keep circling around and
so bad.
trying to wait for them.
Yeah.
Like, if I get there early, then I'm just circling around or I'm parked at a Jack in the Box.
And then
just
you're waiting, or the lot or whatever, the cell phone lot.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, we at passenger A. I'm like, where the hell is that? And I'm like, oh, I'm over here by passenger. Oh, on the second level. Not all this other stuff. That's a confession within itself. But the real confession is, after I picked her up from the airport, man, we got stopped by a train. It had to be the longest train of my life, man.
Did it stop?
No, it didn't stop. It was going probably like 5 miles an hour, maybe slower than that.
That's a long one.
And I'm just like, man, can we get some type of thing where they could let you know how long this train is, so you could kind of know the pivot, try to go somewhere else, or just wait it out? Because I sat there and waited the whole time, and I'm like, man, am I wasting my time just sitting here? I just try to go the other way. And I sat there.
Then people start doing the 3-point turn, trying to get out of there.
Yeah, so I got to the point where I'm like, should I just make a U-turn, go the other way? I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that. And then it's like the last of the train right there. So I sat there. I'm like, man, we should have some type of technology where you can say,
like
hey,
on the things that drop the
like 10-minute wait or 5-minute wait or something like that, man.
That's a great idea.
Like, I don't know how they could do it or not. I ain't that damn smart.
Length of the train figures, just on average.
Just let me know. Should I go another way or this train going fast enough where I can just sit here for 3 minutes?
That is really an interesting concept. I wonder, and I say this understanding that I know nothing about our current train systems in America. I do wonder if our trains are scheduled, or if they're I don't know what the right word is, but if they're detailed enough for that to be able to be the case. Like,
there's got to be some sort of.
It should be something because you got that stuff when it comes to traffic. Like, you have some boards above the freeway where it's
like 35 minutes to Beltway 8 or whatever it is.
So I'm like, it should be something where you can kind of tell.
I like this idea.
It's a great idea.
I like this idea.
What congressman do we need to write to? You know what I mean? Like, is there someone? Do we got to send this to our city hall, city council members? I'm invested. Just figure you bring me the document, I'll sign it. Right?
I don't even want the credit, man. Just do it, man. Because I sat there all that time. I could have went a different way and been home by time.
Put this on the docket for In the Loop LLC. We gotta start the petition.
I do have a follow-up question though, real quick. Have you mentioned to your wife that you don't want to pick her up at the airport anymore?
No, she knows it.
And how did that go over?
Nah, she know it. Like, I said this years ago, man. And then I think now she tried to be more detailed.
Yeah.
So I don't be irritated. And then she kind of screwed up or something when I was picking her up on Saturday night.
Yeah.
And she had me go to a different place. She said zone 4. And then so by this time I'm passing zone 4.
Yeah.
So I got to make a loop around again for the 50th time.
Yeah.
So I get to zone 4. Oh, we by passenger 14. Sorry, not zone 4. That was
oh no.
Yeah, so I had to loop around again. And I think she knew she was like, I'm so sorry because of the past conversations. But man, I hate picking people up from the airport, man.
It's the worst.
Man.
I love the 936. All they need to do is length of the train and the speed to tell you how long it would take to pass.
Something, so I can at least know, all right, this train about to be here for a minute.
As if every person in America didn't hate the word problems in math. Like, all you did is like, well, that's what we're going to do. Just do the word problems.
The train leaves the station at 4:05 p.m. It's traveling 30 miles an hour. What time will it take for Figgy to get home?
Hey, that's better than just looking at the train trying to see when the end is coming.
And you can't never see the end.
Nope.
You can't never see the end. All right, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions.
Put that car in park.
Yeah. All right, listen, we gotta put a petition for the railroad crossing countdown. All right, I done taken a note. We'll get that started with the In the Loop. I'll send that to our secretary. All right, but coming up next, let's get to a little winners and losers of the weekend. We're waiting on DeMeco Ryans to talk to the Assembly Media. Who do you believe was a winner? Who do you believe was a loser on the weekend? Text those in 713-572-4610, and we'll talk about it next.
my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers React Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, winners and losers of the weekend is what we're doing here. 713-572-4610. Who's a winner? Who's a loser on the weekend? And we got some news that's coming out in the National Football League that would indicate that he did it. He might have done it, ladies and gentlemen. Shedeur Sanders, winner on the weekend. Obviously, he got his debut. He got a victory, which is the first time that a Browns quarterback in their debut has gotten a victory in all of 30 years, literal decades.
Just think about all the quarterbacks they ever got.
I don't want to. It's too many. It's going to hurt my brain.
For the first time, by the way, I think they got as many quarterbacks as presidents. I think I've seen that stat going around. But the first one, their starting debut, win.
Yeah,
man. And
everybody else was over.
But it was only because Dylan Gabriel was in concussion protocol.
That's correct. And Kevin Stefanski had even said prior that Dylan Gabriel was the starter, and when he was back healthy, he'd be the starter again. Apparently, he changed his mind. Dylan Gabriel is out of concussion protocol, but Shedeur Sanders will indeed start next week against the San Francisco 49ers.
All right, well, you know.
Is their defense pretty good?
Actually, that's a good question.
Yeah, I know they had a lot of injuries and stuff like that.
I gotta check and see because
they got a lot of drama going on too.
They do have drama. They voided all the years of
What's
Brandon
up, Brandon Ayuk?
And he is going to be traded after they just got into a back and forth with him and then finally decided to pay him.
Yeah. So just to be clear, starting quarterback goes into the concussion protocol. Replacement comes in, does pretty well.
Yeah.
They stay with the replacement.
Correct.
That's what's happening in Cleveland.
Sound familiar?
That's happening.
I
don't know what you're talking about.
That's happening in Cleveland.
I have no idea what you're alluding to.
It sounds real familiar.
No idea what you're doing at all. So yeah, but
Shedeur Mills.
I don't know. I don't understand the correlation.
He only did it once. Hell, Davis did it 3 times.
Actually, the Niners defense not very good this year.
Really? Okay.
Shedeur might have an opportunity, and if he doesn't, then Dylan Gabriel will return for the Tennessee Titans. I think people often are very invested in the end game, and I feel like the people who have been saying that Shedeur is being sabotaged.
Yeah,
this is still an opportunity for you to do that.
Yeah, they still have it. It's still in play.
This is still an opportunity to do that. How about
Josina gonna fight all y'all?
Me and Josina cool. We're gonna be all right.
Yeah.
A loser on the weekend. The Texans defense. As best scoring defense. The Texans defense still a winner, I think, overall. There are a lot of people loving them. But Sunday Night Football, Rams, Buccaneers. The Buccaneers ain't put up they put up no resistance. And so the Los Angeles Rams now exist as the best scoring defense as they only gave up 7 whole points versus the Buccaneers. That was, I'll tell you who was a winner in this game. Was the viewership who got to get to bed early on a Sunday night. Because this game was OVER over by the second quarter.
Yeah, how about what they did to Baker Mayfield, man?
Buddy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean.
That's malpractice.
He was already just being. He was already. They were already getting kicked in the ass. But then Baker Mayfield goes out with the shoulder injury. Lucky for him, it is only a sprained AC joint as opposed to any like breakages or anything like that. So there is a possibility of him returning sooner rather than later. But
there's an MRI today, though. Still,
he does still have an MRI. That Buccaneers team, they've been on a little bit of a skid.
Yeah.
We were giving them a lot of early. Obviously, we saw them here in week 2. But yeah, this is not what it's supposed to look like for them.
No, and they put him out there with that, even to throw the Hail Mary, and all that, and he was hurting. Kind of malpractice there.
Speaking of hurting, I feel like the Vikings as an organization are a loser in some ways. Because they decided they moved on from Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy's going to be the guy. J.J. McCarthy has been bad, and on top of that, he's now in the concussion protocol.
Yeah, and he's been really, really bad.
He's been bad and hurt.
Bad and hurt.
He's been both of them.
He threw an interception in every single game this season he played in.
Well, you saw the stat running around? Lowest rated quarterback, of 856. The only one lower than him is Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, but who is 9 though? Like, where does 9 rate? That's what I want to know about.
9. That's his persona, his alter ego. Yeah.
Maybe the alter ego keeps him happy or whatever. But yes, really rough for them. How about this as a winner of the weekend? Are you familiar with Jackson Smith and Jigba? Whew. So we mentioned the Titans. I didn't talk much about who they were playing in the Seattle Seahawks. Jackson Smith and Jigba was absolutely fantastic in this game, as he has been all season long, if we're going to be entirely honest. He has now broken the Seahawks record for receiving in a season through 11 games of the year. I mean, we're talking...
And they haven't had chumps either. They've had some pretty decent receivers.
I mean, better than Steve Largent.
Yeah.
DK
Metcalf.
DK Metcalf. And you can't even be like, well, Steve Largent didn't get as many games. He did it in 11, y'all. He did it in 11. Are we on, GOAT watch for Jackson Smith and
Whatever
Jigba?
you were going to say, I was going to say yes, because he is on pace, every record potentially is still in play.
He's so young too. The thing that's crazy is, he's going deep. In my mind, I thought about this and I was like, that's sacrilegious to say, but it's almost Jerry Riceian.
Yeah.
It's almost my favorite Randy Mossian, where it's just like, he's going deep. He's going deep. What you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it?
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's just doing this consistently. He's doing this for huge yardage per play, but then he can do a lot of the other stuff. He came into the league and we're like, oh, that's just a slot receiver. He can do all that, baby. I think we might have to watch Jackson Smith and Jigba to possibly have an opportunity to be one of the best wide receivers that we've ever seen.
Yes, in an entirely different way, just to see how much he could do and the record he could break.
Yeah, so that was a wild thing to see. And like you said, they haven't had chumps at wide receiver there in Seattle, so that thing is going well for the former Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold. That's working out pretty well over there. How about this for winners? Did you see what Brigham Young University did this weekend?
What's that?
So BYU, they went to I believe it was Cincinnati to play the Bearcats. They ended up getting a victory, as BYU was probably supposed to do against Cincinnati. They played them pretty well.
They looked pretty
good.
They
looked really good.
Much better than before against Tech.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely the case. In the course of doing this...
Did they eat?
What do you mean? Did
BYU?
they eat?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the food they donated.
Oh, well, I don't know how much they ate, but they definitely donated.
Yeah.
The I think it was actually the Church of Latter-day Saints itself, but or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just a whole bunch of BYU fans. They traveled to great lengths when it came to Cincinnati, and University of Cincinnati was doing a drive of sorts, food drive. They donated a metric bleep ton, is the technical term.
That's really cool.
To that effort, and I think a loser within this. The Cincinnati fans were really nasty to him. They ended up, because they were being beat, throwing up a F the Mormons chant.
After they fed people? They helped feed people?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a loser.
Yeah, it was very nasty of them folks out there. But shout out to BYU getting a victory both on the field and morally over Cincinnati. So that was really cool of them to do. Shout out to David Benavidez. I told you I was going to watch that fight. Did you see?
No.
Did you see any of this fight?
I missed it, no.
I will show you on my cellular device right here in front of you just a portion of what was happening between Benavidez and Yard, where at one point, Yard, who is was holding Benavidez's arm, and Benavidez was just absolutely waylaying him. He was just going to town. Watch this man just throw a whole bunch of rights at Yard. This dude is just in a league of his own right now. Yes. He absolutely waylaid this man. He looks like any fight that people are willing to give him, he can win. He's just trying to match up with somebody who will actually meet him in the ring. Do you have any winners or losers yourselves? Because I feel like I've
I would say Kevin Feit, the athletic director.
You wanted to bring that one back up
Eastern
now.
New Mexico, big time loser, taking care of his old friend. Which, by the way, nothing has changed since Art Briles left in 2015. He still, it was proven and talked about, basically trying to convince sexual assault victims not to come forward with charges against the team. But he got hired by Eastern New Mexico, so I would say loser there. Is Chris Paul a winner?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's going to get a deserved farewell tour.
I like the way he did this.
I think he's going to get a deserved farewell tour. If you didn't hear, Chris Paul announced that this season will be his final. I believe it's 21 for him.
Yeah.
And so I think anywhere that he goes, there's going to be a little bit of love for him. Even though he is a habitual nut puncher and nut punchers shall not prosper, he has been very, very good in his career.
Where does Lane Kiffin fall?
Lane Kiffin as winner or loser? I think he's just
to be determined.
He's consistently been a winner. And we'll talk about this tomorrow, college football on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
We did find out that there will be an announcement after the Egg Bowl of Kiffin made his decision and apparently told the team. And the fact that we do not know right now in a release that he will be Ole Miss's coach moving forward means that he is no longer going to be like. There's got to be a 98% chance that he leaves Ole Miss with the way that they've handled this.
Yeah, for sure. And the AD came out this morning talking about how awesome the assistant coaches are. You know, the players really have a great relationship with all the assistant coaches. Oh, okay. So
they're gonna hire one from within,
the assistant coaches,
and they're gonna try and keep the thing going. But he's probably gonna keep it moving. That's what it seems like. Anyways, there you go. Some winners and losers, and shout out to Ocho, who is a winner because he's gonna watch a whole bunch of college basketball today, including U of H facing off against Kyan Anthony and Syracuse. That's the game that's going on today in this time period. That's always the week of Thanksgiving is always good for giving you a lot of fun college basketball and football matchups. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we're going to hear from DeMeco Ryans. Do we have an official word on C.J. Stroud? We'll hear about that and more next.
Credit DeMeco. 52 Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It is indeed a Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We've been reacting to the weekend that was. A lot of NFL football, college football, all sorts of different fun stuff that's been happening. That's what we've been paying attention to. In fact, we were talking about that Sunday night football game in which I realized that Teddy Bridgewater's still playing NFL football. Well, I guess, quote unquote, playing, right? I don't know if that's what we can call what we saw there. The Rams, I kind of just skipped past them. They were phenomenal. I mentioned
fantastic.
Them only allowing 7 points to the Bucks there allowed them to now take over the mantle as the best scoring defense in the NFL, at least for the time period. One, does that hurt you at all that the Texans don't have that? And two, does it feel to you that the Rams are the best team of football?
I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt a little bit. You want them to have all the numbers, to lead in everything. But I think that'll probably.
Yeah, I was like, is that going to even out? You got a couple of tough teams here coming up.
Yeah.
But yeah, does it feel like the best team in football?
The Rams?
Yeah,
for sure. Right now, I think Rams are definitely up there because you kind of sort of trust the Patriots, but not really. I mean, they keep winning, but not really. You don't have that. That would be the only other contender, I would say.
Seahawks is the other one.
Well, Seahawks, yeah.
And they played each other. The Rams got a victory. I had landed on the Seahawks. I have a certain infatuation with the way that they go about things. It's hard to look at two teams that feel like they're playing at that same level. Great defense, great offense. They played against each other. The Rams won. And if you put up their quarterbacks side by side and you go, who would you want, Sam Darnold or Matt Stafford? I imagine a majority of people
would Matt Stafford.
Go Matt Stafford. It's going to be real hard for you to then go, you know what? Seahawks best team in the NFL. It does feel like the Rams have taken that mantle, which is a little frustrating, but at least the best case scenario is they're over there on that other side. So for the Texans especially, but I mean just generally, if you're going to see them, you see them in that perspective in that time period, which is at the end of everything, right?
Yeah, and when you look at the AFC, I mentioned the Patriots kind of sort of. I mean, you can't deny 10-2. You just can't.
Yeah, their defense is still a little funny to me, but yeah, no, you absolutely can't.
But the next best record is the Broncos at 9-2, and I don't know how much I trust them,
especially because of the quarterback. Particularly because of, all the AFC is such a funny side of the ledger right now because there's a lot of teams that you go they have the record and yet
yeah, that's what I'm saying with the Patriots and the Broncos.
Yeah, and I think that's because you see I guess the main three that always end up at the end are kind of looking a little funny. You don't even know what to think of them.
But they're all trying to make their walk back here. Like the Ravens.
Ravens are now officially leading, right? By was it win margin or something like
something
that?
To that effect.
6-5. Yeah.
I mean the Bills. You just saw them. They still look like they can be a good team. It's just the Texans apparently have the kryptonite to Josh Allen's Superman.
Yeah.
Or what have you. And the Chiefs, you will see here in a little bit. You'll see not this upcoming weekend, but the weekend prior. Or rather after, because prior means something else entirely. But I don't know what to do with them because, again, they feel like they could do some good things, and they still have Patrick Mahomes, who was there making big plays, finding Rashee Rice against the Colts. It just doesn't feel like they figured things out.
It doesn't. And you've hit on it a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. Like last year, they were winning games, and you kind of didn't feel it. Now they're losing some of those games, but they got back on track. With the Colts, and that was a good. I mean, we can't. There may be different levels of what you believe in the Colts, but they're a good team. They're just flat out in the middle. They're a good team, and they took care of them.
Yeah. I want to go back real quick though to the Rams because somebody texted in and said the Rams having Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams is criminal. Devontae Adams, he had multiple touchdowns. He had 2 touchdowns in this game. On Sunday night. I'm sure that you didn't know that because you probably turned it off and went and got a good amount of sleep last night, which you probably should have done.
No, I have Puka on my fantasy team.
Oh, so you stayed up just to watch it? You needed to make if you didn't watch it, the points didn't come in, right? I bet that's how that works.
They did not. Yeah.
If you look at the list of wide receivers with the most games of having multiple receiving touchdowns, including the playoffs in NFL history, the number one, Jerry Rice with 49 of those, Hall of Famer. Randy Moss with 39 of those, Hall of Famer. Terrell Owens with 33 of those, Hall of Famer. A certain man that used to play in Indianapolis with Peyton Manning, he had 30 of those, Hall of Famer. Chris Carter, 30 of those, Hall of Famer. Don Hudson, I bet a name.
Don Hudson.
Name from your childhood. 28 of those, Hall of Famer. Devontae Adams now has 28 of those.
Yeah.
He's going into the Hall of Fame.
Well, he's probably going into the Hall of Fame. Hudson was a different era, so just because Hudson has 28 and he has 28 doesn't mean a whole lot.
I think it means exactly what I tried to purport it to mean.
But he's closing in on those other guys. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right. So we are gearing up to hear from DeMeco Ryans as he talks. What should get a feel for from DeMeco coming off of that Titans win, or not Titans win, the Bills win, but then also headed into what is one of your hated rivals versus the Colts, and probably one of your, if not your most important game to this point.
Well, everybody's going to, clearly, want the confirmation. Yes, C.J. Stroud is back. He's ready to go. But, Jalen Petrie too.
Yeah.
Jalen Petrie too now. That's going to be real big. And of course, go just the stakes that all of a sudden, hey, last week you said, let's see what happens this weekend. Well, now you know. It's all there in front of you. We've been talking about it, the 2 games with the Colts. The Jaguars are certainly have as big of a chance to win the division as anybody. Technically, they got 2 against the Colts and 2 against the Titans, by the way. So just where he stands now on scoreboard watching, basically, and the schedule in front of you.
Yeah, but he's already giving you a lot of answers that
but that might change a little bit.
I don't watch these scoreboards.
I'm worried about this game. Yeah, you are, but this game is against the guys in front of you,
Yeah, I feel you. Do you think that anybody asks about what's been happening with special teams, especially after the touchdown is given there? Because that's one of those things that we have been kind of talking about a little bit, but I don't know how much it's made it to these conversations with DeMeco Ryans.
I think he has a lot of confidence, and we do, to be honest, in what Frank Ross has with special teams. But you can't deny that there have been some issues. That there was another breakdown here in this game. So yeah, I think it will be asked.
Yeah, I mean, I sure hope so. I don't know what kind of answer he would give that would make me feel better. Like, that's one of the things that I hear listeners when we were like, yo, why is this? And it's like, what is the answer that would have made you feel better? And oftentimes there's not really a good opportunity or an answer. I don't know what the answer would be when it comes to special teams besides, like, we just got to be better. We've got to stay in our rush lane.
Yeah.
But I don't know. For some reason, I kind of need to hear it. You know what I mean? I kind of need to hear it. Because there's an understanding that this thing is they're winning games, and inherently the game plan for winning some of these games is thin margins, right? If you're just going to play complimentary football and depend on your defense, you can't afford to let your defense have to not only carry some level of baggage for the offense, but then also for the special teams. It's a lot of weight that you're putting on them dudes.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is, and I think it's going to be a crucial. You talk about margins. When you're winning games with defense, it's usually defense and special teams, that get the job done in those types of games. So the defense is doing its job. The special teams does have to play up to its level, expected level.
From the A2, the majority of the better teams that are having a bad season literally lost experience and talent on the offensive lines during the offseason because they would have been over the salary cap. Even the Eagles are suffering because of the loss of offensive linemen. That's an interesting perspective to take on it. I think the Eagles, their issue is not in the offensive line. Their issue is just all the way around right now. Like they're off all the way on the offense. Like, there's people calling for Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator. They're calling for his job out there in Philly.
And they're 8-3.
Yeah, they are. But they got so much talent right there, man.
They have talent. They can't get the ball to their wide receivers. They're so frequently in 3rd and long. Like, honestly, thinking about them, I don't want to say that they align in my mind with the Texans because there's a lot of things that are different, but that and the fact that they end up in a lot of these 3rd and longs and that they're not able to run the football the way that they clearly want to. I say those things, and I hear some of the same things that the Texans are going through.
No, absolutely, it's the same. But the Texans seem to have figured out a little bit more, or at least how to play with what they have. The Eagles seem to think like, well, we got these superstars, and they're kind of holding them back. That's what's frustrating as an Eagles fan.
Yeah. Well, clearly you're not in Kevin Patullo land right now with Nick Caley. But what is your confidence level in Nick Caley? Because a lot of people have given him some credit for calling a good game plan. Where are you right now with Nick?
Gaining confidence, mostly because the offensive line has seemed to be pretty consistent for the first time, and probably the best 5. I'll be interested to see if they, and they're not going to talk about it, but if they come out with the same 5 guys again up front.
All right, let's hear from DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of the team, talking to the assembled media.
Hey, DeMeco, will CJ start this week?
Yeah, so for us right now, CJ and Jalen are still in the concussion protocol. So whenever CJ is back ready to roll, he's been our starter. He will be our starter whenever he's back ready to go.
When it comes to building a defense you guys have, what were some of the real philosophies and basic tenets that you wanted to instill in the defense as you put this together?
For me, you talk about defensive football, it's just about everybody really playing together. That's the one thing I believe. True defense, when you're a good defense, everybody's playing together, everybody's communicating well, and then, of course, you have to be a fast, physical outfit who's flying around to the football, and that's what we have. Started with our guys up front. They're the key to what we do. They've done a really good job of when we do cover them well in the back end, just having those guys have more time to get after the passer. They've shown that they can be very effective at that.
DeMeco, as you guys are ready to go up and face the Colts, they've been much better, like running the ball and what they do offensively at home. What have you talk about just some of the big challenges that you guys have getting ready to go face that team at home?
And for the Colts, you can see they've been a very explosive offense. Like what's powered them this year. I think Daniel Jones is playing the most productive that he's played in his career. So Shane has done a good job of putting him in positions, putting guys around him to really make the plays he needs to make. So you have explosive receivers on the outside. The rookie tight end is doing a good job as well. And then, of course, running the football, Jonathan Taylor. And can't say enough good things about him as a running back. Just his balance, his power, the explosiveness. Like, you have to be able to set the edge because he can take the explosive run 50-plus yards and take it to the house. He can hit cutback lanes, right, and make you pay. So it's going to take everything we have, defensively, first and foremost, stopping the run. But we know that's not the only emphasis with this offense. They do a good job of their play-action pass game, like really timing it up at the proper time, really catching a lot of defenses off guard, and they're creating a lot of explosives there as well. So you got to play true. That's what I'm telling our defense. You have to play true. You have to play with discipline, elite awareness to what your job is and being on it. Because if not, Shane has always done a good job, offensively of creating, eye candy, as I call it, to mess with guys' eyes, to put their guys in position to make plays.
You just mentioned eye discipline and then discipline in general. Do you feel like your defenses continue to play with more and more of it?
Yeah, we are doing a better job of being more disciplined than where we started the season. We can still be even better.
DeMeco, with Jalen and CJ still being in concussion protocol, are they expected to practice Wednesday? Does that mean it's close to the final step?
Yeah, we'll see what happens on Wednesday when Wednesday gets here.
What went well with the rushing attack early on in the game against Buffalo? What are some of those things that you could maybe carry into future games with that offensive line that you had out there?
Yeah, for our offensive line, the rushing game, we have to just stay connected on our blocks. I think when we have double teams and we're coming off at the second level, if we stay connected and we finish our blocks with the right mindset, and we have good running lanes. I thought Woody ran the ball well, especially on our fourth down play when he's one-on-one right in the hole with the defender, for him to play behind his pads, really keep his feet moving. That's how you have to run the football. So if we continue to block it well, we continue to make good decisions with our running backs, running the ball well, and we can run the ball effectively.
Jalen Reed and all your rookies, they can go at their own pace, but what did he show you against the Bills, and can that be, by that performance, can he wind up playing more for you?
Yeah, Jalen stepped in and he played swarm football, right? He was see ball, get ball. He's flying around, making plays. Of course, some things to clean up, but I'm encouraged with what he did. Being that it was a short week, he didn't get a ton of preparation didn't get any live reps. So for him to go in, right, and do as good of a job as he did in that game, I'm excited for him to just continue to progress and continue growing. Coach Stevens done a really nice job of working with Jalen while he's been out. So the more he gets, I expect him to be even better for us.
What do you see Tyler Warren, what he's added to their offense?
Yeah, Tyler Warren, he's a playmaker, man. That's wherever you get this kid the ball, he's explosive, a little faster than you think, tougher than you think. He showed that at Penn State. he one-man wrecking crew. Like, he did a really nice job at Penn State and it's carried over here to the league. He's still doing a nice job, and you can see they're trying to put him in spots to get him the football because he is that type of guy. He's a playmaker, a guy seems like you can trust, you can count on him. Like, he continues to show up play after play, down after down for those guys.
Has that iteration of the offensive line done enough to earn them another chance next week? And separate from that, what does it say about Titus that he's been able to adapt and play every position and still not miss a beat?
Yeah, we'll continue to roll with our offensive line. For me, it's always been about trying to get our best 5 guys out there. I think Titus has done a great job of just unselfishly moving, where he's played right tackle, right guard, left guard, whatever we've asked him. He's done it. It shows that he's a smart player to be able to handle as much as we put on his plate. So he's done that, and he's played good for us.
Coach, going back to Thursday's game, some of the offensive play call in the second half have to do with the way the defense was playing so good on Thursday.
No, it doesn't necessarily correlate. Like, we still got to do a better job moving the ball in the second half. I don't think our second half offense is good enough. And, so we have to continue to strive, continue to get better at executing the plays, calling it better. We got to do a much better job, coaches, players, everybody. We got to be able to move the ball way more than we did in the second half. We're going to finish games the right way.
After assessing, after the guys coming back off in a minute break, how would you assess them, the legs and everything when they're moving around on the field?
Yeah, everybody came back healthy, ready to go. So guys are bouncing around. Guys understand, where we are. It's just for us, man. It's always for me being dialed into your preparation, like being dialed into the execution and being on the things you have to be on, like to make plays. That's what it's going to take. Like, as we continue to go out, how we finish this season is just going to be. It's really the mental part has to heighten. It has to be heightened for us to be where we want to be.
And then the draft preparation when you first got here, you all knew that you needed a quarterback that took C.J. Stroud. But what was it about on film that made you all make that decision to go and get Will in the way that he's been performing over these last 3 years here?
Yeah, for us, when we started out, in my first year here, started out the draft process, there was, you knew we got C.J., which he was a really talented quarterback, did a lot of great things at Ohio State, but then you flip it over on the defensive side, knowing that we needed, a foundational piece on that defensive side. And you look at Will Anderson and just his track record in college, everybody you talk to at Alabama, everything they had to say about Will, the type of leader he was. You didn't even have to talk about the player. You could see how relentless he was on tape, how he finished, but just to hear the leader that he was, how he held other guys accountable, how, he was the guy. Everybody talked about Alabama, he was the guy. And I remember I wasn't even thinking about Will at this time, but I remember when Will was a rookie at Alabama, my older brother, he called me and was like, hey, man, whenever you get a chance, this guy from Alabama, you need to get him on your team. It's like, all right, I'll check him out. And then who knows, like full circle, moment like come when I had a chance to actually be in a position to draft him, like, yeah, my brother was right. He was spot on. I needed to get number 31, and I'm happy he's here with us.
Real quick, Coach, Thanksgiving question. Cranberry or cranberry? Yes or no?
Cranberry depends on how good the dressing is. No,
can't come out of the can.
Yeah, it can't come out of the can. No, but
the traditional food.
Yeah.
What's a must-have?
The traditional. I'm always traditional. For me, it's having the mac and cheese, the sweet potato pie. But as I told our guys too, I told them, hey, we can save that food for another day this week. I mean, we're focused on the Colts. But happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Hope you guys enjoy that time with your family. We will be working. All right, thank you guys.
There goes DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of the Houston Texans. I don't know. What was the answer that we ultimately settled there with Cranberry?
not out of a can.
Not out of the can.
And
then it depends on what the stuffing is.
How good the stuffing is if he prefers that over.
That is interesting. I also love that he goes, "Oh yeah, I'm very traditional. The mac and cheese," and I'm like, "Oh,
Wait
you're
a
gonna
minute.
stir up some controversy."
Yeah.
Because that feels like a Two Americas moment.
Yeah.
I know that some people get that mac and cheese and they're like, "This is not for Thanksgiving."
Yeah,
and some
it
people are
is.
like, "Where's my mac and cheese?
Yeah.
I can't have Thanksgiving dinner."
Yeah.
But yes, a lot of things that he talked about there. Interestingly enough, very clearly out the gate, not very happy, or at least it didn't feel like, to answer the fact that CJ Stroud is, as well as Jalen Petrie, still in the protocol.
Just watching on the YouTube his reaction, it seemed like he was a little bit irritated, disappointed a little bit, because I thought he was out. I thought they were out of the protocol.
Yeah.
And just seeing how he looked, it seemed like he might have got some news where he was just like,
this is reckless speculation, by the way.
I don't know, but I thought CJ was out.
Now,
well, I wonder if he was just frustrated by the question, because there's no way for him to be out of the protocol because he did not do that final practice. I mean, we're assuming, because he only practiced one day last week, and you had to have at least 2 practices where you would have done some physical things in order to clear. So I do wonder if maybe DeMeco was just like, "Why are you asking me when you know he hasn't even had a practice opportunity to clear the protocol?"
I was thinking that too. So. Well, this is going to be funny. He said basically wait till Wednesday and you'll find out. But at the same time, and it's different because they played yesterday. They didn't play on Thursday night and have a couple of days off. But Dylan Gabriel was cleared for concussion protocol today by the Browns. I don't know what the semantics are.
Yeah,
but
Stefanski
said
up there
today he's clear.
They might practice earlier too on the East Coast.
I don't know, but I'm saying. Over there, he was cleared. Over here, maybe because of the schedule, it couldn't happen. But I did try to compare and contrast. Wait a minute, we'll find out Wednesday. And they just said Dylan Gabriel was cleared.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's a little frustrated. Yeah. If he's frustrated at all, I don't know. We just speculate.
Yeah, we are reading.
But I don't know if he's just a little irritated with the process of it.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, what's taking so long type deal? Or,
maybe.
I'm not sure, but he looked a little bit irritated.
Yeah, so we'll see what falls in line with there. Pretty standard fare in a lot of these places. The offensive line, he said this is what you should expect, the 5, which I'm kind of encouraged by as well. So, yeah, appreciate DeMeco Ryans speaking to the assembled media, and appreciate him standing on the table for the goodness of one mac and cheese at your Thanksgiving table.
That was pretty funny.
That's right.
I kind of went, like, really?
Y'all don't have mac and cheese?
No, we do.
I'm about to say.
But I know it's
like we can end this partnership right now.
No,
okay?
we do. But I know certain people it's not necessarily considered that.
Yeah, for sure. We will have Thanksgiving debates later. I know that's Nick Wright's favorite thing. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things off to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a story about a guy who went into a chicken spot and tried to request a hamburger, and it didn't go too well. Ended up arrested. Plus the tender swindler is out of jail. And for those who don't know, it's a crazy story about a guy that was scamming a lot of girls on Tinder.
Oh, I thought you said tender like chicken tenders. I was like, we just got a chicken edition of the mixtape. All right, we'll get this all situated next.
Our guy Lopez made
Hurry, tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Imagine going inside of a Kentucky Fried Chicken to order something from Checkers.
That's KFC, sir.
Yeah.
Wait, to order something from Checkers. Is it one of those A&W joint ones?
Oh, the combos?
Nah. It wasn't one of the combos. Actually, I'll get more into the story in a minute, but a guy went into a KFC trying to order something from Checkers or Rallies, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the Rallies was across the street.
Oh, he was on substances.
Yeah.
Like, I know.
That sounds like it.
Yeah.
I know the telltale signs of substances.
Yeah, so he started a big old mess to the point the police were called.
Yeah.
And so let's go to Fox 8 News.
There we go. I love this.
Let's go to Fox 8 News in Cleveland, Ohio, on the story about the man in South Euclid going to KFC and starting a big old mess.
An unruly and confused KFC customer in South Euclid ended up in handcuffs after crashing his moped while running from South Euclid police. Public Information Officer Joe DeLillo says the employees at KFC reported that the man tried to order food from Rallies, another restaurant across the street.
The male became belligerent with the staff, threatened to smack them.
Body and dash camera footage show the moments when police showed up. The 34-year-old Columbus resident took off on a blue moped scooter. Police ordered him to stop.
The individual turned his body towards the officer and extended his middle finger in his direction.
Ironically, while delivering that obscene gesture, the driver lost control, crashing into a tree, knocking himself out. Police say the man did not have a valid license to operate the moped, and it's suspected that he was under the influence.
No kidding.
I love that what took him down was, not only am I getting away, I need to flash this middle finger.
Yeah.
I got to throw this bird up, and that was what took him down.
Yeah.
I love when we hear these, Figgy, so much because you start thinking in your mind like all the different layers. I think, again, when you also kind of bury the lead, he's outrunning police on a moped. He's on a moped.
Honestly,
outrunning police.
I didn't know that we could have mopeds in the state of Ohio. Like, I honestly wonder what is the ratio of mopeds to cars in America, because it's got to be minuscule. I sincerely didn't. I don't know the last time I saw a moped.
You don't see them that often. But yeah, man, all this could have been prevented if you went over across the street to Rallies.
Well, that's the other part.
That's the thing.
He stopped it. He's evading police and decides, you know what? I think I'm going to hop into this Rallies. What?
Wait, no. He
was
evading police first, and then he stopped in to get chicken.
That's what it said in the report.
Or no, I think the police got called because he went into the KFC saying that he wanted Rallies, and then he threatened to slap folks, which I found to be hilarious.
I slap you. Where my Rallies at?
Because I guarantee you, he was like, "Can I get some Rallies?"
Buford.
Yeah, is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's their signature.
Never been. Really, never been.
You got to try it one day.
Do I?
Nah, I'm not a big Rallies fan.
Okay. But I do love, because I'm certain the people at KFC were like, oh, yeah, it happens all the time. The Rallies is actually across the street.
Yeah.
And then at that point, he didn't think, oh, my bad, I'll go over there. He was like, I'll slap the hell out of you. I'll slap the hell out of you, man.
I mean, do that. I know that area pretty well, too. Like, I feel like they don't really look the same like that.
No, they don't look the same.
Yeah.
Well, they both have some red in them, I guess.
Yeah, but...
Oh, you got the picture?
No. I'm just picturing it in my head.
Oh.
I'm trying to find this. I'm looking at the story on this.
I'm saying, is that the picture of him?
Yeah, on a moped, man. He
That's
ran into
him.
a tree.
There's a picture.
Yep.
Oh, he ran into a tree.
Yeah.
It looked like
he's face down
looked like
on
a
the
dirt
ground.
Yeah, no, he's face down on the ground, and they still cuffed him. Salute to them for still cuffing him. Like, I don't care if you hurt.
Yeah.
Like, you gonna give me the finger? Like, nah, brother.
Yeah, he went and really hurt his possibilities there by doing that like he did.
Brother, you could have just went across the street to where you was trying to go, and that would have never happened, man. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Have you guys remembered or saw this documentary on Netflix called I want to say it's called The Tinder Swindler?
The Tinder Swindler. I've heard people talking about it, I've not watched it.
Yeah, so this documentary actually took off a lot. I want to say it came out in 2022-ish.
That sounds about right.
Somewhere around there, where a guy was pretty much scamming all of these beautiful women out of a whole bunch of money. And he was tricking them, making it seem like he got all his money, and he took a lot. I'm talking about thousands and thousands of dollars, probably like six figures, some of these women's monies. And he is out of prison right now.
Oh, he's about to swindle some more.
Yeah, I don't know. He might. But here's the inside edition with the story on the Tinder Swindler.
The notorious Tinder swindler is out of jail. Simon Levayev was arrested in the Eastern European nation of Georgia 2 months ago after a woman claimed he swindled her out of $60,000. The 2022 Netflix documentary, The Tinder Swindler, turned Levayev into an international phenomenon. It showed how he would meet beautiful women on the dating app Tinder and woo them with his lavish lifestyle. These three women said he bilked them out of a combined $500,000. They falsely believed he was the son of a billionaire Israeli diamond mogul. And he dressed the part, draped in Gucci, Versace, Fendi. Norwegian citizen Cecilia Lloyd says the modern-day Casanova charmed her out of $250,000. She was devastated when she learned he had been released from jail.
2 months in jail, is this what our pain is worth? My heart sank, and I actually, some tears came.
Man, 2 months is all he did?
Yeah, I guess so.
Every time I hear stories like this, and they come up occasionally, they're just sad to me. That people can be gullible like that, maybe insecure, maybe lonely.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I saw a lot of people kind of laughing at these women.
I feel bad for them.
Yeah, do you feel like this is a fair double standard? Because a lot of guys get scammed too from women and stuff like that, but we don't have that same sympathy for a guy that's.
You're probably right. Now that I'm trying to put myself. Is it a fair
double standard, or is this a little different?
I can't say that I don't feel like it's a fair double standard. It just seems, and maybe I'm being a hypocrite there. It should be the same for both sides, but I think for both sides the same thing is true. There's a lot of sad, lonely, gullible people, and I always feel bad for them.
Yeah, because I saw a lot of people around when this story first came out. A lot of guys was like, "Oh, why he got to do a lot of time why he got to do time in jail? Guys get scammed all the time."
I think they should do time in jail too. The women.
That's exactly that was my thought. Like, I'm not one side or the other, but I feel like people shouldn't scam other people. I just thought that was kind of interesting how we are kind of sympathizing with the women over this.
I agree with the sentiment, and still, all I've been thinking about is, can I do 2 months?
Could you do 2 months?
He said that those two women. 500,000. I'm like,
oh yeah.
So can you do?
Would you do 2 months for 500,000? Is what we're talking about here.
Yeah, sure. That's what we're talking about. That is a sentiment that I'm currently trying to think about. And
would you and could you?
The answer is not coming quickly. Is all like I don't have a definitive answer, but the fact that it's taking me a while probably says a little bit more about me than I care to acknowledge.
I can't believe you hit it. That's a great question. Would you or could you?
I don't know.
For 500,000.
Honestly, I think I heard too many horror stories about jail and prison and all that stuff where I probably wouldn't do it, man. I don't think I could do it.
We're waiting.
Well, the could you is really the easier one.
I'm guessing to say yes.
I'm guessing the could you is probably a no. The would I try it? Hey man, that is not a small sum of money. That is not a small sum of money, is what I'm saying.
Go ahead, say it. You want to do it? Maybe there's a.
I could be convinced.
Yeah, just don't be trying to break up no fights like
No, I've learned my lesson on that. I'm not going in the hole because
trying to break up a fight. It's a mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Got to give a special salute to the one and only Mattress Mac.
Hey,
you know why?
No.
because Mattress Mac is getting his own movie. Did you see
What?
this?
I did not.
Yeah, so here's KHOU with that news.
The Mattress Mac movie is officially happening. Deadline reports filming starts later this month in Texas. The biopic follows Houston icon Jim McIngvale as he builds gallery furniture and navigates his daughter Elizabeth's battle with OCD. Bill Magnuson stars with Houston native Shane Andrews directing. No word yet on a release date.
I thought this was pretty cool, but the first question I thought about was who's going to play John Lopez when he went to go to Vegas to get that money?
Maybe John Lopez.
Nah, you can't play yourself.
Yeah, Why not?
Nah,
You can't
You
act.
gotta have somebody else to play
What do
you.
you mean I can't act?
You can't
I know
act.
for certain you can't act.
I'm Shakespearean trained.
I know for certain you can't act.
Here's the thing. I hadn't thought of that, Figgy. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to send a strongly worded email to try to get into this movie as myself. That was an incredible experience by itself.
Yeah.
Here's what
and that part got to be in the movie, right?
Oh, for sure. Here's what I was thinking. John McClane is going to be in this movie.
Oh, yeah.
John
100%.
McClane is going to be in this movie.
That's right. You mean the character John McClane or John
One
McClane?
way or another.
Yes, both.
One way or
Both.
another.
The answer
John
is
McClane
yes.
is going to be an extra or a cameo
Without
character.
anybody permission.
Yes. He just walk on set.
I'm here for the movie role.
I was in Spring Breakers.
John Leguizamo as Lopez.
All right.
I could see that actually.
Yeah.
Okay. I could see that. Mattress. I'm not going to lie. Love me some Mattress Mac in the commercials. As soon as it came out of your mouth, I was like, why?
Well, you got a story, man.
I think that they could probably. I'm intrigued. I would like to see it.
Yeah, I would like to see it only just like the beginning of Mattress Mac.
Yeah,
like maybe
how he started.
Hell, you could take it back to when he grew up and all that stuff. Because then he play? Didn't he go to UT?
Well, he started out there
UT?
And was on the 69, I believe, national championship team, but never played. So he transferred to North Texas.
Okay.
And he played at North Texas.
Yeah, so I would I wouldn't mind seeing that part of the story a little bit, and then how he got into the business and all that stuff. So yeah, I would like to see that.
You know those Chilson home roadside homes, the model homes and stuff. That was the first building he got to put furniture in.
Wow.
Yep, up 45.
I've got to be honest though. Anytime something like this where I'm like, I'm interested, I'd much rather a documentary than a biopic. Like every time.
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't know. I think it depends. Sometimes they're done right. It just
Yeah. So be on the lookout for that, man. I'm kind of excited for that. So salute the Mattress Mac. I gotta get some thoughts and prayers to somebody, but before I get to that, I gotta apologize to the good people over in Third Ward because for the longest time, so little side note, I usually go to that American Deli on Scott Street, right there, Scott Street and OST, and I always considered that area Third Ward for some reason. And then somebody told me, like, yo, that ain't no Third Ward. I'm from Third Ward. That ain't Third Ward. That's OST, just to be clear. So I just want to apologize for calling that Third Ward. I didn't want to put that on y'all.
They got offended by it, sounds like.
Yeah, it is offended. It get kind of crazy over there, which leads me to this thoughts and prayers.
Okay.
So Friday after the show, I ended up going to American Deli to get my usual. And walking in, it's kind of all type of people doing random stuff.
Yeah.
And I walked past somebody that had 3 little cups in their hands doing them little tricks. Can you find the quarter in there?
Oh, God.
Oh, okay.
It was doing that. And it was a young lady sitting there looking very interested. And my first thought was, man, they probably scamming to try to get me. I'm like, I'm not looking.
Head on a swivel. Look at
she's probably in on it too. I'm just go in, get my food, and walk out. So I went in, grabbed my food, walked out. This young lady was crying her eyes out.
She got scammed.
Yes.
Oh,
she got scammed. So she was sitting there on the ground crying. The guy was he was just sitting there with some slides on, some jogging pants, just walked back to the passenger car and just took off. And there was another guy that was kind of holding the girl up, trying to pick the girl up. And he was like, "You never been scammed before? Like, you know this is a scam, right?"
Yeah.
And she was just crying to the point I didn't even know what she was saying.
Oh my goodness!
I don't know how much money she lost or anything, but thoughts and prayers.
It
to
was
that
enough
girl.
to cry over.
Oh man,
Wow.
I'm like, how did you get got over this?
I don't think I've ever actively seen someone in the midst of a scam. That is that's like a shooting star of sorts.
Yeah, what's crazy is that same American Deli I went to. I went in months ago.
That's the one with the good wings that we went to.
Yeah, that's the one. It's the same one we went to.
Yeah.
And I saw a guy out there trying to get me. He was like, "Hey, yo, you want to pick the right?" I'm like, "Nah, good. You got it, big dog."
You got it, big
I'm
dog.
like, "Nah, man, you the man."
Yeah.
Like, I'm good. I ain't trying to do all that. And I'm like, what was this girl thinking?
Man, she wasn't, or she gullible. Again,
Goodness
gullible.
gracious, man. Thoughts and prayers. And sorry, the third ward. I ain't want to pin that on y'all, man.
Yeah.
That's the OST area.
Okay, all right. Beware scams this holiday season is the message that you take away.
Man, she was just snot going all over the place. She was just. I'm like, is this? I'm still at the point like, is this all part of the scam to try to
elaborate? That'd be elaborate.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't think people doing all that, man.
Yeah.
This ain't New York City when you on Times Square just acting everything out. I'm like, man.
I do love that. There's two different texts. South Union is the area, and then somebody else is like, nah, that's Third Ward. We have no clarity on the text line.
Somebody told me that was OST. I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna just say Scott and OST.
Yeah, there you go. Give
Scott and OST.
Give Crossroads, you can't go wrong. All right, there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys rocking with us on this Reaction Monday. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But before we do that, it's been a while. Lopez, you want to play a little overreaction or not?
Hell yeah.
Let's do that next.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. Happy Reaction Monday. Hope it's been a good one to this point for you. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, here in just a moment. But had a lot of fun. This weekend was a good one for us in a lot of different ways, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit. I guess the football continues. Monday Night Football tonight. How much interest do you have in Panthers-Niners?
Well, I didn't think I was going to have much interest, but the Panthers are a little bit interesting, aren't they?
They are, and I didn't have a lot of interest until I looked up and saw that on the Manning cast, which again is going today, Jerry Rice jumping on there.
Okay.
And I feel like that is going to be entertaining either because it's really good or it's really bad. And nothing in between. So I'm probably going to tap into that. I want to see what Jerry Rice got to say about this current team.
I do
what's
too.
Happening.
He's
just the modern NFL landscape.
As you know, he's been one of my all-time favorites, and his interviews generally are kind of straightforward. But the Mannings tend to get the best out of
especially when you get
like this.
The Manning cast is real hit or miss for me. Manning cast is great when it's just them. When they are just sitting here being football guys and talking about the game, like that's what a lot of people come for. You guys have experience and have eyes that we don't have. Give that to us. Then they get to the guest time, and then that goes one way or the other in a big direction. If they just get someone on here and they out here talking about Abbott Elementary and everything, I'm like, that's fine. Or whatever. But
sometimes it'd be a little bit random. We'd be like, Diana Taurasi.
Yeah.
We'd be like, wait, what's she
like?
got
is that
to do
a
with this?
senator that y'all got on TV
about the
right
actual
now?
guests.
Yeah, the actual guests.
But once they get the guests on, even if it is Diana Taurasi, they tend to get some good stuff out of them, some stories.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Oftentimes it takes away from what I'm trying to see.
Yeah, not while I'm trying to watch the game.
Right.
Now, when they get these football players on, it can get real fun because then they can get into their football nerdery. And I think that hopefully that'll happen.
Maybe that's the best way to watch it.
Maybe they can draw some Jerry Rice into it as well. All right. I want to play a little overreaction or not before we welcome in the fellas of the drive here, John Lopez. You know what it is. I'll give you a NFL circumstance. You tell me if it's an overreaction or not. Actually, statement, I say. We talked about your favorite, number 9, J.J. McCarthy. He is in the concussion protocol. Overreaction or not, the Vikings will have a new starting quarterback next year.
Ooh. I'm going to say overreaction.
Overreaction?
Yeah,
why is that?
I think they believe in him. He's been bad. He's, early on, and you and I discussed it, we were all like, well, his numbers are not good. Yeah, but he's shown a couple things here. Well, he's not showing anything anymore. It's just bad now. But I think they're committed enough to give him another shot.
The injuries on top of the fact that it hasn't been a lot going there is really problematic. That's a team that has capabilities. And didn't they? Haven't they just recently fired the general manager? Right, like this. There's at least there's hot heat under the seat if they hadn't already.
Yeah.
Apologies for not recalling. Yeah, I think that there's a level of urgency that's there.
You agree then?
Yeah, I think that they'd be in a different place, man. He's so bad. Like it's real problematic. And you can maybe make the argument that this is one of the issues with the modern NFL is that we don't give quarterbacks an opportunity to develop.
Yeah.
But you are still in the modern NFL. And I don't know that sticking with them is going to offer you the circumstances that you were hoping.
I mean, that's just the way it is now in the modern NFL, as you put it. I mean, they don't stick with them. But I think they're going to give him another shot.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. How about this? The Cincinnati Bengals. I didn't mention this piece of news that came through today. Zach Taylor, who is the head coach of the Bengals offense, he's the primary play caller on offense. And let's be honest, he might be on a hot seat himself. And I say might only to be kind. Joe Burrow will play in their game against the Ravens this upcoming week. With that being the case, the Bengals season is over with or without Joe Burrow. Overreaction or reality?
Reality. I think it's too tough. There's other good teams contending in that division too that are going to have much more to play for. I get that they think they're good and Burrow's back, but I think that's reality.
Yeah, they're so far off it. Now, one of the things that opens up, I think they have the opportunity to be one of the fun thing in sports. Spoiler,
baby.
I think they can just come out here because they also have some tough teams still on their schedule. If I remember correctly, and I'll double check this as I speak, I think they got the Ravens a couple of times still, or I might be remembering incorrectly. No. Okay, so they have the Ravens this week. They have the Ravens a couple of times. They have the Bills still. They have the Dolphins, who I don't think they factor in nearly as much. So they have a couple of these games set up for themselves where they could be some spoilers. And so I think that could be fun, but no, I don't know that they have an opportunity to actually win their way in.
T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson are both out.
Yeah, that was really rough to see, especially after Jamar Chase was on the sideline for spitting on a man and then having the all-damn audacity to see it walk in front of a microphone and be like, I ain't do nothing to that man. Yes, you did. You spit on him. We saw it. So he sat down, and then T. Higgins, who was the number one receiver on the day, big injury, man. Like, that was rough to see for him. But, yeah, he doesn't have enough of the support there. Elsewhere in the AFC North there, we've been talking a little bit about Shedeur Sanders. He will be the starter in this upcoming week. It was announced by Kevin Stefanski, even though Dylan Gabriel has cleared the protocol. So maybe he did a little something. Maybe he's turned Kevin Stefanski. With that being the case, John Lopez, overreaction or not, Shedeur Sanders should start the rest of the games this season for the Browns.
I don't think that's. I think that's reality. I think it is. You gave Dylan Brooks a little bit, enough of a chance. Dylan Gabriel.
He might as well be.
You can play better than that.
Dylan Brooks might be better.
Yeah.
You gave Dylan Gabriel.
He get a little more heart.
Enough of a chance. The whole question hovering over the Browns all year is he any good? Do they like him? Are they, are they holding it against him? Is there? We'll find out. Find out. I think, he should probably do it.
Okay, and I'll leave you with this one, John Lopez, finishing out the overreaction to reality. The Bears are going to be a tough postseason out this year.
Tough? I mean, I'm kind of pausing because there's a lot of middling type teams that are going to be in contention, but I think
and remember that's the NFC side of things.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So they might play either the Rams or maybe Seattle, because they might be in the wild card.
That's exactly where I was going, but that's by and large in the AFC and the NFC. I think I think they're going to be. They're not going to be a tough out.
I mean, currently, if the playoffs were to start today, they would get I believe they would get the Green Bay Packers. If the playoffs were to start today, that's not the easiest of matchups. Although I believe they got a victory over the Packers. But yeah, it's probably an overreaction. But that is a much better, improved team. They still got some doings there, especially the defense. Mason Rudolph was throwing football against them, man.
Yeah,
that's something that's enough for me to go, ooh, what's happening here? Real quick before we welcome in the fellas of the drive, baseball wise, and I know we haven't talked any baseball today. Did you see what happened with the Rangers?
Oh, they're cutting.
They're tearing this thing apart, man. They traded Marcus Semien away.
Yeah. Where did that come from?
Adolis Garcia is no longer on the team. Happy trails to him, or good riddance. I don't know how you want to handle that. Jonah Heim, the catcher, they are just
slashing and burning.
2023. There's nothing else that you can call it other than a fluke, right?
Yeah.
Like that's at this point, the way that they followed up afterwards and the way that they've absolutely just gutted that team. That was, and then you just look at the 2023 season, the way that the way it happened. The way it happened, caught heat right at the right time, happened to get some good victories, and then but everything afterwards is pointed to the Rangers kind of falling back into the middle or maybe even the bottom of the AL West. So I saw that, figured I'd throw that out there for you. But they no longer, Adolis is gone, Jonah Heim, but now Marcus Semien. Like that's one of the pieces that they thought was foundational when they signed him. There you go. All right, let's welcome in the fellas of the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how you living, man?
Man, we're doing good. We're doing good, man. How you boys doing?
Terrific. I'm sexy.
You sound sexy.
Who is that? Somebody. Hey, can you go get Ron to show you? I don't know who done got this spot in there. Somebody.
Hey, sit back real quick.
Somebody done put you in the closet, cuz. Hey man, Ron.
Hey, sit back now. Hey, I got four compliments on the Air Maxes already today.
Okay.
Sexy now, baby.
Two things. That's what happens when people ain't seen you in a while. And number two, that's
that's crazy. They ain't say nothing about you. They ain't say you looking good. They say your shoes look nice.
That's what happens when you take advice from your boy here. And your beautiful bride. And your beautiful bride.
The hate streaming out is just intense. You today, Clint. I like this kind of party, as Mike Singletary would say.
Also, I want you to take note of the fact that when I did compliment you last week, you didn't want to take the compliment, so now you're getting hatred. That's what you get.
I didn't. For me, it wasn't nothing against you, Reggie. I just didn't feel it. I didn't feel it.
All right, if you say so.
I didn't feel it. Yeah.
All right, fellas. How was your weekend of mini bye?
Well, I'm gonna tell y'all, I enjoyed mine. I went to the Hill Country with my girls, and we had a good time. Now, unfortunately, that consisted of
an ass kicking.
That's right. Your better half.
My
is,
hogs.
yeah.
Well, my hogs were in Austin, so we went to. I thought it'd be nice for me to take my bride too. I can't only take her when. See, the last 2 times we whooped that ass, and it was in Fayetteville, so I couldn't. Yeah. So I said, yeah, baby, I'll take you. We'll go. So we got hooked up nice and had a really good time. And you boys, I don't know how much y'all experience. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and I'm gonna talk about it in a little more depth at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
You know, when your team ain't worth a damn, you obviously know and realize, like, man, my dauber's down because we're not winning.
Right.
But when you go somewhere, and y'all are experiencing this right now on the flip side, J-Lo, when you go somewhere and you sit in the stands and you watch an organization that's won a lot of ball games, and you watch an organization that the student section is crazy. I mean, I'm dancing every song. DJs playing the right, the lights, the fireworks. Everything is just like. And then you realize it's not just about. Now it is about the football product, but it's not just the experience when your program is doing that.
Oh God, yes.
Or is not doing that when you're losing. Boy, I just realized sitting in that stadium, you're just like, this is what college football should be like, and this is why the University of Arkansas, my alma mater, has got to hire the right person.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely
gosh
right.
Dang, man, it is just so. There's even seasons where I've been up there. We win 6-7 games, and you got a good little team that can take you to a bowl game for what that's worth, which we'll take. And it's the atmosphere, the vibe just ain't like. There's got to be an injection into these my university of like, hey man, get off your ass and on your feet, baby. Let's ride.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Hey, in Texas, it was impressive.
I mean, it ruins the economy of the area if we're not doing this right.
Yeah, but when you're sitting at home and watching it on TV, you don't think about this stuff until you go and you realize how many people are tailgating. Every restaurant's full. I mean, people are paying $100 to park 2 miles away. And I mean, you know what I mean? It's just and A&M, y'all have got a little bit of a bulletproof tradition there to where you don't matter how great you are not, you're going to have a different level of support on game day. And the atmosphere is one of the best in the country all the time. But I bet right now, with what y'all are doing right now, I don't know if you've been to a game, I bet it is absolutely,
I saw a really interesting tweet from a writer in Louisiana. Anyway, it was after the LSU game. And he tweeted, these Aggie traditions always seemed kind of corny to me until they started winning. They just seem cooler. That's true. Like everything is just sort of different when you're winning.
It's almost like when you go to one of those games and you realize that like they spent $10 million more on the production of the game than we do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's one of those like everybody. I mean the student section and the dancing going on. We were sitting in a suite area right across from the student section. We could watch the whole thing, and it's just like, I mean, they are going nuts. Every DJ, I mean, they play the next song and they just go bananas, and it's just like, and we're in the second quarter. Yeah, like it's a tight game in the fourth. We're in the second quarter here,
and it's not like I'm not trying to go overboard because I know the University of Texas a lot of money around them parts.
Sure,
it's not like Arkansas don't got money around the program. It just for some reason it doesn't feel like it filters in the right way.
What I'm talking about looks like money, but it's not.
It's just a correlation.
It's the in-stadium MC and DJ and lighting and just what you're like. Again, you're just infusing. They are just shooting it into the veins of their fans of all. And that's obviously winning does that naturally, but it's just, I don't know, man. It's just a different vibe in there where you just go, God, this is what. I'd like to win some more games, but I'd also like to spend money to go to a game and feel like I'm at a damn party.
Hey Ron, Clint said a Chrysler 300 looked like a Phantom till a Phantom pull up.
That's it. That's right. Hey, that is right, boy.
Hey, man, that man's hurting. Just had to get that off his chest.
Hey, Ron, I've been thinking about this for a while, man, since I stood down there before my Hall of Honor induction at halftime and watched Notre Dame go up 42-14. I was like, wet blanket. Oh, dang, man. And then I watch old Michael Huff go into the Texas Hall of Fame, and, man, I mean, people are crazy. Whole family's on the field, man. He's got a plaque. The place is going bananas. I mean, lights and fireworks and dancers and everything else. And I'm out there just, the AD telling me, hey, man, sorry, you got to watch this.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, man, come on, man. Golly.
They could have picked a different game to bring y'all in.
That's true.
Hey, man.
I guess not too many of them.
It would have been nice. Yeah, it would have been the first two.
Yeah.
We ain't won since. It'd have been an early season celebration, brother.
All right, fellas. We're going to let you guys get off and running on your Reaction Monday. It's been a fun one. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and it is a Reaction Monday, and the whole squad is in the building. As you hear Clint, who is just really venting, T-Mill in the building as well, and it is going to be a great week, great time here. Happy holidays to all, and we do have a Reaction Monday. It does feel weird, fellas, because there isn't a game being played, right? We're not coming off the game on Sunday, and it's, everybody was off, and you got to watch the game. Now, a lot was affected on Sunday with the Texans, but it's a Reaction Monday, a lot to react to, and I think the first thing to react to is DeMeco Ryans. He spoke earlier and was on In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and he said C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie remain in the NFL concussion protocol. When C.J. Stroud is out of the protocol, C.J. will be our starter. Both Stroud and Petrie are expected to clear and be able to play against the Colts. That's coming from Aaron Wilson. You heard that today, Clint. Any concern about those two guys playing, or do you think it's just timing of why they haven't been cleared?
Well, I'd like to think it's just timing, but I mean, look, I think when you're talking about messing with the concussion protocol and messing with a player's mentals, I think anything's possible. So I'm gonna. I'll listen. I'll tune in. I expect him to start, but I'm not feel real comfortable about it until they clear it and make it so.
Yeah. So that is the latest there coming from the head coach DeMeco Ryans as he spoke earlier today. C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie remain in concussion protocol, but as we said, man, we saw him on the field on Thursday. I think that was a pretty good sign, and they're thinking they would have from Thursday all the way up until Sunday would seem to be enough time with that. But let's hang in there on C.J. Stroud, Clint, because we believe that he will be back. And we now know from the coach, it wasn't a surprise to me. Now, there were some people who I think were being weird and delusional. But as we heard from the head coach, he said, when C.J. is out of the protocol, C.J. is our starting quarterback, and he will start. And I would believe if he's healthy and out of the protocol, he'll start Sunday. Are you looking at 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch? You can jump in on this too. Are you looking at C.J. differently now after this 3.5 game stretch in which Davis has come in? They've gone 3-0, and you're looking at this team because when we last saw C.J., you didn't know how you felt about this team and their opportunity to get to the postseason. Now there is a lot more excitement and feel and confidence on the potential of where this team could go when it comes to the postseason. How are you looking at C.J. now?
Well, I mean, how am I looking at C.J.? I don't know if there's any how I'm looking at him. I know there's I would say some additional pressure on C.J. Stroud.
So you think there is? So you think there's some additional pressure right now on C.J. that was different from when we last saw him against the Broncos?
I think that the team is totally different. I mean, the team has momentum. The team has won 3 straight. We as a fan base, the coaching staff, the team, they've all watched Davis Mills have a fourth quarter where he put the Superman cape on. He did C.J. Stroud type stuff and brought the team back. He had a big time drive in the second game that he started, and they win the game, and then has a good couple of drives early enough and were good enough to get enough 20-point first half. I mean, how many times has that happened with C.J. Stroud out there? And so, I think there's some additional pressure on C.J. Stroud to play well. I think there's a ton of pressure on C.J. Stroud to play well and keep this thing rolling after Davis Mills seems to have gotten them on track and gotten some good things, got everything moving in the right direction. The protection's been better. Nico Collins' production has been better. The play caller's been better. It seems like it worked out a running back situation where Woody Marks is getting more run. Dalton Schultz, it wasn't a huge part of the last game, but the previous two he was a big part of. So it seems like things are moving in the right direction offensively. So I think there's a ton of pressure on C.J. Stroud to play well and not let this momentum die and win games. Yeah, I think there's a ton of pressure there.
You were saying this. I think maybe after game one of the first games that CJ missed when Davis came in, and I didn't know if I agreed with that. Like, nah, man, it's like people can understand. Like, listen, CJ Stroud is the starting quarterback. Like, Davis is playing against the Jags and the Titans. And the Bills, honestly, when you look at those defenses, those aren't the greatest defenses. And these were winnable games. But now that we've been able to see how it has looked, and now we've been able to see possibly the best out of Nico Collins this season, we've probably been able to see the best out of Nick Caley this season in these last 3 games. I do think now there is a thought that there are going to be people looking like, yeah, man, this should be better than what Davis did, right? Like, this should be something that is we should see even better than what Davis was doing. If there's a 20-point half, then that means, with CJ and what he's doing, it should be even more than that. So I do think there is a little bit of added pressure with how things have shaken out over these last 3.5 games. And what not just Davis, but what the people around Davis has been able to do. The offensive line, you could argue, has played at its best during this time frame.
Yeah, look, there's no question about it. There's absolutely no. I mean, it's not a CJ versus Mills thing. It's anytime any starting quarterback goes out, unless it's a guy that's won a Super Bowl or a guy that's been a 5-year Pro Bowler or a guy that's like viewed as one of the top quarterbacks in the league, like significantly one of the top quarterbacks in the league. When anybody that's not of that ilk in the league, when they miss 3 or 4 games and they're the guy that subs in and plays for them, their replacement, actually plays well and you can say is the reason that you win one or more of those games, it's natural to say, okay, now if for some reason this other player enters the fold as the leader of the offense, as the voice and face of the offense, and the vibe's totally different, and you lose the momentum, and the players around them don't up their game the way they were with the other guy, it's natural to go, okay, hey, man, there's a little doubt has crept in now. This isn't as clear as it was, 3 weeks ago where, boy, that was the guy. CJ was the guy, and it's undisputed, and there's no – and we're still at that point. But if for some reason this offense becomes a buzzkill all of a sudden the rest of the way, or for the next 2 or 3 weeks, there is going to be it's going to get real noisy around the quarterback. It's going to get real noisy around the organization about the quarterback. You better believe that. I think it's human nature. And it's not about is one more talented than the other. It's about what we as fans and what they as coaches watch and feel. I mean, we've already heard DeMeco. The one good thing, I don't even know if DeMeco knew what he was saying or what he potentially was doing, but we've heard DeMeco come out and go, yeah, man, you look at Davis Mills' demeanor and how he's always calm, man, our team feeds off that.
Yep.
Our team stays calm. And I didn't even know this was ever going to be a thing because I didn't know CJ was ever going to get hurt. But you and I had – how many conversations did you and I have the first 6 weeks of the season about, man, this offense just looks overwhelmed all the time?
Yep.
Right? We had that conversation before ever knowing CJ was going to go out. And then Davis Mills come back in, and the one thing that the head coach says, like critically or specifically about the offense is, yeah, man, we just stayed calm no matter what the situation was. And so I just think, Ron, that, look, people in the organization are gonna sense that and know that, and they're not going to be able to avoid it if CJ doesn't hold up his end of the bargain over the next couple of weeks when he's back. So I think it's very real, man. There's some pressure on him to play well.
Yep, as I see coming from the text line, like I said, are you looking at CJ differently at this point, right? Are you looking at him differently than you did before? If you are, hey, I mean, and if you aren't, that's your opinion on the deal. I see some people. Davis is Davis' average is 20. What is CJ's average? Man, look at Matt Castle, not a franchise quarterback. That's what Davis is. Mills looks like he has better knowledge of the playbook and better vision of the field. CJ hasn't played behind this protection or line combo before. He'll be fine. Listen, as I said, I think it's insane or silly to even have the conversation of who is the starter or who should be the quarterback here. I think that is. I think that's insane, but I've seen this before. Clint, right? Hey, dog, look. All right, Davis threw on the cape against a playoff team in Jacksonville. Came down 29-10, made plays. Then came back the next week. I think it was an awful performance overall by the offense, but they go and get a last-second win. He drives the team down, and they beat Tennessee on the road. And Nico Collins is flourishing. Nico Collins is getting targets. Nico Collins is playing the best football we've seen him play since last year. And then if that drops, even though I think it's insane to even have the conversation, I could completely see how people will now look at this and just have – there's a comparison now, right, Clint? There's a comparison to another quarterback that everybody understands is a lesser, except for Tony in Houston, that understands that Davis is a lesser quarterback than CJ. And hey, man, you can't be looking worse. And I don't think Clint people will really look at it and say, well, yeah, you are playing the Colts and the Chiefs the next couple of games. I don't think people will look at it like that. They'll be like, hey, man, they got 20 in the first half against Buffalo. What you gonna do?
Yeah. Look, well, they shouldn't. I mean, you look, Jacksonville and Buffalo, two of the three teams that Davis Mills beat are from a record perspective, better than Kansas City. You know, they're from a record perspective, they're going to be better than some of the teams that CJ is going to play. Not necessarily Indy this week, obviously, but they're you know, there's going to be some very easy parallels to draw. And I'm with you. I don't think it matters. I think when the proof is right there in the pudding, and you're a fan and you're going to the game and you're winning games in dramatic fashion, you feel like you got a good thing. Hell, you got people out there that can't stand Nick Caley talking good about Nick Caley. You know what I mean? You got people out there talking about
you can't deny it, Clint.
No,
it is the best we've seen Nick Caley.
Agreed.
Right?
And the flip side of that, Ron, is it's you're not going to be able to deny it if all of a sudden this offense is back to being a buzzkill, right? Even the staunchest fans are going to have to go, oh, well, I mean, I see what you're talking about. So, yeah, but at the end of the day, it's you know, you hope this is a moot point. I mean, at the end of the day, if CJ goes out there and does what he's capable of doing, nobody ever looks back. But the truth of the matter is there's pressure on CJ to go out there and play well and put all these types of conversations to bed.
Yep, it is. All right, as we just get through rolling here on a Reaction Monday, a DeMeco Ryans Coaches Show Monday coming up at 5 o'clock, so we're out early. So stay tuned for that as a big week as the Texans get ready to face the division-leading Colts, who opened the door back up for the AFC South. So that's as we continue to roll here throughout the day. By the way, coming up on the other side, let's look at what happened yesterday. A day off for the Texans, but a lot happened around them when it comes to the playoff race, both the wild card and the division. We'll take a look at where the Texans are and what they've got to do with their remaining 6 games to get themselves into the playoffs. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, if your significant other, your kiddos, if they're driving vehicles, you got to make sure –
thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is back on a Reaction Monday. A lot to get to, even though the Texans were off yesterday, but a lot happening around the AFC to factor into the playoff hunt that the Texans are squarely in the middle of. By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, I love the interaction on YouTube, Twitch, the text line. A lot of people kind of jumping in with their thoughts on the last conversation. My man said, I won't feel differently about CJ unless the offense starts to take a real downward spiral. Someone said, if this gets messed up, then we'll know who the problem was. And I mean, that conversation is where, like I said, I don't believe it. I don't agree with it, but we have something to compare it to now, Clint. And I think that's where people would go if this thing doesn't look at least as good as it did under Davis.
Well, I mean, the texters are making the point of the conversation. It was a great conversation. I mean, that's the whole point, is right. Like that's why when you ask the question in a way of like, how do you feel? Well, I don't feel any different yet. I mean, the hope is I never feel any different. You know what I mean? Yeah. The hope is that what we all feel is CJ is the franchise guy, and CJ is, physically more gifted and can do more things on the football field and allow you to be a much better offense than your backup quarterback. And so I still expect that. I still feel like that's what we're going to get. But the reality of it is we don't know what we're going to get. We know that it's not been pretty, and it's been trending in the wrong direction since his rookie year. And all we could compare it to was Davis Mills, David Culley, and Davis Mills, Lovie Smith, and Davis Mills, Pep Hamilton, Davis Mills, Tim Kelly, right? I mean, those were the guys that you could compare it to. And that was, now all of a sudden we've seen a different version of Davis Mills. And so you've got real time, real action that you can compare it to. And the reality of it is I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what everybody out there, for the most part, thinks that, hey, CJ's a starting quarterback. CJ gives you a chance to play at a championship caliber. CJ this, CJ. I agree. And the hope is that the play backs that up. But I'm telling you, I think it'll start if one game doesn't go according to plan, but you let 2 or 3 games go by and this offense is a buzzkill again, and the offensive line sucks, and Nick Caley sucks, and Nico's not getting the ball. I'm telling you, look out now. It's gonna get real noisy. That's all.
No, I think for some there's one game.
Oh, I agree.
Because they're all so important.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. You look at the kind of the way this thing unfolded, and maybe you downplay Jacksonville and Tennessee and even Buffalo, given how good our defense played. You could even downplay that, right? And so now you look up and you're staring down the pike of Indianapolis and Kansas City. And, so
on the road.
On the road, yeah, good point. On the road, not in the friendly confines of your home here of NRG, right? On the road. And so as the competition steps up a notch, so should your play, given that you're getting your starting quarterback back. And so I think I agree with you. I think one, there's going to be some noise if one doesn't go according to plan.
Yeah.
But as this thing unfolds, there's just some pressure for the young fellow to play well and squish all these kind of conversations.
Well, listen, they didn't play yesterday, Clint, but there's a lot that happened, and this wild card race with 6 to go is really getting interesting, because now with Pittsburgh losing yesterday, and they look like they're on a free fall right now, especially seeing how long Aaron's going to be out. But with Pittsburgh losing to Chicago yesterday, and now Baltimore, they're on a run, and they're taking advantage of this schedule they've had on the back end, where they just dispatched to the Jets after beating the Browns, after beating the Dolphins before that. They are now in the 4th spot. They are now taking over the division. So now the Chargers and Jags and Buffalo are all now 5, 6, and 7. They're all sitting at 7 and 4. And now Pittsburgh technically is in front of the Texans right now at 6 and 5. They lead the 6 and 5 group of Texans, Steelers, Texans, and Chiefs. And this thing is shaking out interesting right now as you got, 3 spots here to try to figure out who can make these final 3 wild card spots. And the Texans sit right in the middle of it as they sit at 6 and 5. What do you think they got to do, Clint, to ensure themselves to get in over the final 6 games?
Well, it's interesting because the way I look at it, Ron, is I think the teams that are 7 and 4, of those teams, Jacksonville and Buffalo are 2 of the 3. The other one's the Chargers, right? And I think Jacksonville and Buffalo are going to be hard to catch. I really
do. I don't know. Jacksonville with Trevor. They look like they could have lost that game yesterday. He threw 3 god-awful picks.
Yeah, no, look, anything can happen because we're not. I understand we're not talking about world beaters here, but sitting at 7 and 4, they got the Jets on their
and they
schedule.
got the 2 free squares.
That's it, man. They hadn't played the Titans yet, so they got those 3 games left on their schedule. I look at them; they're going to get to 10 fairly easily. And I look at Buffalo, man. Buffalo's sitting at 7 and 4. They got the Browns, Jets, Bengals, and the Steelers all left on the schedule, and plus a couple more games. But those 4 are the ones sitting at 7 and 4. I got to believe they're going to get to 10 or 11 fairly easy. The truth of the matter is we've got Buffalo's number. DeMeco Ryans and our defense, they have Josh Allen's number somehow, some way. That's not the Josh Allen that other teams typically get, what we watch.
Yeah.
That's a huge plus for us. The reality of it is they're going to get to 10 fairly easily. And I think that the team of the 7-win teams, the Chargers, they're going to need a little bit of luck to get to 10 wins.
And they got a lot of injuries too.
Yes, they're beat to hell, and they're still on our schedule.
Yep.
Right? They're a game ahead of us, but they're still on our schedule, and they're beat to hell, and they don't have as many ducks on their schedule as I think the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Buffalo Bills do. So I think the Chargers are catchable. Okay? And then obviously the elephant in the room is the Kansas City Chiefs sitting at 6 and 5. They've got Tennessee left on their schedule. They've got Las Vegas left on their schedule.
They got 2 ducks.
Yeah, they've got a couple of ducks. They've got the Chargers who are beat to hell. They got Dallas who is obviously was better this weekend, but you don't know what you're going to get there. So you've got, to me, it's there's one right now. I see it's 1 spot's available. It's going to be between Houston, Kansas City, and the Chargers. I think Pittsburgh's going to continue to slide. If I'm being honest, I think the Chargers are going to continue to slide. I think this thing's going to come down between Houston and Kansas City for that final spot.
No, we'll see. Jacksonville, I don't know, man. It's just so they're so. I feel like Tennessee's getting close, and they may get somebody, and I could see them maybe getting Jacksonville in one of them. Jacksonville just does so many things that screams they're going to lose. Like, they got very fortunate. Like, I was so pissed off at the Cardinals. It's 4th and 4, and they go for a 40-yard bomb for the game.
The old low percentage, huh?
Yeah, it's 27-24. They're at midfield. It's 4th and 4, and my man Jacoby with time says, "Hell with it, let's go." And they lose. But I don't know, man. I just think it's far from over. I mean, what we've seen this year is, all these teams are almost capable of losing to anybody.
Yeah.
And beating anybody.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely far from over. That's because, hell, it's changed from last week to this week, right? Yeah. All of a sudden, Baltimore is leading the division, and now Pittsburgh's fell into our lap. So that's a good thing, by the way. I think Pittsburgh's going to be a much easier team to get ahead of and stay ahead of than Baltimore, given if they start getting healthy and start getting better. So, look, I'm telling you, man, it's going to change weekly. I just want to make sure we keep our list up to date on kind of what it looks like right this second where we're at.
Yeah, I think 11 wins, you feel safe. All right, let's talk about a move from a former Texan that the Texans may have to run into very, very soon, and kind of look at and revisit something we talked about before with C.J. Stroud. We'll do that next.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Panthers head to the Bay Area to face off with the 49ers. Hear it tonight.
That's free.
Need your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Reaction Monday right here live on The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Remember, it is a Monday, and The Drive is off a little early today, so get ready for DeMeco Ryans and the Coaches Show. That's coming up behind us, so stay tuned as they get ready for this big one against the Colts. A little news here, Clint. We talked about last week when they made the move right before the game. I mean, my man Damian Pierce, they didn't let him make it to the game. Right before the game, they cut him loose and released him. And Clint, of course, naturally, he is signed with the Chiefs in their practice squad. Also with that, Clint, former Texans running back Damian Pierce, who is signing with the Chiefs practice squad, had offers from the Chargers in the playoffs right now, the Broncos in the playoffs right now, the Bears in the playoffs right now, the Eagles in the playoffs right now, the Colts in the playoffs right now, the Bengals and the Dolphins. All of those teams he had offers from and also interest from others. That's a lot of teams and a lot of teams that are in it right now. He is eventually signed with the Chiefs, but Clint, are you surprised after how we've seen the Texans approach him this year, where he is either not dressed or he has really just been a kick returner? You surprised this many teams, and this many teams that are vying for something right now were interested in him.
Yeah, that's a bigger number than I thought. I said when we talked about it, I'll be surprised if he clears waivers. And so any of these teams, correct me if I'm wrong though. I mean he may be of the ilk where waivers isn't a thing for him, but I think he cleared waivers, which means every team passed on him originally and then came back, and these would have all been quote unquote free agent offers, I believe is how that works.
Yeah, I normally I would assume that, if he's waived,
So there's, to think that there were 7-8 teams that were interested, I think that's a big number. Interesting that he lands with the Chiefs. I'm not real familiar with their running back situation, other than Kareem Hunt seems to be the guy the cat that always is on his feet and went for 100 yards last week. So yesterday.
He's nearly dead. He had 30. He had 30 carries, and they play again Thursday. And then Isaiah Pacheco has missed the last 3 games with a knee injury. They think he's going to return. But I mean, they had to run Clyde Edwards-Helaire out there for 5 carries, and he just was out of football. So
I didn't know Clyde was still with us, but I guess he's back.
Yeah,
huh?
Yeah, he got 8 carries. I mean, 5 carries yesterday, and they probably didn't want to do that. So yeah, I think he will definitely probably help him in the kick return game, as we've seen that, especially during the DeMeco time, was his best role for the team. But no, man, it'll be interesting to see how he plays in this system, in that system, as opposed to what we looked and saw him when he was having to do the zone read stuff and whatever it is they were trying to do here with Nick Caley's offense. So it'll be interesting to see how he lands and how he does there.
Well, I tell you what, it'd just be interesting to see. I've stood on the mountaintop of it's silly to sit down here and talk about he doesn't fit a zone scheme. I mean, hell, every high school in Texas is running inside and outside zone. To say an NFL running back doesn't fit that is plumb ass silly, in my opinion. Now I've seen pretty good lines, maybe side with the Texans that is what the deal was. We'll see. I guarantee you, Andy Reid's got inside and outside zone in his playbook. I guarantee you, he's got a little G scheme in his playbook. So we'll see if Damian Pierce ends up working out there, maybe getting a little bit of run, and see if he looks halfway decent. It's hard for me to know. Is this one of them pickups of like, hey man, we got a meaningful game in 2 weeks, let's pick him up and kind of pick his brain, or is this one, no, we really like this guy. We clearly have a running back need and depth issue. We really like this guy, and he can get some run. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't think Spags is like, man, we got to get this cat to give us some intel here. I think they really need help in the backfield. So I think he may see some time Thursday in their next game against the Cowboys. All right, Clint, looking back at the CJ situation, we believe he will play on Sunday and get his role back as a starter with the Texans in this important game against the Colts. He's had some time to look back and look at things. And Clint, what are some changes I don't know if we expect or you're hoping to see from CJ from his time off after watching how this team has played on offense?
Well, yeah, I want to revisit a few things because I do, even me watches it through a quarterback's eye and studies the film. I do think there's, like, when you watch Davis in the same offense, I do think there are a few things that just really stood out that I think would benefit CJ. And things that personally, in my evaluation, in my film study before, weren't always the case recently with CJ. So, and I think it starts with the command at the line of scrimmage. Okay, all offenses need the quarterback to have command at the line of scrimmage. And I'm not saying that CJ doesn't have command of the offense and a good understanding of the offense and knows how to handle things. I'm saying that even Davis Mills even keeled ass. When you watch TV, when you watch the TV copy, you can hear Davis Mills communicating and using his hands and talking and pointing guys out and all that kind of. And I believe that C.J. Stroud would benefit from being more. What word am I looking for, Ron? More just using his arms and more animated in how he commands this offense. I think this isn't C.J.'s got a different vibe. He's got more swag and he's cool. No, especially in this offense. I mean, think back to the days of Brady doing it, of how he's standing at the line of scrimmage pointing and yelling and changing and running up to the center and tapping on the button, making sure he can hear. That we need to see more of that from C.J. Stroud. And I think seeing it from Davis and hearing it from Davis, I think was good to see, right? And it reminded me of we need to see CJ move in that direction. It was obvious that we've heard from CJ and company. We've heard them talk about, well, we're just working on. We got to get out of the huddle quicker so that we have more time. More time at the line of scrimmage for the defense to declare. Well, hell, we've been talking about that for a year and a half now. Right? I mean, we've been talking about that for a year and a half now, about how we got to get out of what do we need to do offensively? Well, it starts with getting out of the huddle quicker and getting to the line of scrimmage. Well, Davis seemed to be pretty good at that. The pace seemed to be pretty good. Davis didn't appear to be overwhelmed. Again, you could hear him on the TV copy communicating. I think CJ can take another step in his development just from that command at the line of scrimmage perspective, and I think Davis showed the way of kind of like, hey, this is kind of what it looks like, and he watched it for 3 weeks. So I think it starts there, Ron.
So the way he communicates.
Yeah, just being more in control and more aware. And again, it's not a knock saying that CJ wasn't in control, but it's one of those of like being the more vocal, animated leader at the line of scrimmage. I would go any more vocal and animated on the sideline too, especially when times aren't good. But absolutely at the line of scrimmage, and even more so than Davis was. But the fact that you could see mild-mannered Davis doing it a little bit more actively than CJ, I think that's a lesson that could be learned and help CJ in a big way. The other one is I think it's obvious to all of us. I mean, I think it's clear that Davis and Nico Collins have a different level.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's it. They got a different level of chemistry, Ron, and maybe it's the backup that doesn't have a starting job to keep or a Pro Bowl expectations or whatever.
Maybe they came in together. I don't know. Yeah,
and maybe it's the veteran, more of a veteran. But it just seemed like Davis Mills had the willingness and ability to go, screw whatever's going on this side of the field. I know Coach said that versus this look, I should probably work over here to Dalton or yada, 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 but I'm going to give Nico a look. I'm going to give Nico an opportunity here to make a play. And I thought Davis, under several different circumstances over 3 games, clearly was doing that. We've seen CJ do it as well. It just hasn't been as prevalent this year. It seems like CJ's a little more focused on not making a mistake, on not getting behind the chains kind of deal, and which leads me to my third point. The command of the line of scrimmage, feeding Nico, and then the third point, which is just let it rip. CJ's got great instincts. CJ's a great, physically gifted, great player. Don't be afraid to be you. Take the chances. Manage with your instincts, but don't run from your instincts. His instincts are to be a little bit more aggressive, and that's okay. He needs to do those things. Just manage them, but just don't be afraid to be you, man. I think Davis. I know everybody doesn't like who he is because he is a backup quarterback, right? So it's not always this flashy, just crazy to watch type of product. But I think Davis Mills goes out there every day and takes risk when he sees fit, not necessarily when the offense dictates it. And I think CJ could learn from that. Let it rip, young fella.
All right, it's a Reaction Monday, and there was a lot to react to yesterday, including the Colts. They lost again. They now are 8-3, 2 games ahead of the Texans, and still 2 games left with the Texans and Jags in the division. We'll talk about this on the other side. You can chew on this. Do you believe the Texans still have a realistic chance to win the division? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Credit DeMeco's defense for coming up big in a 23-19 win against the Bills.
That's HEFTY to 321321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Reaction Monday, and The Drive is live, and I want you to think about this right here. Do you believe the Texans still have a realistic chance to win the division? I see some people texting in, hell yes. I don't know. This weekend will tell. Well, yeah, I would guess this weekend will tell. Again, the Texans, they took care of business in this 3-game stretch. They've won 3 in a row. And also, yes, they just beat the Buffalo Bills, while the Indianapolis Colts, they lose, and they've lost 2 out of 3. They lose to the Chiefs in overtime yesterday, and they're now 8-3. The Jags are 7-4, and the Texans are 6-5. And the Texans play Sunday, their first of 2 games left against the Colts, which means, they can obviously, get to an even space in the loss column potentially with the Colts and control 2 of the games that the Colts have. Your thoughts, Clint? Do you? Because I know you have been one that hadn't really looked at the division. You just watch how the Colts are playing, and we just watch the Texans how they're playing, and look at the schedule. They got 2 left. Do you think there's a realistic chance for the Texans?
No, I don't.
Damn, they ain't changed yet, huh?
No, I don't. I don't think it. I don't think there's a realistic chance. They're 2 games back, and I look at the Colts' schedule. They've got.
It's a little tough now.
Well, you got Jacksonville twice. You got San Francisco, and you got. Obviously, I think the Seattle and the 2 Houston games. Those 2 defenses are a problem. They're going to be a problem for the Colts, and so I think those games could be a toss-up, but. And I look at San Francisco. I look at Jacksonville twice. I think the Colts get to 10 easily, if not 11, really probably 11 easily. And then on the flip side of that, in order to catch them.
But if you beat them twice and you get to 11, you're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely that you beat them twice. That is.
Well, yeah, that's how it has to happen. You got to beat them twice.
Yeah, you got to beat them twice, and you got to get to 11. I guess you get 10. I guess that would work if it's the right wins. Beat them.
Yeah, but I'm with you. I don't think the Colts are going to drop that much.
Well,
and only win 2 more games.
The reality of it is, if you can get Indy twice, you can get to 10 easy. That's a big if. I don't think. Look, I like what the Texans have done the last handful of weeks. I do believe their defense is championship caliber. I think that the Colts, I got to pay some respect to. They've won 8. They've got an explosive offense. They've got a good defense, and I think they're for real. I think they're a legit 8-3 ball club, and I think it's going to be tough for the Texans to get them twice. Not only get them twice, but also beat Kansas City and or the Chargers. And so, it's going to be tough to get there.
Yeah, I think the tough part is on the Texans' end of what the games they have left. But I think the Colts, though, are primed to coming back to them. I just don't know if the Texans are going to be able to win enough games that it matters. But I do think the Colts, listen, there's a formula that's going to happen, or that's been happening, and I think the Texans are probably going to run through that formula. Now, I wonder how much they can stop them with that, and can they score enough points? We'll see. But these 2 games that they've played against the Steelers and the Chiefs,
yeah,
and they have just said, nope, Jonathan Taylor, no chance, not letting you get going. And to be honest, he rushed for almost 260, and they had to go to overtime with Atlanta. And Atlanta was still able to do some things. But their offense was absolutely shut down when they just said, Daniel Jones, go ahead, have at it. But we're not going to let Jonathan Taylor beat us. And they had a 20-9 lead, and they were helped with the turnover that set them up at the 3-yard line to score. But outside of that, man, they went 3 and out on 5 straight possessions to end the game yesterday. And it is starting to see, and I think all of the teams on their schedule have the personnel with the ability to try to go with that formula of Daniel Jones, have at it. We're going to do everything we can to take away Jonathan Taylor and make Daniel Jones beat us.
Well, here's the other wrinkle that you can add in there, Ron, and you laid this. I don't know if you connected the dots, but you laid it out a little earlier. The only way the Colts come back to you is if the Jags beat the Colts, and the Jags have a 1-game lead on you right now.
Yeah,
you're going to need some help from a team that's already ahead of you. So I don't even know what that means, but Jacksonville has Indy on their schedule still twice. So those head-to-head games, one of those teams is going to come back to you. You just don't know which one it is, right? They can't both come back to you. So that's that's there's an interesting dynamic in the AFC South right now, given that the Texans are sitting in that 3rd spot and are going to need a little bit of help. But the good thing is, like you said, you got the two head-to-head matchups versus Indy left. So anything can happen. Chaos can happen in the AFC South, no doubt about it.
Yeah, the Indy just has that weird schedule where they didn't play the Texans or the Jags until now, but they already have their 2 free squares out in Tennessee. They don't get them anymore, so it will be it will be one to watch. I think Sunday, to me, obviously the Texans have to win, but if we watch again and we see that the Colts offense just is like, it's easy to dictate what you want them to do, and take away Jonathan Taylor and Daniel Jones fails at it again, then I think that's an opening potentially for the rest, of their schedule.
Oh, hell yeah. Look, the Texans go up there. I mean, the Texans, if they beat Indianapolis, it changes, obviously, the standings, but it changes the outlook for everything moving forward, not just for the Texans, but for the entire AFC South.
And if they beat them in a way where it's Daniel Jones that struggles again, right? Like I think that is a big.
The way I look at it, Ron, look at the remaining Texan schedule. If you can go to Indy and beat an 8-3 Indy football team, and the way in which you're going to have to do it is your defense is going to have to just completely stifle what they do offensively, and that's your calling card. If you do that, then all of a sudden KC it appears a lot more beatable, right? Arizona and Vegas, obviously beatable. The Chargers looks a lot more winnable, even though I would bet the Texans right now in that game anyway. The last 5 games of the season look totally different for the Texans if you go on the road and you beat Indy this week. Totally different.
Absolutely. All right, we didn't really get a chance to talk about this as much. A lot going on Friday after the win, but I got to say, hey man. You guys talked to him after the game, you and Sean. Will Anderson is starting to put himself into a situation like where he is like not just one of the best defensive players in the game, but putting himself on that short list the way he is playing. And we got to see it, everybody to see it in prime time on TV on Thursday. And this is the number 1 defense. And you tell me if you disagree with this, because I don't know if this was completely the case last year. 713-572-4610, you can jump in on this. This is the number 1 defense, and I think, to me, Clint, without question, he is the first thing you think of when you think of this defense. I don't know if that was the case last year when they were a great defense because Stingley was the all-pro and Danielle Hunter was really, really good and led the team in sacks. But do you think that is the case, that when you think of the number 1 defense, Will Anderson is the name that you think of when you think of this defense?
Boy, that's a good question, man.
Is that 713-572-4610? I know Danielle has gone off and actually has more sacks again at this point right now. But it feels like this is Will Anderson's defense. Like he is, when you think of the other great defenses, you think of the Chiefs, you think of Chris Jones, even though they have, other great players on their defense. When you think of the Rams of those years, it was clearly, it was Aaron. Is it Will to you?
I would say yes. And the reason, and I'm high on Danielle, obviously. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago after that monster game he had and he's had a hell of a run of 3 games here, 7 sacks in 3 games. But look, I think when you watch the Texans down in, down out, I think now it's a close competition, but I think Will is the guy that is the catalyst. I think Will is the guy that there's clearly a different level of hustle and energy and juice to that guy. The violence that he brings is as violent as anybody in the game. The way he chooses to play the run and the pass, not just being a good pass rusher. I would say it's Will Anderson's defense. Yes.
Yeah. Someone just texted and said, "Yeah, I think it's Will." Someone said, "I still think Stingley." I mean, Stingley is still a great, but I mean, Will.
Stingley's the one that's dropped out of the conversation for me.
Oh yeah.
I mean, nothing against Stingley. It's just that
his season.
He hadn't had an opportunity to make as many plays this year as maybe he has in the past, and the big moments he had last year, I think, catapulted him into a different level, different stratosphere. And this year, I think that's been Will Anderson, and not to mention in the big moments, the strip sack touchdown. There's just
that game Thursday, Clint. It was just his relentless, and that's what you think about with Houston is. Damn, they never stop coming. Yeah. Like there, and he was the cat. There were he had 6 plays that exuded that in the game, where it's just like he's chasing Josh all over the damn place, and just will not stop. So I agree. It's Will, and by the way, I think Will he's placing himself to be in second place of the defensive year conversation, right? Obviously, Myles Garrett's in a completely different place, so everybody's playing for second.
The arrow's pointed up.
But I think he's put himself as the second best defensive player this year potentially. I think damn sure he's going to finish in the top 5. But I think right now, I think he's behind. Even though he has less sacks than his own teammate, I think he's just behind Myles Garrett when you start thinking about the best defenders in the league this year.
I think it's fair. I think there's probably a couple of other guys that would argue they should be in the debate, but I don't know anybody would tell you that you're dead ass wrong.
Yeah, I mean we're talking about the number 1 defense and the guy that is the hallmark of the number 1 defense. I think it's clearly Will who you take a look at. So shout out to Will Anderson, man. He deserves. It's a damn shame that he's got to deal with this Myles Garrett dude who Tyler set Brown single season sack record with 6 to go. Did you see Michael Strahan on TV yesterday? Michael Strahan said, sack record. It's been nice having you. He came on the air.
He's a freak, man.
They had 10 sacks yesterday against the Raiders. So, and the Texans play the Raiders this year. So that ought to be.
Can we get to 11?
I'm telling you, you talk about getting them numbers up. Here we go. Like somebody's got to be hunting 3 or 4 sacks in that Raiders game because every time I watch Geno play for the Raiders, and by the way, they fired Chip Kelly. Every time I see him, his ass is on the ground, limping, walking. I thought the Broncos killed him a couple of Thursdays ago. So I know he was watching that game Thursday and said, "Damn, they sacked Josh 8 times. I know I can do better than that. I know I can do better than that." All right, coming up, is there a player for the Texans that we owe an apology to? All right, we always come to the table and answer for things we've talked about. Is there a player for the Texans we owe an apology? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look, Payne has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, and it is the holiday season, y'all. These matter. These times matter more than the others. It's not just your knees, your hips.
all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Mills fakes the give, throws right side, caught, touchdown, Christian Kirk. The Texans score. They tie it up. They can take the lead with the extra point.
All right, that is Mark Vandermeer on the call there. Christian Kirk with a big touchdown against the Buffalo Bills. Had himself a little touchdown dance as if he's been there before. Because I do want to address that. Before we get there, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus, streaming November 16th on Paramount Plus. The Return of Landman from Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott. Landman, new season streaming, and has already started streaming. It's streamed November 16th only on Paramount Plus. And Clint, the question is, do we owe Christian Kirk an apology? My man Clint stepped up, had himself a big game. Only by a yard did Nico Collins have more receiving yards than him. He had 5 catches, 54 yards, had a big one in that 2-minute drive to set him up for another touchdown. And he obviously had the one touchdown that you just heard from Tyler. Do we owe Christian Kirk an apology? Because we were not only saying he should have his snaps cut back, that he should just get the Laken Tomlinson treatment and just head to the bench.
Well, look, no. I'm not going to apologize. No, I'm not going to do that. But I can acknowledge that he still has a little life. You know, I can acknowledge.
A little life, huh?
Yeah, look, I can acknowledge that he may be able to help this team moving forward. But I mean, I've got to see more. I mean, hell, it's week 12. I mean, we got to see. I got to see a little more than one little flash in the pan, you know, in that game Thursday or whenever the hell it was, Thursday night. I got to see more than that before I start apologizing to folks. But I can acknowledge that I mean, because I was ready to put him to bed, out to pasture, if you will. I will acknowledge that there's looks like there may be a little something there, and I'm okay with the fact that they stuck with him and he made some plays. The reality of it is, whether it's him or Jalen Noel, the reality of it is this, you know, this offense is totally different with that slot receiver that can make a little noise, right? I mean, we obviously see Higgins stepping up in a way and going, okay, that 1-2 punch on the outside with him and Nico Collins has got a real chance. Now, I don't know if it's going to be consistent. I don't know if it's going to be there against better opponents. I don't know. But, boy, you can see it. When Christian Kirk or Jalen Noel or hell, even Braxton Barrow, when somebody at that slot position is a factor in the game, it changes the offense for the quarterback. It obviously changes the offense in a way of having another weapon that can make plays and convert first downs. And so whether it's Christian Kirk, Jalen Noel, Xavier Hutchinson, I don't give a damn who it is, it's a game changer. And I will acknowledge that maybe we shouldn't put Christian Kirk out to pasture. Maybe we should give him a little longer leash.
Yeah, I will say I was aggressive. I would say I was maybe
11 weeks will do that to you.
I was maybe aggressive. No, man, it was hard for me to see him not be able to shake number 50. When he was 1-on-1 with two-way goes with linebackers, and they were in his front pocket. To hell with the hip.
He was in both pockets. They had their arms wrapped around his waist with both hands in the front pockets. Gee.
And you know, like this is
Tyler on Northgate back in the day.
Yeah, Tyler came in on that one. But like, and you could tell, like, all right, this play is really designed for the hope to be able to get that matchup, and they got that matchup, and it's either knocked down right away or you can't go there, and that was really concerning because kind of like what we said with Davis Mills and CJ, like he missed a game or missed some games. In particular, the 49ers game where he was out, and it was Noel and Berrios picking up his spot and playing in that slot, and we saw the best slot that we've seen all year. And then we watched him get back in the game, and he can't get separation, and he's just not making the impact. So I think it was a little aggressive. Just say, hey man, like let's just stop playing him. Now I clearly there's something still there, and the hope is with CJ, because I was thinking that could be a real safety valve for CJ and somebody where I thought he'd get a lot of catches this year just because he would be the easy, quick guy that's open really, really quickly. And hopefully he is showing some signs of that. I do think I am beyond the hamstring. He's just getting over the hamstring. My man Black Greg said Christian Kirk's ass don't deserve no apology. He had one good game.
Yeah, I can't apologize. Here's the difference, though, Ron, to me. Here's the difference. And I'm not minimizing anything. I know there's a lot of people that, I'm not minimizing anything. A good game's a good game. Trust me, I threw the hitch more than anybody out there. Running the coverage off and then beating one little guy underneath and then getting off to the races out the gate. That's the easy way of doing things. What we watched Jalen Noel do multiple times is get off the line of scrimmage, get vertical on a DB, stick his foot in the ground, give it a little head nod, create the separation, judge the ball in the air, go get it, and make chunk plays. Like there's still a question of does Christian Kirk still have that in his bag? Right, the stuff. Not minimizing what he did yesterday is a good start. I'd rather have that than nothing. But we're talking about, can that guy be a real weapon and not just kind of be an outlet underneath for the quarterback? I think Noel's shown the ability to do some of those bigger plays, those more explosive play type things than we've seen from Christian Kirk this year. So there's still some to be. There's still a little meat on that bone to see what's up.
And not come off I still think Jalen Noel should see more time. I think he has shown enough and earned enough. Like what Higgins is doing right now, Jalen Noel has had those moments, but it has not, to me, also been countered with, all right, he's showing us this, let's give him more. It looks like Higgins is getting a chance to get more, which is good, and maybe they feel like they don't have as many options with, I guess, Hutchinson being the only other one. But I still want to see more of Noel. I do. I think I jumped the gun and said Christian Kirk should be a part of the rotation. But I still want to see more of Jalen Noel because I do think he's the more explosive of the player. But I think what we saw against Buffalo, and maybe we see some more of this, is we just saw some of the craftiness of Kirk in a short space to be able to get himself open. And Tyron Johnson for the Bills, number 7, is one of the better slot corners in the league, and he was able to shake him loose a couple of times. So maybe not put him to pasture. Maybe that was a little over the top.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I'll back up a little bit on it
because they just said you want to put him to pasture. Well, you know what? We ain't even gonna dress Berrios. That's what we're gonna do. We ain't even gonna dress Berrios' ass. All right, coming up as we continue, a little weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text yours in. We'll do that on the other side right here as we continue live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, football season.
FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a Reaction Monday. Remember, it is Monday, and that means the DeMeco Ryans show, the coaches show, comes up right behind us, and we are out at 5 o'clock as DeMeco will take over at 5 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. You don't want to miss any nuggets there. Man, that sounds good. You don't want to miss any nuggets there as DeMeco will be. Piece. I'll go for 20 right now, man. I'm telling you, man, I'll go for 20 and 4 or 5 different dips. I really would. Anyway, but stay tuned for that. It comes up at 5 o'clock, and you can join in and hear the coach with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Before we get to weekend's best and weekend's worst, I did want to pass across some news here in the NFL. Yesterday, Shedeur Sanders got his first start against the Raiders, and they won their first game in forever. And he played decent, over 200 yards passing, a touchdown, a pick, and they won 24 to 10 over the Raiders. They sacked the Raiders 10 times, and then the Raiders start firing people after the game. You lose to the damn Browns. That's apparently it for the Raiders, and they start firing people. But another announcement today from Kevin Stefanski, the head coach of the Browns. Dylan Gabriel, who Shedeur started for, has been cleared with a concussion. But Shedeur Sanders is still going to start Sunday against the 49ers. Rookie Shedeur Sanders will start Sunday at home against the Niners. Fans announced. When asked if Sanders' starting would be week-to-week decision, Stefanski said, "I'm just going to focus on this week, not going too much past this week." Your thoughts, Clinton? I mean, are we to a point where, Shedeur should start the rest of the way until he just shows he doesn't deserve to be there anymore?
Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't follow it all close enough to know what kind of promise, one is showing over the other. But I know when you get a win, when you look at the way the other guys have played, the record of the team, you're searching for reasons to get a little juice. You're searching for, somebody to breathe a little bit of life into the team and into the locker room. And you can say what you want about Shedeur Sanders, and I understand where he may rub some people the wrong way. I mean, even after the game, some of the comments he had to about himself and about what he could do, with more than a week of practice and all this kind of stuff. I mean, you can love or hate the guy, but if you know sports and you know the position that they're in right now, it's a team game, and if you can get a guy in there to breathe just a little bit of life into what the hell they're doing, it changes the game. It may not save your job if you're Kevin Stefanski, but it changes the day and the game and the week of preparation, and that's all you're searching for at this point. And I just think that Shedeur definitely brings that to the room. You look at their offense. I mean, Ron, he's got in very limited play, he's got the 3 longest completions this season for the Cleveland Browns. And so I don't think he's the best thing since sliced bread. I don't know that he should have been a top 10 pick. I thought he would have been. I don't know what he could have and should have been. But at the end of the day, right now where they stand, I don't know how you don't ride with Shedeur Sanders until he gives you a reason not to. I'll be honest with you. I watched the audio, the video of the coach Stefanski in the locker room after practice. To not single out, there's clearly some level of disconnect there between
not his guy. I don't think it was his guy.
But look, it's not his guy, and the he you're talking about is Kevin Stefanski, who's on the hot seat in a major way. I'd probably lame duck if we're being completely honest. So I mean, I don't know that it necessarily means anything, but I don't know how you're a head coach of a football team and you're a true professional, you've been in the league forever, I don't know how you don't – your quarterback – everything that a quarterback has to do to play and play well and for your team to score points and for your team to jump out – I don't know if they jumped out to a 10 or a 14-point lead. I can't remember.
14-0, I believe.
I mean, I just don't know. The very first thing, even before you give the guy that got 3 sacks and now has 14, and to your earlier point is probably Defensive Player of the Year, even before you get to that guy, I don't know how you don't take your quarterback and go, hey, man, first time a Cleveland Brown – quarterback has won his first start since, I think I heard Figgy say 15 years earlier or something like that. I mean, I don't know how you don't take that kid and just put him up on a pedestal and say, hey, man, this was a hell of a job. You've been through a roller coaster all year long. You finally get your shot, and you go out there and win, man. We're all proud of you. We're ready to rally behind you kind of deal. Instead, you congratulate everybody else, and you can argue the tone you used when you went to Shedeur Sanders was just like, I guess I got to mention this kind of deal. So I don't like nothing about what's going on in Cleveland, but yeah, I think Shedeur Sanders should be the starter next year.
It doesn't feel like he believes it in Shedeur Sanders, but to me, like he would have, whether he wanted to or not, and maybe he wants to go back with Dillon Gabriel, but that was out of the bed when Myles Garrett reacted to the throw he made to Isaiah Bond, and the whole bench lost their minds and reacted to that. Yeah, there is no way that they could go back to anybody else. And not to mention nobody else on their team in their quarterback room has the ability to make those plays. So we'll see how long it goes with Shedeur Sanders, but he is the starter for this week against the 49ers. All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. I'm going to start with mine. My weekend's best, Clint, was we got to see the Jameis Winston experience. I mean, prior to, afterwards, all of it. Jameis, I mean, this is so Jameis. 18 for 36, 366. So that means, baby, when he completed passes, he made it happen. And he threw 2 touchdown passes, whatever. He threw a pick, of course. But he threw 2 touchdown passes. But Tyler and Clint, he caught one for 33 yards. And did you see Jameis? Did you see Jameis one-on-one with that linebacker who is still laying in that same spot? Shook him off, and then Jameis said, y'all forgot, I won the Heisman, so let me strike up the Heisman pose in the NFL. And I mean,
water has no soul.
It's great. And of course, for the 5th time, they had a double-digit lead, the Giants, and they lost for the 5th time this season. But, man, the whole Jameis Winston, that was the best thing I saw all week.
That was good. That was good. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not even, as you know, like I've never been a big fan of Jameis Winston. I thought the act was almost fraud-like in the past. He's grown on me, Ron.
I think he's just that different type of cat.
Yeah. No, well, there's no question, and it plays. I still don't believe that it played. In fact, I've heard New Orleans Saints players talking about it. I've heard some different players, Tampa players talking about it. I don't think it plays well as a guy that you're trying to win a championship with, but I definitely think it plays well for in a struggling franchise when you're back there and you're supporting every move the coach makes, the quarterback makes. I think it's played well. In fact, you can argue it's been really important with some of the young quarterbacks he's crossed paths with recently. So I got to give credit where credit's due. He's growing on me a bit, man. It's fun to watch and listen.
All right, what's your weekend's best?
My weekend's best, Ron, is Pat McAfee. I don't know. Were y'all up early enough to watch College Game Day?
I did not catch College Game Day.
I was not.
I am not typically. I'll be honest with you. I don't have anything wrong with College Game. I'm just not a big sit in front of the TV for 4 hours, 3 hours before the first game starts and listen. Talk about every single game. I'm just not a big. I put it on the background, and when they talk about my team or they talk about the big stories, and I'll listen. If not, I'm a fan of save. Anyway, I don't know that I've ever watched the opening of College Game Day. And so my father-in-law threw it on the TV. We were up in the hills. My father-in-law threw it on the TV, and it was right as they were starting. I don't know if y'all saw it, but Pat McAfee comes in riding this Harley Davidson. It's up in Eugene with the Ducks, obviously, Oregon Ducks. He's got the duck on the back, and the duck comes up there. Pat comes up there, takes the helmet off. Everybody realizes it's Pat kind of deal. And then they go. He goes to singing. I can't even remember now off the top of my damn head. I think it's "Scream and Shout." I think is the song that they were singing. but he ends up getting Saban. Saban can't help himself but get his ass up and do a little dancing. The opening, he ended up with no shirt on in the middle of the set.
He tends to end up with no shirt on.
Oh, now he put it back on and the suit back on after that next break. But man, he had Saban up doing that scream and shout. It was beautiful. It was one of those. It's just captivating. One of the first times I've watched College Game Day, in a long time. Definitely the first time I've caught the opening scene, and it was one of those where I had to watch it. Everybody in the house was in there watching it. So I got to go with Pat McAfee, man. What he's done to that show, I know it's not for everybody, but it seems to be for a large part of the country, and I thoroughly enjoy the juice that he brings to that set. I like all those guys and enjoy listening to all those guys, but they're all kind of, just super mellow guys. He brings a little something out of those guys on the set, and he's starting to bring a little something different out of Saban, too. It's fun to watch.
All right, I'll quickly get to my weekend's worst. I lost control on the airport on the airplane.
Oh hell!
And Courtney had to pull me down from the other side of the aisle, and Tyler knows exactly where I'm going. The plane lands. I got me and Nicholas. We're in an aisle with another gentleman, and then Courtney and the other two are across the aisle. Plane lands. These jackasses start walking themselves through the lane and through the aisle and just park it in the aisle. And I swear to God, it was a guy in a full Texas Longhorn outfit. He was the one. It wasn't just him.
I was shocked.
It was two others that walked through, and they just stand there. He right on me. And I said, "Hey, man, I've had it. I can't hold it anymore." I said, "Hey, man, we all want to get off too."
Exactly.
I said, you think we not ready to get off? I said, "Now I can't even move. We can't even get up. We can't even get our luggage because you selfish." I said, "You took your seat back there, and y'all should wait to go." Courtney's on the other side. Ron.
Asshat behavior, man. It drives me nuts every time I travel.
And it was one of those situations, Clint. Like, I knew, and it was probably not smart with my children, but I knew I was prepared to get into it at that moment, because I know when I make that maneuver, at that point you got to be prepared, right?
Yes,
you got to be prepared, and you don't make the maneuver. So it just pisses me off. I've had it. Sit your ass down. We all want to go.
So your time's more valuable than my time. That's what they're saying.
And now I can't even move my legs. What if I wanted to get up and stretch?
Sons of.
Hey, and the worst part, Ron, is what happened to you is when they end up having to stop right next to your seat.
Oh, yeah, because they stop right there because they can't get up.
I make them feel so awkward.
And then between their armpit and their butt crack right there in your face, I mean, every time they turn, they hit you with their hip. But yeah, man, that is some.
I'm going to have to start going leg out into the aisle.
Absolutely.
As soon as it starts, as soon as they land.
Reach down there, put that arm up, get that leg out, and make them. Now you're making them. They're the ones that initiate the confrontation to hit your leg.
I did, Courtney. If I had a few more words. If Courtney didn't just Ron, stop, and he just looked forward.
Oh yeah, they know they're in the wrong.
I
They
think
turds.
And I think it pissed me off even more when he just
acknowledge you.
Just look forward.
I've seen him coming up the aisle, walking all fast like that, like right when the pilot turns the unbuckle your seatbelt sign off. I've seen him coming, and I've literally just put myself out in the aisle and stood right there and boxed him out. Just stood there.
I'm thinking about it. Yeah, Nicholas said, "What's going on, Dad?"
Well, son, there's turdish behavior all around us.
I just lost my mind. I can't help. Sit your ass down, man. Or pay for a seat higher, damn it.
Just have a little respect, man. That's it.
Please.
Just have a little respect for everybody.
I've seen that shirt I'll wear sometimes.
I know it. You say I sent it to you. You took it. All right, what you got coming up, Clint?
Well, I'm going to go with Diego Pavia, the quarterback for Vanderbilt.
Oh, yeah, Vandy.
I mean, he had Theo Vaughn out with his family for senior day for some reason. I don't know. This is maybe taking Johnny Manziel to a whole other level. So he did that. And then his mama, there's a video out there, and I'm pretty sure it's real. His mama's got one leg, a little bitty skirt, like a Vanderbilt skirt thing, like a jersey skirt thing, got one leg hiked up over the rail, like she's dancing on the rail. I'm thinking, man, it's cool if it's a little college girl, but mama, we can't be doing that. It can't be mama.
Well, I thought you were saying she just had one leg. I got you now. Okay,
no, she had one leg. She had one leg hiked over with the skirt on and was freaking. Looked like she was freaking on a pole on the damn stands. It was It was something else. I got a few things from my weekend, man. Me and my bride went up to watch the Hogs and the Longhorns, and there's a couple things from this weekend that we got to touch on. We got to touch on a little bit. Had me a little college football experience, boys. It was a good one in some respects and a bad one in others. I will explain next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Look, I did have me a few of them. I ain't gonna lie.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a reaction Monday after a Thursday night ball game, so we've done a lot of reacting. We've done a lot of reacting over the last. We had a little Friday that we reacted to the game, and now we got the official reaction Monday. So of course we've hit on the Texans. Just a couple of quick updates. Former Houston Texans running back Dameon Pierce has signed with the Kansas City Chiefs. We will see if that is just a play. Because we play them in 2 weeks, or was that a play because Kansas City needed a running back and have depth problems? Both could be true. We shall see of whether he gets any run on Thursday night or not. Also, DeMeco Ryans spoke to the media today. Heard that on In the Loop. Right about 1:15 maybe, something like that. But DeMeco Ryans announced that Jalen Petrie and C.J. Stroud are still in concussion protocol. So we will hit on all of that and everything in between moving forward here. I do want to remind everybody that we are at BB's Tex Orleans in Pearland for Football Friday this week. I know it's Monday, but we got a Thanksgiving week rolling up, so everybody's going to be moving and shaking. If Friday you cut loose and maybe you're out doing a little shopping, come on through. BB's in Pearland, I believe, is where we're going to be at. Come on through, hang out, some good food, some good drinks. And that's Black Friday, ain't it, Ron?
That's right, Black Friday.
You going to be doing any shopping or anything?
Nah, I probably like to take advantage of them deals.
Yeah, well, no, I don't. Probably, hell, I know you do. But will you take advantage of those specific ones?
There might be one. The wife just on the plane expressed her feelings about a gift that she wants. So I might have to take advantage of that on that night.
Oh, really? What kind of gift I guess you can't tell me, can you?
Yeah, I can't tell you.
Probably wouldn't be safe. All right, yeah. I got to, by the way, Dirty's Daily today is powered by my boy Blake from the H. I'm sitting there, boys. I'm telling you about my weekend, right? We go up to that Arkansas-Texas game, and I knew we were in a uphill battle here. I just hope we can hang on and keep it interesting. But we go up, man, and I got a little hookup on some tickets, and I ease into the Centennial Room up there, which is, it is wonderful.
It looked like you was up in a nice spot.
Oh, Ron, it was tremendous. Food, like fajitas, salad bar, ice cream, everything. Right? You look over, all that's on the house, but you got to take care of your bartenders. You know what I mean? And I'm sitting there. We got our first drink. We're sitting there having us a good time, and my man Blake comes up and he goes, "Hey man, got like right at the end of the table." He said, "You Clint?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "My name's Blake, man. I'm from the H. I listen to y'all all the time, man. I'm a big fan of the Drive, the show, and Tyler and everybody." He did tell me, by the way, Tyler, given where I was, he did tell me to tell you you could kiss his ass.
Okay.
Tyler, you just because you're an Aggie, and clearly, I guess we were in Longhorn country.
Oh, so. Yeah, he's a fan of the burnt orange.
Glad. Well, I don't know. I'm assuming he was up there, but he was working. He was working though, so I don't know. But he said glad I didn't bring Tyler. So
11-0, sucker. I love you, Blake.
But Blake works the Rockets games. He worked the Texans game Thursday night. Worked the Longhorn Arkansas game on Saturday, so he was hard at it, man. But appreciate Blake and thank you for listening, man. And good meeting you. All right, we talked a little bit about this, Ron, in the crosstalk. When your team's not winning, you get your dauber down. When your college team, right? Arkansas right now for me. I mean they've lost 10 straight, I think, or 9 straight, something like that. And you think, because you're just at home and you're going about your everyday life and you just flip TV on when it's game time and you watch it and you watch a piss-poor football product, you're like, man, I wish my team was better, man. And then you're just going about your day. Well, then you mess around and you go. I don't go to many road games, to be honest with you, unless they're really good, and then it's a non-factor. But like I go to this game in Austin with my wife, and Ron. It didn't just stop at the Centennial Room right there where we were with all the food and the good drinks and everything. Great seats, great view. But Ron, I'm sitting down there and I'm watching the vibe in the stadium. And really, to be honest with you, it started walking up, tailgating, but everybody tailgates pretty live. But in that stadium, man, it was such a production. And I know it all starts with winning. You got to win to create that. Nobody gives a rip about your production if you don't win games. But it was such a production that, Ron, I couldn't help but think, like, all of a sudden as a Razorback, former player, as a fan, and I'm looking up and I'm going, not only am I not getting good football, I don't have the ability to go and enjoy this level of environment. Ron, the light shows, the fireworks, music, the MC in the building, the fans, I mean the student section constantly dancing. I'm sure it's the same thing at A&M right now, the way that they're winning. Yeah, I'm sure you'd say the production side of it, of just, I mean, it is so.
Your ass was jealous.
Oh, no question. I was pissed off. Hell, I wasn't jealous. I was mad. I'm sitting there going, I'm shaking. I'm up there dancing because the big screen, everybody in the big screen is dancing. I'm like, hell, I better dance or I'm going to be odd man out up here. I mean, the vibe in the building when you got a winning program, and of course, Texas is where I was at, but it's anywhere that's winning at that level. Like, I can only imagine what that whiteout is at Penn State, right? I mean, these different schools.
Hold on, you act like you've never experienced this at Arkansas. It ain't never been that way?
Well, it's been that way before, but I got to go back to Mallet.
Yeah,
I mean, because we're talking. Everybody shows up and expects to win double-digit games and have it. And now, with a 12-team playoff, you win double-digit games in the SEC. Hell, you're in the playoffs. So we're talking that level of excitement. Like when Mallet was doing the thing up there at Arkansas with Petrino before he fell off that damn motorcycle. Like, yeah, we had it then, but right now in 2025, it's on a different level. What they can do on game day is just absolutely wild, and it just. I've never really been real mad at the situation up there. I just kind of come in, whatever. Win, it's great. If not, then, hey, man, find a new head coach. Let's go. I'm mad about it right now. Like, I'm mad about the fact that we're not even in the same – we're not even remotely close.
Well, I bet it's everything. Like, I think you look at it and you're like, how the hell is Indiana doing this?
Exactly.
And how are all of these schools able – schools that you either feel like that are a tier below you traditionally, or a tier that you're on, and you know what you have in your state, and you know what time it is with NIL, and your school's winning 2 games with a quarterback like that.
Yes, yeah.
Putting up 37 on that Longhorn defense that Ohio State could only manage 14 on.
Yeah, man, it's so frustrating. Which, by the way, they threw the backup quarterback in this week late in this. Well, it wasn't late. It was in the third quarter. And something I've been waiting on to happen, Ron, has happened. This is you're not gonna like me for this. But Arkansas, and a lot of teams do this. I remember noticing it last year. Arkansas was down 42-17, and somebody made a play, and they come to the sideline, and they got a wrestling belt on their shoulder, and they're chest bumping.
Oh yeah, I'm out. I'm out on that.
Ron, that was a year ago. Man, I watched my team get embarrassed to the point where I was embarrassed sitting in amongst all that burnt orange, man. I was feeling it, which doesn't happen very often, but I was feeling the embarrassment. Our backup quarterback's in the game, who I think he went in because I think the starter got benched. But anyway, the backup's in, and he's a good little player. I don't know if we keep him or not, but he's a good little player. And he scores, Ron. And I had already watched him score once and a player run to the sideline, and there's a guy that is paid by the university in Arkansas gear, in slacks and polo, on the staff. And we're down a good 20 at this point, and he runs up and he chest bumps, and it's in the fourth quarter. He runs, jumps up, and he's chest bumping, celebrating on the sideline with these guys. He's the guy that is he brings the belt and puts it on their shoulder so that they can celebrate. And It has been for a year now, because we've got our ass whooped quite a bit. For a year now, I've been like, man, have a little bit of pride, man. When you're getting skull drug, you can't be worrying about no damn wrestling belt. It happened, Ron. My man 7, KJ Jackson, Montgomery, Alabama, quarterback. He gets in the game.
First and last, and city and state.
Hey, boss, he scores. We're obviously getting drug, right? He scores. Little run, goes to the sideline. Little buddy in the polo and the slacks runs over like, hey, here's the belt. Celebrate, here's the belt. KJ gave me the option. I said, I'm good. Walk right by him. I said, boy, I'm a fan of yours now. I hope the next coaching staff can keep him around, man.
What's that guy doing? Like, maybe
what head coach is going to allow that to be?
Well, he's just doing his job. No, I mean, once you're down by a certain amount, we got to put the props away.
Absolutely.
Somebody's got to go lock it up. Somebody's got to lock the props up.
42-17. I saw it a year ago, and it still happened.
Yeah, that's insane.
By the way, I got another deal I got to talk about. It ain't. I don't know the guy's name, but it's similar to your situation, Ron. I'm sitting there in my seats, right? And these seats, they're behind the glass, but they're kind of tucked up underneath the section, so you can't look like straight out. Like you can see the whole field, but you can't look straight out across to the bleachers across. It's kind of tucked up underneath the top section, and so it's a little bit of an odd angle. It's great for me, but it's a little bit of an odd angle. So I'm into the game, man. It's 20-24, man. I'm in the game, baby. I'm leaning forward. My man behind me leans up and goes, "Hey," taps me on the shoulder. Never seen this guy. Hey, man, can you please sit back, man? We can't see the game real well with you sitting forward like that. Can you lean back in your seat? And you know that pause you take. I was like,
hell no,
Tyler. I knew you'd like this. Wait. I'm not. Let me get you good and pissed off.
Like you in the wrong.
I took about a 2-second pause, and I said, "Yeah," and I leaned back, right? And I said, I looked over at my wife. I said, "Hey, Lo, can you lean back? This guy behind us can't see unless you lean back." If I'm lying, I'm dying, boys. I lean back so now I could hear what he's saying to this girl sitting next to him. He ain't doing nothing but trying to get in her pants. He ain't no more than the man of the moon worried about the game going on in front of us. At one point, they ain't even crossed midfield yet. Texas hadn't crossed midfield yet. 4th down. Babe, hey, he said, "Hey, babe, I think they're going to kick a field goal here." My wife laughed out loud. Said, my man thought he was going to kick a 70-yard field goal. He get 24-20. Game is live. He gets up at halftime, never comes back.
Sounds like a Longhorn fan to me in all aspects.
But I think you got to understand what he was doing here, right? Like, I agree he was trying to see what color, getting the 4-1-1 on what color were the panties. But in order to get in them panties, he had to show, I don't really take much. Even a dude like that, I tell, hey man, I need you to slide back so I can see. That wasn't that. He didn't care, but he had to show that in front of her to try to get them draws.
Yes, no, you were right. But the way I took it was, man, I'm trying to watch some ball here, man. I can't see what's going on. Man, I was so, and then he doesn't even. And then the lady sitting in the chair said, "Yeah, he's here all the time, but he brings a different girl every single time." I wanted to be like, I wish I'd have known all this before. I just calmly said, "Yeah, man, I got you." Needless to say, my Arkansas Razorbacks commenced to getting their ass whooped, so it didn't matter. And I had a good time, other than my team getting beat, boys. Atmosphere was crazy. Tyler, I can't imagine what the atmosphere is like right now. And I know it's always good, as I said before, at A&M, but I can't imagine what it's like right now.
I wish I could got to one of them.
If it's anything like I think it was, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for not going.
Well, Austin better bring it once again on Friday. I can tell you that.
Hey, are you going?
No, I can't wait to see which girl he brings.
Tyler, this should be one that you 11-0 at their place, and they're 7-3.
Yeah, we were planning on it most of the year, but not going to make the old trip up to Austin this time. Nope.
Oh man. I'd be Jones into getting that one. I'd overpay for a ticket. I'd pay Tyler Milner money to get in that sucker.
He already did that last year. Couldn't even stay in College Station.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on a Reaction Monday, we will get back to the Texans. But the Rockets, they've got a big one tonight as an old friend comes back to visit. And not just that, we need to update you on some news concerning Kevin Durant. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. It's hunting season and holiday season. Can't think of a better time for you to hop through your local Academy Sports and Outdoors. Or, hey, just pull.
reaction starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Reaction Monday. Always enjoy it. On this holiday week. Remember, coming up behind us, we're out at 5 o'clock. We're out early here at 5 o'clock for the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. DeMeco will be coming up behind us 5 o'clock sharp, so stay tuned and listen for that as well. We'll do T-Mill's Best Bets coming up also, which I'm sure will have a lot of Monday Night Football involvement, if not all of it, coming up, starting the week off right for a little 5 o'clock fire. So stay tuned and hang out with us here. Some news here, Clint and Tyler. The Houston Rockets star forward Kevin Durant will miss Monday's game in Phoenix and Wednesday's contest in Golden State, tending to a family matter. Sources tell ESPN and Shams Charania. Durant's going to be out the next 2 games. Does not appear to be an injury situation, a family situation, so we don't know what's going on there. So prayers up to the Durant family. Hopefully everything turns out as well as it can be. So no KD in tonight's games, which is weird, right? It's the Suns tonight, so there's no KD, and Jalen Green is injured, so he's not playing either. 2 of the guys that were traded for, not traded for each other, but kind of replaced each other there in Phoenix and in Houston. So, but it does mean Dylan Brooks is back in the house tonight. My man Dylan said, Clint, he's excited to see Ime Udoka and is intrigued to see who'll be guarding him.
Like he's KD.
Yeah, like he's Dylan Brooks over there, right? Like the wrong, or not Dylan Brooks. Like he's my man. God, dog, whose name is just Devin Booker over there. Like he's the guy. Like he's intrigued to see who'll be guarding him. Listen, Clint, I like where the Rockets are. I think they dropped another tough one to a Western Conference power against the Nuggets in the game on Friday night. A really good game, but they lose that one. But coming down the stretch, a lot of people talk about the point guard play. But by the way, you see my man Reed, though? You see my man Reed Shepherd go for a career-high 27?
The good Shepherd.
In that game?
Yep.
Yeah, it wasn't a point guard spot. But a lot of people talk about that, Clint. I do think the Rockets miss Dylan Brooks' crazy ass. I like, he is a defensive tone setter, and he is, as much as anybody, he is like Udoka on the floor. Like, that is who he is.
Yeah.
And obviously you miss his defense, but I just think that intensity that he brought, I think he is somebody that forces you to come up to his level of defense the way he plays. So I do think that is something that they miss a little bit more. I don't think it's going to stop them from getting where they want to get to, because I do think they have guys that are dogs like that, but I do think they miss Dylan Brooks.
Well, no, look, I think that was a calculated decision.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you go get KD. What's it going to cost you? It's going to cost you a little bit of the alpha leader in the clubhouse, and you're willing to do it because of how good KD is, how confident you are in the guys to somewhat replace him. We talked about this the first year Dylan Brooks was here. It was like the longer Dylan Brooks was here, the less valuable he was going to be, right? Is because, I mean, that you could argue that first year is like he's the extension of Ime Udoka, and it's like, hey, man, I need you to set this tone and make it come from a player, not a coach. And then I need you to hold guys accountable on the floor and show them night in, night out what that film looks like. And the more guys buy into that style of play and buy into Udoka, the less you need a Dillon Brooks. And so, yeah, man, the importance of him early on was huge. Obviously, when you get KD in the building and it costs you a Dillon Brooks, you're okay with losing that alpha and losing that presence and
that grit. That's the thing you see that is kind of different from this team.
Yes.
From this team is the grit. And again, I think they have guys that are like, I think Amen Thompson is a guy that's a dog that plays with grit. I think Tyree is a guy that plays with grit, that has that. But like you said, it was almost like he and Fred started it. Like those two were the guys that this is what we're going to be about. You kind of see the shift in that. But again, they'll be fine. Like you said, it's a calculator stand. I mean, we're going to lose some of this, but we probably don't win that Magic game because Dillon Brooks can't hit the shots that KD did to bring us back.
Well, there's also some trust in Şengün because Şengün's got that grit. There's also Amen Thompson. You mentioned some of the guys that have that grit. There's also some trust that, all right, guys, I'm going to need y'all to take that to the next level. And maybe you're not Dillon Brooks, but I need you to uphold that standard around here because you're right. There's guys like Reed Shepherd's probably going to bring a ton of that. KD's probably not going to bring a ton of that to the table. I don't know how much of it. I think Jabari Smith is bought in and wants to, but I don't know I don't know how gritty he really is. I mean, I think the three we mentioned are the ones that that really have to tote that grit and grind and physicality aspect of the Rockets.
Yeah. By the way, he's averaging 25 points a game in his last 5 games. So Dillon's about to come in here and try to really get him up. Try to really get him up. Someone texted in and said, "What the hell's gotten into Reed Shepherd?" Listen, I think he's gotten a chance. I like for me the whole way. Like last year, I was disappointed that, and I understand it. I was disappointed that Udoka didn't find more of a way to get him on the floor and get him in there early to get himself adjusted. He's got more opportunities, and you can see not just from last year, from the beginning of this year to where we are right now. And it ain't been that long. Hell, it's just Thanksgiving. The beginning of this year, how much more comfortable he has gotten in his role and playing. And despite teams, and trust me, Denver tried it the entire way to get Jamal Murray switched up on him. The way he shoots the basketball and plays offensively, they can't take him off the floor. And he's interchangeable with Amen Thompson. He could play with the men. Hell, they had him, Amen, and Holiday on the floor all at once. I just think what's gotten into Reed is an opportunity, and he just supplies something that they don't. They have a bit more with KD added to this team, but that ability to shoot the basketball, and he can get up 5 threes in a hurry in any kind of game to help this team. So I just think it's the opportunity, and I'm really happy that Udoka has said, all right, he is in the rotation, and he has got to get these minutes, and he is going to play. And I think you're seeing him flourish a bit.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not apologizing to Christian Kirk for our take this year, but I will go ahead and apologize to Reed Shepherd. Reed Shepherd, I'll be honest with you, there was the hint of disrespect. Like I just didn't. It was that Jake Myers look in your eyes. Like I wasn't real sure that he would feel like he belonged. But boy, was I a fool. I just clearly hadn't watched enough because you watch now and
well, there wasn't a lot to watch. Well, you didn't have a lot to watch.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you, my eyes lied to me because I was convinced. Like, man, I don't know if this guy's gonna take the step that we need him to take. And here we are. Hell, what were we 15 games in? And all of a sudden you're like, damn, this guy's got a real role on this team, and it's not even midseason yet.
No, they're playing the Nuggets, and this game is coming down to the wire, and they can't take him off the floor. Mm-hmm. That's what we've happened in what, like you said, 15 games or so.
Yeah,
and that's only going to grow. So shout out to Reed Shepherd and Udoka for giving him a chance. Someone texted in, Reed will tell you he wasn't ready last year. Ron needs to simmer down. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm sure he'll say the right things. But, I mean, this team couldn't shoot a lick, and they just couldn't find any opportunities for him on the floor. Okay, hell, he may not have been ready this year.
I was going to say, I think Ron's whole point is that we didn't know if he was ready.
We didn't know.
Like, we're trying to get his ass ready.
Yeah, he was the number 3 pick, and they didn't get him on the floor. They're getting him on the floor now, and now we're seeing it. Coming up, we'll get you updated from an injury report perspective as DeMeco Ryans commented on C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie. We'll let you know about that. And C.J.'s back. What does that mean for C.J. Stroud? We'll do all that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Cougars men's hoops versus Florida State December 6th. Get tickets at toyotacenter.com.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is a Reaction Monday, as it's been a good time. Remember, we are done here coming up at 5 o'clock as the DeMeco Ryans show, the coaches show, comes up right behind us. So stay tuned for that. We will get to T. Mill's best bets as he tries to get this week off started well. Tough Friday, right? Got to push, and went 1-1 on the others. So, didn't lose any money.
Not at all. Not at all. Those two pushes, I believe that's the first time we've had two bets push on a board, but it ended our week right. So I ain't complaining.
Chiefs screwed you by getting too cute there at the end of
yeah.
At the end of the fourth quarter.
What the hell, Andy?
trying to get him to score, and no time left. And that got set back there. Andy. He's got some Monday Night Football best bets we'll get to here in a bit. As I said, Coach's Show coming up behind us, 5 to 7. And then you can listen to Monday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One, coming up right after the Coach's Show and Texans All Access gets completed. Panthers, 49ers. This becomes a big game. I don't know if people know this, but the Panthers are playing for first place. If they win, they are in the playoffs and leading the NFC South, with the Buccaneers kind of falling apart. And now Baker has an injury to his left shoulder that took him out of the game and could really give some problems the rest of the way. So Bryce Young and the Panthers got a chance to take the lead in the division and be in the playoffs. So that's coming up, courtesy of Westwood One after Texans All Access. All right, some news here, Clint and Tyler and the people, if you're just jumping in with us. DeMeco Ryans, he spoke on In the Loop earlier today. C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie, they remain in the NFL concussion protocol. And DeMeco said to the media today, when C.J. Stroud is out of protocol, C.J. will be our starter. And then Aaron Wilson goes on to say that both Stroud and Petrie are expected to clear and play against the Indianapolis Colts in this big game. All right, Clint. As we do, we expect to see C.J. back. And when you think about C.J. returning, Clint, what comes to mind in your head with him missing the last 3 games in 3 quarters? What's in your mind as he comes back against the Indianapolis Colts?
Well, first of all, let me tell you, I'm stoked to get our starting quarterback back. We've seen some improvement in O-line play. We've seen some improvement in obviously the skill position stepping up. We've seen the OC obviously improve. Woody Marks getting more run. So I'm excited to see what it looks like with our starting quarterback in C.J. Stroud. So I'm excited about it. Now, here's the reality of the situation. Anytime your backup comes in and plays, and your backup plays well, and the team wins, and the head coach says, boy, our team responded to said backup's personality and his ability to stay calm and all of those things, and all of that attributes to winning, there then is, whether you want to admit it or not, there then is a ton of pressure on that starting quarterback with higher expectations that's supposed to be the better player. There is a ton of pressure on that guy when he's plugged back in to play well and win ball games. And this is, again, one of those moments that we'll learn about C.J. Stroud. We'll learn who C.J. Stroud is. We'll learn what he's about. There's obviously the injury and the time away from the game. And then there's also the pressure of the guy that replaced you playing well and winning. Now, what does it look like when you re-enter the fold and re-enter the starting lineup as the quarterback and the guy that's expected to be able to put the cape on if the game demands that, and be able to make decisions and lead and communicate? What does the team look like when you're plugged back in? And I think that is a ton of pressure. This isn't a Davis Mills versus C.J. Stroud. This isn't a Davis Mills should be the starter. No, it's none of that. That's all silly. At this point, Davis has stood up up at a opponent and said, hey, CJ's a starter. I'm the backup. I just try to go out there and do my job the best of my ability. Nobody, including Davis, thinks that he's going to be the starting quarterback for this team moving forward, right? So it's not that conversation. It's just a simple reality that when somebody's backup, whether it's football or radio or whatever, when somebody's backup gets in, does really well, and there's a way to tell immediately, like wins and losses and points on a scoreboard, that guy did well, and the team follows them, and the team takes on their demeanor, there's immediate pressure to step in there and be better than that guy. In this case, just be as good as that guy and win football games. And so I think there's a ton of pressure on C.J. Stroud to get back in there and take ownership of this thing.
Yeah, I just think it's natural that we are going to see a lot of people in the fan base, I think fairly, looking at everything that is going on around him. You talked about the offensive line seems to at least starting to get solidified. I feel like we may, cross our fingers, may have the same 5 guys play that played last week, and on their own, not by injury, be forced really to do that. We may see that solidified. That wasn't happening when he was last here. We've seen what many people, and you've said you've looked at the tape, and tomorrow's a tape drop Tuesday, so we'll see even more about it when we see what they did, especially in that first half against the Bills. But a lot of people believe we're seeing the best Nick Caley we've seen. We have damn sure seen the best Nico Collins that we have seen over the last few games plus, with Davis Mills as the quarterback. And I think many people are going to say, all right, well, it should look better with CJ at the helm. Those things should – he's better than Davis. We should see better things. And we've talked about there are throws we've seen that we believe CJ would hit, right, that Davis may have missed. And I think the expectation, even though they are playing on the road against the Colts in Kansas City, by the way, 2 teams that need wins, I think people still expect that it at least looks as good as it did with Davis, and really expect it to look better. And I think that is something that he does have to deal with. I don't think he's going to lose his job or anything, but I do think there's going to be more noise if it drops off.
Well, Ron, the interesting thing, and look, the noise is nobody's going to think, where I would go with it is more the intangible stuff, but rightfully so, by the way. Normal fans and hell, I think even the media to a certain extent isn't going to care about that. But I think it's interesting with this move that it's clearly a intangible thing. You know what I mean? Like nobody in their right mind watches Davis Mills throw the football next to C.J. Stroud and goes, yeah, that's the guy right there. That guy's more talented, right? Whether we're talking about athletically or we're talking about just arm talent, or we're talking about the ability to be that sniper accuracy, or clearly physically, one guy's significantly better than the other. Now, you get to what we're talking about, and it's about communicating, it's about command, it's about I don't think it's coincidence, as I said earlier, I don't think it's coincidence that DeMeco Ryans said, look, man, this team fed off of Davis Mills' cool, calm, collected, personality. Those are all things that CJ, as a starting quarterback, you got to possess. Those are all things that you got to find a way to make sure that you affect the team that way. And part of being a young quarterback is we don't know. We don't know how he's going to respond. So it is going to be an interesting watch.
Yeah. All right. As we get to the coaches show coming up behind us, let's get to T Mill's best bets. If you missed these or you don't remember them, go ahead to Twitter at @TMillRealDeal, and you can find his bets to make a little cash. But what you got to get off on a good start this week? What's your best bets, Tyler?
Yes, sir. We got the Panthers at Levi's Stadium taking on the 49ers tonight, Monday Night Football. I got 4 wagers for you, and here they are. First, I'm on the Panthers with the points. I believe the line has been pretty steady at about 7.5. I teased it just ever so slightly. Panthers +8 tonight against the 49ers. Then I got the under in this game. Again, I teased it a little bit. The over-under, I believe I've seen it at 49.5. I have under 50 between the Panthers and Niners this evening. And then 2 player props, one from each team. First, I got the running back for the Panthers, Rico's, not Suave, but Dowdle. Under 74.5 rushing yards for the Panthers running back. And then the running back on the other side for the 49ers, Christian McCaffrey. I'm on over 73.5 rushing yards for old C-Mac tonight. Those are your 4 best bets.
All right. Like the Panthers +8, they just play people tight.
Yeah.
No matter where it is. Like, if you remember, they upset the Packers in Lambeau and played them tight. Christian McCaffrey, man. He's going to get his yards. You just never know where they're coming from. And so we'll see on that. But I like the Panthers +8, and I do like the under on that. So I like the first 2.
Get hot, T. Get hot, baby.
Let's go. I smell a heater.
There it is. He smells the heat.
You do. Somebody smoking in the building?
Yep. Danny Cannell, he'll be
somebody getting high in the building?
Yep. Danny Cannell, he'll be smoking in the building tomorrow. We'll talk to him. Ahead of a big game, Texas A&M. A lot of big games. Big game for Alabama as well. We'll talk to him tomorrow, so hang out with us. Full show tomorrow. Tyler, great job. Clint, great job. I am Ron, the show Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Just one look at you.
The plane lands. I got me and Nicholas. We're in an aisle with another gentleman, and then Courtney and the other 2 are across the aisle. Plane lands. These jackasses start walking themselves through the lane and through the aisle and just park it in the aisle. And I swear to God, it was a guy in a full Texas Longhorn outfit.
Wish I was shocked.
Courtney's on the other side. Ron.
When the day that lies ahead of me.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Our guy Lopez made a bold proclamation about the Texans after their win against the Bills.
Listen, Houston, we do not have to put qualifiers or conditions or buts at all anymore with this team.
Go ahead and at me, man.
This is that good of a defense. You can get to and win a Super Bowl with this team.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-10 the Katy Freeway, westbound at Barker Cypress. It's an accident that has a center lane and a right center lane blocked. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes, recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builders Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner's Suite. Visit KirkHolmes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Do you have a lean as to who's going to go to the Super Bowl out of the AFC? There's some teams you don't trust, like Denver and New England and Indianapolis. And then on the outside looking in, there's Kansas City and Pittsburgh, teams that you think might be able to make some noise. This is Gresh.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too, for my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible board-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Game day starts at Texas Star Grill Shop, where Houston's MVPs of the Backyard Fire light it up. We're talking Traeger, Weber, Yoder, Big Green Egg, the top grill brands in the league. Pellet, gas, charcoal, whatever you play, they've got your grill at Texas Star Grill Shop. If you're smoking a turkey this holiday season, they've got brines, buckets, bags, bold seasonings, everything that you need. From backyard tailgates to full-blown outdoor kitchen setups, it's Texas Star Grill Shop that brings the heat. 4 Houston area locations. Texas Star Grill Shop. Light it, love it, live it.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans program. It's a huge week for the Texans. It's Colts week. Need I say more? I will say more. The Texans at this point last year done with the Colts, but now you begin the season series on Sunday, November 30th, and the regular season finale wraps up the season series with the Colts as God intended. Colts-Texans matchups down the stretch of the season. Here we go. And the Colts are 8-3 after losing to the Chiefs. They are still in first in the AFC South by a game over Jacksonville. We'll get to them in a few moments. And then it's your Houston Texans at 6-5. Now, the Texans play the Colts twice. Like we just said, they're done with the Jags, and the Jags play the Colts twice. This is getting very interesting. If you win Sunday, no matter what the Jags do Sunday, you will be within a game of first place, but it'll be a first-place tie with the Jags and the Colts. We don't have to get into all this right now. The most important thing is that the Texans keep winning. That's following the victory over the Buffalo Bills on Thursday night, which was phenomenal with the 8 sacks, tying a team record against Josh Allen. So we're going to hear from the head coach, of course. John Harris and I sat down with him. We're going to hear from N.D. Kalu, former DeMeco Ryans teammate, his thoughts on the situation. And the coach had his press conference today. Question number 1 was about C.J. Stroud. The coach said that C.J. and Jalen Petrie are still in the concussion protocol. Now, C.J. and Petrie were at practice last week, limited, and C.J. was at an appearance at the Houston Texans YMCA on Friday, so we'll see how things go. There's no injury report released until Wednesday afternoon after the official first practice of the week. The team did practice today, but they are not required to put out an injury report. Wanted to be clear on that. So, with all that being said, let's talk Texans here. Improving offense, defense that is lights out. Now, they're 0.2 of a point behind the Rams now for the top scoring defense in the league. That's close. And they're still the number 1 defense in the league in yards per game allowed. They're playing phenomenal football. Let's just put it that way. And let's visit now with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans. Coach, how's it going?
Hey, going great, man. Good to see you guys.
Good to see you. It's been a few days since the Texans have played, and it's Colts week. It's a huge game coming up, but let's review a little bit about what happened against Buffalo, Coach. Everything came together, and on a short week. I'd be really proud of that.
Yeah, really proud of the preparation. That's why our approach to the game, I thought our guys handled it like outstanding. They attacked the days the right way. They took care of their bodies the right way. I mean, guys were healthy. I felt the energy. I felt like guys were ready for that moment. And that's what I'm most proud of, the preparation, right? And then, because when you prepare the right way, then you can go out and play well. And that's what the guys did. They played really well, played complimentary football, although everything didn't go great for us in that game. That's right. Football, the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs of the game. But for us to come out, we get the lead, and we kind of held it there for as long as we needed to. We made the plays in the critical times we needed to make. When bad things happen, like the big return they got on us, again, nobody went in the tank. Nobody down. Offense came back out, responded with a great 2-minute drive, and that's the signs of a really good team, and that's what I want to continue to see us doing, playing complementary, uplifting each other no matter what happens in the game. Let's just finish it the right way.
Coach, one of the things that stands out so much and stood out the other night to me, I think you can watch Daniil and Will and the guys rush, and, guys are physically impressive. There's no question about that. But it felt like the other night there was such a high level of intelligence in how you went about rushing Josh, because it wasn't like, hey, let's just go. Yeah. Everybody seemed to have a spot where they were going. They knew not to go to certain spots, and they were rushing really intelligently together. How did that all come to be in such a short amount of time against a guy that has made a living getting out of the pocket and making plays and doing those things? How intelligent was the pass rush to get after him?
Yeah, when you see a guy like Josh Allen that's gut so many defenses taking off, whether it's up the A-gap or outside, he's put it on film so many times that he can escape the pocket. And it's something we've been harping on as a defensive line. We have to do a much better job of rushing with awareness, understanding where the quarterback is, not losing our eyesight and our vision as we rush. Don't bury our head. Let's make sure we're keeping our hands up. Let's rush with extension so we can come off blocks and make those plays. But the rush, I always talk about 4 guys rushing together. So with those sacks, where our ends were able to make a lot of plays you got to look at the two guys inside. I thought they did a much better job, probably our best job this year, of really collapsing the pocket, not allowing Josh to really truly step up through the A and B gaps. And that's when our guys won their one-on-ones on the edge. Daniil, Will, Barnett, those guys won their one-on-ones on the edge, and not just won them, but they closed. They finished on the quarterback. And it's a beautiful job of four guys rushing together. That's what it looks like.
How do you coach that, though? Because in a basketball setup, you might say, you're going to get your points, just play within the offense, right? With defense, you're going to get your sacks, just play within what we're trying to do here, right?
That's very true. Everybody just has to, first and foremost, like I thought it was a scheme that we don't see much. Like most of the times we're getting a lot of chips. Like there are a lot of like 7-man protection schemes. So they really put a lot on their quarterback's play to really, all right, guys going to have one-on-one matchups, and they really were hoping that he could escape the pocket and get past guys. And he's such a big guy, such a tough tackle. So not only, were they able to get to him, but to get him down, that's a really tough tackle. And it was impressive the way those guys got him down. But everybody did what exactly they needed to do. Coach Rod did a really good job. He does a great job of coordinating the games and the stunts that we run. And I thought this was the best game that we had of guys being really in sync, whether we were sending the end inside and wrapping our tackles outside. It was even on our last play of the game, the fourth down play, Sheldon Rankins is wrapping around outside. He's coming free to the quarterback, and it forced Josh to where he couldn't step through and finish his throw. He had to let it go sooner than he wanted to, and that's why Kalen got the pick.
Along those lines, Coach, when it was evident, at least I thought it was, that Josh was getting frustrated. Yeah. He was getting frustrated couldn't get out of there. He couldn't run around and get away from everything. Did you guys sense that? And did the guys sense that, like, okay, kind of like a wounded animal, like, man, we got to pounce right now? Did you guys sense? Because we talk about Davis. Calm, doesn't get rattled. You don't see a lot of emotion from him. Josh, you could kind of see it was a little spurts, but you could see where he was getting really frustrated with what was happening. Did you kind of feel like that was the time to, all right, he's frustrated. We kind of got him where we want him?
Yeah, we definitely saw the frustration on his face, but you still had to remain disciplined. Yep. This game was all about, remaining disciplined. And the reason the guys were able to rush that way, I don't think enough gets said about the coverage piece.
Sure.
Our back-end guys, they covered exceptionally well, knowing that they would have to cover a little bit longer than they normally have to cover. Those guys, they were sticky in coverage. There was nowhere for the quarterback to go, forcing him to, run around. Let's buy some time, allowing the D-line to get the extra time needed.
Myles said something when he was in here I thought was really interesting. He talked about 2 plays. And we kind of like, what does he mean by that? And he's like, there's the first play. And then when he starts to scramble, that's the second play. And I thought it was a really interesting way of looking at it, that you're actually facing 2 plays in one.
Yeah, you are. And that's where I talk about you have to cover them twice. Right. Like he's going to hit his back foot. Okay, I cover my guy. We're on him. The ball isn't coming out. Right. Now the second play starts, and now those are the plays that get you really tired, as well as a defense.
How about defending against the run, Coach? Because he had that long run, James Cook. But other than that, you had it under control as the game wore on, a lot better against the ground game.
Yeah, they got us. We were in a short yardage call there. Guys were thinking sneak, and he bounced out. We got to get that guy on the ground. Don't want to see a run go for that long on us. We got to close and finish. But for the most part, I thought, we held James Cook in check. I mean, he's a really talented player. Like, seeing him up close, like he's faster, more physical than you think. He's a really good player, and our guys did a really nice job of making the plays we needed to make in the run game. And I think 2 plays in the run game was there in the fourth quarter. It's 3rd and 2. Tommy slips through and makes a huge stop, right, to get it to 4th and 1. And then the next play, Kamari comes up, and he sets the edge on their fullback, and Rankins beats his guy and makes that play on 4th. Now, those are 2 of the biggest plays in the game, and that was us making those plays in the run game to help us get a 4th down stop.
Yeah, I think Kamari saw him in the locker room because I seen that play, and I said, "That's the fullback, man. That dude's 260. He wasn't gonna beat me." I love Kamari, that from a corner taking on a split blocker, and he just took him on. It was. I don't know that he gets enough credit. He gets TFLs. Yeah. Kamari in the run game has just been incredible. Speaking of run game, so to speak, our social team put out a graphic. I think it was today. And on top, it had 8, and on the bottom, it had 0. 8 sacks on the defense, but 0 allowed by the offensive line, only 4 pressures. And Mark and I talked about it. We're, 72, 96 hours removed from the game. But really, nobody has kind of talked about the offensive line, which might be the best news of all, that nobody's talking about the offensive line because they gave up no sacks. The run game in particular early on, they did a really good job. Coach, what do you think about the offensive line, how they played?
That is good. Nobody's talking about them. So that's good
for them
news.
to be quiet.
Yeah, they did a really good job in protection. Again, I thought we handled, they had a lot of different pressures and a lot of different funky looks that we had to communicate on. I thought the guys did a really nice job of that. They handled the stunts well, and Davis did a really good job of getting the football out on time and not holding on to it. So collective effort, but O-line, can we continue to build off of what they did in a short week, getting a new lineup in there for the most part. Thought we did well. Run game wise, we had some good runs. We had some lanes. I think we have even more to gain in the run game. Some lanes are there. We can finish some blocks even better, and we'll need that this week for sure.
Coach, during the winning streak, Davis had the early pick against Jacksonville. Other than that, no turnovers from him. That was huge. Ball security for the entire offense, a big factor.
Yeah, it's been great for us. I mean, like you said, that one pick, which, they got us on a play, but, man, overall, the way we protected the football over the past few weeks has been really great. We got to continue that, and we've been taking it away. You always want to be plus in that turnover margin, and that's where we are. To take it away 3 times defensively and then not give it up offensively like that, it's always, for me, the key to winning the game. Get the offense on a short field, whether we're in field goal range or we can go punch it in for a touchdown. At least can we get points off of those turnovers as well? And our offense has been doing a great job protecting it. We got to keep that going.
I hear takeaway and turnover, and I just immediately think of Kalen, Coach. I do think that Azeez got to get on the jugs gun and catch a few, but that's okay. We'll get there with Azeez. But he made a nice play to tip it to Kalen, and he has the interception at the end. The play that he made on the fumble where Shakir's got the ball and he knocks it away and punches it away, I mean, that one's incredible. But you and I talked about this after the game, and what you saw in Kalen when he was coming out of USC. What have you seen from year 1 to year 2 in the growth in Kalen?
Yeah, I seen a step up in just his communication. Like, he really understands the defense, but how he's really running the show, communicating in the back end. He's taking a huge step there. And that's what you have to have at that safety position, that leadership. Most of the time you're looking for veteran guys who can come in. But, no, Kalen, you can do it, man. Just communicate. You know what to do. You know how to do it. Get the other guys on the same page, playing together. And, man, that play, you said, like, that was a beautiful play by him. That was it would have been an explosive by them. But for him to come, he's improved his tackling. Like, that's one area I've seen a huge jump as well, for him to come up and think about punching the ball as he's wrapping the tackle, not just blindly going for the ball, but he's secure and going for it. That's textbook of how we teach it, get the ball out there. Man, what a huge game by the kid, and I just see even more big games by him. What we saw at USC was him taking the football away, and when you do it in college, it carries over into the NFL, and he's continued to be a ball hawk.
Yeah. Coach, offense in general, you talked about the offensive line, but it's getting a little bit better bit by bit. You're seeing some progress here. When CJ went out, he was 6 for 10 in that Denver game. The week before, he played really well against San Francisco. Davis comes in, plays well. What are you seeing improvement-wise out of this offense in general?
Yeah, I think for the most part, we're not having the negative plays. And that's the one thing you have to mitigate the negative plays, right? We've done that. We've been gaining positive yards on first down, right? And we've been able to win on some third down. So we're getting there. The red zone has gotten better. We've been able to get in the end zone the past couple weeks. So we're taking those steps as an offense to put us in position to win games, right? And they gave the team enough points against Buffalo to go win. And that's what it's going to take. Whatever we need, I'm always trying to get at least 21. That gives us a chance, right? But they've done a good job, I say, overall in the red zone, just running the more, the scheme plays with the run, getting Woody on the outside more with some of our perimeter runs. Done a good job pulling our tackles, just a lot of variety in the run game. I like that about our offense, and I think it just keeps defenses on their toes, keeps them out of balance, out of sync. They don't know really what's coming. So the more and more we continue to thrive on what we're doing well, and the more we lean into what we're doing well, I mean, with our play-action pass game, we got to run the ball well to open it up. So DeMeco and Higgins, they've been a great job as well. And Higgins, he doesn't get talked about much, but I think as a rookie, like he's come on in our offense. He's been the guy who's really lighting it up, making some big plays, explosive plays on early downs, and in the red zone, he's been the guy who's getting in for us. So we got to lean on him a little bit more as well.
Sure.
Coach, on Friday, I know you don't reside in the same world that Mark and I do, where we're watching everything and reading everything that's on Twitter and TV and radio. I'm sure Omar probably gave you a few things. But I'm sure you weren't up Friday going, hey, what did Stephen A. Smith say about me? What did this? Well, you couldn't miss it because it was all over the place talking about the defense and the performance and the win. And, hey, don't forget about the Texans. Early in the season when we're 0-3, we would talk after tough losses, and you would say you got to flush it. Is this the kind of situation, the same thing, like, hey, we had a win, we celebrated it, now we got to flush it to make sure that we're ready for the Colts?
Oh, yeah, you have to. Everybody's patting you on the back wherever you go.
You're so great.
Oh, yeah, it's great. My father-in-law's like, oh, you're the talk of the town. And it's like, oh, thank you. I got to keep moving.
Right.
Like, you can't allow that. Which is great. I'm happy that, people are fired up. A lot of people are saying, oh, this is the best game I saw. I'm happy that our community is fired up. Our fan base is fired up about that game. That's what we want to do, bring that excitement right to Houston. And it's here. And we love the support. But we also know there's more ahead of us, right? We can't hang our hats and just rest on one game. That's not what it's about. Great job of finding a way to win. Now here we go, Indianapolis. Let's go again. The more we continue to do that and not allow, the positive stuff that we're hearing to blow our heads up or walk around with the big heads like, oh, we arrived. No, we still got a ton of work to do. We still have improvements in all three phases where we can get better. And, man, what a week that we can make those improvements right now going up to Indianapolis.
Yes, we have the little matter of the Colts, Coach. And you know how I feel about this team. Here we go. Last year at this point, we were done with the Colts series. This year, we're just starting it. So here we go, playing Indianapolis on the road. And the Texans, in your tenure, very close games. You're 3-1 against them. I know it's a brand-new year, brand-new situation. So what about the 2025 Indianapolis Colts?
Yeah, the thing that sticks out to me is, man, their offense is operating very efficiently. They've been very explosive. Pierce, I don't think he gets talks about enough. Like, he's the down-the-field targets, the deep shots. Then you have the running game with Jonathan Taylor. He's always been one of the top backs in our league just for his explosiveness, his home run playmaking ability. And I think Daniel Jones is playing the best that he's played like in his career. Shane has done a good job of paring things down, and he's doing a great job execute. The play action game is working for them. They stay out of third and long situations. They're really in those manageable spots where if it's close enough, they're going for it on fourth down. So, I mean, they're doing a good job offensively. And switching it up, the defensive coordinator, I think they've added a lot more variety on their defense than what they've had in the past. So we'll see a ton of different looks from Lou Anarumo. Sorry there, Lou. But he's done a good job with the defense as well, mixing up. They got the two corners now with Charvarius Ward. They got Sauce Gardner. So they have some players on the outside. It's going to be a tough matchup, as always, versus Indy, and one we're always fired up for. It's like you play guys in the division, but at Indy, it means a little bit more. It's something about playing Indy. So we're fired up, to be going up there against them, and they playing well. They're the top team in our division right now, and we're on the hunt. So we're climbing the charts trying to be on the hunt, and Indy is the team we're after this week.
Coach, I don't know how much you've gotten into game prep being this early in the week, but what have you seen from them different with Sauce being part of their team? And you mentioned Ward, too, because Ward was out. So they were playing two different guys. Now they got Ward and they've got Sauce. How have things sort of changed with those two being in the lineup versus when they didn't have them?
Yeah, the biggest thing, I think, in any defensive coordinator, we get two corners of their caliber. Okay, now let's lock up. Let's lock up. Let's get in a little bit more man coverage. So they have shown to play more man coverage. That's what Sauce has done a good job of. I've had Charvarius in San Francisco. He's a really good player, talented guy. Both are big corners. When you see them in person, both big, long corners, physical. So that's the change up that you see more, not as much zone.
Okay, well, here we are playing them. And what is different about Jonathan Taylor as opposed to some of the other backs you've seen? You've done a good job on Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey. They're very different, and J.K. Dobbins, and we talked about Cook. What about Jonathan Taylor and what he specifically brings to the table?
As I watch him, I'm just, okay, they're going to make this. Oh, no, he breaks. Yep. It's like guys are there. Guys are there to make plays, and he just finds a way to slip through a block and slip through a tackle and continue to just run past the defense. Like, he's extremely fast. He's physical. You talk about a contact balance when backs get hit. Some backs easily fall to the ground. Taylor just has his knack, and when he does get hit, he can stay up, like his balance being on one leg even at a time. Like, he just finds a way to continue to press forward and make plays. So I talk about Swarm all the time and who we are defensively. Like, you cannot assume that one guy has him tackled. Like, everybody has to come to the party. You have to show up, and you have to finish him to the ground. If you didn't finish him to the ground, it's not good enough. He's still going. So that will be the key this week.
Coach, we've come from behind in a game this year against Jacksonville. We fell behind and then obviously roared back in the fourth quarter. We've had games where, like Baltimore, where we got out ahead. And in this series, the last couple of years, we've landed the major haymaker early. Like, we've landed the shot, DeMeco deep in 23 up there, here, landing a big blow early. How important is that? I know you got to play 60 minutes, but to be able to get, in Rocky IV, when Rocky finally gets a shot on the Russian, it's like the Russian's cut. It's like, whoa, and it changed the fight. Obviously, it's a movie, but you get the point. Yeah. How important is it to land that first shot on them?
It's so important. I go back to your question, what's different for them, and I think that's what they've done this year. Like, in the first half of games, that's what they've done. They've thrown those big haymakers, and they've jumped out to huge leads in games, right? And when they're not doing that, that's when the games have been close and come down to the fourth quarter. So that'll be huge. For us, we got to come out. We got to strike first, and we got to continue to strike because we know that's what they're trying to do, and that's what's worked for them throughout this year. They've thrown that haymaker, and that's what allowed them to be in the spot they're in with 8 wins.
Coach, this time of year we get the possible distraction of holidays and
yes,
interfering with the game of football possibly. But I know you're a family man and everything. So how do you handle Thanksgiving with the team?
Yeah, it's always tough, right? Because my focus is strictly on Indianapolis. The guys probably think I'm crazy. Young guys, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving. But I understand, Thanksgiving, how important of a holiday it is, the family time, everybody being around. Like, it's truly a special time of year, one of my favorite holidays. Just you see the joy, the smiles on everyone's faces, so I really enjoy it. But I also understand, like, that's for the family. I love you guys. Put me a little plate to the side. But we'll be working. I'll try to keep our schedule as normal as possible. Our guys come in and work, and then we'll just cut our afternoon meetings to allow guys to go and have lunch with their families. If that's the case, don't eat too much, guys. Please don't. But understand, we have a big one ahead of us, and that mindset, our focus has to be on Indianapolis. We're going to take a moment. Of course, we'll always take a moment to be grateful, things that we're thankful for on Thursday, really thankful for family, friends, and just the love that everybody's shown us. But we also know our family's going to be much more fired up and much more excited if we come out with a win on Sunday.
Yes, true. All right, the Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. So you're an Alabama alum. So you have to invite one of the following Auburn alums to your Thanksgiving table, Coach.
I love this.
Okay, so you have the choice of one of these four: Bo Jackson, Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, Charles Barkley, Cam Newton. You have to pick one of those four Auburn alums to sit with your Bama family.
But if you pick Cam, you have to wear one of his hats.
Oh, man, that would be sweet. Well, man, that's a tough one. So many great guys. I'm going to roll with Bo Jackson.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to roll with Bo just because Bo, he can sit with my family because he knows my family. We're from the same hometown. Okay. He's from Bessemer. We actually both got inducted into the Cotton Bowl Hall of Fame together.
Beautiful.
Earlier this year in May, and his family couldn't be there, so he said, "Hey, Miko, can I use your family?" And he said, "Family, can you stand up for me?"
That's right.
So Bo's a great guy, man. Bo's a great guy. He played football with my uncles in high school, so hometown guy, I'll go with him.
Absolutely outstanding. Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck to you.
Guys.
What a great story from the coach about Bo Jackson from his hometown and the Cotton Bowl Hall of Fame story and all of that. All right, coming up, more from the head coach a little bit later with John Harris, the post-game interview, which is very timely still. Trust me, you'll have to wait to hear it. Andy Kalu is going to join us. Some info on Texans Colts. It's all happening next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC. Official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm winner, in your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Want to help build the future of Texas? At Burns & McDonnell, we're more than engineers. We're Texans shaping tomorrow. From Houston to every corner of the Lone Star State, we're designing and building what's next. A career at Burns & McDonnell goes beyond delivering projects. It's about owning outcomes, finding your best fit, and making a difference. Join a 100% employee-owned firm where your work powers progress and your career. Visit burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electrical, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
One guy in particular stood out to Coach DeMeco in the Texans' massive 23-19 win over the Bills.
Kalen Bullock is the guy for me. The way Kalen went out, intercepted the ball 2 times, forced fumble to get us in plus territory there. So my favorite play is the one that ended it.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Back to it here on the DeMeco Ryans Show, presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. And to reiterate, at his press conference today, Coach DeMeco Ryans was asked about C.J. Stroud. He said C.J. Stroud and Jalen Petrie are still in the concussion protocol. We all know they were at practice last week. Let's hope for the best. And you can assume some things with them being limited in practice last week and C.J. doing an appearance at the Houston Texans YMCA Friday. But, we'll wait. We'll find out together on Wednesday. Official injury report comes out Wednesday afternoon. That might not even tell the whole story. Who knows? But again, no matter what, you're taking on the horseshoe on Sunday. Texans, Colts, high noon. Anyway, let's talk about the whole situation with Andy Kalu. Our visit with him, starting off with his reaction to the defensive performance in particular, what he saw on Thursday night against the Buffalo Bills.
Every week the defense just makes a statement stating that they are the best defense the Texans have seen. I remember a few weeks ago, I was debating with a buddy of mine, and he brought up, one defense or 1 year where it could have been that year. But every week I'm saying it's just proving that the defense we're watching now as Houston Texans fans or just football fans, it is the best we've seen in program history. And I think after a while, it's not even going to be debatable.
Andy, I want to ask you this. It felt like they had Josh, the pass rush. And when people talk about a pass rush, they just, it's this great move. It's this great athleticism. It's this great power and strength and all that kind of stuff. I don't know that when you get 8 sacks, that it wasn't about intelligence in how they were going about rushing Josh Allen. That if one guy was rushing high side, that they made sure the guy from the other side was rushing to low, so they maybe pushed him up and pushed him into each other. They blitzed Stingley one time. He stepped up. Henry To'oto'o knew it. Henry walks into a sack because Josh has got to avoid the blitz. It felt like the intelligence in the pass rush was even higher than the physical capabilities, which are awesome, but they were so smart in how they attacked Josh. How does that manifest itself in a game like that you have to be smart when rushing him, knowing how to rush him, and then making all that pay off?
No, everything you said, and especially because it was against Josh Allen, arguably the most athletic quarterback in the NFL. And I know people are going to say, Lamar Jackson. Yes, I'm considering Lamar Jackson, but when I talk about athleticism, and Lamar Jackson is the most athletic quarterback in the NFL, but when I talk about athleticism, I'm not just talking about speed. I'm talking about strength, vision. Josh Allen, when he tucks that ball, he turns into a tight end. Typically, when you're playing a guy like Josh Allen, who's very athletic, who's very mobile, who picks up yards with his legs, you do a more conservative rush. You do what sometimes they call a mush rush or a muddle rush, where you just don't want to create lanes for him to run through. So to be able to have that many sacks against that type of quarterback, it's just what you said, John. It's not just the athleticism. It's not just that was a great rip move or that was a great spin move. It was like, no, that was intelligent. Guys understood the rushing lanes that he has. Henry To'oto'o understood what his lane was as far as attacking Josh Allen. I saw a couple of times where Azeez Al-Shaair was spying him and did a masterful job when it comes to the pursuit, the angles and understanding which way where your cutoff point is, because he will outrun you if you take bad angles. So, no, I'm glad you brought that up, because it wasn't just about, and there was a lot of it, trust me, there was a lot of, did you see that Danielle Hunter move? But also it was like, man, these guys were coached up well, and they truly understood the angles, the angles that they had to take to bring down somebody like Josh Allen. If you would have told me, hey, at some point, the Texans are going to have a game where they have X amount of sacks, 8 sacks in one game, I would have thought it was going to be the quote-unquote traditional quarterback that sits in the pocket. I dang sure would not have guessed that it would have been against Josh Allen. I would have thought more, what's the guy over Kansas City? Patrick Mahomes. Like, I could see Patrick Mahomes, even though he can move around, but, he'll take a sack too, because he's letting plays extend so he can make something happen. But Josh Allen probably would have been my last guess if you put their schedule in front of me and said, which one of these quarterbacks will they sack 8 times in one game?
Andy, the Texans have done well against a lot of running backs this year. Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey. They did well against J.K. Dobbins. Against Cook, second leading rusher in the league, he had over 145 on, one run that was damaging, no question about it. But I thought as the game wore on, they did well against the run. Your thoughts on tackling Jonathan Taylor, having to get after him now in Indianapolis. That offensive line is good. What do you think in this weekend with the swarm mentality?
The same thing that I was talking about, the running lanes for the quarterbacks and really being cognizant of knowing the running lanes. You really have to have that same thought when you start talking about this week of practicing and preparing when you talk about playing against the run and really having gap integrity, really discussing, hey, if the second guy is going to go for the ball, we see it a lot more where these guys are punching the ball out. You better make sure that first guy has them wrapped up, because I've also seen some bad plays where guys were trying to make a big play where they're punching the ball and they're not thinking about securing the tackle on the running back. You have to do that with Jonathan Taylor. I mean, all the guys that you just mentioned, obviously great running backs, but I think Taylor's having a better year than, obvious statement of the day, than any of those guys this season, and you have to stop him. Daniel Jones, having a pretty good season. He's reclaiming his name, but to me, everything starts and stops with Jonathan Taylor. So it's going to be very, very important talking about wrapping up the fundamentals, making sure you have multiple hats on the ball carrier when it's Jonathan Taylor, because he can be the reason that if you don't win the game, it's because he's the one who took over, put the team on his shoulders, and is picking up those chunk yards.
Andy, during a preseason broadcast, either you or me, a lot of times both, mentioned how good of an insurance policy Davis Mills was. If Davis ever had to play or had to play going forward, if CJ got knocked out, God forbid, or something happened, Davis could step in. He's improved. I remember that Minnesota game. He had that really nice drive at the beginning, and we thought, man, okay, we've seen a lot of progress with Davis. He just hadn't had to play in a game until the last 3 weeks. And now it appears CJ will be back for Sunday against the Colts. And look, Davis might have to play again, but in the end, he as a starter is 3-0. He bails them out against Jacksonville. He makes enough great throws against Tennessee on the final drive, and he did just enough the other night against the Bills to get wins. What do you think it says about Davis Mills, and what do you think it says about us that we saw the plan and knew the plan 100% from way back when in preseason, how smart we are about that?
Well, what it says about us is that we're best in the business, and we're kind of like prophets when it comes to seeing into the future and understanding what you have. When people, when the Larry and Staffords were down on Davis Mills, I'm calling you out, Larry and Stafford. We said, just hold on. This is the reason why you're excited to have a backup with experience who has starter experience, though he's not a starter, because this is what you want out of your backup. So all jokes aside, but this is what you want, and the reason you and I can't speak for you, but I think you're going to agree with me. You and I were comfortable with Davis Mills just being here in Houston for as long as he has, going through the ups and downs as a starter, being benched, getting back under center. Like, you want your backup to have experience and to have talent. And Davis Mills is a talented guy. Like, there isn't anybody saying that, if he starts, he's going to be all pro, but you want your backup typically just look. Ideally, if you have a backup play 3 games, you say to yourself, we hope he could go 2-1. We hope he could go 2-1. But because of this defense, because of the team aspect, and because of the way he played, they went 3-0. So this is what you want. Give him a pat on the back, give him the clipboard, and say, man, you did a great job. And you've also bought yourself a couple more years in this thing called the NFL, which is good on the individual level. Now, what does that mean for CJ Stroud? You better step up. You better step up when you get under center, because though no one will say it in that building, and I'm sure these young guys are looking at social media, they're wondering what everybody is saying, even though they claim they don't listen. Like, the pressure is on, and I love that because it makes the team better. When your starter comes back and you know that your backup was a part of 3 victories in a row, was a part of the reason now your team is in the hunt, you better get under center and you better lead this team to a victory, because you don't want to hear all that negative noise out there. And again, I know they claim they don't listen, but they do. So what I really love about it, John, is to put the pressure on your starting quarterback.
It's funny because there was a lot of attention paid to CJ's expression on the sideline or after the game in the locker room. I mean, come on. He just, seriously, have you ever seen CJ Stroud? He's just observing. He was 6 for 10 when he left the game against Denver. He played extraordinary extraordinary ball against the 49ers. I know they wanted to score even more points, but they won that game, and he played well in the 3-game homestand. Now he comes back, ND, and you talked about pressure, but what about sheer ability here? I got a feeling when he gets in the huddle today at practice, it's going to be, hey, boys, how's it going? Whatever practice they construct today. What do you think, though, trying to get ramped up with the line improving, running game a little bit better, things getting a little rosier up front with Woody Marks and Trent Brown at right tackle and everything they're doing, everything they're putting together and plugging C.J. Stroud into the middle of that?
That's what makes it exciting. Now, look, everything I said, keep in mind, if there's any debate on Sports Talk Radio today, regardless of the station or the show, stating whether or not CJ should start, that's just ridiculous, because of what you just mentioned, Mark, the physical ability, the ceiling. But like we all said, what Janet Jackson said, what have you done for me lately? We all know what Davis Mills has done for this team lately. So I think the pressure is on, and I'm that much more excited about playing the Indianapolis Colts with C.J. Stroud coming back under center, especially knowing that there's going to be that voice in the back of his head. Hey, your backup just went 3-0, and we need to go another 3-0 stretch so we can really get back into this playoff hunt. And with that ability that he has, and like you said, the way he was playing before the injury, it's going to be very exciting. I'm more excited now going into this Colts game with the way the defense is playing, with the way Woody Marks is emerging as a guy that you can truly trust to get positive yards, and now with C.J. Stroud under center. But I do like the fact that there's still that pressure, like I still have to prove myself. He still has to prove himself.
Andy, I want to ask you about one of your former teams, but I want to ask you the mentality. You have a 21-0 lead over one of your rivals. You're really kind of grinding them into dust. They come back. You don't score a point. They come back and beat you 24-21 as the Cowboys beat the Eagles. I don't know if you've ever had a situation, I'm sure you had at some point in your career, where your team had a big lead and then they lost it. What's the biggest thing a team has to do when they gag a lead like that, like the Jaguars did to the Texans? What's the biggest thing that they've got to do during the week to not let that linger so they can move on and they can, be the team they were before when they were getting that lead? The Eagles are kind of a mess, and now they've got this on top of it. How do they respond? How do they rebound?
It's funny you bring that up, John, because as soon as you mentioned, have you ever been in a game like that? Unfortunately, it was against the Cowboys. I mean, when I was in Washington, we had a huge lead against the Cowboys going into the fourth quarter, and we somehow lost it. They tied the game and went into overtime, and we lost the game. And I just remember being dumbfounded and just walking around in a daze for like a day or two, like, how in the world did we lose that game? And it's that old cliche. I don't know if you used it as a coach, but I feel like I've heard it every level that I played, from high school, college, pros, where a coach says, keep your foot on the jugular. You have to keep your foot on the jugular. For those listening, basically just saying, just keep killing your opponent. But it's easier said than done. And when I say easier, I'm not even talking physically. Mentally, it's tough. When you're up 21 points, you're thinking, there's a part of you, there's a whisper that's like, okay, you got this. Just don't lose it. You get in that mentality where you're not playing to win. You're just playing not to lose. And you can't have that mentality, especially like a team like the Cowboys. They're a bunch of front runners. Like, when things get going well, the momentum starts to build. They start to get excited. They start to feel like they can do anything, and they proved it yesterday. So now, as far as moving on, this, in my opinion, John, is a game where if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, watch it as a coaching staff, and you say, okay, how in the world did we not score a single point in the second half, in the second half? And then you fix it. But as a team, you just tell them, hey, guys, we're better than that, and let's just move on to the next, because that's such a hard film to watch. You want to be so focused on getting out of that space, getting out of that headspace, because you don't want it to continue to creep in to your team, and for them to like get all antsy when they're up by 14 points and start thinking, we've already given this one up. And then what it does, it has that reverse effect where you start to play a little too cautious. You need to just show the great plays you made to get up 21-0 and just say, hey, we've made some things, made some changes as coaches. This will not happen again. I put that more on the coaches as far as preparing to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. Then I put it on the players, but definitely on the players, the actual game not being able to score any points in the second half. That's ridiculous.
You know, Johnny, when you brought up ND playing for a team that gave up a big lead, I was scared, but he did not play in the Rosencopter game.
Okay.
ND does not play. Yeah. He is not stained with the Rosencopter game, okay? So
maybe that's a different ending if he does play.
Yeah, maybe it does, okay? Maybe it does. Could have done much better, better than a 17-point lead. ND, benefits of the mini-bye. Texans played Thursday night. They get the weekend off. How does that help?
Rest, and more rest, especially when you have a team like the Texans where, some felt that the bye came a little too early. So now as you continue to get more bumps and bruises and contusions, you have some extra days to just truly rest. And coming off a big win like that, I wouldn't be surprised if DeMeco and the coaching staff, maybe gave them an extra day off just to kind of get away and, like you said, have that mini bye week, because you come back so refreshed. And as long as the season feels, when you get that week off, when you get 3 or 4 days off or even 2 days off, you're actually rushing back to the facilities because you want to get back in it.
There's ND Kalu, our weekly visit with him, Texans preseason TV color commentator, and, of course, former teammate of DeMeco Ryans. Now, we're going to get to the head coach next with John Harris. Post-game interview, really cool stuff as they talk about the victory over the Bills and the big picture. Texans at 6-5, 6 games to go in the regular season. Let's go. It's next here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Texans fans, it's time to show up, bring the energy, and take drive. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. To lead a game-winning drive, I choose Ford F-Series. My Ford F-150 brings the power, toughness, and smarts to handle anything that comes my way. That's why Ford F-Series is the one I trust. So, get behind the wheel of America's best-selling trucks and take the drive. Visit your Best in Texas Ford dealer, official truck of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's, the difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back, and it's still bigger and better than any chicken sandwich out there. More chicken strips, more Monterey Jack cheese smothered in buffalo and ranch, all on a 5-inch bun. There's so much crispy, cheesy, saucy goodness, you may find yourself speechless when someone asks what's your favorite part. Not because you can't find the words, just because it's hard to talk when your mouth's full with this much deliciousness. Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back for a limited time. What a burger.
Texans beat the Bills in prime time.
Here's the snap from Andrews. Davis looking. Davis passing to the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Houston. The Texans are back in front of Buffalo.
I mean, I've been dreaming of being in this situation since I was 6 years old. So every day I'm just kind of living out that childhood dream and going out there and having fun with it.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf have you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
Houston is home to one of the greatest food scenes in the United States, so the Houston Texans are hosting the city's finest restaurants at NRG Stadium on Monday, December 1st for an evening of sampling mouth-watering food selections alongside Texans rookies, legends, and celebrities. And the best part? All proceeds will benefit the Houston Texans Foundation in supporting deserving communities across Houston. Secure individual tickets or premium packages now for Taste of the Texans, presented by Coca-Cola at HoustonTexans.com.
Now, more Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Final segment on the DeMeco Ryans Show tonight, and as we often do, we like to hear the conversation between John Harris and the coach after the game, so let's hear it. This is very timely stuff on the big picture, and of course what happened against the Bills, starting with the short week of prep.
The short weeks are always such a hard one to prepare for.